of where exactly to place Heretics in the overarching scheme of team dynamics. Like, we saw them in Group B, not really pushed to have to perform by like any real challenge when they had their group stages. And like, is it going to be that Virtus.pro go all the way down to third? Because the last time we got to see them up against a team that actually made them struggle was Na'Vi, and it was not close between those two. Like, Na'Vi looked so much more comfortable. So this is a real proving ground for Heretics to show their strengths, and Virtus.pro to answer, I think, a lot of doubts which are following this
There's
team
no way you guys are
ever
saying
since they
part-timer,
failed
bro.
to be able to podium finish in preseason.
It's very much a lot of doubts on that one, but there's no doubt that these games are going to probably go all of the distance, at least some of them. We had a lot of 3-0s yesterday, and I would very much assume that that's going to be different in this case. But for those that are watching the whole distance, of course, you have access to the Twitch drops that we have been so graciously putting on for the majority of Ignite, including the addition of chrono tokens for watching 3 hours. So
Good morning.
I guess like feedback in the right places. If you want more chrono, I mean, everybody will want more chrono tokens. What am I even saying? Like, yeah, just give us like 10,000 for watching 50 minutes, please, Ryan. But here it's also getting the 6 hours for the Wolverine Will of Galactic costume that goes on until the 2nd of August, as well as the stuff that's available for the next few weeks. Basically, you've got a good portion of time to be able to get everything on the board here for the most part. But also, we have been seeing a rise of a certain Vanguard, a certain character that can be played in multiple different roles, even though we haven't quite seen him on the duelist, that being Deadpool. And I feel that there's a conspiracy of like Na'Vi do play the Deadpool Vanguard so much because they want to show off the skin as much as possible. Just he's basically been told by the higher ups of Na'Vi to just be like, you need to play this character. Like, we want to show off the skin. And it's like, at least we're seeing some of these other teams like Genji, the likes of Rejects have qualified for the mid-season finals. So we're going to be seeing those two partnership teams play. And we might be seeing, well, I think likely going to be seeing 2 other partnership teams qualifying at this point, because Na'Vi, Team Heretics, and Virtus.pro are those 3. But before we get into the actual action of like looking at Na'Vi versus Rad, we do have a special guest.
Protect your bald king!
I mean, Milkboy, who I feel a little bit jilted by because he was a player in the EMEA region. We'll jump into him now, but like, for Milkboy, first of all, welcome. Second of all, I think that the first question I want to start with is like, you're at Space Station Gaming now in America. Why leave us? Why leave? Why leave EMEA to play in America? How's it been for one?
It's kind of, as corny as it sounds, I don't know, it's kind of been like a big dream of mine to be on like a big tier 1 org, you feel me? So that was like the main reason I think that I left. And I also just wanted to experience like the differences between playing in EU and NA. So that was also a big like driving point for me to switch over, even though I miss all my EU guys.
Okay, chat.
In terms of a playstyle, what have you noticed any
the matches aren't starting yet?
The EMEA playstyle and the
but
American
if we
playstyle
had
out there?
to guess, Na'Vi between Rad,
I feel like NA can sometimes be a bit faster. I feel like some of the NA teams.
I think Na'Vi beats Rad, like, chat. Obviously, right? Stop yelling, chat.
Dangerous. Heretics and stuff.
I'll get to the
like
gifted subs and subs in a second. Give me appreciate it, chat. We have Virtus.pro against Team Heretics.
A couple weeks ago, and like,
I don't think Virtus.pro is going to lose that.
With their favorite superhero, you feel me? They just pick like Thor and Black Cat and everything.
Ooh, chat. Who do you guys have between Fire and Shikigami?
A lot of the time, they just like, okay, this is meta. We're gonna
sleepy
play
voice. No, I'm not trying to be loud. Emily is sleeping right now, chat. You guys think? See, that's what I was.
The meta, then obviously we got to see a little bit of it from Pacific. Now we're getting to see what EMEA and NA feel. Is there anything that caught you by surprise?
And then Reason against Pulsar.
Compositions will be what a lot of teams veer into.
Reason Gaming against Pulsar. I think Pulsar takes that, right?
That you did not quite think would be ran outside of some of the surprises that NA has been throwing in.
That looks absolutely incredible.
I feel like the biggest surprise really was just that people are finally playing Gambit.
Those are the winning teams today, chat. Na'Vi, Virtus.pro, Shikigami, and then Pulsar. And then for NA, I mean, obviously, you can't vote against Team Liquid Citadel, bro.
But other than that, I feel like after reading the patch notes, it's all kind of... I haven't seen like big surprises, in my opinion. I've just like everyone's kind of just been playing the same. Like first ban Mantis because Mantis triple support is overpowered. And,
there you go.
And fastball.
That's
I guess I'm happy to see
that's what
fastball
I
back.
think
Like, if
NA
you-
is
some
going to
teams have
be.
good, like,
Team
poke
Liquid
players,
Citadel,
players like
Swamp Gaming.
Rad and
So
Swamp,
Team
for
Liquid
example,
Citadel is going to
those
beat
players are
YWL.
always
Swamp
doing
Gaming is going to beat
fastball,
100
so,
Thieves.
I
FlyQuest
was
is
kinda
going to beat
surprised to see
Sentinels.
that
I'm
win.
sorry. After what I saw yesterday from Sentinels, I can't be a Sentinels
I think
fan
another
right now.
question is, like, you obviously have a lot of experience
And
with
then
the four
STD
teams playing for
against
qualifying
TSM, I think
today,
STD
right?
wins.
Navi, Rad,
I don't think
It's not
TSM
like
is that
played up against
protected.
them, but I imagine because you're on an
And
American
then
team,
for
you probably
NA, our
scrim these
first
guys
game of
quite
the
a lot. I
day,
feel
which I'm
like
going to
still
start
scrimmage
predictions
them,
right
or at
now
least in,
for
like,
chat.
Preseason stage one, because there's been a lot of
Our
we're not gonna
first
scrim
game of the
within our
day
region,
is going to
we're
be
gonna actually
against
even go and scrim, like,
Navi
Asia-Pacific teams,
against
even though there's, like,
Rad.
100
I'm
plus
starting the
ping,
predictions
just to
right
make sure the
now.
strategies aren't given up.
And then we have Virtus
What
Pro
can you
against
sort of
Team
say about,
Heretics. I
like, your
think Virtus Pro
experience
wins
scrimming
that.
up against these teams, playing up
Fire
against
against
them?
Shikigami.
Is this
Shikigami
first
wins,
game
and then
Navi
Reason
versus
against
Rad
Pulsar.
really
Pulsar
one-sided
wins.
towards Navi, would you say, or is there a chance for Rad to actually surprise?
I don't
Yeah.
think it's gonna be that one-sided. If Rad show up and play their game, I think they have a decent
So
shot.
that
to
is
take
what
down
I
Navi,
believe
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like
is
I've
going to be
scrimmed,
the
like, all
game
these
today.
teams in the group stages and stuff a couple weeks ago, and like they're all really good. I didn't really feel like a major difference, to be honest. So I really hope that both of the matches do go the distance. I really do think they can. I think they're all pretty similar, except I feel like Navi are like the most consistent team, to be honest. It's like they've kind of shown that they just show up, they do their job, and win. So I think Rad, if they show up and play their game, they can definitely take it if they play their best.
What about Virtus Pro and Team Heretics? Because I think for both of those, there's a little bit of a question mark on how good they
Protect your
actually are. Certainly
bald
Virtus
king!
Pro, like how they're going to land in this meta.
Yeah.
1 second.
I'm not sure how that's gonna go. I think it could go either way. I'm personally rooting for Virtus Pro because my man Finzi. Shout out that.
Okay, cool. Yokoni. Okay, sorry.
I do think
Yokoni
that
with the massive.
the mask can go
Bold
either way, to
and
be honest.
dangerous!
I think they're pretty similar.
Yokoni for the
like,
massive
skill-wise,
71 months.
but
Petson with the
we'll
massive
see
5
what happens.
gifted subs.
I think
Hyde-
both matches.
Yeah,
I think both matches are gonna be really good.
Ideo Yoshi. Appreciate the massive
yeah, I
prime
think
sub.
so too. So
Petson
gonna
with
get
the
into it as soon
massive
as possible, so let you sit
20
back and enjoy
gifted
the
subs to
action.
start
Thanks
this
again for
early.
joining us, Milk
Absolutely
Boy, and good
crazy.
luck for
Gifted
stage two.
25 subs already. And
Awesome, thank you,
GD,
guys.
really? Yeah? Appreciate the massive 9 months. Banny, appreciate the
have
massive
some of
6 months.
I was gonna say local talent, but I guess not.
Good morning, chat. Good
There has
morning,
been
good
a lot
morning.
of, like,
I am
Indian
going to
players
be
playing
quiet today.
for America's teams
Yeah.
from home and stuff, right? Blur did it last year as well. Who is going to be?
I don't sound like I'm
watching
dying.
a
I have
little
to
bit
be
more
quiet.
action. But in this
I
case,
don't want to
it
wake
is,
up Emily.
a minute to go, basically, to this action. So we're going to jump into the action straight away when it comes to Navi, Tetra, and like, I don't think this team really requires much introduction.
No. I'm kidding. Looking at this team, we
Damn,
have
look at this
world
guy
champions
actually
from
up on
mid-season
normal
finals.
human
We have
hours.
potentially
7
the best
a.m.
front line,
normal human
lineup
hours?
together
Yeah,
with
you're probably on
Raj
drugs,
Rose,
kid.
some of the most consistent players
Someone
that
needs to
we
check
have.
Chocolate's house, bro. I'm
They
pretty sure there's a lot of crack.
are probably the best backline together. And then we have Jerky, who was
7
one of the
a.m.
newer
normal
players
human
added to the
hours,
team.
bro.
So
You're
far, Navi,
crazy.
since that win at mid-season, have replaced basically their entire central line here of the duelists. But Jerky has added so much flexibility to the team, and then coming into 2026 with the get of
That is not
Terra,
normal time,
the
chat.
highest damage duelist throughout the entirety of the global finals, and the player.
If you were awake during this time to go to work or go to school or do whatever, chat, or go to the gym, the police need to search your house because you're probably on drugs. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Against the third seed of Rad, Moxie, and I mean, like we just heard from Milk Boy, it's a lot closer, but who do you think are the players to be keeping an eye on that are going to give it to Navi, that are looking to sort of get qualified for the event that they won last year?
I mean, I don't think it's any specific player. I think it's more just how this team plays together, right? They've been looking really, really good.
By the
They
way,
had some
get your
insanely
channel
smart
points in,
plays
chat. Get your channel
in their
points
match
in.
yesterday
We
versus Shiki, which I think we all thought would have.
You guys have
final
a few
potential,
voting
and
going
Rad
on.
just
12
totally
people
shut
voted
down
for
Shiki.
Rad.
Like, it was not close. 3-0, and that time the storyboard was exactly the storyline of the scoreboard. So for me, it's not like one person being able to stand up to Na'Vi, it's how they can play up against Na'Vi's macro. Because Na'Vi, mechanically, all of their players are insanely high skill level, but they're also a very smart team in terms of the draft, the compositions that they play, and forcing you to basically
Win
have
rate-
to play in a way that
win
they
rate,
can then take
100%.
advantage of.
Win
Smash
rate,
there's
67%.
going up against Terra in the head-to-head. A lot of Star-Lord going to be used. A lot of Star-Lord used both times that these teams faced in a series in the group stages at Na'Vi won pretty handedly 2-0.
I
Not
see
to
with
the
the
point
massive
that
2
we
months.
saw,
Appreciate it.
the likes of level 1 Crooks Daredevil come out, but you'd have to say that like Na'Vi were the top guns in that one.
Okay, there you go.
And they will be
I
playing
can hear
first on
myself.
Celestial Husk today, the same as
You
the
sound so
last
tired.
time that these teams faced in the group stages.
We had
It
like
feels
5,
a little bit like,
6 hours
yeah,
of
Terra's
sleep,
going to be
but
the
I'm trying not
focus
to keep
attention when it
Emily
comes to like the sort of hit scan
Trying to wake
duelist.
Emily up.
And Smashness has been able to keep up, but I think you have to highlight like Crazy Kitty, what he's able to do. Whether that flexibility is going to match up to what Jericho's focusing on, who's getting to play the duelist a lot more. That feels like it's the duelist matchups with not only the heroes they play, but just also what they bring to the team. Very different.
Yeah, you have two of the best hit scan players in EMEA, like you said, and then you have one of the most flexible players in the world right now in the form of Jerky, who came in as like a Wolverine, the Jeff player before he was even a pro player for a while, and is now like a Psylocke king, can play like melee characters.
Bro, no one's wearing
Absolutely
socks,
insanely
bro. Their
versatile.
whole
But
feet.
then you have Crazy Kitty,
All their feet
who
are
has
just
a
out.
slightly smaller hero pool, but has some of the most
Walk around in the house
devastating
in
pocket
socks,
picks,
chat.
along with players like
You guys
Tanuki,
walk around the
which
house
can
in socks
really
or
shift the game
barefoot?
in Rad's favor.
Socks.
Celestial Husk is where we're starting so far. Na'Vi 4-0 on it. They haven't even dropped a point on it, I believe, either. So this has been one of the dominant games. I'll give it for you guys to go over the draft. We saw some interesting curveballs thrown in at the end of the Shikigami Rad game, but
Petsim, by
otherwise,
the way? Petsim, you're
expect some
absolutely
Gambit
crazy.
rogue bans
Appreciate it, my friend.
and sorry, a Gambit Protect and a Mantis ban. Take it away, guys.
Osama's discharge with the massive gifted sub.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate
Ryan. We're heading on in. Lugia, go on your screen right now as we wait for the draft. Lugia has been a staple of the scene since season 1, since year 1, basically, of Marvel Rivals.
Honestly,
as has
usually
WD2
sucks,
playing
but my
together
apartment has
always
been
been
81 to
delightful,
87
and
degrees, so
they
bare
have
feet
been
now.
a
Shannon,
stalwart front line, but for now, we're heading into that draft.
put your socks
That's
on.
not a
Ain't
Mantis
nobody
first
wants to
ban.
smell your
Panicking,
feet.
Moxie.
That is not a Mantis first ban, which means do Rad get the opportunity of saving it, or do they? Yeah,
Rad-
there we go. They
Rad-
pick that one up.
Rad is
instantly.
saving Mantis
So,
first and
triple
banning
strategist
Mantis.
lineup potentially for Rad.
That means
Duelist
Rad
as
was
well as
watching,
Na'Vi now seeing that Mantis save will
Swamp
remove
Gaming.
the Ultron as opposed to going for the Rogue, which Rad will now have to target out so that they can try and depower Na'Vi's choice of the Gambit. This was something that we sort of like theorized that Na'Vi
Cito?
would be holding
Appreciate
on
the
to
massive
some
prime
of their
sub, my friend. How you
strategies,
doing? How you doing?
waiting for matches later on down the line in playoffs before they really came out with their default ban line. So this could potentially have thrown a curveball into Rad's expectations, as the Rocket Raccoon is the next to go. Na'Vi getting their hands on Gambit. You do not want the Gambit Rocket Star-Lord fully empowering Terra on that duelist.
That is very interesting. Na'Vi banned Gambit first, and Rad banned Mantis
and the
first.
Raging
That's
Royal Flush with
interesting.
a single target burst. It would be a bit too hard to deal with. But so far, this is still Na'Vi looking at solid for the draft. The Cyclops is banned out by Rad, but Na'Vi still have every single tool they need. In theory, they could even secure themselves a one-sided Loki if they wanted to, but there's not a lot for Rad to steal unless they can actively use Loki to steal Gambit. But it would mean that they have the Mantis Loki team up if that's the direction they chose to go. But Na'Vi, they protect the Venom on their side.
What time is it for you right now?
Jeff is still
7
through
a.m.
as well.
And
Like
Rogue.
Rad have removed that rocket, so you are still going to
Did
have
you
the
get a new
symbiotic
phone?
shenanigans
No, I have not yet,
available
7.
for Fate to go
Soon,
Jeff, as opposed to
think.
running the Gambit rocket backline. Luna Snow is
First
now
game.
being targeted out as well, which means that Jerky will be able to get the Daredevil to go alongside that dive, as Na'Vi have proved
Also, predictions on Twitch run for
devastating
another minute,
when being
Chan, if you
able to
guys
play
wanna
off of the
predict, even though there's
information, the
really nothing to
speed
predict.
that they can set
Yeah.
up to
It's
go off of the
97% on Na'Vi,
information that
3%
Jerky
on Rad.
provides, landing these hits onto enemy backlines in such capacity that Loki players have not had the opportunity to even press shift to save themselves with the regeneration domain, as Rad secure themselves one-sided Lunar Snow, which also now bags the White Fox team up to be able to
isn't
retaliate
even
against
deep
Navi's
voice.
dive
What are you guys
before
saying,
Na'Vi
bro?
removed the
First of all,
Cyclops,
I just
taking
woke up.
away
Second of
Rad's
all, I have
poke
to whisper.
potential, but
I have to get
also
close to the mic.
declawing some of what Crazy Kitty can do if he opts for the Wolverine.
The
How
Luna
long
Snow
did you
also pretty high on the
stream
damage
yesterday? How long
output,
was
so they
yesterday's
did plan on
stream,
going
chat?
that triple
17 and a half
strategy with the
hours?
White Fox and the Mantis, then you do still have a little bit of a damage makeup there with that Luna ability to burst targets down if they can land those shots. But the Cyclops being removed, we will not be seeing Wolverine helicopter
17
from
and a
either
half
side,
hours.
but it doesn't rule out Wolverine in the general here. There is still a chance it'll be picked up. Na'Vi, though, Terra returning to what they picked up yesterday
Tetcha.
with the Hela and the Venom team up here.
They got Rogue.
They did get Rogue. It was not
Yo,
banned on either side. It was just available.
great.
It was not
Appreciate the massive
banned, and now
200
it's
bits.
available for both
Absolutely
teams,
insane.
but it's
How
more
you doing?
problematic
Well,
that
that's
Na'Vi get Rogue because they have Gambit. So if they wanted to, they could go for the Gambit Rogue Mag. They will retain, trust me, on this Venom.
Rad-
Rajara going to be playing that Rogue. There's the Star-Lord
Rad
that we
saved
expected.
Mantis,
and yeah,
but they're not
Fate
playing with
sticking with
Mantis.
this Jeff so that you can have both the speed bubbles to set up your team,
This makes-
but also
Chat,
symbiotic
this makes no
shenanigans
sense.
and the ability to heal from afar.
Why
As
would Rad save
will be playing
Mantis
that
and not
counter
play
dive
Mantis?
backline. Crazy Kitty, though, going to have to
Yeah.
try and keep a track of where exactly Jerky is. Both Daredevils giving both information to these teams to try and cancel each other's impact out.
No, they can
Rad
still
were
play
given
Mantis,
the
chat, if they
Mantis and
ban
have not
Mantis. They're
picked it
banning
up. They
Mantis
realise
for
how
Na'Vi.
devastating this dive will be, and they
They
know
s-
they need to
they
make sure that
saved
they are
Mantis.
protected. But it's not going to be enough to protect Smashness, who's taken down immediately by Rajaro, showing the power of that Rogue burst with the Gambit team up. But already switching over to the Psylocke to try and make sure they can get some pressure on, and with that little bit of extra mobility, try it and invade the dive here. But now Na'Vi already taking position on the point and will grab the first percentage here, whereas Rad are kind of just stuck on the high ground, being zoned away here.
Yeah, Rad not having that Gambit will be problematic when level 1 Crook's first ult comes through, especially because Terra's currently keeping check. Na'Vi got the first cat, but Ducky does have the first ult. Instantly, though, the elimination comes down onto Rad's line. They lose the Daredevil. It's
wait, my
traded for
dad is
Jerky at the
Yo,
least.
good morning,
but
Dad.
Na'Vi having all of that positioning,
Dad,
all of that
Dad, go
mobility
back to
around their
sleep.
players can literally just cycle their positions
Oh, yeah,
on this
wait, I
point
have
to make
Emily's
sure that
phone.
Rad can't oust them from it.
Text my dad.
Buster Barrage into the point with the Galactic Legend and the Raging Royal Flush. There's a desperate attempt to deflect from Daredevil. Smashness is on the run, but is being chased down, gets around the corner, takes cover, tracked, and Terra living up to their name as they force them all the way back to spawn. And Rad are sent scarpering once again.
Okay, but Rad did hold on to all of their ultimates, which does mean that you now have the double strategist ult
Time
fight.
to get up.
Vertigo
Dad.
will likely lose his ult to
Dad, go back
Fate,
to sleep.
whose entire job with the It Jeff
Take
is
the
to
day
hold
off,
the
Dad.
ult,
Go back to
wait for
sleep.
Vertigo to use his, and then carry him out of this team fight as Spectral Surge looking to charm and set up that dive. Feast of the Abyss, though, from Trust Me, collapses onto Rad's back line, which totally deprives Crazy Kitty of any resources to live.
Terror is down. Trust me, he's getting chased. Forced to use that symbiotic resilience. Going to get charmed. Forced to dash away, but is tracked beautifully. But Lugia tried to chase down and finish off as well, meaning that Vertigo a little bit slow with the Kumiho. The It's Jeff comes on out, not able to find the Kumiho to remove it from the board, something that Fate's been so good at. But it looks like Rad, burning through only a few of their resources here, will be
What
able to
time
get the
did you
flip
start?
before the 99, which is such an important point to get that turnaround, so that you have a little bit of extra time in case you get reverse flipped.
Yeah, but Mash is now boxed into a corner against Rajaro. Rad have to go offensively first with something like Banhammer into down to the butterflies before Na'Vi get the opportunity of collapsing onto Mash with the Heartbreaker and stealing all of that ult.
Rajaro is pressuring so aggressively.
I'm
the
happy.
CC,
I'm genuinely
the
happy
Rogue
Jay
can offer to
streams all the
stun
time.
out Lugia
No.
once
How do you
again.
stay
Ducky's
awake
immediately retreated,
the whole
trying to make
time I'm
most of the
streaming,
race.
Jack?
Fate
Go to
of
sleep,
Wolves
bro.
dropped a little bit
Go to sleep.
preemptively here, and Na'Vi can just wait this out. Dance to the butterflies to try and catch them off guard, to try and get a turnaround, but it finds nothing. Terra is out of the fight, but we're able to rejoin quickly thanks to the speed of that Star-Lord. And Rad do
my,
hold, but they have no defensive tools left. All they can do right now is land a perfect Glartrox to try and hold this, as Na'Vi look to try and push him back, look to try and grab someone out of position. The pressure onto Lugia, who's getting out this time, meaning that they can hold for just a little bit longer.
Well, Na'Vi will just wait though. because now you have free Gambit, Starlord, and Rogel to engage. At least if you're Rad, like you said, you do have the Apex Predator from Crazy Kitty to respond. If level 1 Crook opens with Gambit ult, that is the Purify on cast used up, as opposed to saving it for the Elsa, but you're wanting to set up Terror. Here comes the Starlord, Rad wanting to be able to kite this out, getting caught on the disengage by Jerky though with the let the devil out, as Na'Vi invest big time in this fight to guarantee they get the flip.
They throw everything at it, but they get the flip.
I thought this was going to be a roll, but Rad did get 78%, chat. That's good.
There's a lot of damage coming out here. They need to be careful. It's Jay. They get it. They interrupt off the side. And Na'Vi, with that, are likely going to secure round 1. There is overtime, but who's even there to contest as Na'Vi have
Drive safely, Dad. I love you.
And the Abyss feeds well today.
Oh, it's a smorgasbord. And
dude,
you know, the main dish is Rad's tears. Oh, like you have to feel for them. Na'Vi, like I said, they're such a smart team, understanding, yeah, this is a huge investment.
They win the round and they show no emotion.
They don't have enough time to be able to
if you're the best
have
team,
like
chat,
players alive to siphon their position on the point.
That was a big
They'll
swallow
have to
by
go for the strange
Fate.
TP. And then Fate like holds the Itchjaff as well, waits for all of the resources that could have potentially shielded the strange to be removed from play, and only then goes for the eat, to the point that Rad probably thought that they were safe, that they were going to have that portal, that they did not have to swap someone to something like the Spider-Man to be able to get the touch if the portal was stopped. And this is what Na'Vi are known for. Like, Fate was one of the OG Jeff players engineering.
Wait, where do you live?
How
Jay,
to play
save
the
me. I'm at
Lamb
work
Shark
and I
in
don't
pro
wanna.
play, because
It's gonna
it
be
used to be that you picked that
105
strategist,
today.
people thought you were throwing.
You were throwing or you were diving before the rework, but now it's just turned into such a big healer with the Na'Vi innovated Symbiotic Shenanigans team up with the Venom to really utilize a sort of just rolling Deathball style of composition. They've managed to make so much out of it.
And you work outside, bro. Make sure you drink water and stuff. There's like a heat wave as in there. Do not get a heat stroke, bro.
is just around the corner. Ducky, of course, will be building up an ult quite quickly as that Deadpool can build up very fast.
Yeah, but Terra can look for picks. He's off the Star-Lord onto that Hela, so he is going to be more vulnerable, as Rad now do have an easy dive target to go for. Crazy Kitty with the Apex Predator sets up the picks onto Na'Vi's front line. And trust me, he's actually going to invest the piece of the Abyss, applying the anti-heal on the backline. Na'Vi wanting to keep fighting this, wanting to get trades onto Rad's players, but also stall out the amount of point percent that they pick up from those early eliminations.
Terra's caught on the retreat. No ultimates burned outside of the Apex Predator to take out Terra from Crazy Kitty. Meaning that Na'Vi, they burned the feast from the Abyss, and all they really did was delay the percentage so that Rad are almost up to a dance of the butterfly.
But he has the heart of a normal person.
Fate of both worlds and Freedom Charge. This is Rad about to have a pretty significant
I am a normal person.
advantage.
Bald people are normal people. What?
Good Na'Vi can play the slow roll, and that's a great way to do it. Pick people off one by one. Vertigo and Crazy Kitty taken out. Dance of the Butterfly finds nothing. Terra barely makes it out alive, but he does make it out, which is important. Fate of both worlds is gonna be dropped here just to try and delay. Freedom Charge is laid on top of it though, meaning all the defensive tools are used up. Unless Vertigo can make it back to this fight in time, then this might be going Na'Vi's way. Rajaro has fallen, is out the fight for a little bit as Crazy Kitty is coming in to reinforce.
That's panic comms. Like, Rad, one of their players who went down early, swapped to the Strange.
Wait, Rad is doing really well, bro.
A defensive ultimate to stall for time, so we
Rad
will
might be able to take a round off of Na'Vi.
Now you've overlapped
the
cap and the Luna ult at the same time. Na'Vi more than happy to just try and disengage, wait for a regroup, and set up with this unmatched raging roll flush from Crook. Vertigo does have that Kumiho, but Fate will take it off of the board as well as potentially off of the
come into my
map
room,
with
but
the
he's not going to come into
Itchjaff.
my room. He's just going to...
Trying to make a run for it. Head to the edge. There goes Vertigo. Catches themselves. Teleports back with the Spirit Shield. But the numbers are heavily in Rad's favor. It's a 4-for-1 here. Trust me, barely makes it out once again, but with the symbiotic shenanigans, they heal everyone up. Fate gets out of there without going down to Lugia Goat, and Rad lose the point. Na'Vi's patience pays off. They now have the point.
This is really good for Rad, chat.
In their favor.
Yeah, and they'll have all of the information.
I mean, they don't have any
because
ults right
Rad
now,
have
but
gone
Na'Vi
away
just
from
used
the Daredevil
both
match,
support.
so Jerky knows exactly where Rad will be
ults.
rotating from to hit them early with things like the Let the Devil Out or the Feast of the Abyss. As Terra now gets some more breathing room to be able to work the off angles before Rad can get the drop onto him, looking for that soul drainer, setting up Rajari, sending in deep with the Heartbreaker and stealing away all of the potential ult charge that Rad have to be able to react. That is fight done.
Rajaro piling on.
That was
the pressure.
good,
The
but they
damage
didn't even
boost
have
is
any
just
ult charge to
so
start with.
good. With the Hearts as one team up. Rad going to be regrouping here. Smash as a crazy kitty, just going to back up, make their way back to the rest of the team. They've got 84%. There is a chance that they could get the flip here, but they just need to not be burning too many resources here.
Yeah.
There is 68% towards
Did you
Fate
just
of
wake
both
up,
worlds.
Jay?
They
I woke
have
up
Dance
like
of the Butterflies, but Na'Vi,
45
they
minutes
don't
ago.
currently have their defensive tools to try and survive it. They're just going to have to group up or use their mobility to avoid the danger here. As Smashnez is chased down, and that's one way to avoid the danger.
Wait, he used his ult.
Smashnez tried to ult to save himself, to go invulnerable before Na'Vi get the elimination off onto him. Unfortunately loses his life before he can. Big Apex Predator though from Crazy Kitty. Starts finding trades back into Rad's favor. Freedom charge from Lugia. Goat Terror trying to rip away all of that additional health with the Goddess of Death. Holds Rad off from being able to walk and actually commit to the point of the eliminations that they picked up previous.
In comes the dive. Lugia picked off, tried to get onto the point to just get a little bit of a delay. Bad Hammer comes on out from Ducky as it's the full engage from Rad. They're out of time to wait. They've got a 1-for-1. Now is the time to pull the trigger, but with the Raging Royal Flush into the backline, Jerky puts the pressure on and wipes the strategist line. Deleted from the board, and with that, all sustain that Rad could have had is gone.
Bro,
Lugia's looking for
Rad
a fall, the only person close to the point
could have
though is
won this
Crazy Kitty,
so
who
hard,
cannot
bro.
touch,
They had
cannot
84%.
delay, and
Na'Vi just used both
Na'Vi take
support
the
ults.
first
I mean,
map
they
in a
have
2-0.
the other ults, but like Rad, all they had to do was just
moments
bait
of
out all those
strength that
ults,
you
go
can
in,
see from
and then
Rad there, like
and then they had their
panicking,
support
trying
ults
to
first,
live
and then
with
they
the
just win because of
Psylocke
support
ult
ults. But they
because
kind of
you're
fumbled the
being
ball
totally
there.
marked and scouted by Jerky on the Daredevil, overlapping the
They
Luna
kinda-
and
they
the
kinda
Capel
fumbled
though.
the
That's
ball.
what truly cost them, because like when Na'Vi used that Raging Roll Flush for the retake, they got the pickup onto Crook. There was no Galactic Legend to pair alongside it. It wasn't
save
the
the
total
Mantis,
fight
chat, and they
win
didn't even play
that
the
it
Mantis.
would have been with that combination in play. If you had Freedom Charge there, you probably hold the fight. So we can see the potential for Rad. It's just that Na'Vi are putting them through so much pressure. Like, this is the true test. If you want to be a top 3 team, you have to prove that you can hold your own against the strain that Na'Vi will put you under.
Not time to do it though. It's a best of 5. We'll find out more after this.
That is crazy. Damn, Jay, go to bed. I slept for like 6 hours last night, chat. I'm good. You sound so sleepy. I thought you said Boger was crying to get into the room. I think that's not me. Even if I was tired, I don't think that's me. I think that's you. I said Boba. Also, what time do we start tomorrow, chat? Let's see. Tomorrow we start at... Tomorrow we start at 7 a.m. again. Renko with the massive 2 months. Absolutely insane. Chopsticks for 45 months as well. Absolutely crazy. Lazara with the massive 2 months. Appreciate it, bro. NA starts at 4 p.m. Chat, 4 p.m. Dude. Why do we start at 7 a.m. for 3 days in a row, chat? Do you think Namor would be better if he was delayed hit scan instead of projectile? What do you mean delayed hit scan? I think you literally just described a delayed hit scan as a projectile. I think you literally just said projectile twice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Bro, you could sleep, we don't mind. I mind. This wouldn't be the best watch party if I didn't watch the games, chat. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Don't ever sleep again. What? Yeah, they only had one match. 7 with the massive dono on YouTube. I appreciate it, my friend. You're too kind. You're too kind. Delayed hit scan is like Spidey's hook. I think Namor is good where he's at, chat. Yeah. Old people don't need sleep. Don't old people go to bed at like 6 o'clock? Jay, is the tournament going according to your predictions? So far, out of 8 games, I had 7 predictions right. I don't know why you think there's a J3 curse, but there is no such thing as a J3 curse.
I outnumber you. Your powers are mine.
Sentinel, I did not curse Sentinels, chat. Sentinels. I don't know what the hell Sentinels was doing yesterday, but they seemed very lost. I think there's a few teams that are going to look for a lot of changes. I think for an example, we have 10 seconds, chat. I think if TSM doesn't do really well or step their shit up, I think TSM is probably going to drop their players. TSM is not looking good right now. Sentinels needs to step their shit up too.
We are on a heater right now. Brad are looking a little bit more cooked than what they used to. Mostly chopped, but not as much cooked off of how that first map had been going. But obviously, as we're into the summer season now, we've just passed midsummer, so it's going to start to get slowly darker, colder. Now's the best time to get out your best swimsuits as I've had some pretty good luck, I think. Aramori was saying on stream yesterday that she got her first skin in 2 and then the next one straight afterwards. I think, Moxie, you've been pretty lucky with being able to get these skins in-game as well, so it's trying your luck. It's going to be available for the rest of this month at the very least, so even if you don't have the chance now, you're too busy watching the games that you don't have time to play the game, then you have at least a few more weeks after the fact as we are looking at the season finals in the future. Speaking of which, eyes are certainly on qualifying for Na'Vi as they made quick work of Rad, much like last time on Celestial Husk.
Oh wait, I think whoever wins this does make it to
the draft. There's a lot of
they
cases
do
where,
make
like,
it to
Rogue is an interesting
the grand finals. They make it to LAN. If they win this, chat, they make it to LAN.
First, and you don't have a good chance
which is obvious, right? Navi's gonna win.
Like a bit of a misstep.
Yeah, like, if they had the Loki, then I think the one-sided Mantis would have worked better. One, because you could have copied the
quiet
Gambit
'cause it's
ult with your
morning? No,
Loki,
chat,
and
I'm
two,
quiet
because it would actually
because my
give damage
partner
boost
is
properties
sleeping.
to the regeneration cooldown.
And I am very
ability.
loud
So
when it comes to
Na'Vi
streaming.
totally correct in removing the Loki
Has anyone
in the ban
played today
draft.
or yesterday?
Like,
Yesterday
for
there was
Rad,
8
I think
games.
they wanted
Today
to
we
get
just
the
started.
White
This
Fox
is the first
Luna,
game.
and we're banking on that being able to shut down the dive. But as we've seen so many times from Na'Vi with players like Jerky on the Daredevil, even though White
Oh,
Fox
has
and
anyone
Luna
played
do match up
Blade? Sorry.
better into the dive as opposed to something like
no.
that Loki off of how easy it can be
This,
to jump.
I feel
the God
like,
of Mischief.
and I don't know,
You don't
chat
have as
could
much
probably
crowd
agree
control
here, but I
as
do
you
think
do
this
for
is
the
one
Luna
of the
White
most
Fox. You can
like,
see in terms of
diverse
casualties that Rad were not able
pro
to make that
games
counter dive backline
pro-
work against
matches we've
Na'Vi
seen.
off
There's
of
been a
just
lot
the
of like
different
different
directions that Na'Vi
characters.
would dive them from, so that both Vertigo and Mash did not really get the opportunity of shutting down any one specific piece.
Tetra, considering it was a 2-0 on Celestial Host, there's quite a lot of eliminations even going against Na'Vi. It was trading either
I've
side,
barely
but I
played
think
since
Fate standing
beta.
out
Is the game
16
super
on
different, or
the
will I be
Jeff,
able to hop back
having
in?
the
Well,
combination with Trust Me, and this would be my argument.
you've
of like,
missed
yeah, like,
about
not
2
banning the Rogue is the
years
problem when the
almost
Gambit's
of
been let through.
updates
The
and
problem is if
characters
you
and
ban out
stuff,
the
so I
Rogue,
would say
then
it's a little
Na'Vi
different,
will just
yeah.
go Venom, Deadpool, and then you have another team up with the Jeff. It feels like you can't really ban out these players because not only are they flexible enough, but they also know.
Wait,
every
Honey
single
Badger is
team up
here?
hand in hand out
Damn,
that
Honey
isn't getting
Badger,
the main
okay.
focus in the draft, because who's focusing too much on symbiotic shenanigans right now? You know.
Also, as a quick reminder, that one time Fate went down was when he himself went off
Yeah.
the
Jumped
map,
off the map,
with,
yeah.
With the
Doctor
Strange.
He had a essentially perfect game outside of a noble sacrifice jumping on
Good
the
morning.
grenade. This team, they have, like you say, they're so very effective with the team ups they use. The Rogue
17 and a half
available.
hour
Oh
stream.
no, now we have the Jeff. Oh no, now we have the Star-Lord and the Rocket. The strategists are so much of an anchor around so many
I
of
think
those
people play
compositions
Hella instead
because
of
Na'Vi know that you can always trust Fate and Crook to have their back
Phoenix.
and to do what needs to be done.
People don't play Phoenix anymore, they play Hella.
We're going onto the map choice of Rad. There's a couple of other options that I guess that they could have in any given moment. Jali has been the most popular one, but that's also not been a bad map for Na'Vi. Spider Islands is where we're going to be heading. The one time that they picked it was up against Pulsar, where it very much got very interesting with the draft adjusting to how things were going. I think the problem, Moxie, is like adjusting the draft against Na'Vi feels like you're constantly fighting a losing battle, but we'll see exactly what the adjustments are going to be from Rad going into this one.
Okay, I think we see the Gambit save from Rad. I think
hope
that's
so.
the main adjustment, because honestly, like the biggest outlier for me when we looked at those stats just then, nope, they will continue.
Okay.
Oh no, there we go. It is.
Okay,
It is
yeah.
both teams going for the Mantis into the Gambit.
So-
Yeah. The largest outlier for me
so
when we looked at
Rad
the stats
saved the
just then
Mantis
from
last
Celestial
game,
Host
but they didn't
was
even
that
use
Na'Vi
Mantis the whole
strategists
time.
both healed 21k. Rad strategists both were not able to breach 15,000. So you can see like the speed that Na'Vi were able to lock up those eliminations and just how little impact Rad's backline were able to have. As we are speeding through this fan draft, Tetra, both of these teams know exactly what they want
No
to
way.
secure.
Yo,
just to
Pixelon with the
elaborate on what you
massive
said here,
dono,
we're so
appreciate it.
far
Are
from the
you
days of, like,
1-7's
last year
friend
and the year
7? Are you?
before, where
Do you have your
so
friend here?
much of the meta was based around. Sorry, much of the
Appreciate it,
stats
guys.
you'd see,
Appreciate it,
Oh, the
appreciate
losing
it.
team has more healing because they took more damage and went down more often. We're very much in the era of we do enough damage now that you don't get a chance to heal. You don't get a chance to react.
Yeah,
Na'Vi
I actually
are gonna
don't
be able to
know
secure
exactly
themselves
why.
that
Ooh,
Cyclops,
the
someone who's no
Cyclops
stranger to
save
enough damage
from
to
Na'Vi.
find
I
out
actually
React
don't
and
know
immediately
why.
Rad are like, nope, no thank you. Take away the Wolverine.
People are
We
picking
not
Hella
dealing
over-
with that. Our front line is good.
Oh, it's because maybe the Hella has the team up with the Venom.
Force Na'Vi to ban out the Cyclops of their own.
Yeah, but if you're Na'Vi, you're actually really happy with how
Yeah.
this has gone, because you have Rogue, you have Gambit, you have Star-Lord, you have Loki.
Yeah.
The save onto the Cyclops, like Na'Vi potentially would not even have played it. It's more to force Rad to have to respond with a Wolverine ban, which then means that Na'Vi get so many more pieces
Protect your
to
ball,
compile around
Yo,
this Gambit
sweet roll.
composition.
Appreciate the massive
which
12
they
months,
will
my
be
friend.
able to build. They still have the Venom, they still have the Jeff. If they want to go the direction of symbiotic shenanigans, they will remove the Cyclops so that Rad lose that team up. and Crazy Kitty is not as problematic, especially if Na'Vi do want to go for something like the Venom. Wolverine can be very much an issue because you don't have to play super aggressive. With that Duelist, you can literally just babysit your backline, play a little bit more passive, know that the Venom eventually does have to commit his position physically to where he will dive, so that the Wolverine can look for the grab to keep his backline safe, as Na'Vi will be starting on the defense, and yeah, there we go. Rogue secured, so Rajara will be playing that one. Trust me, not on the Vanguard Deadpool, because you have the Venom to pair alongside Fate's Jeff, so you have both dive to be able to keep Rad occupied, and poke with that Cyclops to be able to have impact when Rad aren't able to turn around and look directly at you.
Navi's draft is so hard to deal with in general.
this
You
chat.
brought it up that
J camera,
you've taken away
yep,
some of
thank
the
you.
best tools, but they still have all the Navi tools. It's like if someone in the comics or the movies get... Oh, Wolverine go for a sail there. It's like if someone in the movies or the comics gave the Hulk a gun. Yeah, you can take the gun away from him, but he's still the Hulk. He's still going to cause problems for you, as Crazy Kitty is on the scout with the Hulk, ironically, to see if there is anyone to get a quick cheeky isolation on. Goes over, comes back, gets just so close to them, and finally grabs them, takes them over the edge.
Dude,
And it's a huge
Wolverine
amount of
players
damage on the
are
Trophy, trying to hold
cracked.
them in place, prevent them from
They're, like,
escaping,
on
but the
crack.
symbiotic resilience is just
That
too
crack.
much, and losing Smashness, it's Rad forced back into the spawn doors again.
Yeah, Rad try everything. Like, Vertigo starts on Invisible Woman, Ducky on the Emma, so that once Crazy Kitty's been able to find that grab onto Trust Me off of the fastball into the shift, you have more CEC to be able to hold the Venom's position, but so much healing from Fate with the symbiote shenanigans, and then no attention towards Terra and Jerky mean that Rad lose 2 players and have to go back to the drawing board. Crazy Kitty getting stunned up. Ducky off of the Emma onto the mag does provide the bulwark for him to be able to survive, but in all that time, no one's actually scouting what Jerky is up to. Crazy Kitty's called in to keep the Psylocke off of the backline, but not a lot's really happening in terms of Rad progressing this map forward, so if you're Na'Vi, you're happy with how long, how much space that you have to be able to roam and shut this attack down.
The Rogue continuing to cause a lot of grief, making it through the bad phase for the second time in a row. And Rad are forced back once again. They keep making it to the objective, unleashing everything, and Na'Vi survive. And that's just the biggest issue. They get a huge engagement to Trust Me. He lives. They get a huge amount of damage onto Rajaro and Terra. They live. It's just consistently Na'Vi saying, nah, I'd win, as they keep the pressure on and set up flanks, as the Ruby Rage is at the ready. Here comes the Rage of Royal Flush. Not going to be able to catch everyone here, as Brooke barely escaping for the full engage. Jerky finds Vertigo on the backline, and Terra is literally just playing Duck Cup back here, finding everyone as they try to retreat, but there's nowhere to run when the leader of the X-Men is chasing you down.
Rad is playing so
Smashness
split right
even
now,
tries
Chad.
to
How are they
invest the
supposed to?
Apex Predator just
How are they
so that
supposed
Rad
to
can
win
find
against
some
Na'Vi when they're
elimination.
so
Jerky
split?
is shut down by Ducky before he can get the iframes of the Dance of the Butterflies, so he loses that ultimate totally, and Rad now have a little bit more space to be able to work with. Feast of the Abyss forces Fate of both worlds, but Fate just eats the rest of the team. Ducky shuts it down with Meteor Am, at least CC immunity into the one-shot potential to take the Jeff the Land Shark out, and Rad continue this movement that they've been able to find. So far, no one from Na'Vi actually swapping to this range to be able to portal back, because they should just be able to get the touch off of Presence alone.
They've given up on the Hulk, no more fastball. It's all about Crazy Kitty giving themselves that mobility now. With Lugia Go fully charged up on the Freedom Charge, which they will drop for the defensive setup here so that they can try and push in further up to the high ground, sending Crook down to the ground. The front line is deleted for Na'Vi here, and Terra wants none of the smoke. Gonna pull back, try and regroup with the team, may even run off the edge here, and will do
How
so.
tired
Taking out
are
by
you?
Bash on the
110?
way out, just so they can regroup with their
Probably
team.
like a
Crook is
G.
down. But
Maybe an
Terra's
F.
actually still retreating, still trying to make it back to the rest of their team. Will catch up to Fate, so doesn't need to worry about Lugia anymore. And in fact, we'll just take some of the hits to give Fate a bit more ult charge.
Yeah, smart play from Rad to start with Freedom Charge before Rajara can drain it away with the Heartbreaker. So Na'Vi try to play slow, wait for Freedom Charge to be done, and then hit with their ultimates, but they hit by the last stand instead. You've still got that Heartbreaker and Ruby Rage in pocket to be able to force Rad all the way back into spawn. So you're looking at MASH being able to use this Gambit ult and match Crook, but Na'Vi having 2 ultimates to go alongside it can easily overwhelm the attack. Ruby Rage connects onto Vertigo, which means even though Rad do get the Gambit ult, they commit it?
They committed.
2 players down. Rad used the Raging Roll flush, which forces Crook to have to match.
Yeah, I think Rad looks very lost right now, chat.
Here, but it still
I don't think you're going to be able to. You're not going to be able to beat Na'Vi if you seem lost.
Stuck in spawn. Na'Vi are able to hold out. Terra takes a lot of damage there. Has to repulse to get away to make sure they don't get caught out of position here. But still continues to just ping from a distance. You can see Smashness take it to the high ground, trying to find the angle to engage. But here comes the Heartbreaker from Rajaro to force everyone out of position. Finds the backline, finds the front line, body blocks to trap out Ducky, who's taken down once again. And you only need to take down one for Rad each time just to keep them back here, keep them staggered, because it's working so well for Na'Vi to not really have to overcommit yet, because Rad are making any progress.
Yeah,
There's
that
no
was...
need to yet.
Yeah, be content with the space that you have.
When are they going to bring back
one of the
Royal
hardest
Palace? Are
things
you
for
talking about
defensive
that,
teams to be that disciplined as we get down to the butterflies.
that Loki King of the Hill map? Yeah, no, we don't need that in
totally
ranked.
avoids
It's in quick
the
play,
damage
though.
from Smash Naz.
Goes down.
It is in quick
Does
play.
go down to Lugia go after, though. So Rad have finally been able to make the inroads that they were looking for, both with their presence from the high ground, and Crazy Kitty also unmatched on that Daredevil. We'll see if Jerky decides to swap to be able to match it. Yeah, there we go. Information for information,
that
setup for
map
setup
out.
from
Chat,
both
that
of
map
these
is
teams.
so
But Rad
bad.
now having snowball potential. You've got Pedophile
The map is
that's
really...
likely going to be
There's
caused by
two
Trust
really
Me
good
diving
points,
in deep
but
with
that
Feast of
one
the
map
Abyss,
with
but
that
there's
like
not a
middle
lot of
thing and you
follow-up
could
from
break
the
that
rest
middle
of Navi's
thing and
players.
then
It's only Ducky
and you
trying
could
to
drop
hold
into
the space
that
with the
map
Nietzsche,
is
but he gets
shit.
taken out by Terra, forcing Vertigo now to have to use the Luna ult in neutral.
Oh, he's gonna ult. He's gonna ult.
High raise with Ruby Rage, blockable by Meteor M, but it finds
Terra. You know, I'm so glad that actually happens to the pros too.
Consistently regenerating bonus health. They force everyone from Na'Vi off the point, and now it's all about the stagger. Chase down everyone you can. Take out Jerky. Take down Rajaro. Portal's coming out to prevent the capture here, but there's a lot of damage coming in from Terra, who has to drop the portal ASAP to make sure he's not interrupted. But the team are still only just respawning. They'll make it for the interrupt, but they can't step forward. They have to wait for everyone. But the Symbiotic Brazilians coming
Typical
on
J3
out.
Cyclops ult. Are you guys
Putting extra
comparing
healing into the backline. Vertigo's
Terra
getting
to me?
focused down so much, it's nowhere
Terra
near
needs
ultimate.
years to be
Keeps
as
the
good
top
as me,
dog.
chat.
Jerky is taken down. Smashness falls. Lugia falls. Lugia is alive. Lugia gets out of there. He's still in the fight, barely getting out of there. Turns it off to Trust Me immediately to keep that pressure onto the point, as Trust Me is dancing back and forth to keep the pressure to stop that point from moving, but they're taken down. Jerky makes their way back in for the contest. Terra is holding it. It's almost got himself Aya Wakamoto to delay this. It's overtime.
Do they know they had a touch point?
Counter portal comes on out from Rad to keep the fight going, but still no sustain tools. Vertigo swapped over to the Loki for the regeneration domain, but will there be anyone to use it
look
on?
at the
As
poor
they try and
Mag.
make
The
it
poor
through
Mag
ball.
was stuck
It's
in the
Jeff
corner.
Removes them from the board, and Na'Vi put
The
a
poor
stop to
Mag
Rad's
was
offense.
just
Yeah,
shoved in
Na'Vi
a
does hit too
locker,
many
chat.
ults in the OT. Like, Lugia does so much work on that Captain America, running at Crook, zoning him out of the fight, making it so much harder
The poor
for Na'Vi to
Magneto
be
looked
able
like
to
me if
hold
I
on
ever
off
met
of
you guys
Jet Fuel's
in like
alone,
high
but
school.
Symbiotic
Shoving you guys in
Shenanigans
the
gets the
locker.
job done into the It's Jeff, and then you have so many ults.
Funny
that you
enough,
get those picks off
my
onto Red's
whole
players, you force
grade
them to have
school
to use a counter
experience,
TP.
I've never
Like
used
you
a
said,
locker in my
Vertigo
life.
even goes for the Loki to use regeneration domain just so that you have that extra layer of
I've never
sustainability,
used
and
never
it's all
used the
shut
locker.
down by the It's Jeff from Fate. Valuable effort from Rad, very much valiant off of how close to a full hold, honestly.
I never
It
needed
started
a
looking like
needed a
for
locker.
how
I don't
long
know.
it took
I
to
thought
be able
getting
to
a
walk
locker
out of that
was
spawn, but some very
weird.
smart swaps onto the Daredevil and the Cap, which Na'Vi then matched with a Daredevil of their own. Did somewhat even the playing field for a little bit of time.
Like you never.
It was a valiant offense,
Yeah, we
like
just have
you
our
say, but
backpacks,
now
but
it's
you
all
never have
down
to bring like
the
those huge
defense, and you can see some
textbooks to
very
schools.
slight adjustments coming on in here. They're sticking with the Daredevil from the start this time. Not going to be starting with the Wolverine. They want to make sure they can match Na'Vi if they come out with the aggressive Daredevil of their own, which they're going to be doing so. Terra sticking with that Cyclops.
Yeah,
that
so,
damage output's
like,
been doing wonders for them, especially against Ducky. Turns out concussive energy blasts from the punch dimension are not absorbable by magnets, so pretty easy to just snipe them during the Meteor M if need be. But for now, it's all about the just Na'Vi trying to get into the backline, take out Daredevil early, remove the information, but Crazy Kitty will barely be able to get away. He re-engages, gets reinforcement, everyone shows up, and they will force Na'Vi off the high ground. But while all this is happening, the cart's moving.
Yeah, cart's moving. No cap to stall it. Since you're having to lane stack alongside Crazy Kitty as Na'Vi tried to
we don't have
overwhelm that
lockers. I have
off
2
angle to
bags.
get their
You
rogue
take
into
2
the back line,
backpacks
which
to
means that
school?
no eliminations, but look at the amount of space that they've been able to force Rad to have to give up. All the while, that objective moves totally uncontested. As you're
That's
now down
crazy.
Crazy Kitty, you're down that information of knowing
Nope.
when
I just said
Na'Vi
that's
will
crazy,
show
and they
up.
said Crazy Kitty.
Ducky does get Fate out of this, so it's only heals for level 1 Crook, but that just means that Na'Vi will be able to hit that Raging Roar flush really quickly.
I don't know. I don't want to brag, but I was that cool kid in school. I used those, chat, what are they called? You remember the Heelys?
Usually comes out ahead in those fights because
Those shoes with the rollerblades in them, and then I used to have a rolling backpack.
Comes on out early.
Yeah, man, I used to be really cool.
They can try and keep the fight going with the Ruby Rage. Takes out Vertigo onto the backline. Meteorite looking for some kind of counterplay, but Terra's got a beautiful flank going on here to try and get onto the backline. Crazy Kitty being tracked down. It's the duel in the sky, but Terra has the aerial advantage with the
Oh
knockback
my
from their own
god.
blast. Takes them out
2
with the melee.
DPS
Smash
go on
has finished
Terra,
off at
and
the
they
end,
both
and
lose.
Na'Vi take a pretty scrappy but very convincing fight.
Terra wins 1v2 against the Daredevil Psylocke. Now, granted, it was more 1v1 and then 1v1 after because Smashnez is staggered from when he's able to
Jay3,
find the
you
fight
and cool
versus
don't belong
Cyclops
in the
as
same
opposed to
sentence.
jumping at the same time with Crazy Kitty and trying to
How about
overwhelm.
you and
But
eat my ass?
Still, a huge fight win for Na'Vi as they pick up
I am the
first point
coolest
very quickly.
person
But have
ever.
to find a way of slowing down what Na'Vi are able to just force them to give up yet more space. But Na'Vi are totally relentless. This is what we've seen from them in the past. Gain 1 point and then use ults to force the defense to give everything else up so that you take it down to one last fight as it's Jeff gains on to Lugia Goat, meaning no cap stall on the objective.
Damn,
Na'Vi
poor guy, bro.
continue
Got
pushing
put in a
Rad back.
corner and bullied.
Bit by bit, Fate was actually using that ult defensively, just found the cap by mistake by the looks of it, or at least just saw him way better than I did. Fate does go down to Crazy Kitty, who's piling some pressure onto the backline with the help of Vertigo, who immediately gets locked down the second that Fate of both worlds ends up and keeps the pressure on, chasing them down. And this is Na'Vi once again taking a little bit of a back and forth, but the second they start getting the momentum, it just snowballs. They're pushing forward. You can see that finish line, that blue line.
I want to see
at the
Terra
end of the
stats.
path, right before second objective here. And Brad,
I feel like
aren't
this
even
guy has
all
been
up
free
yet. Only
shooting the whole
just
game.
respawning to group up forward. Raging Roll Flush comes on out, Jerky into the backline, immediately Ducky falls that huge amount of sustain, and Lugia may have to ult just to stop the point from going down here, and they will do so. This is going to have to be a Ducky portal if they want any chance of doing this, but no, they're just going to hope that Lugia can tank this out and make the way in. Here comes the portal. They know they have to delay this. Lugia is giving everything they can, but it's a 1 versus 6 right now. Portal comes on out. Vertigo once again bringing out the Loki for that little bit of extra sustain with the regeneration domain to try and keep the fight going every second longer, but it's too late for Strange. It's too late for the front line. It's too late for Crazy Kitty, who's sent back through the portal to try and buy time. They buy as much as they can, but the damage output from Crook even is able to just pile on the anti-heal, pile on the burst, and it's Jeff, just to guarantee that no one else can come in for the reinforcement. That's going to be a double grab,
GG's chat.
and the car moves forward. Spider Zero reaches the end, and Na'Vi extend their lead.
Oh, portal recontests always have the same issue. You control 0 angles when you pile out. You have to rely on ultimates to be able to stabilize your position, which means that Terra totally uncontested. Here's the portal.
Jay, why
moves
aren't you
behind
playing?
it, sits on the off
If I was
angle,
playing, it would
and
be really
just
unfair for a
chips
lot
in
of people,
so
and I'd
much
just be winning
damage
all the
to
tournaments,
be able
chat. So I'm
gain
trying to
those
give some other
eliminations for
people,
Na'Vi
you know,
before
to have their
Rad can
fun.
hit win conditions to be able to sweep that fight in their favor. Fate even using the HGF to get the grab.
Yeah,
Like
for your
jumping the
team.
shark literally up against the Loki clones to make sure that Vertigo does not get to keep healing his team.
Nah, chat, you
and
know,
be able to keep Rad
if
in
I
that
played in
fight
every
for
single
longer,
tournament and won every
as
single
we will
tournament,
have to
chat, it
see
just
if
wouldn't
Rad
be
can
fun.
continue
It
in
wouldn't be
this
fair.
series longer.
So
It's
I just
match
want
point
people to
after
have
this
their
break.
fun. Oh, we're going on a break. Me when I'm insane. You, the shit that you type, you are insane. Can't stop watching that Punisher one pump Phoenix clip, bro. That is the funniest clip ever. What is the local time for you? It is 7:48 a.m. How much sleep did you end up getting? I don't know, like, I went to bed after the last game. What was the last game? Ended at like what, 12? So I probably went to bed at like 12:31. So about what, 5 hours? 5-6 hours? 6 7? No, 5-6 hours. Listen, chat. I am completely awake, bro. I just have to whisper because Emily is sleeping and I don't want her to get mad. How's the phone situation? Horrible. Horrible. That's why I am getting close to my mic and I am whispering, chat. I'm sorry. When do you get time for the gym? I take a day off. How many subs to scream out loud? Donate me 20,000 subs right now and I'll scream. What? Yesterday you slept on the sofa. That's why you're so tame today compared to yesterday night. What? Why would I sleep on the sofa, chat? I'm going to sleep in my bed. Also, we have a guest bedroom. Why would I not just sleep in the guest bedroom? Can I get in the guest bedroom? No. Get away from me. Rad, come back in. If Rad ends up coming back and winning, I will shave off every single hair on my body. Not even shave. I will wax off every single piece of hair. Live. On camera. Oh, dude, where's Seven? Is this Seven's friend again? Brooklyn with the massive dono again. Fan from Hong Kong. Have a good one, Jay. Appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it. You guys are too nice. Careful with these promises. Do you guys really think that Navi is going to lose? Navi, I think, is the best. I want to say one of the best with Virtus Pro. Even though I think Virtus Pro does not beat Navi. So Navi is the best EMEA team. Wait, it took so long. You forgot Heretics? I don't think Navi beats... I don't think Team Heretics beats Navi. And I don't think Team Heretics beats Virtus Pro. Team Heretics has a better chance of beating Virtus Pro than they do have beating Navi. Does 100 Thieves play again today, or is it not like that? No, 100 Thieves plays today. 100 Thieves plays 100 Thieves plays Swamp Gaming. Which I think 100 Thieves is going to lose. Is like, they're going to lose 0-3. Yo, what's up, Brandon? I hope Navi gets a bad case of STD. What?
Spider Island's not quite going the way of Rad Esports, and Na'Vi have found themselves one map win away from qualifying for the event that they won last year, the mid-season finals. Joining us alongside myself is Tetra and Moxie, who I feel we were sort of expecting this kind of like almost like one-sidedness to an extent, where Na'Vi were looking like the top team, Tetra. What we didn't expect is that like Na'Vi just don't seem to be movable at all with the draft. It feels that whatever composition they play is
STD as in Stick Drift Boomer 3.
I mentioned it
that doesn't make any
game,
sense.
like building on something that
Na'Vi needs
said earlier,
Stick
and
Drift.
that you've banned out all of the best characters, or you target ban something of Na'Vi's. Oh no, they've either got the best meta roster, or you've let through one tiny thing like the Rogue or the Cyclops, and suddenly you've got the best player at that hero has just been given it. You can't ban the pocket picks, you can't ban the meta, you can't ban the multiple like good strategies that Na'Vi just has sitting in their pool here.
Last game, he went 35 kills, 2 deaths.
Na'Vi yet no one figured it out.
And it feels like with the sort of looking at the best players in certain roles, Moxie, the one
Can you
thing
explain
that you
what
could maybe
happens
say
after
Na'Vi
this
were
tournament?
lacking
What's
from,
next?
Like last year
Do they,
was
if they
like
lose their
that
out completely,
S-tier poster boy
the
duelist,
best
they picked him
3
up in their
teams
right.
from
He's been
EMEA and NA do
Yeah,
move
and you
on
can
to
see,
a
like, the
LAN
space that he got to work
mid-season
with
finals,
on Spider Islands, we were
which is
following
going to
his
be
POV
next.
for a huge
So
amount
instead
of
of being
time.
online
And
play
he
like
would
it is
just be
right now,
walking
they're all
around
going to
the map,
be
walking behind Rad's own
at the
spawn
LAN
room,
event, which I don't know where it is.
Totally
They haven't announced anything, I
uncontested
believe.
off of how occupied Rad's team had to be with dealing
And
with
they play,
the rest of
instead of for
Na'Vi, and I
like
think, like, the fact that
200,000, they
he
play
was
for
able
like
to get that much
500,000, like
damage,
a
he
million.
outdamaged everyone in the lobby by a good 10,000. Goes to show that he's able to hit his shots, but also find the eliminations off of the back of them as well. So every time that Rad were looking at the Vanguards or trying to hit the backline with things like their Daredevil or their Dive, no one was really keeping an eye on what exactly Terra was up to. I was like, in the composition they were playing, if you're wanting to go and mark that Cyclops, it has to be the job of something like the Psylocke, but we were just seeing a total absence of where Smashness was playing in regards to where Terra was.
Looking into this third map in the best of 5 could potentially go all of the
Why
way,
did these
but it
room
would
cams look
require
so
Tetra
sad and
Rad to
dark
turn this
and
around on
empty?
another map choice. This time, however,
Yeah,
it
it's their
has to be
bedrooms most of the time.
Convergence.
What do you
We've seen
want?
them sort
What
of
do you
pick
want?
the likes of Jolly
Do you
in the
want
past
them to
in
have a
Central
stripper
Park,
pole in
but
their
these are
room or
also
something?
well-versed maps. In fact, for like Na'Vi, they've played everything this year apart from Shin Shibuya or Symbiotic Service.
It's just-
which
it's
maybe
just a-
could be an
it's
option
just
for
their
Rad because they're
bedroom.
3-0 on Clintar. It has been going relatively well for them, but it has been picked against them for the most part, not for them.
Yeah, the question is how confident are they on utilizing that pick to try and catch Na'Vi off guard, but how can you catch a team off guard that's been playing since Season 0 in one form or another together, that's just grown and evolved since then? The fact that while Rad have shown that they have the flexibility and the capabilities to adjust their compositions, how do you adjust to this? Right now, my biggest concern is, are Rad going to be able to stay out of their own heads? Because they've been in the situation
I just
before
don't like
where
that
they've
Red Bull
had some
fridge
closer
just sitting there
matches
with no
teams
Red
against,
Bulls
like,
inside of
Shikigami,
it, chat.
for example,
It
and
just
they
looks so
sort of have
sad.
started to struggle a little bit as time has gone on. This isn't even that situation. This is a situation where Rad have been able.
Every time I see
not
that Red
get
Bull
much
fridge, bro, I
versus
look at
Na'Vi
it.
and
It doesn't even
still
look like it's
force
plugged
to
in.
that Central Park final map potentially.
Yeah, Central Park
Do they
picked
play in
tier
an actual
4
house or an
times total
office?
from Rad, and they're 1 and
Depends.
3 on it, so it's not quite gone their way. But also Navi have not won this map this year. What a
Like
chance to
100
turn
Thieves,
around,
for an
guys. Take it
example.
away.
100 Thieves has like their own.
I do like this. We did see similar to
Like,
we did see
I
Navi
guess
with a little
studio
bit of
on one of their
PTSD
properties
earlier
or
in
something.
The first series where the Mantis made it through, and immediately they're just like, we remember Shikigami.
Some people have team houses. Like a compound. There you go. Some people have team houses, like Swamp Gaming.
The map where it happened, but in this case, it's Navi who are going to get their hands on the Mantis right away, and it's going to be Rad. Sorry, it was the wrong way around. It is going to be Rad who get their hands on the Mantis once again, and Navi, still avoiding PTSD, will take the Ultron away and grab themselves a one-sided gambit.
I mean, Loki ban surely comes next now.
Please.
For Navi at some stage, since Rad do not get the opportunity to save before Navi can target it out. This I do like from Rad though. I do like addressing the Daredevil because like Central Park's a very strong map. For Dive, Daredevil can get all the way around the back of point without having to navigate through main or the high ground positions. Plus, it's really reliant, like a lot of what Navi have done is relying on what Jerky is giving them in terms of setup, but now that they've been able to get the save onto the Starlord alongside the Gambit, do Rad remove the Rocket, but they'll take out the Venom instead, which now targets out that Jeff. And honestly, I prefer
I really
this
do
outlook
hope
because what we
Rad
saw
uses
from
the
Rad
Mantis though.
versus
If you're gonna save the
Shiki
Mantis,
from
chat, you
yesterday
gotta play
was
the
that they were more
Mantis.
than happy to let the Gambit Starlord through because they just placed Ducky on Mag.
That is true. They were just able to absorb it, and a big problem with that was the Cyclops that they've taken away. So they've been able to prevent that just being burst through. They secured themselves a one-sided Cyclops. They had the option to secure themselves a one-sided Daredevil for asymmetrical information here, but they're deciding against that, instead securing a damage-boosted Cyclops to pile on a little bit of extra damage themselves. Na'Vi just trying to remove a little
Am
bit
I
of extra
cooked for
backline
voting
potential
100
here.
Thieves
They've taken
today? I
out
hate
the
agreeing
Lunar
with
Snow,
Jay.
preventing a bit of counter
You think
dive
100 Thieves is going to
Rad
beat
decided
Swamp
to go
Gaming?
that direction, but Rocket left available not just for Na'Vi here, but actually for Rad as well, so they could go for double damage boost here. But Na'Vi with the Rated Royal Flush.
If you don't
and the
like your
Cosmic Yard
money, you
Amplifier,
could just give
plus
it to
Terror on
like
Star-Lord,
chat and
it's
myself
another
now
one of
if
the
you
situations.
want.
This is potentially
Can
one
you
of my
imagine
favorite
voting against
drafts that Rad
Swamp
have
Gaming?
had so far, and I'm still scared of Na'Vi because they still feel like they've got everything. Because Rogue made it through as well.
Yeah, Rogue and Mag and Loki and Rocket all available, and like this was the other thing for Na'Vi because of like the flexibility. You can run things like the Vanguard Deadpool. Since you don't have access to the Venom, you're not going to be trying to rely on the Jeff as heavily, so obviously it's a turn for Fate on the Rocket now, which now sets up Terror to have more impact. So we'll have to see Rad able
wait,
to actually
what?
like
They're
shut
gonna
down
play
what
Mantis
exactly
Rocket.
Na'Vi has planned. Is the last time they tried to secure this Mantis, they weren't able to actually even use the Mantis, having to rely instead on the Luna and the White Fox. And this time, Na'Vi not only have taken the Ultron away from them, they also removed the Luna. So Rad get the Mantis.
Okay.
But don't have the
see.
opportunity of playing the Luna White Fox up against Na'Vi's Dive. Instead, they're playing this really weird composition of double strategist Mantis Rocket. Since you're not really going to be looking for these engages to take a massive amount of time, you're not relying on that full sustainability level of heals for a brawl tempo fight. You'll be in and out, setting up, restabilizing, going in once more.
We're getting KO'd
What is bro
anyway, so we
doing
might
at
as
7
well do
a.m.?
as
You
much
need
damage as we can before
EEL.
we do. That seems to be the
EEP.
idea for Rad here. As
I think I need sleep. Brother, you can't even spell sleep.
Will bring
You
them
go to
back.
bed.
You can hear Lugia flanking around to the side here, seeing if they can catch someone out of position. And Rad, so far, they are attacking through this, with the exception of Crazy Kitty being taken down earlier. But already, Bad Hammer coming on out. Trust me, pulls the trigger to try and take out the
It's
forward
fine. After
Vanguard
this
that were trying to
game,
set
we'll
up
have
position
a
here, and immediately
we'll
they
have a
wipe out half
community
the roster of Rad and send the
sleepover.
rest scarpering back to base.
Yeah, the
What
Trust Me
movies are we gonna
special.
watch?
Use the Unicorn Shield to block and
Ooh, you know
isolate
what
players
movie we should
from
watch? We should watch like some of the
and
good
then
old
jump
like
them before they have the heals
we
to
should
get
watch
stabilized. No
Hercules,
Loki,
chat.
no
Ooh.
way of cheating
Like
that
the Disney
elimination with the
Hercules?
regeneration domain. Ducky was able to hold on to his life though, Tetcher, so he does have Banhammer to open up into this fight with us. Jerky gets slept. Huge sedation from Mash on the backline to be able to keep Rad in this fight.
They're holding it for now. Lugia goes down, but they come back at the Battle Rebirth Beacon. Fate falls. That means numbers right now are in favor of Rad as they're going to be able to keep this fight going. Terra falls. Rajaro retreats from the battle with Crook. They see Lugia, and Lugia wants none of that smoke, just going to make sure that they're zoned out and can't make their way back in. But Jerky going to Portal. They think they can retake this. Trust me, respawning means there'll be a 6 versus 6. Makes that a 5 versus 6 as Jerky is taken sailing off the map by Crazy Kitty. He hasn't found an angle yet. Pick up the Raging Royal Flush from Crook with a 5 versus 6. They still think they can force them back, and they are right. Lugia falls. The damage output is too good. Terra is literally chasing them down now. Here comes the Soul Resurgence for a little bit of extra stay, but is it enough to sustain through the Galactic Legend?
Oh my
Ruby
god,
Rage
bro.
with the tackle from Wolverine takes them down. Rada trying to
Dude,
take this with a
the
scrappy
Wolverine hit
fight,
the
but
Star-Lord
Na'Vi
in the
are
air.
losing
Dude,
members
holy
by
shit.
1. The armed amplifier is going down. and
Wolverine
they've been
players
forced
are
into the choke
crazy,
point.
dude.
Rad have broken open Central Park.
This is the Rad versus Na'Vi matchup that we were hoping for. That is a clip moment for sure. Crazy Kitty connecting onto Terra, mid-galactic
This
legend
guy-
with the last stand.
Someone
That
needs
is
to
the
check his
stuff that
PC.
you dream of if you're a Rad fan. As yes, they lose 1 to the Raging Royal Flush retake from Na'Vi, but they still have the Soul Resurgence to boost back into the fight as Terra actually off of the Star-Lord onto the Hela now that some of these sight lines open out more and there's more distance before Rad are able to collapse on top of him. He will be much more problematic for things like Vertigo to have to deal with. Early ban hammer from Rad though, despite losing the rocket,
Devour
they
for
still
22
want to
months.
keep
Appreciate
this
it,
fight
appreciate it.
going.
How you doing, my
keep
friend?
the pressure onto Na'Vi, force them to have to back away before they can build up Crook's ultimate to try to push back.
Mash is going crazy right now with these sleeps. Gets another one, but unfortunately, we're starting to see the lack in healing output from Rad start to come into effect as Terra pings from a distance. Jerky does go down, gets punished for a little bit of a push there.
Oh
but
yeah,
the
dude,
pressure
Ricky,
is
dude.
still meaning that if
Wolverine
Rad
players are
don't
scary.
get
Some of them are
pickups early,
are
we're starting
crazy.
to see Navi just whittle them down and take them off
Also,
the
chat,
board
there's
here.
no way
Battle
that
Rebirth Beacon
Rad
needs
is gonna
to cancel,
reverse sweep Navi.
repositioned after a
It's
little
just- it's
bit
not-
of
it's
an aggressive
impossible,
step
bro.
up from the members of Rad, and the Raging Royal Flush comes on out. Commitment from Crook, caught out of position, locked down, forced to double dash, will make it back into Fate's healing output. I mean, they can hold this for now, but Rad, they disengage, lose 2, but they forced out a huge ultimate from Crook here without burning either of their defensive tools.
Yeah, but they lose all of the space. So now, trust me, can sit on the high ground, poke at Rad as they come out. There's no pressure onto Terra as well, so Rad have to be very careful
Hey,
about
what's
how
up,
they
Zerx? How you
rotate.
doing? How you
Lugia
doing?
got actually on the Hulk now, but fastball to enable Crazy Kitty, chucking him directly at Trust Me so that he is taken out. Banhammer did come through, but there's no follow-up
That's good to
damage.
hear, that's good to hear.
Dance of the Butterflies from Jerky, but there's more than enough partners in that dancing melody for Rad's players to stack in on top of the Soul Resurgence, keep everyone topped up healthy, and keep
Yeah,
this
and
fight
I'm very
moving as they
surprised that
push Na'Vi
Terra's
back.
going to the Hela
Ladies and
again.
gentlemen,
I know,
they're
I mean, it's
essentially the most
working,
mobile
but
Wolverine of all
they
time,
have-
with the fastball, with the team up, with Cyclops for the helicopter. Here comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the damage boost. Terra's taken down, will be brought back at the beacon. Crazy Kitty with the
Solo
last stand, trying to
ulted
force
and
them
he
off
didn't
the
even
point,
do
but
any
Na'Vi
damage.
have just disengaged this beautifully. They regroup, lock down Crazy Kitty. The healing output is still coming in with the bad hammer from Ducky to try and get onto it. Lugia falls, but the Rebirth Beacon brings them back. Immediate transformation into the Hulk as Rajaro is not able to sustain through this. Rad have the momentum. They're about to break open Dracula's castle.
Rad
They can't
made it
trust
all
me
the way
trying
to
withdraw
third point.
mid-air with the Hulk, and Rad keep on moving, Moxie.
Yeah, Rad just relentless, like you said, working out that
What's up,
Na'Vi
Grim?
will
I
take
did
them
not
out,
get a new
even
phone
if
yet,
they
but I
have
appreciate the
more
kind words.
healing output as a backline, it would just make them vulnerable. So go for the rocket with the BRB. If you lose someone because you don't have the healing to keep them up, you bring them back, and you can just play to keep yourself alive away from the attention.
I want to see this Wolverine's POV. You could, after the series is over, you could go
to be able
to
to fully push into Dracula's castle when they
the
start losing
esports
those
tab.
angles. Heartbreaker from Na'Vi early
And
on. Rad
you
not having a great
can
response
watch his
to it. So
POV,
just
actually.
finding the eliminations, brute forcing through the fight themselves, getting that pickup onto Crook before the BRB can bring him back. Na'Vi still wanting to make this fight cost though. Goddess of Death, nothing from Rad to be able to block it. Everyone just has to slow the fight down, take cover, and allow Crook to come back in this fight.
Mashness does go down, but will regroup to the rest of the team. Cosmic fastball, looking to send them up, over, just getting Terra, but not enough to force them off the point. But Terra has to use their mobility now and is forced to retreat to the rest of the team. They can't play forward anymore, as immediately Rad are on the hunt one more time. Here comes the bad hammer, and that's rough news for Crazy Kitty, but they're able to retreat back to the rest of the team. But Smashnez and Mash all taken down. They burn the Yard Amplifier, thinking they can take this, even though they're down 2 members. And I think that might have been a mistake, because Rad
huge
are just
stun.
so outnumbered here, forced to continuously burn resources just to keep their space right now. The Monster Hulk comes on out to try and pressure, but with Yard Amplifier from Na'Vi, they do lose Trust Me, but positioning is heavily in Na'Vi's favor.
I mean, Rad are just throwing more ultimates into this fight, caught in that sunk cost mentality. Now you don't have the Soul Resurgence. Jerky with the Dance of the Butterflies will find the damage through, and Na'Vi have the players available to instantly pile on top, pushing Rad all the way back to having now to walk into a full retake situation. Na'Vi do have to be careful though, with Smashnez with that Ruby Rage, as well as that fastball engagement from Lugia and Crazy Kitty, can take one of these players out early if they're not prepared for it. But they're tightening their hold around these chokes, Thatcher. They will not allow Rad free passage back onto the objective, as OT is about to hit, which means that no one from Rad can really put pressure on Terra, who sits back totally untouchable, looking for those pick opportunities on the Hela.
Terra's thinking about a flank, thinks better of it. Too risky with the Wolverine on the board. Overtime comes on out. Ducky does touch, but they're still very scared to make their way onto the point. You can see the fear of the Wolverine, but they catch them on the rotation. Lugia is barely able to tank on up. Terra,
Dude.
no one touches!
Oh,
Rad,
no.
no! Dracula's castle still belongs to Na'Vi, and you can see some smiles on their faces.
I
They
have
know
never
that
seen
could have
so
been
many
bad,
C9s
but
in
Na'Vi
my
just
life
handed a lifeline
than
here.
these past 2 days in the
Yeah, like,
playoffs, chat.
moments like
The
that in this
playoffs.
series just show some of the cracks that Rad are feeling at the moment. Like, Na'Vi are putting
There
them
has
through
been
so much
at
pressure.
least,
I do really like that composition on the
5
attack.
or
We
6
will have to see how it fares on the
C9
defense.
so far, and
Because
it's only
now
been
if
a
Na'Vi
day.
want to brawl and try and force these
Like a
fights
day
to
and-
last,
I don't want to say a
pulling
day and a
Rad's
half,
attention
because it
to the
hasn't been a
point
half
itself,
yet.
that's where we're going to potentially see the strain if they're not able to withstand the sheer length of these fights, building up
I've seen
ultimates,
6 or 7.
falling back
No,
behind the
chat.
point,
5 or
trying
6.
to play the retake with them,
Not
with
6 or
walking with
7.
things like that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. So for Rad, they're basically going to have to get picks onto Na'Vi before Na'Vi can actually get the objective on their side.
And that's going to be a difficult situation when you're on that defense. You can see that they are looking at that Venom, potentially for a little bit of extra burst damage. Mash has given up the Mantis for the defense.
Yo,
They
Greg,
know they
appreciate
need
the massive new tier 1
something
sub,
with
my
a bit
friend.
of heal,
Welcome.
something with a
Stability.
bit more healing output. The Invisible Woman will see some play
What's a
here. And honestly,
C9?
it's a solid choice. It does make a difference.
Exclamation
It
mark
does mean
C9,
Lugia,
it's a command.
Ducky, Crazy Kitty, all these characters who are going to be forced to play a
I
bit
could better
further
explain it for
forward
you.
are
It has the
at risk
history and the
of getting
lore.
it taken out without the damage boost allowing them to trade up. Vertigo's revive is going to have to do some work here.
Yeah, not just that, but Rad's players aren't really going to be stacked in front of Mash at all times, so the build up to Invisible Boundary is actually going to be relatively slow in comparison to if you were playing a more front-to-back composition, as Crook could potentially build up that Raging Royal Flush before Rad get a response to be able to take the fight slow. So once again, it falls to Rad being aggressive, finding these eliminations onto Na'Vi's players. It will be traded, though, for Fate's BRB cooldown, so Na'Vi can continue trying to hound through front line.
Terra looking for some pings. Jerky on the flank.
No, I don't think Tank Pool's that dead.
Quick blow up would be huge.
I think Tank
Terra
Pool's
is
still
literally
fine.
behind the enemy team right now. He's behind the base with Jerky following behind. Rajaro joins
Oh,
in,
that was a
and the
huge
back
flank.
line
Oh, that was a
is
huge flank.
annihilated.
Oh, that was a
Moxie.
huge flank.
Rad, they had the bunker and Na'Vi just found the
That
back door
was
left
a
wide
huge
open.
flank.
Portal going to be
No.
attempted from Vertigo, but I don't know if they're going to make it in time here. Will make the portal in time, but the team has to be grouped up. They now have 4 Smashness onto the rocket to try and keep the team healed up and try and get that Battle Rebirth Beacon onto the board. Ducky's dropping low. Lugia holding the point as best as they can with the extra sustain here with the triple Vanguard for any kind of delay. But with Ducky down, Vertigo is soon to follow. Lugia is desperately trying with the bonus health, but it's just a 1-by-1 trickle of players, literally buying a little bit of time. Crazy Kitty's just on the
Dang,
edge. They
dude.
know it's just time to
He
recall.
accepted his
Jerky
fate.
is having
No,
such a good
man.
series. He actually goes through Rad's own portal to totally zone Mash and Vertigo from being able to join their team on the point itself. They have to play so much safer in spawn, but that only gives them angles of heals into what they see from portal. So Ducky falls very quickly.
Exhausted,
Na'Vi are
Jay.
able to
No,
totally
it's just have to be
isolate any
quiet,
opportunity
chat.
for the strategists to be able to sustain that heal.
I'm not trying to
the
wake up
face of
Emily.
the
I'm trying to let her
Trust Me's
sleep.
Banhammer as we move into second phase. And Na'Vi, because they were able to do that very cheaply, are about to hit things like this Raging Roll Flush, which Rad have no good response to.
Na'Vi creeping their way forward. Jerky's moved off the Psylocke onto the Star-Lord here with the Raging Royal Buff. They don't have Galactic Legend yet, but a Blast of Barrage will not find anything, but could have had a lot of damage output if they've been able to find a target. But they do get found by a Crazy Kitty, who drops as much damage as they can, but immediately caught in the Heartbreaker, trying to chase on back, duel out Rajaro. But just trust me, with the barrier, trying to keep Crazy Kitty away from the front line. The counter engage is good though, and it's slow and steady, but Rad are able to take the counter duel.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty is being very problematic for Na'Vi to have to deal with. Crook also used that Gambit
I think you
very
should keep this
early,
pitch
split
in
apart
volume all
from
the time.
Jerky, but he
No,
will have the
chat.
Cosmic Count Amplifier
I am a very
to have the
loud
damage boost
person, and I like to
capabilities, 40%
scream.
amp
That's
to
why
that
I'm...
Galactic Legend, which means that Rad will be relying on Lugia Go, having to try and body block some of that incoming damage from the Star-Lord.
On the high ground right now, keeps the team topped up. Here comes the Galactic Legend with the Yard Amplifier. But Crazy Kitty again catches them out the air. Ruby Rage. Smashnes knows it's time to pull the trigger. It's all or nothing on the counter to at least
That
get
is
some
crazy,
counterplay out
bro.
and to
This
slow
guy-
down Na'Vi, and they do so.
This guy just ulted a ult. That's...
Smashnes is on a tear,
He just ulted a
picking
ulting
off
Star-Lord
the
in the air,
retreating
dude.
members of Na'Vi.
Crazy
Rad just
Kitty
burnt
is
so many
insane.
resources, but they just counteracted one of Na'Vi's best chances to engage.
Oh, what a last stand from Crazy Kitty. That might be the last stand that Rad
Crazy
are able to
Kitty
rally
is
around
disgusting,
as well,
bro.
as Terra's Goddess of Death is not a good engagement tool for Na'Vi. Rad can simply just disengage it or have Lugia go body block, but the grab from Rajara is good. Holds the Angela in place long enough for the elimination to come out. You do have BRB to bring him back into the mix, but there's Terra with the Goddess of Death, gets burned out of the ultimate early. Rad relying on Ducky on the Venom to stall. Heaven's Retribution connecting onto Na'Vi's players. No strategist up, but they are able to purify with level 1 Crook to break the chain.
Crook's able to take the duel, but it's taking too much damage. Ducky with the chase, but in the meantime, the cart is moving forward. It's a trickle of low health members for Rad, who gets stunned out by Hela. The invisible boundary will give them at least a little bit of extra time to try and contest this, and they make their way onto the point to push them in. Trust me, it's trying to take out the backline.
That's so
Jerky is
sad. I'm
taken
sorry to hear that,
down.
Mr.
Smashnes
Wind-Up Bird.
is reinforcing onto the point as Crazy Kitty is just going to be able to push people off the point, but there's still 2 minutes left while Rad take yet another fight. Na'Vi takes several more meters, meaning that they are just one fight away from opening that door and getting more time back.
And they have the best
Hey,
ult to be able
Raptors
to
with
do it.
another
Tetcha,
massive dono, my
Raging
friend.
Roll
There's a
Flush,
lot
no
of you guys
invisible
from
boundary
Hong Kong,
Mash
man.
in response. Cosmic Count Amplify from Vertigo has to keep Rad in this fight if they even get the opportunity to use it.
Hey, appreciate it,
And
appreciate it.
Crook's
I would love to go.
The app immediately comes out to try and keep the momentum going with one person already down, but Rad attacking through it. Last stand! It's a triple!
Crazy Kitty, dude.
As Rad annihilates Na'Vi, all defensive tools are
Crazy
gone.
Kitty
It's
is
just Heartbreaker with
insane,
a
bro.
minute to go.
Holy
and Rad
shit.
back in the series, Moxie.
I have
Crazy
never
Kitty's
seen this
last
much
stand pinned them
deadlifting
into Feast
since
of
I've been
Zebras
to the
from
gym, chat.
Ducky.
What are your thoughts on that?
The coordination from Rad is out of this world at this moment, but it costs them so much to be able to do so. It buys them the time to get invisible boundary to be able to respond to this Heartbreaker, but Na'Vi, they can use Dance of the Butterflies and force the invisible boundary early.
They're trying to delay it as best they can. The Heartbreaker trying to pull them back in here. Crazy Kitty is trying to do as much damage as they can, but with Smashnes down early. If Na'Vi can win the neutral, that would be huge. Mash goes
Wait,
down
how did he
before
spin
ultimate is
twice? I thought it was a
charged,
20-second
and Na'Vi
cooldown.
just make their way in with the Dance of the Butterfly and then clean up on the neutral. Ducky falls. Smashnes knows that it's portal time. They need to try and interrupt this, because otherwise it comes down to that extra time, 3 meters.
You
They
get
touch
2
with
spins?
just a few
Really?
seconds left. Ducky has moved on to the thing to buy as much
I
time as they
did
can with
not
the
even
Master
know
Barrage.
that.
Galactic Legend legend right into the open portal. The pentagram of Ferrara has turned into a slaughter field as Na'Vi mow them down one by one. As Brad
Is there anything that resets it? Like a dive?
But they've lost 2 members already. But then right next to their spawn point, Terra on the flank. Make sure they don't get caught out of position. They take down Mash. So no more healing on the boundary. Vertigo is on Strategist Pool, who's taken down. The Adam's taken down. There's no res. He's going to go down.
This is a 3-second cooldown? Wait, that's crazy, bro. I didn't know that.
And Rad was so close, but Na'Vi break
I mean, to be honest with you, the spin does feel kind of ass.
I think stepping off of
I feel
the
like
objective
I was about to
in
say
OT is
earlier, but I
about
feel
to
like the
cost
spin
Rad
doesn't
the
really
potential of coming
do
back
anything.
in
It's
this
just really
series.
used for
You don't have
movement
invisible
and like
boundary. Na'Vi have a minute to be able to build up this gambit
movement
ult
ability.
and engage before Rad get the opportunity. All they have to do is not lose someone early to this dive. But using the Cosmic Yarn Amplify just keeps the pressure onto Rad, does not allow them to successfully regroup because someone has to go store the objective and they're just losing too many players. BRB is already burned, no chance of an ultimate.
A stellar ghouls with a massive 10 months. Absolutely insane, my friend.
On the objective to stop Rad from holding. Dance of the Butterflies layered into
I am
Fatal
not
Blow,
coming out with an
followed up
ASMR
by
channel,
by
chat.
Raging Roll Flush. This is just cleanup at this point. Na'Vi crossing
Damn.
the T's, dotting the I's, closing out the series.
If I was
in a
crazy
3-0
kitty chat, I would
fashion.
hold my head up high, bro. That was a really, really good showing.
A bit more of a literal last stand at the end there from Crazy Kitty, just throwing their body at the point without ultimate, with only one strategist. As the team was being picked off one by one, they just throw that regeneration factor at the objective to try and delay. It's all they can do, but Na'Vi are just too overwhelming. Such a close series. Rad very nearly bring it back, but it's almost as if there was never a doubt. Na'Vi, they move forward, not just in the bracket, but into those upper bracket finals, meaning that they are going
I
to
think he's
Gonna
doing
be
the interview.
protecting that crown that they won last year in that first international event, and doing so under the Na'Vi banner this time. I mean, at the very least in this
Sorry
series,
to the
guys, we saw a
39
little bit
people who
more
voted Rad.
fight back from Rad, like sticking to the draft that they started with. They wanted to make sure that they lean in onto it. And honestly, you could give an MVP performance to anybody of Na'Vi. Moxie, you could even give it to Crazy Kitty with some of the plays that he just had
I
above
think
rating.
Crazy Kitty. I think for me, like Crazy Kitty's last stands. Oh boy, our highlight reels will be showing a lot of Wolverine ults because like twice connecting onto Galactic Legend on a Star-Lord, a character who has 2 iframes, is a crazy ask for a duelist player to be able to pull off, and he does it back to back when his team requires him to do so. And I really do feel like
Team
if Rad had
Heretics
been
against
able to
Virtus
keep
Pro's
that
next, which I
objective
think is going to be the
contested,
good
just
game.
push a little
That's going
bit
to be a
more
good game,
distance
chat.
to gain one extra proper fight when we headed to their
guys wanna
third
see his
defense,
stats?
we
went
likely do see
39
a
and
4th
7.
map. But unfortunately for them, they used so many ults in the overtime fights that Na'Vi were able to generate all theirs back, which meant that it's Terra walking away with the overall MVP after picking up on that map. 39 eliminations,
Crazy
playing
Kitty-
mostly
Crazy
the
Kitty was
Star-Lord.
good.
Yeah, 18 final hits too, and like
How you
I
doing,
would have said,
Stellar?
the Jerky could have been another like adjustment there just because of the character.
How long would this
actually
break
being able to
be?
pick up and play
That's the
not only in
break?
this map, but
They're
going to
do an
series.
interview, and then they're going to
But
go on
Terra,
like a 4-minute
24K
break,
damage,
and then they're going to come right back for the next
final
game.
hits. Like he is absolutely cleaning up with the damage that he's outputting, Tetra, and also the final hits that he's gathering too.
They were just doing so much work across multiple characters, not just that Star-Lord earlier, but the Hela when the map was more open, as Moxie pointed out, just made it so that Rad, when they were on the attack, couldn't step forward easily. And that's
Damn.
why we saw them unable to touch that point at the end, because the front line just got absolutely destroyed by just the long-range output that Terra was unleashing onto them here, trying to buy as much time as they could, meaning that Rad were unable
How
to
you doing?
actually
I am
get
doing
onto the point in
fantastic.
time,
How
and
you
then
doing?
on the
Ooh, you know what I
defense,
should
on
do?
the attack as well. We're
No,
able to
never
just
mind. Emily would kill me.
unleash,
I
as
was
we
going to
already
say,
know,
what happens if I get
Terra's Star-Lords
McDonald's
do so
breakfast,
much
bro?
work.
McDonald's breakfast
While they
actually
were
does
marked
slap.
pretty effectively by Crazy Kitty, the numbers speak for themselves. You can mark them as much as you like, but a Terra is still going to Terra.
Terra's still good at Terra, and we actually have an interview with one of the latest additions, actually, for Na'Vi, their coach for Shu, and like we're gonna talk to him a little bit more about, I guess, the preparation coming into this series. But just as a reminder, like this is how the things finished on Central Park. Really good moments, I think, for Rad. Like the attacking side, like had a really good like first round of it. Navi having a couple of blips on this map, like I mentioned
Only
before.
Dermot Muffin? That's not true at all, bro.
This year.
Their hash
So it
browns are
hasn't
so
quite
good.
gone their way for the most
And
part, but
their,
at least turning things around in important
their
fashion, right? Able
bagels.
to win out against
Oh,
Rad,
dude,
losing
their
to BP, Team
bagels.
Heretics,
I don't know if you
Shikigami
guys
in
eat
the
their
past,
bagels.
mostly
Oh,
in preseason.
those bagels
Moxie,
are so
it feels
good.
like there's going to be a hard map to take Navi to that feels like a weak link. If there was any, it was going to be
Hash
this
browns
one,
suck
and they're already
ass.
looking a lot
Osamas.
sharper on their heroes.
Yeah, I mean, when we
Stop
talked to
talking.
Navi yesterday, they were very open about the improvements that they were able to make, and I don't think, honestly, most of it was like centered around
need you to
the
stop
game.
talking.
I
How
think for
can
them
you
it was
hate
just
hash
working
browns?
out team dynamics, and I'm really excited actually to be able to talk to like Shu about how he's been able to work all of that out between all of these players, because in the past, like Navi always had the opportunity, the potential to be this juggernaut of a team, but it always felt like when they were really like pressured or pushed out of that comfort zone, so many
Hash
people had
browns
different
tasted
ideas
gross.
about how to go about
Osamas.
fixing those issues that they tore
What do
each
you
other
like?
apart. Now
Dinosaur
we're seeing
chicken
a Navi
nuggets?
totally united,
Mac and cheese?
and it's terrifying.
Brownies?
Let's be
Is
honest,
that what- is that all
this
you-
is
is
the
that-
team. Like we
is that
already
all you
know that
eat?
they're through to mid-season. This is the team to beat at mid-season. This is
can't-
not just a team that's qualified. This is a team that you're looking at least gaining one of those podium finishes.
Stage 1 have only dropped one map
So
so
I
far,
just
and obviously
mentioned
First Pro
that you
on this
liked
map, and you could
chicken
almost say
nuggets,
that they shouldn't
mac
have
and
done that
cheese,
because of how
and
that
like
map just
brownies,
ended up
and you
being the
said
whole
We already talked
no
about
to
Central
any of
Park,
that.
yeah,
and you
no,
said
it's
I
a
like
little bit
chips.
peculiar, but I think here it's also just like the mix of stuff, right? Like we sort of mentioned before, of like if you ban the Rogue and let the Gambit through, then you just get like the Venom.
Wait,
Even
wait,
if you ban
wait,
the
wait,
Venom,
wait,
you get
wait,
this Deadpool Vanguard. Like it seems like you just look at the screen and see
Aren't
all of
hash
those
browns
team-ups,
potatoes?
and then
And you
even
just
stuff
said you
Terra
like
bringing out
chips,
the
which
Hella,
are
which
also
would have had a team up
potatoes.
with Venom as well with the symbiotic shenanigans. It wasn't the case here. Psylocke just sort of in her own bubble, doing her own thing. She's been back in a big way. It feels like even with some of the curveball characters that might be in, whether it's a team up or individually Tetra, Navi just seem to have all bases covered. If it was triple Vanguard, it was triple strategist, you just feel comfortable that they can switch onto anything that is needed.
Yeah, they have literally every tool they could possibly need for every situation. We saw multiple attempts where we were like, this is the best draft we've seen from Brad so far. This is the best situation we've seen from Brad so far. And then, oops, it's still Navi. They still annihilate. They still have all the tools they need to just push on through. Triple strategist, no problem. Triple Vanguard if they even want to, no problem. And Jerky is such a huge factor in that. Just the
Ban
flexibility
Osama,
he
worse
offers
takes
as
than
well.
mine. Holy. I
think
mean, if
Moxie
everyone
wants to
agrees
sort
to
of
ban
wait for this
Osama, I'll ban
interview to
Osama.
come into play.
Everyone agree? Say aye.
Is Navi the undisputable best team in the world right now? But also, like, what is... I know it's a hard question. I know it's going to bait some people out. But I'm also like, where is Navi's weak link right now? Right, realistically, what areas are you looking at as being like, this is the only area that I'm not... The eye test it hasn't quite passed just yet.
The buffet.
I mean, it's really hard to say because, like I said, in the past, when we saw Navi pushed to the limit, it was when everyone had different ideas of what to go. Like, Terra would break out Iron Fist, was usually the instant sign of like, okay, something's going wonky in terms of Navi's communication lines. And I really just don't see that lack of synergy from this team. Like, even when we see them in player cams at the moment, from like the boot camping that they've been doing, they look so relaxed and at home with each other that you sort of get this real sense of harmony between all of their players, where it does not feel like they're playing a best of 5 series with their tournament lives or mid-season qualifications on the line. They look so at ease with all of each other, and I think like they have full confidence in the team that they have now become. I don't think you can go for
I
them
wish
in
I could
ban draft. I
order
think like
food,
Rad
chat,
had a
but I
really
don't have my
good
phone.
unorthodox approach of just like understanding if we go for a very sustainable backline, we'll also be immobile, which means that Navi will be able to jump on us and shred us down because Central Park is so good for
Can you
dive
order
compositions.
online through, like,
So
on
they
a
went for this
website? I've
very
never
like
done that before. I just
fast
did it on
glass
my phone.
cannon style of composition with the Mantis,
DoorDash
with the
has a
rocket, which
website?
means that you
Really,
can pull
bro?
a lot of
How-
your punches.
Holy
Crazy
shit.
Kitty was totally enabled as well, since Wolverine has like the passive, and then you give him damage boost on top of that. He becomes very scary to play into. But as we saw from Na'Vi, they were still able to adapt around it, understanding that, yeah, even though Rad have a lot of pick potential in neutral off of the damage that they can do
Emily
to
would
us,
probably kill
as long
me.
as we keep taking these different fights, as long as we keep putting the pressure on the backline with Cherokee going for those flanks from Psylocke, taking as many fights as we possibly can, yeah, we'll lose some of them, but we'll build up to ultimates, we'll be able to use those ultimates to stall for time, and then we can totally drain away into the overtime, which means that Rad ran out of steam when the moment mattered the most.
Going into the second series after, we're going to talk to the main man himself, like this recent addition for Na'Vi, the coach that might have been able to bring all of these different opinions into one battle plan. First of all, congratulations, Shu. It's nice to see all of the players all grouped up together. First of all, going into this series, obviously, you still got games to play. I don't want you to reveal too much about your plans for the rest of this, like, playoffs. But, like, what was the plan going up against Rad? Like, were you expecting him to be trying to get the one-sided Mantis, for example? It felt very comfortable. No matter what draft they throw at you, you seem to be very comfortable on stuff like the Rocket Gambit backline and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, going into, like, the plans for the match, we knew that we wouldn't play into something that's like basic. I guess we knew we would like try stuff that we haven't seen in scrims, but I was like very confident that I could like just win against them in the draft, because historically they haven't been like very good at it, this roster. So that's kind of like the angle we were trying. We were trying to like just show them different like throw different like drafts at them, see what ends up happening, and I was confident my players will be flexible enough to always end up in a good matchup.
You were taken to a little bit of a rough one right at the end there, that third map. The interesting composition that we saw Rad run in with the double strategist with a Mantis, which is usually played in a triple strategist. Was that just a bit of a caught off guard situation? Is that going to be something that you're going to learn to evolve into if it comes up again, or is this something that could have some merit?
I mean, I truly believe the composition is just not good. That's what we decided to go for, because that's the team they are. They kind of had to go for this composition at some point, like just go for a composition, but I think it's not great. So I do think we had like the wrong answer, and we kind of like choked a couple fights on the second point attack, but all in all, I think I was like very confident that we will win. Just there was just like some bumps on the road. Happens.
So we've seen a lot of improvement from the team from like group stages, preseason till now. Obviously, boot camping has helped a lot.
Emily is still
As a
sleeping,
coach,
chat,
what
so
in your opinion
we're
has
doing a
been the
great job.
strongest thing that boot camp has allowed the team to be able to evolve into?
I mean, it's mostly just meeting with like all the boys, just like hanging out, like making sure it's like also easier to get on the same page, because as soon as we want to talk about something with like anyone, I can just like grab the person and like talk about it with the person like directly. I think it's also like it's good for the vibes. Like I truly believe that like with that team, the vibes are good. I don't think anyone can beat us straight up. So it's like when you about that, and I'm just here as the coach, making sure that everything just like flows like as smoothly as possible.
I have two questions to finish, and one of those is just kind of what you mentioned. Like, you came into the team end of preseason, right? Like into stage one, you came in and sort of like were more of like a focal voice. What has been the thing to work on for you guys? Because you have been looking pretty decent this year. It feels like the only thing has been the different opinions, especially when things aren't going right. Like when you came in, what was okay, we really need to focus on this to be the best team in the world. What can you tell us about that?
Good morning, Jay. Good morning. Good morning.
I mean, as you said, I think it's no
DoorDash?
surprise that this team has a lot of opinions. Like all the players are very good, but just comes with the package of being like just a top player in the game. You have a lot of opinions, and we needed someone to manage those opinions and manage those quote unquote like arguments.
This is not
like
my
the game
phone
and whatnot.
case, chat.
So
I don't have a phone
that's
right
the
now.
main reason they brought me, and that's what I'm making sure like every day that we're on the same page. We agree on like what we're trying to do. And then as long as we're on the same page, like things are gonna be like fine. I also like add a lot of like in the draft process as well. I prepare like a lot of our matches, so like the players don't have to do it as well. So try to like relieve this pressure on them, making sure they focus on the game, and then I have the best players in the world, so we just win.
And finally, one quick question, even if it's just in a word. Virtus Pro Team Heretics, the other game that's happening
Emily
after this,
doesn't have,
one
like,
of them's going to
DoorDash
qualify
or
alongside
anything,
you
bro.
today. Who's it going to be?
Honestly, I would go for I think, I mean, it really depends like what Line Pro cooks up for the draft, right? It will, like, I think I could see Heretics losing in the draft phase. I hope it
Use the
doesn't happen,
website,
because I think
Jay.
it's pretty
That's not the point, though.
boring from like a fan perspective. So
I
would
wanted
go
to
for
use
VP,
Emily's credit card.
and maybe Heretics can just like cook something. Maybe Line Pro can like cook something that will make like VP uneasy. If it does happen, maybe we would have a good match. But I think I would favor VP.
I'm telling her, Osamas,
It should be a
bro,
good series no
you
matter
don't
what. It's
like
50-50,
hash browns
I
and you're a
think. But thank you for
snitch.
joining again.
Why did
Congrats
I?
to all
Who
of you
unbanned
guys.
you?
Enjoy the rest of your day off, and we'll see you in action tomorrow.
Thanks for having me. Have a good day.
You too, pal. I love the questions that are just like one word answer, and it's more than one word. But like, there's so much to say about this next series. I assume that we're gonna throw straight to a break because like the sooner that I stop yapping and we throw to a break, the sooner we get into, I guess, the series of the day. Like, one
Do
of
I
these
have
two
any
teams
mods
is
here?
qualified, and it's
Bree, you
always a
could-
good
you could
match
ban
when it comes
Osama's
to
if you
playoff
want, by the way.
qualifications for these two teams.
There's a lot of history behind Heretics. They've been under many different names.
This is
before.
going to be one of the
I'm
best games, I
so
think, today, too,
excited
by the way.
for us to see this. We've all been looking forward to it. Shoes very heavily in
VP
favor of
versus
Virtus Pro.
Team
A lot of
Heretics.
people
I
are
think
voting
this game is
Team
going to be one of the
Heretics.
best games.
What is Lion Pro going to cook up for us? I'm so hyped.
Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy.
Even after
matchup
you
between
didn't get her a
Lion Pro,
hot
EQO,
dog yesterday,
hero shooter
Emily told me
experience
I
going
could
into
go buy a
coaching
phone
now.
at
This is gonna
Costco.
be
I
the game to
drove
be
20
watching,
minutes
so
to
for sure,
go to the
keep an eye on it
Costco,
after we
and
come
they
back from this
said,
quick break.
no, we don't sell phones. Yo, good morning, Jay. How are you doing? I am doing fantastic. How about yourself? No, there has to be an app on this phone. There's no way. There has to be something here. Where is it? Dude, how do you search up apps on the phone? DoorDash. She does not have DoorDash. What's the other one, chat? DoorDash. There's Uber. Uber Eats. She doesn't have Uber Eats on this phone. Bro, what does she have on this phone? Everything's in Chinese. I don't... What is this app? I give up. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys your prediction. You guys ready? Team Heretics against Virtus Pro, chat. Good luck. Have fun. Hey, Jay, I've been a fan for a while, and I just want to say thank you for all the laughs and good times. You and your chat got me through some rough days. Yo, Young Wahoo, I appreciate the kind words, but please don't compliment chat. You're going to get them a massive ego, and then if they get a big ego, I can't keep them in check. But I appreciate it. Reward that. Sign in. Dude, DoorDash, enter your email address. Okay, I entered my email address, and it says continue signing in using your phone verification, texting to a number. It's sending a text to my... I don't have a phone. I can't even order DoorDash.
Welcome back to the action.
Yo,
We've qualified one
chat.
of our EMEA teams already for mid-season finals. Going to be joining.
Does anyone want to get
Gen G,
your
Electronics,
favorite
and
fat boy
OUG
streamer
are
some
gonna be attending an
McDonald's?
event that hasn't been revealed where it is yet. It could be your mum's house. We don't know. Make sure she's got the kettle on though, because we are going to qualify another team out of these two right now today. Virtus Pro Tetra.
The
Okay, let's
most
do this.
recent world champions, unchanged essentially. Like maybe one roster change since the days of Team Cats.
Are you
in
guys
Season
ready?
0
This is gonna be a good
MRC,
game, chat.
And they
This is gonna be a
continue to
good
win
game.
essentially
Team
everything for
Heretics
the entire
against
history of Marvel
Virtus
Rivals, with
Pro,
the
and the
exception
winner
of
goes
Season
to the
1 of Stage 1 and
semifinals?
the mid-season,
Semifinals,
the
upper bracket?
qualifications for mid-season, which they did not make it to. Outside of that, they've won just everything. This is what a lot of people consider to be the best Marvel Rivals team that has ever existed. It's just a question of, they've lost to Na'Vi in the group stages this time. How are they finding this new meta?
And their challengers, Moxie, the
Oh my God.
undisputed
Chat.
wildcard crazy team of the region. I think it has to be Team Heretics, who have never actually played Virtus Pro, but they're a bit of a bogey team under previous names.
Yeah, we did not get to see them match up. They
What does
were
Jay's
in
board
different
say? You
groups
guys
for
wanna see
both
what my board says?
preseason and in stage 1.
Oh,
and
wait.
then obviously VP ended up in the lower bracket run far sooner than a lot of people expected in the preseason,
Virtus
which meant that
Pro,
Heretics
I think Virtus
totally
Pro is going to beat
dodged
Team
them.
Heretics.
So this is a great opportunity to
that's who
see
I would vote
exactly
for.
where Heretics
If you
lies
guys want
in
free
the
money,
grand scheme
I would
of
vote for Team
EMEA
Heretics.
team
Navi,
hierarchy.
Virtus Pro.
We've seen the
Shit.
likes of Rad and Shikigami be able
would
to
vote for
punch
Virtus
up,
Pro.
but can they actually surpass Virtus Pro to take second seed, since they looked so solid in Group B, but Group B was nowhere near as close or competitive as Group A for our Stage 1. So I think for Virtus Pro, as Tetra said, it is a team that a lot of people would look at as being the strongest, but not currently the strongest. I think for Virtus Pro, that's more past tense. It's for a case of where is their strength now, as opposed to Heretics, where we get to see where their strength lies as well.
In the head-to-head, you're looking at the secret MVP, I think, of the grand finals with playing on this character of Phi. It was one of the things that really led to Virtus Pro looking the dominant team, but also one of the best melee players in the world of Tanuki, who got to show the world what he could do on Black Cat, but now that she's been declawed somewhat, Daredevil, despite being nerfed, is still looking to be a top character for Tanuki to be picking and playing.
It's still a solid option. It still does a lot of damage. The Daredevil is just working. You did get a bit of a scouting reduction, we'll say it to be in a non-insensitive way, but it's still doing the job. You can still see people approaching it. You can still burst someone from 100 to 0 without much difficulty. The Daredevil is doing work, and Phi had a lovely time of that at Worlds, had a lovely time of it in the earlier seasons, and now with Black Cat out the way, it's a Daredevil time.
T'Challa is going to be the first map. I can reveal that ahead of time. And I think both of these teams are not really in too bad form when it comes to domination. I think Virtus Pro out of the two, maybe the weaker, because Team Heretics have been on such a heater right now. Yeah, 15-4 so far across the year, and 12-2 for VP, so they haven't had too many bad moments. Undefeated on this map are both teams. Virtus Pro winning 2 against Pulsar and Peps, but Team Heretics winning 4 against Fire, Crownfall, Alter Esports, and Peps. So one team has to lose here. One team is going to find themselves a step
Wahoo
closer
with the massive
to
5
the
hit the subs
mid-season
as well.
finals and
Absolutely
qualifying.
insane, my
It seems
friend.
that
Appreciate
Pat
it.
Kim
Jay,
could
do
be
you
a
have your
bit of a
SIM card for
giant
your old
killer again
phone?
against the Bears of
I don't
Virtus
think
Pro.
iPhones
Take it away,
have
guys. This should be fun.
SIM cards.
It should be,
At least-
and the draft is so important.
Anyways,
because
chat, we got
Heretics
some
were
good
one of the
news.
first
I was
teams
able to sign into my
really
account.
Throw some wild cards at us
We're
in the
getting some-
preseason in particular. They've since stabilized a
We're
little
getting
bit
some
as
food.
the draft has stabilized and the meta has stabilized, but there's always that question mark of VP are innovators, whereas Heretics are crazy.
Okay, well, not crazy enough
Not
to
that
not
crazy.
ban Mantis first. Okay, phew. It will be Gambit Mirror from both of these teams. Rogue bans likely following suit from those saves. Yeah, both of these teams really liking to run similar compositions. A lot of dive,
Jay,
a
cook like a
lot
normal
of
person.
Daredevil.
Chat, if
so
I go downstairs
we're
and
likely
cook,
going to
I'm
be
gonna miss
seeing
the
mirror
stream. I
matches
can't
and
do that.
mirror bans, unless, as you said, Line Pro throws a curveball out. In terms of this ban draft, nope, there we go.
Chick-fil-A.
Both
Bro,
teams also taking out
to
the
this
Daredevil,
day-
so no
to this
one-sided
day,
information
I
shenanigans
still
for
don't
early
understand
setups
why
to
people
hit
like
on
Chick-fil-A.
rotation, as Virtus Pro now get the opportunity
I
to
don't know.
save could go for Star-Lord, could go for Rocket, could
I
go for
actually
a
don't
Vanguard like
understand why
Venom
people
or
like
Captain
Chick-fil-A.
America here, and they pick up the Star-Lord, which means that do Heretics try to depower
It's not
what
good.
exactly that
Not
Peter
good.
Quill will be capable of. No, they remove the Captain America, which I think is honestly a really
Subway.
good turn from
I
Heretics.
would rather
because
eat
Virtus.pro
Chick-fil-A than
don't just play
Subway,
one
though.
dive Vanguard, they play both. They
Subway,
would run
yes.
that Cap, they would run the Venom at the same time, so taking away the Captain America,
Yo,
taking away the Freedom
Snuggles
Charge
with
does
tier
mean that Virtus.pro
3
lose
for
a lot of that
8 months.
sustainability and
Absolutely
disruption from the
insane.
Cap
I
hitting
appreciate
Heretics'
it.
backline.
Heretics will now secure the Lunar Snow. This does give them the possibility of going for the double counter dive backline if they want. Virtus.pro, they're just
Jay
going to
eats
mirror on the
Arbyes?
upper hand
Oh,
by
trust me, I
taking
do
out
not
Captain
eat
America,
Arbyes.
as they're
We have
fully
the
aware
meats.
Heretics
Nah.
are also quite keen on a more dive-centric front line.
Every time I hear
They get the
Arby's, I keep
opportunity
thinking
to.
of the person
So,
who died in
both teams
Arby's.
do actually have the opportunity
they
if
had a
want
dead
to go
body
for that
in their
Star-Lord
freezer.
Gambit composition, as it was not banned out by Virtus.pro. In terms of bans,
So every time you
almost
think
exactly
Arby's has the
identical.
meats,
It's
just
in fact,
remember
they
what
are
meat
identical.
you're
It
eating.
just comes
Mirror.
down to the
Yeah,
protects,
the
which don't
saves-
matter because nothing was banned.
Exactly, the saves are different, but there's nothing one-sided. So as expected, I think from the compositions that you saw both teams running yesterday, a lot of heavy
not even
reliance
trolling.
on
You
Gambit
could search
Star-Lord,
that
both
up.
teams also
Arby's.
gaining access to the Rocket.
Dead body.
Do Heretics decide to lean on that though? Because they could potentially have used the ban draft the way that Na'Vi did against Virtus.pro, making Virtus.pro think that it's a dive mirror, and then actually going for something counter-dive completely, as they do have the option of playing things like that Luna and the White Fox, or even going for the
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Loki
We have-
with the Gambit as well. So we will see.
Captain America
Even though
ban,
the ban
Daredevil
draft was the
ban.
same,
Oh, it's
it
the
does
same
look like
bans.
we're having
Okay,
different
same
compositions
bans.
shaking up for both our teams.
No Star-Lord for the side of Heretics here. They were in fact looking for a bit at a Loki. They are going to stick with their triple strategist that they've become so keen on. While Naga was unleashed onto a duelist in yesterday's game, he is once again put back on the strategist jail here, as he will be on the Luna, one of the highest damage strategists, which has worked out as they pick
you guys
up
want me to
first
bring the duck
blood,
back? The
taking
duck's
out
over there.
Nevix here as Heretics with double high damage
The duck's right
strategist, the
there.
Luna and the Adam, means they're going to get a lot of poke here, whereas the Vanguard Deadpool and Beetle is going to be playing that Venom to try and put some pressure onto Virtus.pro's backline, where they've stuck
still
a
have
little
the
bit more
duck.
of standard here. Of
I can bring the
Gambit and
duck back
Rocket.
if you guys want.
Heretics should win this first fight
Snuggles
off of
with the
cooldowns
massive
alone.
500
You've got
bits, my friend.
Symbiotic
Appreciate it.
Shenanigans and Soul Bond available for your Jeff and your Adam. So they get the first blood, but that is brought back via BRB from Dridro, who loses the life but does allow VP to
Ooh.
build up their own
Enzo.
banhammer. Does not get the opportunity to use it though. And there we go.
Team
Heretics winning the
Heretics
first
taking
fight
the
and
first
the
fight-
cap
fi-
off of
first
the
fight
back
away
of
from
it.
Virtus.pro.
Totally cutting out Virtus.pro at the knees.
Virtus.pro?
Despite the BRB advantage being
Uh-oh.
there for VP, who essentially
Is
take
Virtus.pro
every
not the
fight,
second best
7
team in
players
EMEA?
in
Don't tell me
comparison
they're
to
gonna
Heretics
lose.
6.
Buster cancels from Alex, showing that they can do a little bit of extra burst damage to help take down the terrain and set up a advantageous position for Heretics. They creep
Oh,
on
you're good,
forward
Giant.
to Nuki,
Yeah, we've been
trying
doing
to
some long
pressure
days
Fincy,
lately.
Bridro, anyone who wants to step up and get any scouting done. It is going to be Fincy. Quite a bit of damage. They need to be careful, of course. Environmentals are very possible on this map, as Fi is poking the other side, trying to keep some pressure on, but it's taking a little bit of damage. Forced to back up as Beetle puts a bit of pressure on themselves. Alex has fallen, but Cocoon brings them back. Not so lucky for Naga.
Yeah, and that cocoon usage being invested now eats into the value that Comic Revival will be able to bring, right? If Alex
They're not
goes
the
down for
second
the
best,
ult,
they're the
you
best.
lose the
Virtus.pro
opportunity
is
to
not
keep
the
bringing
best team in
players back.
EMEA.
Aside from Sparker invested to gain height
They got-
to be able to dodge
they got
away from
whooped
Ken's ult.
by,
Heretics have been
Na'Vi.
able to hold on to point off of the HGF stabilizing their players. Enzo even coming back on the strange with the portal, so
I don't
that
even
Heretics
think it was
can
close.
keep
I think it was like a
fighting. The
3-1
team
too.
fully intact with the soul bond into Saipei's ult.
They try to hold it with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier coming on out. Ruby Rage, and it's going to be Virtus.pro wiping the board of Heretics. Alex was taken down, meaning there's no revive, and the rest of the team is soon to follow. The portal is absolutely counteracted here. Heretics at 71%, Virtus.pro on the board, but they still
Having
have some
3
offensive
competitive
ultimates here to
teams
try and
instead
catch
of
someone
one
on the
dominating
rotation.
team.
They've
NA
got
can
the Heaven's
ever.
Retribution, and they
NA
have the
has
Galactic
Swamp
Legend.
Gaming
The
and Team Liquid
defenses
Citadel.
are where they are lacking, whereas Heretics, they have Revive with the Comic Revival, and they're just about to have the fate of both worlds here.
Yep, and that should
Yeah.
be enough to be able to survive the damage from Fi, who actually goes low enough that he's forced to teleport out wants to keep
that's
the
so
ultimate
unfortunate
in
for
play
Ken,
and put
bro.
the
That's
pressure
so
on the
unfortunate for
backline
Ken.
from Heretics so that you're not going to be there with your Luna to get the heal. That forces Karmic Revival, and we see Finzi trying to invest the Assassin Spear just to take away Heretics players further from the reaches of the Karmic Revival distance so that those eliminations actually stick. Alex's ultimate comes through without
Run,
a hitch
Fi,
though, so
run.
Heretics will be able to look to
Oh.
pressure out that point with Beetle's presence.
Team
Finding
Heretics
that
is
slip
looking
as
very,
Virtus Pro
very
give up
strong
the fight
today, though.
and
Dude,
look
if
to have
Team
one more
Heretics
regroup
beats
before we
Virtus
hit
Pro,
OT.
That was some good staggering as well by Heretics,
That would
meaning
be
that Virtus Pro
insane,
only
wouldn't it?
just
What's
now
the-
all coming up together.
72%
off the
with
board for
4.4
Heretics.
million on
Will
Virtus
get one
Pro.
fight
Team
and probably a
Heretics has
portal regain
28%.
afterwards. But with
With
Naga
1.7
having
million.
faded both worlds and the next closest behind that being Saipe on 63%, there is a real possibility that Heretics, if they can sustain through the main engage here, can just hold out and turn this round. They're holding on to it. Ken's already up to It's Jeff here. Vinci is desperately looking for something on the backline, but with Heaven's Retribution finding nothing, this is a dangerous position for Virtus Pro. They force the overtime. Faded both ones going to be coming out, but that the team is basically completely split in two. Enzo returning to the point, needs a strategist to actually come back to the point so they can sustain it before Virtus Pro are able to flip this on their head. But down goes Nevix.
Damn, bro, that ultimate ability heals you so much. It gives you so much
Hold as
shield.
best they can, but the rest of the team is completely zoned out. Vi goes down. It's Jeff on the point, and now it's just ferrying in one by one. It's Jeff literally all the way back to prevent the portal, but it's not even needed.
That guy was mad. Did you guys see that?
VP.
His camera showed that he was mad. He was
They
like, damn it.
invested Gambit ult.
Or maybe he was
in that
happy. I don't know. I
fight.
think he
They
really
thought
wanted
that
to
it was
swallow that
winnable.
guy.
They thought that they would be able to turn the tides with
strange.
Raging Royal Flush and stall long enough for Nevix to get the portal for them to come back from spawn onto point. So that now costs them. You do not have Gambit ult to go first into Heretics when they're
He
lacking
was
a
gonna make a hero
strategist
play,
ult
though.
to be able
He was
to
about to make a hero
survive it
play.
since Fate of Both Worlds was burned in the OT play.
There's no defensive ultimates available for Heretics at all, whereas Dridro will soon have Cosmic Yarn amplifiers. If they can delay the first couple seconds, there's a chance they can make something happen. But Beetle has the better engage tool. Sparker needs someone to really set
I hear a
up for
weird
that Ruby
noise
range,
coming from
and
outside.
or they need time to wait for the Yarn amplifier to just try and take people out before they have a chance to react.
Well,
whereas Beetle
you
can
also have
actually
your
commit.
links back.
And they
If
have
you're
the link.
Heretics, right? New rounds, so Soul Bond, Symbiotic Shenanigans, all of those return, which is essentially the value of 2 defensive ultimates.
my.
And Heretics have one-sided portal
my.
to just jump onto Virtus Pro. They've got Feast of the Abyss, they have Dance of the Butterflies. They go before Dridro gets the opportunity to build Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
Sparker gets frozen, Dance of the Butterfly going to be coming on out. Heretics trying to give them no time to hesitate. Sparker is brought back, but
Bro,
Saipe and
Team
Finzi
Heretics
will
is
fall, making it
dominating
a
Virtus Pro, man.
2-0. Heretics
Yeah.
gain full control here. They use the portal as a little bit of cover to make sure they can keep everyone else zoned away. And that's going to be some percentage on the board right away for Heretics here. In the meantime, Alex is at 83% towards the revival, so that even if VP commit to this and get a blow-up, as long as Alex lives, they might
If
be able to
Team
turn it around.
Heretics wins the series,
Finzi also taken down, stacked up damage, spam from Alex.
I'd be very-
Feast of the
I'd be
Abyss
very
at the
happy.
same time. Virtus Pro losing
Because
the
then, like,
opportunity. Cosmic
that
Yarn
means,
Amplifier.
like
with
someone said in
Galactic
chat, we have
Legend.
3
Heretics
dominating
having to just
teams
take
in NA.
space
I mean,
and
EMEA.
cover behind, but we do get the Comic Revival
is.
bolt up in time from Alex to bring Enzo back into the fold, and Virtus Pro just having to use 2 ultimates to gain just the ability to walk out of the choke, but that's instantly denied as they're not able to get on top of that backline, and the Adam and the Luna deal so much damage.
If Virtus
Nuki's
Pro
down,
misses
Nuki's
another
back.
leg, chat, I don't think so. I
Finally,
think
someone
Virtus
goes
Pro,
down for good
if
as
let's just say
Naga
Virtus
takes
Pro
off the ball,
does
but it's
lose this,
exchanged for
I still
Nevix.
think they're going to
Rest of the
be
team
like,
trying to commit on in here. They still hold on
I still
to
think
that
they're gonna
Ruby
make the lower
range
bracket
as they
run
commit
and win.
everything to the point as
To-
best as
to
they
make
can,
it to
but
the
that
layer.
backline is under pressure as Heretics still hold the point. Tanuki does go down. It's starting to turn in the favor of VP slowly but steadily as Fi is winning the duels. Bad Hammer comes on out from Enzo though to try and put a stop to this nonsense. Sparker retreating, still holds on to that Ruby range to buy as much time as they can, and Virtus Pro were refusing to give up the point. Beetle falls. Fi has managed to trade 2 for 0 so far, just basically by themselves, able to duel on these outskirts on the point, and Virtus Pro will get the flip here.
Well, not just yet, actually, because the Heretics are still holding Symbiotic Shenanigans to stabilize Beetle into the Venom Shield, and you're about to get Fate of Both Worlds online.
What's up,
All you have
Five-Star?
to do from Heretics is hold the Feast of the Abyss, which allows that potential opportunity to hold this point yet more, and they're going to commit to it. Out comes the Luna. Oh, Virtus Pro going to have to invest something to get this flip, and it's just time. Point percentage is lost. 94% picked up for Heretics, but you're about to come through with Down to the Butterflies, Karmic Revival, and Virtus Pro do not get the opportunity to lose one fight. If they do, that's round done.
Naga deciding against going for the full 99 here and sacrificing their life, instead going for the Fate of Both Worlds skedaddle style as they get out of there, rejoin their team to make sure that they can stay on the board and keep them topped up with Venom. Into the backline, into the Abyss to try and take them down early. Ruby Rage takes out 2, and this is exactly what VP need to be doing. Do not let Heretics get momentum back. They have the tools. If you take them down quick enough, they can't use them. So keeping them split, keeping them zoned is a big play for VP.
That was 2 ults.
It was.
From Virtus Pro, as opposed to 1 to be able to stagger out these fights. So Heretics, seeing opportunity, keeping Enzo alive, build up Banhammer to make a play. Virtus Pro have to respond to the forward aggression with that Raging Roll flush, but Tanuki just takes advantage of the split from Virtus Pro. Does not use the solo call on the backline, turns instead on Sparker, who's now burned out the BRB. That means that you can use Karmic Revival to bring your Luna back into the mix, and Heretics suddenly have player advantage in the fight.
Luna goes down again for a second time, meaning that Alex and Luna were both off the board. Enzo is trying to take the duel, trying to take the momentum here, but with the Cosmic Guard Amplifier from the side.
No, I don't think Gambit can cleanse a Deadpool ult. Not to my knowledge, at least.
Have
Maybe
almost
someone in
caught
chat might
up.
know,
Do Heretics
but I don't
risk
think you
portal?
can
They
cleanse
still
that.
have enough time for a re-engage if they're able to just not get staggered, not get caught, because right now,
that's something
Kent's
that
not
I've
in the
actually
best
never seen
position.
before.
He's very isolated from the team, but will be able to get away.
Yeah, has to have the It's Jeff to be able to match up to the damage output of Fi with this Galactic Legend. No Cosmic Gun Amplifier, no Gambit ult to boost it. Beetle will be able to get the touch
A Deadpool
with the Venom swinging on
Gambit
through,
cleanse a
so
Deadpool
Heretics
ult? I
get the
don't think so.
opportunity to take the fight.
Cosmic Gun Amplifier coming on out. Saipe takes down Beetle. Right off the bat, there's no revive here. Karmic Revival not on the board. Both the front lines are taken out immediately. It's Jeff. They have to burn it fast just to make sure that they can get healing onto the point. But Nevix comes in from the top rope and takes down the double.
This is a very competitive game, chat. It's going back and forth.
That look
This is
easy
very competitive. Yo, the game's not done. Nevix, come back.
I wouldn't say
Nevix.
easy. Heretics, a few hiccups,
Nevix
like
go, bro?
using
The game's
Karmic
not done.
Revival to bring your Luna back, but then losing your
I gotta
Adam
be right back, though.
instantly after, so Alex is only able to take the 1 through, as you'd already used the self-revive before, and then Heretics trying to use like a lot of ults to brute force these fights. There was an opportunity. They actually get the pick-off onto Fi when he has Galactic Legend and Dridro has Cosmic Gun Amplifier before the Star-Lord ults. And you see the panic from VP. Like, Dridro invests Cosmic Gun Amplifier on point. VP actually swapped someone, hovered on Strange, thinking that a portal would be required before realizing, no, actually, Heretics are running out of steam. They're not finding more eliminations. They're not breaking Cosmic Gun Amplifier. We don't have to go for the Strange. Both of these teams are being pushed to the brink, and it is not clean Marvel rivals from both sides. There are mistakes for both of them to take advantage of.
Eyes on the Strange, looking to potentially take advantage of some mistakes right now. Looking for an aggressive portal positioning to try and take someone out early, and Enzo is a victim. Immediately, Fi is going to just see if there's anyone else to grab here. Fi is staying on Strange. Triple Vanguard coming in from Virtus Pro. Take advantage of that early pickup to make their way onto the board quickly.
Oh, that's actually so perfect from VP. They can't teleport directly onto Heretic Stack because they would just respond with Soul Bond or Symbiotic Shenanigans. As Enzo actually comes back on Strange himself to teleport back in and allow Heretics to have the full team available. Sparkle of Dance of the Butterflies tries to dodge from Alex by using that jump pad.
That hits him?
Just not
He
having
flew
those
to the
players to be
high
able to
ground.
stack
He was
up
on the
and use
high
Soul
ground.
Bond to
That
be able to
hits?
survive the Psylocke's damage. forces
Now-
actually Heretics to having to burn the Luna ult just to hold VP off from capping.
Alex is able to revive though with the Cocoon to stay in the fight. Dridro not so lucky. Alex goes down a second time though with that
Nice
Raging Royal
freeze, wow,
flush,
nice
but
freeze
the counterplays
by
from
Naga.
Heretics are working out beautifully here. Freeze from the Abyss, end zone falls, and it's just a slog here. It's Naga though, former duelist who takes the double, finally going down to Nevix, who just has their number so far. It seems Nevix's job is just stop Naga. He's a problem, and it works out a little bit, but just
Wait, why
not
did they say
enough because
Naga
Tanuki
former
was left
duelist?
unattended.
He's playing Luna.
Yeah,
He's still playing
burning that
DPS.
Gambit ult as well. Now means that he's out of sync with Thigh. Dridder with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, maybe to have one-shot potential for Nevix's Feast of the Abyss, as Alex is about to bring that Karmic Revival and all of Heretics players right back online. If VP can't find the Adam, they've already been able to find two. They do it before Karmic Revival is fully built. Sparker now scouting out where Alex would be playing below the point, not giving him the opportunity to invest that ultimate, which
he
means
didn't
those
get to have the
eliminations
res
stick,
opportunity,
and Virtus
though,
Pro
yeah.
complete the flip.
And the Stagger taking out Tanuki right at the end.
I would like
there,
to see
meaning
a
it's full
Hulk
regroup
one day in,
for
in the
Heretics.
tournament. There's been a
It's gonna allow
lot of
VP
Hulk
to catch
players,
up
chat.
and likely
A lot of
get
Hulk
themselves
players.
a lead here as they have a full positioning advantage. They don't have to worry about a portal for another minute or so, so they've got plenty of time to just poke away and build up their strategist ultimates. Let Dridro and Saipe just deal as much healing as they can so Fincy and Nevix can take some damage to prepare, because Ken and Alex, they're already charged.
Oh, they found Tanuki. Fire goes first with Galactic Legend. Heretics trying to survive it with the healing from its Jeff, as well as that natural cover. Beetle actually body blocking a massive portion of the Starlord ult, but that leaves Ken behind.
I like how
Potentially
even the
one
pros
clippable.
can't hit the Jeff.
Evasive fish maneuvers to try and get out of danger.
Even
trying to
pros
stop
can't
something
hit the
taken down.
Jeff,
They
which
will
I'm
escape.
very happy
Sparker
about because
falls.
I
Alex
thought
comes
I
back
was
from
ass.
the cocoon, so just in case they need a revive, because Enzo is taking a lot of damage. Tanuki finishes off the dance of the butterfly, which will be mirrored by Sparker a little bit later. Finds Ken, but here comes the revive. They need to get to Ken though in order to revive him, because Sparker is marking the body. Will make it there into the backline with that Raging Royal flush. Means the damage output is good. Waiting for the end
What
of the res.
pro do
Beetle
we wanna
returns,
see?
but with the
It's
res
not necessarily
over,
what
so is
pro.
Team
I mean,
Heretics'
I don't know if you
life,
know,
as they're
but
taken off the
Crazy
board, and
Kitty was
VP
actually having a
keep control, and
huge
Heretics
game last
are
game on
starting
the
to enter
Wolverine.
desperation mode.
But it's not like
Well, they're going for the White Fox instead of the
I
Adam
don't think it's
Warlock,
necessarily a
but,
player that I like
pick up
watching.
here
I just like
onto
really, I
Tanuki
just like
means
watching
Sparker
really
gains a lot more
close
freedom.
games, really good
Just
like
run
series.
The wider aspects of this map, yeah, getting that pick off onto Luna super early means that Fate of Both Worlds denied. Tanuki actually having to go for the Strange Swap to try and portal Heretics onto this point in time to be able to keep these players back in that fight. Beetle gets the touch. You should be able to bring your Luna and her ult back in with that Strange TP, but VP can play the long game.
Ken's taken down, the dive comes in, Beetle tries to zone for them, but it's just not enough. In the meantime, Sparker's building up towards a Dance of the Butterfly for themselves with the Cosmic Guard Amplifier to pile the pressure onto the backline, while Alex has some counter dive.
Oh, he
they
almost
need
has
to
his
keep
ult.
the healing output going. Fate of Both Worlds will expire just in time.
He almost has his ult, and the other team doesn't have any portals. Come on, Sparker.
Does some damage,
Pop
but it's
it.
not enough to
Pop
take
it.
them down as they're
Pop
sending
it.
into the backline
Pop
to try and
it.
take out Strategist Dance of the
Wait, did
Butterfly.
Sparker
to chase
just
them down with
airball?
great evasion. Alex falls.
Oh, no,
but
he
the
got one
rest of the
kill. He
backline
got
of
one kill.
Heretics
Oh my God,
holds for
Sparker.
now. They can keep some pressure on the board. Enzo takes down Saipe. Vince returns thanks to the Battle Rebirth Beacon onto the board, but with Enzo down, it's just Beetle who can touch the board.
What does
and
the percentage
Tanuki on
above
that
the face
Doctor
cam mean?
Strange,
That's
who's
your ult
almost
charge.
at
I don't know why they have the
Yamamoto, but
ult
they need
charge
to
3
survive
times
to
on your
do it.
screen.
Getting hit from
But,
max range
yeah, it's
by
your ult
3
charge.
people. Beetle is getting pressured down so hard. There's the teleport away from Fight to make sure they don't get caught out of position here. And now it's all about positioning. They do get the flip. Heretics hold barely as Virtus Pro just unable to burst through.
Yeah, but VP were able to force Ken into a position of using its Jeff. So if you're VP, now you have one win condition, and that's build up Saipe's ult and go with it. Tanuki has to hold Eye of Agamotto, can't use first. You're waiting for that Purify to be gone from the Gambit cast, and in the meantime, you have to get the jump on VP's backline.
Tanuki already built up with an Eye of Agamotto and pretty proficient on a melee character. Strange is not a melee character, but sometimes likes to play as one, and Tanuki showing exactly the damage output that Strange can have here. already on the character, making the most of it, pressuring forward. Fi dropped incredibly low, forced to back away. And that White Fox starting to find themselves a little bit isolated if they're not careful, but is able to retreat back to Tanuki. Naga falls though, as does Ken. I mean, it's just Alex healing up 3
This is a really good series so
you do
far.
get this Ricochet healing, that's still going to be quite the challenge. In comes the Rage of Royal Flush with the Kumiho to try and tag them through. Tanuki is low, Tanuki is down,
no, that's
as
game.
is
That's game,
Alex.
chat. That's game.
Virtus Pro go for the counter take, meaning it's all down to overtime. No
game.
portal available, so it's just going to be a rush to the point. Anyone who's still up, throwing bodies at it.
That was a
No
really
one's gonna
great
make it
series
in
from Team
time.
Heretics,
That's
though.
going to be a Virtus Pro taking map number 1.
That was a really
Heretics
great
just
series
let
from
the
Team
off
Heretics.
angle lane fight slip through. Like the Psylocke, the Venom, both
They
being
almost-
able
they
to
almost
break
brought it
out,
back,
hit
yeah.
the back
They
line,
almost
take
brought it
Ken
back.
out early, then turn their attention to Luna. Since your White Fox was playing up with your Strange, trying to get those pickoffs and delay
Also,
VP
I do
from
believe that's gonna what
regrouping
you're
and
gonna have to do.
walking
You're gonna have to
forward,
ban that Rocket,
reinforcing
dude.
the issue with the Gambit
Rocket
ult
gets so
just
much,
became a sort of
so much
self-fulfilling
value.
prophecy. They didn't want to let VP go first aggressively, and then they lost their backline, which, surprise, allowed Virtus Pro to push forward aggressively with all of the ult snipe bolts up from that Gambit engagement.
Virtus Pro, though, put on quite the show, but
Do you have a
Heretics
cold?
did make
No.
them work for it. Can they turn it round in map number 2? We'll find out.
Okay,
after
chat,
the
we're
break.
going on a break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back, okay? Like, give me 2 seconds. Okay, sorry. I gotta go to the bathroom. I just came back, and I don't know what the hell this guy just said. I'm over here stroking my shit to Lady Loki. I got lotion on my... Okay, yo, bro, what is going on, bro? What is going on? I just went to the bathroom for 2 minutes. That's what I see. Saipei, whenever Rocket is banned, is so mad and ranked. It's kind of funny. Why? Does Saipei like playing Rocket? I feel like Saipei would be the type of person that would probably want Rocket banned because he's really good on a lot of other characters. Also, why is TTK awake right now, bro? TTK, it's like 6 a.m. for you. What are you doing awake? Don't tell me TTK is just about to go to sleep, bro. Oh my god, there's no way. You did not just wake up at 6 a.m. What kind of 20-year-old who plays video games is waking up at 6 a.m.? There's no way. You just ended stream, didn't you? No. I always wake up in the middle of the night. Wait, I always wake up middle of the night. What do you mean you always wake up in the middle of the night? Bro, it's 6 a.m. 6 a.m. is not in the middle of the night. Yo, what's up, Purple Haze? I'm off to work today and I woke up early to watch your stream. Oh, well, W. A night shift guy who TTK? No, TTK, bro. TTK goes to bed at like 1 p.m. and then he has a game at like 5. This shit's ass. Oh. My game is at 1. Your game is not at 1. Wait, whenever he is losing and Rocket is banned, he is hyper pissed at the Rocket bans. That's weird. I go to bed at 7:30 a.m. and I wake up at 2:30 p.m. That's a very interesting schedule. Oh, also TTK, bro, you better make that Swamp Gaming 100 Thieves game close.
How tilting must it be to have a
bro,
guy
you were
run up to
playing
you and
your
start beating you
KD
up
yesterday,
with
bro.
a rubber ducky-
On that
rubber
museum
ducky
map.
dinghy?
You weren't even playing for your
That's
team.
the
You were
Seaside
just playing for
Sentinel
your
Captain America
stats.
skin. We sort of highlighted them earlier on as well. And whilst we're getting into the summer scenes, I suppose, for Ignite, as we're reaching international qualification, Virtus.pro refused to wash away despite being the first round down, managed to swing things back into their favor to be able to beat Team Heretics on this random domination map to begin with. Tetcher, it felt the Heretics might have come out with a pretty
they gave me
unorthodox
4
composition
hash rounds
had the
and I
gambit
ordered
available
1.
chose not to play it instead of going triple strategist with the Adam.
Dude.
It seemed that might have had to go too if it wasn't for Virtus.pro making the right adjustments and actually being able to counter it.
They were hovering the Mantis for a little, sorry, the Gambit for a little bit, but decided against it, like you said. And Moxie was talking about it during the break and during the previous series, that Sparker, the second they realized, hey, this Adam is actually getting a little bit of work done, just decided to be on Adam marking duty with the help of Fincy for the entire rest of that series.
I guess Moxie,
47 LMs?
it's a lot, isn't it?
22 finals!
He had one job, which was dealing with the Adam, but I think like with Heretics' like composition, they still remained on triple strategist with Alex moving over, who could have been the MVP honestly for Heretics if Heretics were able to win that 2-0.
Sparker had
It was a late
41,000
adjustment,
damage.
but it's also like a statement, right? Of Heretics, like they had the Gambit, they go for a draft. It was the first like completely mirrored draft that we'd seen Virtus.pro play, and it would be the first time that they would have ever lost a mirrored game where the draft ever full stop in Ignite, because it's never really happened.
There was a lot of theory crafting. Like, every time Gambit's been nerfed, teams always experiment to see, like, if you had to still instant ban him, if there was a way that you could let one side of Gambit
I said Virtus Pro wins.
through to the enemy team and still be able to win. One of the ways that a lot of teams
ordered a
tried to
salad
work
and they
around
gave me
one side of
2
Gambit was
burgers looking
Adam.
nice.
The whole idea was that you would let the enemy team use, like, their Gambit combo of something like Star-Lord. You'd go into that fight understanding you would lose all their players, you'd play to keep your Adam safe, you'd use Comic Revival, everyone would be brought back. And I feel like that's something that Heretics were attempting to do. My issue with it was that Comic Revival did not really bring the majority of the team back since the first round. Like, round 2 and round 3, multiple times
I think
Comic
Team
Revival
Heretics was
used to
playing
bring, like,
really
one
well
sole
now.
player back because they got picked early by Virtus Pro, being like very aggressive, taking their lane fights, winning out those 1v1 duels, or it was totally shut down because Alex used it when Cocoon was on cooldown because he'd been picked earlier by players like Sparko, who, like we said, they had one job, right? Go mark the Adam, make sure that Alex, each time he tries to use the Comic Revival, does not have the cooldown. If he gets taken down for the ultimate, no one else from Heretics is brought back. So I think for me, while it worked for a round, Virtus Pro, like, obviously had to take a little bit of time working out how to play into the tempo of the triple strat. Adam
Jay
obviously expecting that Gambit
just put Jay up on the
matchup
old
to
TV
come
so I could
through.
lurk and pass
I
out.
wish that Heretics had
Ooh.
moved away from the Adam sooner.
Love working
so that they got the
overnights? Wait,
opportunity
you're
to
working
build up
over-
the strategist ultimate.
Oh,
when
you're
they
gonna go to
actually
sleep
swapped.
now. I thought you said you were at work and you're gonna go to sleep.
Heretics, their win rate on Convergence is 100%, and they managed to play it out 6-0. So it feels like you could also go over towards Convoy. It's going to be low in Manhattan.
Wait, whose
First time that
team
we've
has
seen them
100%
at least play
win rate
Pro
on
were
Convergence?
forced
Was that
onto
Team
it a little bit
Heretics?
beforehand and seemed to deal with it pretty nicely in a series.
Or was that Virtus Pro?
Against Reason Gaming yesterday. It's also their 10-1. So these are two very good Convergence teams. If it does go
Manhattan.
to a 2-0 lead for Virtus Pro,
Ooh,
they'd have
chat,
to
we're
go
going to Manhattan.
Convoy, where they're 5-6. They're not doing as
What's
well.
up, Cargo? How you
This is
doing?
a
How you
map
doing? Good
where
morning.
Heretics want to try and take the lead with a curveball.
Has stream stopped since
Right,
last
we'll be
night?
heading
Yes,
on
I did go to bed
into
for a few hours.
Number 2's draft, and so far, everything's familiar. Mantis bans, Gambit protects, unless Virtus Pro are about to do something weird. But Virtus Pro are a safe, steady team.
That
they'll
guy has
throw something
Jay3
weird
hair. Who?
very rarely because they know they can just beat you straight up. And there is going to be that
Naga?
protect.
Yeah, the weirdest thing they did yesterday probably was just running Penny on defensive
Yeah.
first point versus Reason, which I would assume they will do again since they're starting off on defense before moving to the default composition, which they will be playing around as, okay, we do get deviation in Bandraft this time. So Heretics remove Fi's Daredevil, VP remove Heretics access to the Rocket Raccoon. So no teleport for Star-Lord
Ooh,
and no
they're gonna save
BRB,
Rocket, chat. They're gonna
which
save
was
Rocket.
something that Virtus Pro were able to use,
Oh, they're gonna save
relying on
Luna.
to be able to stand up to the res situation that Heretics had available with that BRB, able to bring all of their players back, as opposed to the Adam only able to bring himself back once.
Yeah, you kind of got to. You brought it up a good point of the fact that Adam was only really able to bring back like 1 or 2 people at a time,
Up
and
the
with
morning,
the
good
length
morning,
of time
good
it takes to charge up Karmic Revival, Rocket was potentially getting even more value with the Battle Rebirth Beacon. The difference is Rocket cannot revive themselves, which is where a lot of the extra value comes in, but Rocket's ultimate also still exists outside of those revivals. Daredevil going to be protected here. Heretics securing themselves a one-sided
Are they actually leaving
dive
Cyclops in the
duelist
game?
Tanuki here, putting some pressure onto Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro, they have secured themselves the Lunar Snow. They have the option to go for that anti-dive strat if they want to with the White Fox. The question is, other teams have
Captain
tried. Will
America.
Virtus Pro be the ones to make it work when, you know, Tanuki is unleashed?
Well, it's not just about what that Daredevil can do for setting up Heretics, it's also about what that Daredevil can do shutting down VP. VP not having access to Daredevil themselves, if you want to try to run Sparker on that Psylocke and be like more aggressive,
Damn.
more
Yo,
roam heavy
DK,
in the
you're a
rotations
pro.
that he
Who
was
wins?
making, like he was when we went to the latter stages of the domination round.
Who wins?
He's going to have to get past the Daredevil bouncer check first, which will make it a lot harder to go put pressure on Heretics back line, because coming out of domination like that, I think is the lesson that Heretics
you said
learned the
Team
hard way.
Heretics won the
Some of their
draft?
strategists,
I don't know,
Thatcher,
bro.
had 13
I'm actually
casualties
really
on their
surprised.
side. Granted,
I
one
think
of them
Virtus
was
Pro
the Adam,
wins.
so you're already
They have the
factoring
Rocket.
in like extra casualties
also had the
off of the
Cyclops.
self-revive.
They had
but
the
then your
Gambit.
next strategist had 12. So you can see that Virtus.pro were able to
I mean,
totally
Leia, look
shut
at
out Heretics
the Virtus Pro
pipeline.
comp, bro. Ooh, Team
Virtus
Heretics
Pro
is
there,
running the
that is just the power of
double
Dritter and
gambit though.
Sci-Fi, able to keep themselves in the fight, disengage when needed to, so that they can keep that healing output going. Virtus Pro, there's some pretty standard bans from the side of Heretics against them here, and as such, they've managed to go for some really powerful stuff here. We've got the Penny on the board for the zoning, which is a very difficult point to push, which is why we're seeing Beetle starting on the Strange. They're just going to try and skip the point and not deal with that problem, but they've also got Fi on the Wolverine, something we haven't seen in a little bit, and Sparker setting him up
Cyclops.
on
Oh, that's
the
a
Cyclops.
huge
So they've
TP.
got everything they need to set up here, and Beetle, not just portaling his team here, swapping off so that he can rejoin the team on the Angela, and it's a full wraparound here. Not even just a half engaged wraparound,
Yeah.
it's a full reverse setup.
I mean, you have to take your time with portaling when you have Daredevil, since passive does not go through portal, right? So you go behind the point, you fully scout
Yeah,
out
have
where
it
VP
with the Mensa Prime
are
sub.
and what they're playing with. This does give Virtus.pro the opportunity to kite away from Heretics push, though, and bunker up in these small rooms, which are almost impossible for Heretics to be able to invade safely into off of Finzi on the Penny Parker. There's very little that they can do, as opposed to just like being able to pull people
Dude,
from
I
VP
like how
outside of that room.
Virtus.pro all
but
just
they
went
have
into that room
nothing
and
to
they
really be able
bunkered
to
up.
set it
And
up.
also,
So
Team
dive,
Heretics teleported
denied,
behind them, and
portal
now they
fight
ran all the way
denied
back
as
to
well.
the
Immediately we
beginning.
see the swaps over here. Enzo going to bring out the Magneto to just try and give them a shield so they can safely step up. Beetle is going to be sticking with that Venom, trying to get some pressure onto the backline so that someone can go in with Tanuki. Speaking of, Tanuki is still annoying people, still hovering around the backline, trying to pile on some pressure as Beetle dives in, swings away. Ken is also very deep in the backline, piling on a bit of pressure, and will get punished for it. Fincy, the mines are set up in strategic locations, giving them a great
Yeah, it was a
angle
good
so
portal.
far.
A lot of people
But
do that
Spark
portal
just
play,
chased
chat,
down,
to go in the
very
back.
nearly catches Beetle on the exit.
I mean, there's opportunity
You're
here for
basically flipping the
Heretics. They're
map.
taking more damage, so they will have first Gambit ult to try to brute force past Virtus.pro. So there should be ticks picked up off of the back of that uncontested ult. But VP, if they don't lose all of their team, will just be able to play for retake and second Gambit ult when Heretics lose an opportunity of using something like Invisible Boundary, as they're really rotating for heroes, trying to work out what exactly to use. There's the Gambit ult engagement. Virtus.pro going for the full disengage, only losing Finzi. No BRB to bring him back, but that's
Oh my
still
God, you
not
know
a
what-
lot
you know
of
what game I
players
can't wait for?
that Heretics were
I can't wait
wanting
for
to
the
deny
FlyQuest
VP
game,
from
chat.
recontesting.
It is a big one though, it takes out the nest, meaning that while there's still some mines on the board, although they have now disappeared as Fincy swaps over to the Strange. Counter coming on in with
Oh no,
their
not the
own
FlyQuest,
Raging Roll
not the
flush. We
FlyQuest.
see
The Team
Heretics,
Liquid
they're
Citadel
happy
game.
to give away some
Because
of the
Vess's
positioning.
mom
Here
is
comes
actually
the
so
Ruby
nice.
Rage, countered immediately by Sparker, and neither team finds a pickup here. But the difference is, Virtus.pro now have a defensive position set up
Yeah.
again. Fincy takes out Naga, the rest of the team is grouped up, trapped in a choke point, allowing Virtus.pro to just creep forward piece by piece and try and isolate them, take them out, and that's going to be a very slow
this
and
hold is
unfortunate device
insane.
for this next push of Team Heretics, and they're running out of time, Mox.
Yeah, and you won't even force Dridro's Fate of Both Worlds potentially with Tanuki's ult, because Nevix can counterplay it with Sonic Seduction to totally shut down the Star-Lord. So Heretics might be coming into this fight with more ults, but it is so crucial that they keep Alhix alive to be able to hit this Gambit ult to fully push VP off of this point and pick up that last checkpoint to stop the full hold.
Heretics making their way in. Beetle on the flank with Tanuki on that Star-Lord, with that Galactic Legend. They have a lot of the tools they need. Alex is almost built up to that Radiant Royal Flush. Vi takes Beetle out of the fight, removes him from the board. Symbiotic Resilience has to be burned early so that they don't get caught out of position. Beetle forced to use Feast of the Abyss for defense.
What
here.
a
Last
dodge.
stand takes them out beautifully, but
Beetle
Fincy,
got
unattended
solo
on the front, was
ulted.
taken
Poor
down.
guy.
Here's the Radiant Royal Flush. Dritter has to match with the fate of both worlds to try and tank on through to the point. Meteor M to take down the defensive here. If they can take out Dritter, that would be huge, but they tank through it, sustaining through the fight, allowing the Psionic Seduction from Nevix to try and take people out of that invisible boundary. But right now, the positioning of Heretics has allowed them to hold through the fight, but they just burned every resource, and they have only found a 1-for-1 trade with overtime ticking down. It's now a battle in the neutral. Naga charges up the Ruby Rage, looking for the blow-up to take them down, but finds Spy,
Oh,
drops
you
them to
can't
the
be
bottom.
missing that,
Spy
chat.
is
You
able
can't
to
be
survive.
missing that, bro.
Sci-Fi turns it around, but with the
And
front
they
line
have
taken
Gambit
down,
ult.
Heretics may
Ooh,
have
they capped
finally
anyways.
broken the line here. They take down Fi. They need to push on through. The point is taken, and Virtus.pro are now just funneling in to get taken down to buy time so that
That
they can
was
regroup on the
barely
point
a
here.
cap,
And
though,
right now,
barely.
there's a hefty stagger coming in from Heretics.
Oh, it gets close, Thatcher. It gets real close. The Saipe builds up Raging Royal Flush, but the Vanguards are down before they're able to take advantage of it.
Whose
So
emote is that? Is that
Heretics
Unsalted
get the
Salt?
eliminations, pick up
Oh
the
my
last
God.
tick required to walk into second, as Beetle now will be on that Hulk, taking high ground, setting up Tanuki into position of scouting. Where
Someone in my
exactly
YouTube chat was
VP are
asking for Hulk,
looking
by
to
the
get
way.
the grab onto Nevix before he can go put the pressure on his back line. Venom and Emma totally denied from getting this pressure
I don't
onto
know if they're still
Alex,
here,
which
but
allows Heretics
they're
to
getting the
continue
Hulk
building
now.
up towards that Raging Roll Flush. It falls instead to Sparker to split their team, take all of that momentum with the Ruby Rage, and find the pick onto Ken, which totally stalls out Heretics' forward movement.
What's up, Jay?
Just taken
Greetings
down,
from
though,
New Zealand.
punished on the dive, as
Watching
is
from New
Fincy,
Zealand.
but
How you doing, my friend?
removed from Virtus Pro, meaning Heretics, once their strategy
That's a place- that's a place I wanna go to, New Zealand, bro.
topped up, they are gaining distance from this. Sparker forced to give up all the space. Vi pulls back, looks for another regroup. They try to punish Tanuki, who moves on in. We're seeing a double Wolverine all the way across the sky, trying to find an opening here. Beetle sent down into banner form, but it's a full commitment from Heretics. But the question is, with Virtus Pro just playing further back, all this is really getting is space. Virtus Pro just
Yeah.
happy to wait that out.
Raging Roll Flush slightly mistimed to keep Beetle in Hulk form, as Vi perfectly positioned with the last stand. Pins Enzo, so no mag bubble to be able to peel the players caught out by that Wolf ult. Beetle gains Hulk form, but Vi gains
nice.
an inroad into the back line. Stopped totally by both the Hulk and the Invis, so not able to grab a player, but still able to push Heretics all the way back, and they do not have that Gambit ult to propel themselves forward.
Chat, why can't
Ken
you
with
guys
that
be like
invisible
the Silver
boundary
Eagles guy in
static has
chat?
to be used on
You are
point
the
or
greatest
deep into
fucking
VP's
player to ever touch
lines
this game,
to get the
Jay3.
slow
Thank
onto
you.
them so that Heretics can
See?
follow up with damage.
That's not a paid
Mindset
chatter,
in
by the way,
this
before you guys say
engage,
that.
away to the team, Prince's arrival, not going to be able to find a target, but with the Raging Royal Flush, they commit to try and make their
That
way
guy's not a
into
paid-
the backline.
paid chatter.
With only 4 seconds to go, it's all about keeping the team zoned here. Meteor M, it's a huge split, but to take out Tanuki will be more than enough. Remove one from the board. Fire's going to
Also, someone was asking, does Tanuki play Wolverine? I think he
And the
does.
backline is starting to look real sparse for the members of Heretics, but there's a big pickup. Naga gets the double on the
Ooh.
other side. The backline's deleted, Moxie. Enzo's off the board. It's frontlines for frontlines with the strategist taken down, but Heretics
Wait,
are still
Team
moving.
Heretics actually
Vi
might
is
cap
low.
this.
He can't really stay in this fight. He's able to grab a health pack and make their way back in, but there's still bodies. Nevix is delaying. Vi's trying to make their way in. The portal comes in for Tanuki to zone them off the board to try and keep this going. Monster
Bro, just
Hulk
kill point,
to
kill
keep
point,
them
kill point.
out.
They're
2
gonna
meters,
cap.
1
They
meter,
cap.
and point 2 goes over to
A
Heretics.
team that was almost about to get
Heretics
full
really do
held
like
is
keeping
now
this
on
map
third
close,
phase.
huh? 2 points taken, both in OT, but that does not lend a whole lot of time to
I'm
push
from the
the more
UK and it's 2 p.m.
problematic
here. You
area
seem
of this
tired. What
map
time is it for you?
third.
It's
Virtus Pro
9:23
gaining
a.m. for me,
access
chat.
to
We've been streaming
environmental
since
hazards
7 a.m.
and also closer respawns, but
On
down
5
the
hours of
ultimates
sleep.
to be able to brute force the issue.
We streamed
Spark
yesterday
now
for
on the
17 and a
Elsa
half
wanting
hours.
to try and have this pick potential
W.
poking apart
Today's
Heretics
gonna be
team.
another
So you
17
have to
and a half
understand
hours.
that Heretics will be opening up with this Gambit ult. Virtus Pro have to be able to disengage. They do not have match. There's the opening from Alex. VP trying to pull away, but not able to escape the clutches of the Wolverine.
Tanuki making the most of this. Fincy was able to trade out so well, utilizing those shields to make sure they didn't get caught out of position, but just ran out of cooldowns
What do
for
you
a
mean,
while.
only
Here comes the
17?
launch. Tanuki missile caught on the terrain. Will be forced to wait, reset, and try again in a bit. As that allows Virtus Pro to make their way back in. Sparker is fully charged up with the Apex
Super.
Predator as they've moved on in. Naga, Ruby Rage for the blow-up. Not able to find anyone here. Tanuki's dropped low, but now Virtus Pro with the Raging Royal Flush and Fi with the Galactic Legend.
Bro,
Invisible
he was
boundary
so
unable to be
close
got
from
into
getting
it.
into
Fi's
that
only
ult.
so
He should've
much
shifted in,
time
not
as the
F.
backline of Heretics is getting deleted here. It's all up to Enzo to just try and delay here, but with
That's
the Apex Predator to
XQC's
remove
average
anyone who's
stream
still
hours.
touching off the
Cool.
point during overtime.
Why are we comparing?
It's just about to
Also,
wait for that portal.
I don't
to
do
remove
drugs.
them here. If the portal's even off cooldown, which it shouldn't be, as it was used on point 2.
Yeah, Heretics had to
I do my
reset
shit
strategist
raw.
just ult charges off of the swaps that they made. Like, Ken went for White Fox for the OT fight on second, so is only really coming out with Invisible Boundary for Heretics to be able to defend against. So Virtus Pro sacrificed some distance so that they're able to build
No,
up this
I'm waiting for
massive
Emily
shore of
to wake up
ultimates
so we could get
for when the
coffee.
overtime hits. They have Raging
I know
Roll
she's
Flush,
gonna
which
want
forces
some.
Invisible Boundary in response. Then you have Galactic Legend to respond to that. Then you have additional levels of response if
Yeah, that was
required.
a really good
Sparker
push
having
considering
the
how Team
Apex
Heretics
Predator
got full
to
cap, I mean,
grab
almost full
everyone
held, and they
from the
had to, and they had
insides
2.5
of it
minutes
and
to do the whole
deposit them
second phase.
into Virtus
That's
Pro's
huge.
clutches.
And then
As
they had
Heretics are stalled out, but for what could
like a
have been
minute and a
full
half for
hold,
third.
they did get pretty far through Manhattan.
I think I don't want to say that
They
this
did
is
an
like the second
incredible
hardest
job
map to fully cap, in my
considering how
opinion.
difficult that
The
push
first map
was.
would
Able to
be
find some really good
Museum of
last-minute
Contemplation. I think that map is like almost
Now,
one of the
Heretics, it's their turn for
impossible
a
maps to
defense,
cap.
And they don't even pick the Cyclops. They don't even pick the Wolverine. They don't even pick the Star-Lord. They've decided they were able to get some good distance, but with not much time. So they're going to try and waste as much of Virtus Pro's time as possible. The Penny, the Adam, the Loki, the Groot. It's all about burning through Virtus Pro's time back here.
I mean, it ends up potentially even counter-TPing VP's spawn.
Ooh, potentially.
So that Virtus Pro don't just get to portal into an angle of trying to put pressure on that Penny generator, as no portals from both of these teams. Virtus Pro actually rolling out on the torch from Fi. They did show this for a little bit of time yesterday in their match versus Reason.
Chat, I am
and
not
it's because
going
this
pro,
is a duelist
guys.
who does
I
not
have
require touching the
no
ground. So you don't have
interest
to
in
worry
going pro,
about
guys.
things like those
I
penny
would rather
nests
watch these games
taking
with you guys
out of
eat
this fight
McDonald's
early
and
as
then
Virtus Pro.
laugh.
It's a very slow approach to this point.
If I play pro, bro, that's too much
Methodical
stress.
as they
I'm
try
gonna
to
lose
work
the rest
out
of my
where
hair. I'm trying
exactly
to keep
that
it.
penny nest is to break it before the rest of the team can commit forward.
Also, I like the
Slow
torch
and
pick here.
steady,
This is
making
very
their
interesting.
way forward, and we're starting to see Heretics. They're holding the point for now, but with Fi on the flank, they do need to be careful. Penny's actually going to be the one to try and zone Fi away from this objective, but the nest is already
Yeah,
down.
I don't think I could
This
take
means that
games as
Virtus
serious
Pro
as I used to
have
be
the
for
opportunity
pro.
to step
I don't-
up. They just can't
I
get
play
caught
games
out.
for fun
Second
now,
nest
chat.
has been placed after the cooldown on the first one expires.
I got that squirrel
Looking to
girl
see if they can
mentality,
get a
bro. I only
blow
play
up
for
onto
fun
the
now.
backline with some nice flanking nests here, but overall there's no percentage yet for Virtus
Cypher,
Pro.
though.
They're making space, but they're not getting pickups yet.
I mean, Cypher is about to build his ult. VP are running double strategist. Heretics cannibalizing the ult charge.
Oh my god!
What a dive from Fi! Everyone from Heretics backline absolutely charcoal. As VP with that Gambit first ult, Heretics have no response to it. They'll try to go for a strange TP, but I don't think
They
it
don't
will
make
be in
it. They don't
time
make
to
it.
contest the point. So
Wow,
now
bro,
all you
that's
do is let this
crazy.
fight continue.
That's crazy. Good
Jonathan
push from
Storm,
Virtus Pro, and I like the
welcome home
torch
to
pitch.
New
Ooh,
York,
wait, we
able
have
to
to keep
get
it down.
huge
I'm starting to get a
amount of
little
value
loud.
out of that early setup
Emily's
here,
still
and they're
sleeping,
almost
chat.
fully charged towards an ultimate as well. It's a great map for some verticality.
I almost got in trouble, but if I got in trouble, I would have probably blamed you guys, so it's okay.
And prevent Heretics from getting set up. Heretics are sticking in the triple Vanguard, triple strategist setup. Raging Royal Flush stolen by Ken for the commitment from the Heretics as they try and make their way into the backline, but the Penny is annihilated, trying to make their way in with the Spider Time. And immediately Heretics, all that space they just gained is lost. Straggling Prison comes on in for the background via Magamoto for the second pickup, and a great Carbon Crush for the turnaround as Finzi may have just saved their backline. A Supernova comes on in, met with the Invisible Boundary, and now it's all about delaying, all about burning through the time. Heretics are throwing the entire kitchen sink at this, and they have slowed Virtus Pro, but they haven't stopped them yet, as Virtus Pro still hold the point. Finally, though, with Finzi finished off thanks to the walls from the Groot.
You know
here.
what? Finzi deserves
Heretics
that for
get
not
a
wearing the
slight
new
reprieve.
Yeah, Heretics
the
just
new
have so many
beach skin.
defenses now that they've been able to
Come
build
on,
up those
Finzi.
ultimates, right? You had Soul Bond, you had Invisible Boundary, Loki Regeneration Domain as well. But Heretics were divested of 2 of those. You're only now holding on to Karmic Revival, which means that Tanuki has to perfectly survive the forward push from VP. Once Saipe has that Gambit ult good to go. That, or you delay
this is
Virtus
this is
Pro
gonna
from
be a
being
good
able to
series.
commit into
I
this
think
fight
this is
off of the pick early on.
I think
from
this is
from
like the
Cyclops,
second best
but
team
you're
in
just not
EMEA
getting
against the third
opportunity.
best
You're
team
having
in
to push
EMEA.
Nevix away,
Oof.
and Sparker wins the 1v1, forcing the Karmic Revival early. Cypher's got the Gambit ult to punish the position of it, and Fi's just sent in deep to Heretics' line.
The reses are good, though. Brings back 3 members keeping the fight going for Heretics. Meaning that
I think the best team in
EMEA
EMEA is going to be Na'Vi.
Pressure from Virtus Pro is piling
I think
up.
Virtus Pro
Enzo
would
about
be
to have
second,
that
and
Ayakamoto
Team Heretics
present
would be
available
third.
for Beetle as they are able to punish Virtus Pro. Ayakamoto comes on out, basically just on the back line.
Team Heretics is looking pretty strong here, though.
Heels of Virtus Pro as they are forced to reset again. And Heretics, this is exactly what they want to be doing. And now that Tanuki's finally used Res, he might be able to swap off if he goes down in the future. But Heretics are
Any team with
Virtus
Terra is
Pro
going to be number
burn
one.
time for every meter. It's the only way they're getting
So
away
why
with
wasn't
this so far,
100
and it's
Thieves number
working.
one
I mean,
last
they're
year?
taking so many fights, and like you said,
Sorry,
they're burning so
TTK.
much time, which is crucial off of how quickly they lost that first point. Ken will have copy onto potentially invisible boundary, or if you lose players early, Adam to be able to overcome that BRB and closer respawns from Virtus Pro to continue throwing players into these fights. He gets the steal onto the Gambit though, so Virtus Pro now being much more on the defensive, not in a position to run away properly. Lose
TTK is
Binzi on
probably
the
not even
kite,
here, bro. He's
find
probably in the
themselves stuck in
bathroom.
spawn yet again, which has allowed Alex to build up to invisible boundary. That might not be enough though to stand up to the sheer firepower that VP
And
will
how
have
how
within
are you
this
gonna
next
say that I'm a
fight.
dick? Chat, I was in
Cosmic Gun
China. I
amplified
remember
to
them
open
losing. I was
ML
there.
to create space for walk, and then if the fight goes long, Saipei's unmatched Gambit ult. Ruby Rage to open from Sparker with the Cosmic Gun amplifier, finds the picks onto Heretics, and there's no Loki, no Adam ult to bring the players
Sparker, bro.
back.
Ooh, Sparker.
Picks up the
Sparker's
Heretics
looking like
where? I don't
oh my
see
god,
them,
Sparker
as
looks like
Virtus
J3
Pro
out there.
Just wipe them off the board.
Can I
And
get a
yet,
true?
Tanuki comes back again to buy
Ooh.
more time. They
has to
just
be a
keep
swap.
throwing
Ooh.
bodies at the point.
Okay.
Yeah, Tanuki does swap off. He was at 80% of an ult charge, and it's just not worth it. You're not going to get more value out of the Adam here. You maybe get one more revive, but you've got to contest the objective. You've got to make sure that you have someone to deal with Nevik, someone to potentially catch Sparker. So we're back on the Wolverine, and Beetle bringing out the Hulk once again. Boundary's on the board, but Silent Seduction to try and prevent them from getting onto the board. Boundary does come out, though. This may allow Heretics to sustain through this fight just long enough that they might be able to get a turnaround.
No eliminations though, which means Nevix 5, Feast of the
Incoming.
Abyss, and Last Stand. Pick potential, and Heretics, no response to it. No Loki, no regeneration domain. Fi's getting ready to brawl on the objective. Nevix applies the anti-heal onto both Enzo and Tanuki, and there's
Wait,
the
how
Last Stand
big?
setup that he was looking for.
How big is that
Goes down,
range for his
Beetle goes
ult?
down with a
He didn't
delay
even
of
look
the
like he
Hulk
was next to them and he
transformation,
launched them in
and
the
Virtus
air?
Pro making a very calm walk
What's
here,
the
but it's still gonna be
range
a
on
commitment.
that
Heretics,
shit?
They're just trying to take out the time. They're going to force overtime at minimum here from Virtus Pro, which gives them the best situation to maybe turn it around. And actually, that's 2, that's 3. Virtus Pro forced to retreat as Heretics get the positioning back.
Wait,
Portal
there's no
from
way.
Fi is full,
No
but
one
they
can
can't
touch.
touch it. Team Heretics, they eat the time and
Team
then secure it with a
Heretics
beautiful
tied
engage
the
from Emma for dessert.
Oh, Loki, Adam, Invis. Triple strategist stall out shenanigans from Heretics, win out Lower Manhattan. Virtus Pro's
Damn,
momentum
bro.
slowed to an absolute standstill as Heretics pull a map to equalize 1-1, and we have the potential 5-map series that a lot of people are hoping for.
We'll find out if that continues that
Wait,
way. If Heretics
TTK,
keep
were
the
you not
momentum
here
going,
3
or
seconds
if this
ago?
will be a
Oh, that's
back and
good.
forth with Virtus Pro taking
Cat
the
was
next
saying
map
some mean
after this
things,
break.
which I don't really agree with. I was defending you, but yeah, I actually don't know why they weren't on Rocket as well. Wait, what? I love Saipei, but I'm rooting for Harry Dix. Who's Harry Dix? Do you mean Team Heretics? Bro, Team Heretics? You call them Team Harry Dix? Nah, bro. Nah, bro. You look tired? Nah. It's like running, bro. I just need to get my second win. DoorDash yourself some Dutch Bros. I don't think we have a Dutch Bros here on the East Coast. I think Dutch Bros is more of a... Isn't that more of a West Coast thing? What's up, Broccoli? How you doing? How you doing? Yo, Fox, appreciate the massive raid. I hope you had a great stream. Wait, what are you doing awake? Don't you have a match later today? Bro, why is TTK awake? Why is Fox awake? What are you guys doing up? Appreciate the massive raid. I hope you had a great stream. I finished prep and then stayed up. I am playing pro. You still got to be there for your team. God damn, appreciate the massive raid, man. Also, I have to stay quiet. I'm sorry. I'm not as loud as I usually am. Wait, I finished my prep. Oh, wait, I just realized. Wait, you guys are playing against each other. TTK, well, you both are doing up. TTK and Fox, what are you guys doing? You know what? Instead of playing against each other and being enemies, maybe since you guys are both, you know, tired, you guys should come together, put your differences aside, have a sleepover. And Ginjanin Jaking, appreciate the massive 2 months, my friend.
Protect your bald king.
Sleep is optional in pro play. I mean, you could no. You can even ask Fox. Sleep is very important when you're competing, chat. Sleep is very, very important. No, what do you mean cap? TTK. Sleep is very important. It's not. What do you mean nobody needs sleep? What do you mean nobody needs sleep? Okay, I'm gonna remember that. Watch. When Swamp Gaming 3-0s 100 Thieves, I'm gonna remember that. Oh, you shoulda. You don't need sleep. You don't need sleep, bro. Watch. Watch. Sleep is very important. Only you unks need sleep. That's not true at all. Do you guys know how unhealthy it is to actually be awake for more than 24 hours? And then even long, and if you keep going and going, it's actually really bad for you. Jay, send me a hair follicle for my birthday. Nah, that sounds very sus. You're probably gonna take my hair and try to clone me. What the hell? Long-term lack of sleep also raises your risk of obesity, diabetes, depression, high blood pressure, stroke, and heart disease. Isn't it like if you stay awake for more than 24 hours, your chances of getting a heart attack actually double? That's fucking crazy, bro. That's crazy. What do you mean if I die, I die? What are you saying, bro? That's probably why you're balding. You sleep so much your hair can't grow where your head touches the pillow. Yoon. Shut up.
Team Heretics' convergence win rate is 8-0 now across the year, as a really solid win came in from Lower Manhattan. Scrappy in places, but Virtus Pro now have the choice of a convoy map, an area where also
Yo, Tech Master, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
Berber Patapim have been convoy connoisseurs, and triple strategist merchants all the way through. Welcome back to this best of 5 series. One of these teams is going to be qualifying for mid-season finals.
Mango, appreciate the massive 5 months, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
That we just saw like Navi and Rad earlier. Tetra, this felt like very much more back and forth, just in odd areas. I think Virtus.pro are going to be very frustrated because that could have been a full hold at the start of that defense, and it ended up going on.
There's a theory that sleeping starves off a inner demon, and that's why people get more groggy and angry while sleeping.
Being paid by the minute because they're just working.
That's the first time I ever heard anything like that.
Forcing them to just put
and broccoli with 5 months, I am not subbing to this old man. Bro, I'm not even old.
What we wanted to bring up, Roxy and I, was the fact that the Loki stole 2 Gambit ults
and
on
NBA
defense
Breezy with the massive prime sub. Absolutely insane, my friend. Appreciate it.
For Heretics is re-engaged.
Really was just
also, how are you going to get mad at me for being old, Broccoli, when you literally play a game for old people?
At the end of their attacking second checkpoint, they managed to get through, and like I said, Virtus.pro managed to push it to overtime a couple of times and not being able to actually hold it out in the end. Weird too, with like stuff like the rocket being one-sided for Virtus.pro on VP's attack and not using it, and then using it on the defense. And Heretics making a one-sided Daredevil sort of work against them. They didn't actually pick the Daredevil themselves. Lots of Cyclops Wolverine team-ups to be going.
I didn't see it yet. No, I have to check it out.
The creative ideas that both these teams are trying to run compositionally.
Yeah, I think you can sort of see how uncomfortable
did they
and
announce
sort
it yet, Broccoli?
Scrappy that VP have to become once they lose the resources of like the Daredevil and also the Captain America, though I feel like
it's a points
Heretics
system
have a very
that you can
good
add and
backdraft of just like
subtract.
forcing VP out of that comfort zone.
Do you
because,
know where
like,
the
VP,
LAN is,
when
Jay?
they've won titles, they've done it
Do I
off
know
of
where the
Double
LAN
Dive
event is
Vanguard
for the pro players?
with the Daredevil. They looked uncomfortable playing
Yes.
the Devil Dino meta and went back to the Double Dive Vanguard meta, and it worked out for them in both preseason and group stages when we saw them like have their true strength of matches then. So I think continuing to target out the Cap and the Daredevil is a very smart option, since you don't gain the opportunity
LAN
of
event
saving
is going to be
them.
somewhere
If you're VP, you would have to make the choice of
on this planet.
Gambit save, continuing with that, or letting something like that Daredevil be the first save. But I think you have to keep the Gambit in play. So until we see those two make it through the draft, this series will continue to be as close as it was on Manhattan.
Yeah, Virtus.pro having nightmares, I think.
You may
about this
look
Team
like a
Heretics squad
UNC.
under
I don't know why it doesn't say
Captain Name
UNC,
when
but you are
mid-season
not an
finals is brought up.
UNC.
This is the
Appreciate it,
squad,
guys.
Tetra, that not only knocked Virtus.pro down to the
What is
losers
this?
bracket for stage 1, but they also eliminated Virtus.pro from stage 1, which meant the Berber
No
Patibim, now
insurance,
the Team
no
Heretics
found in
roster,
raid
5
for
out of 6 at the very
hideout.
least, went to the mid-season finals. Virtus.pro had to stay at home.
+4 secret global
Yeah, I
modifier.
think we know we're going to Convoy. I'm wondering if Virtus.pro were like less likely to pick Midtown because that's the map that happened.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the
God.
map. Well, we don't even get to see it. We're going to
There's
see
no
it.
way they
Yeah,
pick
you
Midtown.
don't pick
worry.
Midtown. If you're a dive team, you do not pick Midtown.
No, for sure.
That's of all of the convoy maps in
Walking in
rotation.
vegetation
That's
is
the one
50%
that it's
quieter and
hardest to
slows you down
run the
50%
dive
less.
on, and that's the one that also plays into the strengths of things like the Groot and the Penny, which was something that Heretics were able to use for so
Bolt
long.
action
Once you
rifles
go
start
into
at level
draft,
10.
Heretics are 6-1 on this map. It's their best map by far, and Virtus.pro chose it. Let's see how this goes.
That is rough. But to be fair, every map Heretics are on has a positive, very high win rate, and just via benefit of the fact we've been seeing Museum a lot, there is going to be a lot of good scores for Heretics here. So we'll see if Virtus.pro just have the faith that they have the outplay potential here. For now, though, we're in the draft, and it's looking pretty standard so far. But now, will
Daredevil?
Heretics, with their opportunity to try and replicate the success, yes, they're going to continue the same strategy here, removing Daredevil from the board.
Interesting. Sorry,
And
John, I was reading
likely
something.
following up with a cap ban, as well as they go for one-sided Daredevil save. VP not getting the opportunity
chat, let's see this.
of removing that Daredevil. So Heretics have flanking potential, diving potential, and one-sided information.
They're scared of the Wolverine, bro. They're scared of the Wolverine.
Was an issue, and it absolutely was. Tanuki was getting so much work done. Do they go for the save on
Don't
the
tell me
cap
they're going to
here
save Luna.
before Heretics can target it out? I fear though if they go for the save on the cap, Heretics will just
Safety with the
respond
massive
with a
100
ban
bits.
on
Appreciate it.
Venom,
Appreciate it.
so that they can still
Yeah.
remove one
the
of
other.
the two dive vanguards for VP to be able to play, as they will save the Luna Snow instead to still be able to have that Luna and Gambit backline access, which means that if Heretics want to, again, replicate that ban draft, which found so much success.
I get told that I'm in my 20s, but I'm 36 with a 14-year-old kid. That's good. That means you have really good,
with the exception of Logan appearing for
good genetics.
Fans taking that away from Heretics because Tanuki is a monster. He is a Tanuki, not a Wolverine, but he certainly cosplays well. Heretics, they stick with their strengths. They know what works, and they just try to replicate it. We see in the Contemplation another map where we could see the return of the penny that we saw from Heretics and Virtus.pro for a little bit of
yeah, I don't know why they're saving Luna, man. I would save Rocket instead.
Here.
They still do the clap!
Yay,
They
we love
still
that.
do the clap. For those of you who are watching Marvel Rivals esports for the first time, this was a tradition that was started in Berber Patapim, who were, as Ryan pointed out, 5 out of 6 of Heretics' players were on Berber Patapim before they became Liquid or Citadel, and then moved
Where are
into
they saying they're
Heretics
doing
now.
the clap,
There was
chat?
a tradition that they did at the start of all of their
STD
maps
doesn't
to make
play
sure that
to
they
the
were
last
all
game
on the
of
same
NA.
page for coordinating dive, where they
I
would
just-
count to
what-
3
what are
and
they- what are they
clap
even
all
talking
at
about?
the same time, and it is lovely to get to see them still doing this, not on LAN, but here on our player cams.
We love to see it. And looking at the defense here, is they're all on the same page
What?
for delays. It's triple Vanguard, triple strategist, but without the
I live in
penny.
Hong Kong. The
They're
only
going
way to
for
watch you is to be up
Magneto,
all night and rinse and repeat, no sleep.
Groot.
Bro,
Instead
chat,
of just
sleep is
letting
important.
Virtus.pro push
You guys
around
are on
with Human
YouTube.
Torch,
You guys
they
can
pick some
always see
characters
my
who
YouTube
might be able to
videos.
put some beats to it, might be able to put some pressure onto that flying character.
We'll also eat the
Also,
torch
I
as
really
well,
do like
right?
I really like the
Meteor
torch pick.
absorbs
A lot of people
the
say Torch is dead or not as
tornadoes
good, but
from
Torch's
ultimate, so
doing really
Fire
well right
losing
now.
the opportunity of playing from the air, also having steal of the poke pressure from the mag with that
Well,
threat
casters
of
are
the right
louder
click,
than
so
you.
having
Yeah,
to be
I know. I
very
have to stay
wary,
quiet because
playing around
Emily's
this
sleeping.
cover,
When
understanding
she's
he
awake,
will not
chat,
be
don't
gaining
worry,
a
I'll be
lot
loud.
of healing, since VP not running the Invisible Woman to shield stagger and Fi to be more aggressive in his position, which means that we get a slower burn approach. They've been able to find Ken, though, getting him low enough to force out the regeneration domain before he can exchange back to the rest of his team.
Now going to try to go for a dual hit scan character on the standard quantum magics here
Waker.
to get a
You want
little
me to
bit
die?
of pressure on 2-5 if they can land those shots. The conflict cluster.
You
is
want
a
me to go wake
projectile
up?
though, but for now it's
You
just
want me to
Devon's
die?
taken down here, utilizing the Groot Wall of Beetle, but Battle Rebirth Beacon from the
Yo,
one
Deadshot with the massive 5 subs. Absolutely insane, my friend. Appreciate it, appreciate it.
Cypher's actually going to be on the flank. Pulsing
Massive
Dart gonna
W.
fly away here, and with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier, immediately 2 members go down. There is nowhere near a revive available for Naga, meaning Virtus.pro take advantage of their quicker ult charge to gain positioning.
Well, Beetle will go for the Strange, so Heretics still think that they can take this fight. Ken's so close that Loki ult in comparison to Saipe. If you can get the copy
Yo,
onto the Gambit, then you
Koyogan
purify
with a massive
the
5
hit of
gifted
Kraken impact from
subs
Sparker
as well.
Virtus.pro going to be getting a
Absolutely
lot of
insane,
damage
my
done.
friend. I
Good bionic
appreciate
hook,
it.
but Bulwark's there to keep Tanuki up. Heretics looking for Ken to get this opportunity. What will the copy be?
Absolutely
Finzi using
crazy.
Stone
I
Seduction,
appreciate it.
trying to get the pressure onto the Loki so he doesn't get freedom of choice to get the pick onto the Gambit, and no, he can only copy the Adam, which means you get a second cast of Soul Bond to walk.
The Karmic Revival did come out, but everyone on Heretics is tanking through this barely. Hellfire's a low sonic seduction, invisible boundary, allowing them to keep this delay going, and this is familiar to last match, Moxie, as
And
right at the edge of the
Kaori,
point. Team
usually has
Heretics
100
come
bits, my friend.
alive.
Yeah, Meteor Am
What's up,
about
man?
to
How
come
you
online
doing?
for
How you doing?
Tanuki as
Broccoli
well.
with the massive
Comic
gifted sub to
Revival
Jay3
available
is
to
tall and
Heretics if they
handsome.
lose
Wait, that's
players.
actually an
They're
account?
using the Mago early to just try and take away the pressure from Virtus.pro walking with that one-sided Gambit, giving the space
that
to build
account
up that
hasn't
Comic
talked to my
Revival
chat
and get these players
since
back
3 years
into
ago.
the throws. Beetle using that Eye of Agamotto, but now that Meteor Am's done, Supernova blankets out the objective, and Heretics losing that revive window, lose their players now for real.
Media M before
Good
Supernova,
amplifier.
Revive before too many people went down.
Huge
Virtus.pro
rocket
find
ult.
the opportunities, utilizing as
Which-
many of their tools
which
as
I don't
possible
understand.
after
Why
the
didn't they
defensive
play
tools
rocket
of
last
Heretics
game,
are
but-
gone, and they claim that first point. At Heretics, it's an immediate swap. They're not going to get the big spawn hold anymore.
I think
now all
Rocket is
about
gonna get a
taking
nerf,
these
chat.
fights. So Cyclops makes its way to the board, and Tanuki gets that one-sided Daredevil.
Wait, Finzi on the penny? On
Fence
attack?
Penny.
defensive
We
penny. I mean,
saw
it will
it
actually
quite
work
bit.
hard
And they got off.
against
They got
things
off
like
the
Enzo
rocket to
and
go
Venom,
Luna here.
as well as
Yeah.
making it really problematic for Heretics to be
TTK,
able to solve this
explain.
objective. Right? It's not just the Daredevil that you have to worry about, it's the soul potential of the Cap and that Venom, allowing Heretics to be able to take more fights than Virtus.pro would have ultimates to be able to see through.
This did appear yesterday, at least a little bit, so seeing the return here, Finzy's just trying to make sure that their backline is protected. If the Daredevil wants to dive, it's gonna meet mines. That's the vibe here, just prevent the dive coming on in here. Beetle
Especially with
forced to
Sparker
disengage.
hooking people into it as well, right?
Yeah, it's like the Devil Dinosaur combo, but without having to play Devil Dinosaur because he's a bit bad at the moment. So they're going to keep the pressure onto the backline. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush from the side of Team Heretics.
I have
trying to
never
take
seen a fight in
advantage,
this room
try and
before.
Take any positioning they
I
can.
have
They will
never
get
seen a
Dreadthrow.
fight before.
Sparker taken down, and only one ultimate used here for Heretics to claim the position here and force Virtus.pro back into spawn.
Yeah, and Virtus.pro now lose access to those rooms where they could fortify with the penny, bunker down, and make it so hard for Heretics to be able to push them out of. So Alex with Fate of Both Worlds will be able to survive the engagement of Feast of the Abyss if VP even get the opportunity to use it. As Finzy's taken out early, Virtus.pro no space to
Navi
be able
beat
to
Rang
contest the
earlier
sheer
today,
amount of
chat.
incoming damage from
4%
Heretics
nice.
poke. Sparker actually swapping off of the Bucky onto the Psylocke just to try to get through
No,
past
Virtus.pro
that
did not
information
ban
check from
Captain
Heretics, but
America,
with Tanuki
chat.
on the Daredevil,
Team
you
Heretics
always know where he
banned Captain
is.
America.
Feast of the Abyss early from
They can
Enzo,
still play
Cypher
it.
using that Raging Roll Flush in response, but this
Marty
should not
Goose,
find
Christian Master, 4
eliminations
months.
as Alex
Hope you're
has
having a
the
great
Fate
day.
of Both Worlds
Also, I
to
still
allow
like this.
Heretics to hold their own.
Here comes the counter though as Tanuki goes into the backline, but gets webbed up immediately. It's a 3-second stun, which is allowing a little bit of sustain coming out from Virtus.pro as they mirror with their own Fate of Both Worlds. Vi now with their Galactic Legend tries to take the duel into the Daredevil. The deflect comes on in, but there's just too much damage. Vi able to take them down. He's now chasing any retreating members of Heretics that they can. With 2 members down, the remaining members of Heretics are forced to retreat through the doorway, which allows the penny to set up, and suddenly the re-engage has turned into a incredibly difficult position.
Yeah, but one more fight which allows Heretics to come out with that Raging Roll Flush from Ken. Beetle taps onto the objective too to be able to stall it, but Heretics are
How would I
split
feel if my
down to
pro
the
career
butterflies,
started in
potentially
Marvel
finding
Rivals
pick, but it's
and not
Alex who walks
Overwatch?
with 2 of the eliminations off of the setup from that Ruby Rage.
I don't know.
Nevix does get
What am I
the
supposed to
pick-off
feel
onto
now?
Alex in the backline though, so Gambit
I don't get
kills
that
only
question.
for Heretics and trying to keep their
I would
positions
feel
up with
exactly
their
the same. It's
vanguards,
just
able to
the
just
same
tank
thing.
all of that damage, stopping Virtus.pro from getting the cap. Crucially, 30 seconds before OT, Finzy has to go to Angela off of the Penny Parker so that VP get the opportunity of scouting out Heretics' close hold.
They find Tanuki, but not able to get the finishing blow. Tanuki able to dash on through. Like you said, they may have to just go for a dash touch to make sure that they can contest it. With 10 seconds to go, Finzy on the way, making sure that they're keeping some pressure onto the diving characters of Heretics so that they can claim a position as best as they can. It's going to be Nevix to touch the point, to put some pressure onto the board here as Tanuki is taken down by Fi. Pressure in. Beetle gets the counter onto Finzy, though, removing that main frontliner. As overtime
I made a hit scan in
starts to trickle down
Overwatch.
if Nevix leaves that point at any time. Feast of the Abyss coming on out,
I
though, as
played Pro as
Enzo is
mostly a lot
keeping
of
pressure
chase.
into the backline, retreats into their own team so they can get some healing output, trying to put some of that pressure onto Nevix to take them off the board. Neither team has the Raging Royal Flush, but both are close. Nevix with Feast of the Abyss is creeping forward onto the board. Vader both worlds from Dridro, allowing the counter push. And with that Raging Royal Flush on the board, Alex is making their way back in, close to an ultimate of their own. It's all about delays, but no one's touching at least yet. Beetle gets it with 1.5 meters to go, but immediately the Raging Royal Flush comes out, take them out quickly before the reinforcements can come
where's
onto
Alex
the board.
at? Alex
Enzo
has the Luna
falls.
ult. He has to
Beetle
use the Luna
touches.
ult.
Half a meter to go. Vader both worlds for a little bit of extra delay to get the counter. They take down Dridro. They've got to keep touching.
They
though.
killed
A third
Alex
of a
through the
meter to
Luna
go.
ult.
As
Oh
Tanuki
my
comes
God.
on in from the back limit of the butterflies onto the point to take them out. Naga falls. Sparker is keeping that Gambit off the board, but Beetle is still
Wait,
delaying.
they're still
He's
holding it. They're still
holding
holding it.
Portal comes on in from Enzo to keep the delay going for every possible second with overtime ticking down.
No
Virtus.pro cannot
way, bro.
maintain.
I
Same
thought
story
Virtus
as
Pro was
Lower
gonna get
Manhattan.
that.
Stall
They
until you can
comboed.
win the fight from Heretic's side.
They comboed the
insane
Venom ult with
last OT fight.
the
Like, so much happened.
Doctor Strange
Heretics playing
bust.
super smart,
So they Venom
understanding that
ulted the
Virtus
Luna
Pro
when
will
she
hit
was
that
ulting,
Luna
and they
ult
also busted on her on the same
before
time.
Ken is able to
The
build
the
Raging
E.
Roll
I don't know
flush.
what it's
So
called,
he
chat.
plays super safe all the way
You know
back,
what I'm
which
talking
means that
about.
VP
They
unable
did it at the
to
same
invade
time
into
on
Heretics'
Luna, and she
spawn
died.
side and get the
I
focus
don't know what
onto
the
the
ult- I
Gambit,
don't know
which
what the
allows him
ability is
to
called.
have the team contest with Raging Roll flush.
The
Then you
bust.
build up into Fate of Both Worlds from Alex.
Is it
Once Virtus
Maelstrom?
Pro
I don't
sustain
fucking know.
is done, you slightly, literally half a second, you turn. It's such a risk going off of healing to the damage boost so that you can tip through the heals to get the hit onto Dredro. And then even if you lose players in that moment, you still have Freedom Charge to fall back onto, as Heretics are able to weather the storm of Virtus Pro's approach. And this is a very winnable Museum of Contemplation.
It's doable, and as such, Virtus Pro, they
Maelstrom
take
of
a little bit
Madness.
of a
Come on,
leaf
Jay.
out of
Bro, I
Heretics'
don't know.
book
Who
here,
knows
and
the
they're going for a bit
abilities
more of a
for all the
style
characters in
composition,
this
but they're
game?
not fully committed.
If you,
They're
I don't
still
know
sticking with
any
this
ability
2-2-2
names.
style,
I just
with
play the game
being
because I like the
great for
game, Chan, and I have
zoning,
fun.
Great for these close
I am
holds,
not
especially
gonna learn
when
all the
combined with, once
ability
again,
names.
Fincy bringing out the penny. They've set up mines, they've set up a lovely path for those mines to make their way in, and if Nevis can get a carbon crush onto someone, might be able to force them into that explosive trap, as Fincy will find Naga on the long-range mine placement.
And no rocket to be able to instantly bring your duelist back, so that's a good 20 seconds or so shaved totally off of the time bank, as Ken was on Loki, actually decides to go onto the Invis, seeing both the Wolverine and the Cyclops in play, wants to be able to have that push and pull to counter the grabs. Does mean that you give up second cast of Raging Roll Flush though, so Saipa will have match for Alex. You're relying on Tanuki winning out the 1v1 mirror.
He will be piling on the pressure, at least for the moment. Blaster Barrage needs to not get caught out, so we'll cancel it early just to make sure that they have the advantageous position, not going to get caught out, and they even take down the Biotic Spider Nest.
Yeah,
for
great
that
shields
defense.
from Ken.
Exactly.
As
I don't even know
like,
the ability
Tanuki does
names
not go down
for Strange,
off of
and I'm a
some really
champion
good
Strange.
dodge and
I don't-
shield placements from Ken, which allows him to save the iframe. So they've been able to break corner,
I'm a
and
champion
crucially,
Namor,
they
and I
can
can't even
start
tell
trying
you
to put
his
more pressure on
his
Finzy's nest
abilities
placement as well.
by their real names. You have a bubble.
On in with the
You have
Raging Roll
squids.
Flush. No Galactic
Then you have
Legend
big
here that
fish.
might not be needed. They're just going to take down the nest and the penny.
And then you have your
Gonna
right
take it
click,
down.
whatever the
Penny
right
will
click is
delete the
named.
nest, but both go down in the end, and that is just a convincing fight.
Damn,
with first
that was
door
that was
open
a
with
huge
5
fight
minutes
for
to
Team
go.
Heretics too. They
Yeah,
have
so
5
you
minutes.
couldn't quite complete the elimination because of Nevix's Sonic Seduction. So Finzy actually does a little bit of min-maxing. He body blocks with his own health bar on the Penny mech to keep the nest in play for slightly more time, but Heretics are still able to win out the fight overall. VP though, they still have their own Gambit ult to make a play for this retake. So Heretics having to be very careful, having to be ready to respond
What is
with
Namor's ult
invisible
called?
boundaries.
Isn't it just Big
VP
Whale?
don't have good follow-up. Yes, they've got the Gambit
Moby
ult, but they
Dick?
don't have
What is
something
it
to be able to
called?
find eliminations through invisible boundary, and Heretics want to punish VP's aggression. They want to read, anticipate that Gambit ult, propelling the team forward, and
Born
they
of
massively
Proteus.
over-invest ultimates.
Yeah, you're a nerd, bro.
Both the Galactic
GG's.
Legend and Sonic Seduction in response alongside invisible boundary to Saipe's ult means that VP have house money when it comes to ult trades in this next fight.
Yeah, Heretics heard the Gambit ultimate and just hit all the buttons, and suddenly they get some momentum out of it, but all they got was
69
one
Carl,
hiccup.
69
But now
for
Fate of Both
2
Worlds
months.
is available
Appreciate
for
it.
Virtus Pro.
For
Just as the butterflies
56
available,
months,
and they
and
will
good
soon
guy
have
Greg. Appreciate myself 11 months, my
with
friend.
it.
Did I get a good night's sleep?
That's a
No.
great position for Virtus Pro, as long as they don't stagger. Does the butterfly
Yeah.
can be dropped quite early into the backline, seeing if they can force out any other tools, and once again, the other 2 buttons are pressed from Team Heretics. Ruby Rage and the Feast from the Abyss, it is enough to take down Finzy, and also Fi and Virtus Pro. They also just burn all their buttons and find nothing for it.
This is so dangerous for Virtus Pro. Like, this is final fight territory. You're relying on Heaven's Retribution from Finzy, but Alex can free the whole team with the Purify from Raging Roll Flush.
Yo, Virtus
You've given
Pro's
up
getting
down to the
fucking walked
butterflies.
down on.
Someone from VP has to find clutch eliminations on Heretics and fast, or this round is done.
Seeing the move back in. Raging Royal Flush from Alex this time doesn't want to give Virtus Pro time to regroup. Down goes one front line. The second is absolutely mullered with the Ruby Rage to try and remove people from the board. Tanuki heals back up, though not going down without a fight. Sparker falls, Dridro falls, and now it's all about Nevix, who will get one. Holds the line at least for the moment as reinforcements come back in. Fincy with a quick re-engage here, thanks to the speed of the Angela onto the board. Tanuki has the Galactic Legends to try and push on up. Saipe is charged with that Raging Royal Flush with the Invisible Boundary about to fall. Here it comes. Galactic Legends try and take them down before the damage can be done. And it's working out. One falls, two falls. The front line is melting Moxie as
Virtus Pro is losing
but it's all about Nevix
1-2. Team Heretics
delaying with every second they can as Portal is going to attempt to come back in. I think it was interrupted. No Portal on the board, so it's all about rushing the point here. They send everything at the point, but Virtus Pro fall one by one, and Heretics, they'll make you a believer.
they capped with 2 minutes, bro.
Virtus Pro looking very uncomfortable when it comes to coordinating, regrouping, and not over-investing ultimates in some of those fights, as Heretics is looking in total control of that last fight especially. Invisible Boundary forcing a response of Raging Roll Flush.
How can it be a reverse sweep, chat, when Virtus Pro already won the first game?
Galactic Legend
It was just
totally
1-0.
taking
That's not a
VP
reverse
down.
sweep.
Something cancelled Portal, be it invisible
And if you're talking about
push
if Virtus Pro reverse sweeping now,
your
it's already
invis,
1-2.
or
How's that a
potentially
reverse
even
sweep?
like a knockback from something like Cyclops. We will have to go see, but Heretics 2-1 up in this series, now on match point.
What's up, Talis?
I think a lot of people's predictions and channel points will be in peril, as we expected this to be a close series, but I don't know how many people had Heretics above VP.
True.
You'll have to
I
think
did not
about
have
that
Team
as we
Heretics above
head
VP.
into a break.
But
Don't go
I knew it was
anywhere.
gonna be a
Can
good
Virtus
game.
Pro bring it back? We'll find out after these messages.
Is it a best of 3 now? No, chat. It's a best of 5. How is no, you cannot say that I'm scamming you guys. Who, if you saw Team Heretics against Virtus Pro, I'm pretty sure 9 out of 10 of you guys would be voting for Virtus Pro to win. There is no way that you guys are going to say that I'm nah. 11. Appreciate the massive 3 months, my friend. W stream as always. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. Virtus Pro lost their aura a long time ago. That's not true. There's still... Virtus Pro is still one of the top 3 teams in EMEA. EMEA is a difficult region, yes? I don't think it is. I think there's only 3 really, really good teams in EMEA, chat. Team Heretics, Virtus Pro, and Navi are like the best 3 teams that that should be going to the LAN, right? And then for NA, you have NA is a clown fiesta, bro. NA has Swamp Gaming, which is really good. They have Team Liquid Citadel, which is really good, but every other team can beat any other team. It just depends on who shows up that day. I don't know. I really want to know who the 3rd team going to land is for NA, though. Jay, show us the new phone. I'm using Emily's phone. Do I look... I feel bonita. You like it? I feel very bonita. I don't know if YWL would make it, though. YWL is looking like a really good team, and they beat... who did YWL play yesterday? Sentinels, right? Oh, well, that's actually not really saying anything. I think Sentinels is fumbling the bag. Sentinels is beating themselves, bro. I don't know what they're doing. Wait, what is this?
Guang, guang. You ignite the battle. Guang, guang.
I have sent this to double check. What is
You
this?
ignite my life. When I see your face, you know that I'll pay for 10 more skins. 'Cause I love it when you say, hey rivals, guang, guang here. Hey rivals, guang, guang here. Guang, 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 guang.
Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice. Well, I just wanted to listen to what the song was, chat. My bad, bro. Would you guys rather have me sing? Oh shit, sorry, I'm getting a little too loud. I can't get loud, bro. I can't sing right now, bro. Emily's still sleeping. As soon as she's awake, I will be as loud as I am normally am. It's just that. And I'm pretty sure a lot of guys here who are in relationships or are married, but no, I am not trying to die, and I'm not trying to sleep on the couch tonight. It's 10 a.m. though. Yeah, I think she went to bed really late because the previous night I was really loud, and no, the previous day I was really loud and I kept her up all night. Yeah. Jay, would you own a pro team? Chat. How am I gonna pay for a pro team, bro? You're literally a billionaire. If I was a millionaire or a billionaire, I'd be like Oprah, saying, you get a computer, you get a computer, you get a skin, you get a skin, we all get skins.
To be running, and they showed exactly how. Now,
I am
Team Heretics
326.
Away from
Because today's we passed the first. I am 326, not 327 months left in a mortgage, chat.
Reappear on this one. Not quite Halloween yet. But Tetra, like, this felt very, like, vastly different. It felt like for Virtus Pro. Like, going for this map was interesting enough, but it felt that outside of just trying to deal with, like, the Human Torch beginning on their
Jay,
attack,
hire me for a pro
else
team.
felt
I could play Jeff.
Not great.
Yoon, I say this in the most respect and nice and possible way that I could possibly say this. Yoon, I don't even trust you to be the, like, the equipment manager of the team, or like the water boy. I feel like that would be still too hard for you.
Perfect opportunity. Tanuki proving he's not just a melee one trick, continuing to just throw value into every single fight. Heretics, they are looking strong, and you mentioned this is the first time that this organization could qualify for an international LAN, but a lot of these players qualified for mid-season last year by beating Virtus Pro, and that's gonna
Yoon, I don't even know if this is a thing, but you would be my 8th string.
It's so much that they have to deal with, like, the
water
mental
boy
side of it. And Moxie, at least they're coming in with some, like, ideas, at least on, like, some of these maps, have been able to bring out some, like, pretty good strategies in the right places. But it's
Can you
like,
ask
maybe
Emily if
good
I could
for
be
a
the
point
flower
or two,
garage or
but
wedding? I'm not a
full
girl,
map,
but I would look sick in a
the
dress.
war of attrition has been won out from Heretics. They're able to basically stall out so
Let me see
often,
the dress
the
first and
VP
we'll think
can't
about
find the
it.
space that they need.
I mean, for me, like, this series could be done. If VP go into this next map and play the way that they did on their defensive Museum of Contemplation with very little coordination, and we saw, like, how uncomfortable they were when they were deprived of the Daredevil and the Cap before, but that was felt doubly so on Museum of Contemplation. So
Actually,
I think,
you
like,
know what's really
if they're
funny?
not able to totally
They're talking right
reset
now.
and bounce
I
back
think the
very
funniest
quickly,
thing, I don't know if you
there
guys
is a
seen
chance
these
that we finish off
at
this
weddings,
series
but
3-1,
usually like the
and
guys
Virtus
turn
Pro go
around
for
and he's
deja
supposed to see the
vu yet
wife for the
again.
first
Not quite
time, and
like
you're
not
you're supposed to like
qualifying to
record that
mid-season,
reaction.
but if they do
Have
want
you
to
guys ever
qualify to
seen it when
mid-season,
the guy
having to
turns
go
around
through
and
that
it happens to be
bracket
one of
run
his
where
other
we know
guy
teams like
friends, and he's
Rad
just dressed
will
up
be
as the wife, and
waiting,
it's
and then if
dude,
you're Virtus
those
Pro,
are the
you have
funniest
even
things
more
ever.
reason to avoid it, because Rad were the team that pushed you out of pre-season early, so that you
Yeah.
only placed 6th, which was the lowest that you've placed so far. I think even if the series does go the distance and VP do manage to bounce back, cracks have been shown very early in this playoffs bracket for the teams that they meet next to be able to take advantage of, removing the cap, removing the Daredevil, punishing the fact that in this meta you really do want to match that Gambit instant save, is meaning that while this should be, since it's dive orientated, a strong meta for Virtus Pro, they're not quite
Jay
able to
Bari,
lock
I don't
into
really
it.
play PlayStation, man. I
Kyle
have
is
no
gonna be the
idea.
choice for Virtus
Jay, what are your
Pro.
thoughts
It's
on
also been picked
PlayStation
for
going all
Button for Team
digital in
Heretics when they beat
2028?
Best of fives, and domination was
Yeah,
the area that
I
Virtus
don't
Pro
play
would on,
PlayStation.
but this
Also, I'm not a
feels
big digital
maybe a
type
step
of guy.
beyond.
If I
Heretics
buy
might
a
have
game,
adjusted
I
to
kind of
what they
like,
needed to after their loss
I don't know,
early on
I'm kind of
against
old
Chala.
school. If I buy a
See if
game,
the
I kind of want
Bears
to
have
get
it
like
in
the
them to make
hard
this a full
copy
best
of a
of five.
game.
Virtus Pro choosing for the mental reset here. This is where they won on domination early. This is a map they're very comfortable on. They just need a reset on the momentum. Losing 2 in a row like that and 2
What, Jay? No,
very
what?
difficult, long, attrition-y games.
I
It looks
like
we
the
have
I like
interest in
I like the
roadmap.
hard
believe
copy,
we're still
bro.
going to Koa, but the players might interest them.
Like if I
But
like all my
either
Pokemon
way,
games growing up, chat.
This has been a situation where Virtus
I'd rather
Pro
have
have
like
been
the
fighting
Pokemon,
tooth
and you can
nail
resell
and
resell it.
a simple domination where it's all about brawling, it's all about team fighting, it's all about just timing your ultimates correctly. It could be just what they need for the mental reset.
Yeah, but it's also the scariest of the map types because it's the most snowbally. If you lose that first fight, it has the most amount of punishment. So I don't know how I feel about them taking us to domination. Like I said, this first fight I think will tell the tale of if VP have locked back in or if they're letting these last 2 maps get to them, because we saw them play uncoordinated. We saw them like invest ultimates and a lot of ultimates with very little value, which then bled into what they were able to use in the next fight and led to them snowballing just very quickly.
How are you
going to
get an
control,
esports
something
jersey
which
when I'm not even on an
Heretics were
esports
able
team?
to take full advantage of. And I think for the Heretics, like, you continue using this ban draft the way that you have.
Right now, it's been working. Like you say, the second they locked in
Blue
on that
Monster?
Daredevil and that Captain America bans, it's been working. They just continue to win. And right now,
What
so
color?
far,
Not what color is the Blue Monster? What flavor is the Blue Monster?
Here, that shows up down again. The big, bold, shaded in text. Pick Daredevil equals win. And so far, them getting it one side seems to have been working out pretty well in their favor.
I don't think it's just pick Daredevil for Heretics, and when, like I said, it's pushing VP out of being able to use
the green
Daredevil
monster is the
themselves.
best
Like,
monster, hands
in the
down. Also,
past,
thank you,
if
chat.
this
Excuse
was
me.
still like the earlier patches, banning Daredevil would simply mean that Vi would swap onto Black Cat, but she has been nerfed. So you're not getting the opportunity to use that hero. You're putting Sparker on Cyclops
that
as
sneeze
well,
hurt
which
my
means
whole
that
body.
sometimes you're running him on Cyclops, sometimes you're forcing Vi to have to swap onto the Star-Lord, so you can still gain the value off of being able to pair alongside that Gambit. Wolverine is
white
in the
monster
mix,
does
but as
not
we're seeing
look like
from
a good
Heretics, they're
one,
being
man.
very
Isn't the white
composed.
monster,
like the
like,
Vanguard
supposed to be
stuff they're
sugar-free
picking,
or
things
something?
like the Emma and the Groot are a lot harder for the Wolverine to challenge now that Groot has things like the large wall, which makes him immovable.
I do not like
and the Emma obviously has
sugar-free,
things like the diamond
drinks,
form
bro.
as well, where she is entirely CC immune. As we do have a little bit of a lengthy pause. Something happening on the back end, and that could be good for Virtus Pro, right? It's giving you a lot of
Ooh,
time
Virtus Pro
to
is
be able
losing,
to
and now there's a
readjust
lengthy
in
pause.
and try to
Interesting,
reset.
chat. Interesting,
But
interesting.
that could also be a drawback for them if some teams prefer playing off of that momentum, and suddenly you offset that tempo totally. You're going into this next match cold. You don't want to go into a domination round cold. That means that you're not going to be playing optimally within the first fight.
It's a heavy risk to have that little bit of a delay. Sometimes you do need it. Sometimes you just want to keep going. You just want 2 in a row. Please let us keep going. Let us win. Whereas Virtus Pro, they now have to just cooldown, reset.
Wait.
They are in, like we already mentioned, a very...
Holy shit,
a
we're only
match
on the
type that
second
they're
match of
very
the day,
comfortable
chat, and
with,
it's been almost
but
4
that
hours.
They could be utilizing to give the mental reset as they've already won on it. We're going to bring back Ryan while we're waiting for this map to get set up. Ryan, do you have any statistics for Krakoa for the teams?
For Krakoa, we can have a look. I should have probably done this whilst I was just.
I know I threw it. I threw it at you without warning.
So, like, I think the majority of these for like the actual. This is the case with a lot.
I don't know why Saipei doesn't stream without a face
like, they haven't played as many
bro.
maps as say like
You
Team
should.
Heretics. Naturally, because Heretics has gone further in tournaments, so they've just
Even though I do think
more
streaming
maps
without a
on
face
average,
cam
like,
is
certainly for
somewhat
domination.
freeing.
Like they lost to Navi on it.
Like, I could
in
be
the
streaming
group
naked without a face cam, and you guys would
0-2,
never
and then
know.
They beat Rad and then they beat Lions without dropping a map. It's a little bit more flip-floppy for Heretics, where like they beat Reason, they lost to Navi, they beat Shikigami, they lost to
We
Navi.
would know. How would you
They've
wouldn't
lost to the
know?
best team in the world right now with Navi twice. It's almost just the fact that like it's either win 2-0 or lost 2-0, and already from what we saw Benim to Chala, I don't think it's going to be a 2-0. It could be though, because I just feel like Virtus Pro need to like essentially like stock up on that mental side, which is where you have to look for players.
How about
like
naked with a
Fizzy
face
and
cam?
Nevix,
You know what would
especially
be?
that
You know
front line, because they
what?
had the
You know
most
what's the
experience.
sad
You've got,
truth?
like, an esports Player of the Year nomination in like
If you
Fizzy,
streamed
right? Like,
naked with a
those
face
players
cam,
need
you
to
probably
try to
get a
be the
3-day
captain and
ban.
build
But
it
if
for
you
players
drive
like
and almost try to
even
like
Spark,
cause
who
a
I think is
crash
gonna
or
be
an
feeling a
accident
little
or
bit more
even
nervous
fucking
on
almost
what
like
this game
seriously
loss
injure
could mean
someone,
to
you only
them
get a
and
day ban.
how that could certainly bite them in the backside for these like elimination games tomorrow, because it is only a
Think
day
about that.
turnaround,
That's
right?
so messed up.
Yeah,
That's
it's not a lot
wild.
of time. Like I said, the vulnerability here that has been exposed from Heretics' ban draft is more problematic to Virtus Pro, which will now add on even more pressure, because if they do go down to the lower bracket, I guarantee you that the team that
That
they
is
run into
crazy,
will
bro.
copy Heretics' ban draft.
Yeah.
They'll just be like, oh, okay, well, Heretics played nothing really out of the ordinary. It's just that they took away the cap and the Daredevil, which we don't always see as a default ban in the draft. The only thing that they're doing different is taking away options from VP, which are
homeless
showing to be very
J5.
problematic for VP to have to deal with. And
What's up,
like you
homeless
said, there is
J5?
not
I'm
a lot of
homeless
time
J3. How you
in
doing?
terms
How
of
you doing?
turnaround. VP, even if they win this, they will go back, they will look at VODs, they will scrim, they will block, and they will try to work out how exactly can we get out of this corner that we've boxed
I
ourselves
never
into
heard of that
by
Firebug,
showing how
but that's
tied
also
we are
kick,
to
and
the
I
cap
really
and
am
the
not
Daredevil.
surprised.
It's really an uncomfortable pause, I'd say, for both of these teams, because Virtus Pro, like, whether it should be like pretty quick in, I think it was just the wrong selection in the tournament client, so shouldn't be too long of a wait. But like, I'm nervous for Virtus Pro, so Lord knows how they're feeling, especially because it's like if they end up turning this around, they know what we're going to be asking, right? Even like going into tomorrow, they would have to play twice. They would have to play. I think trying to do the bracket in my head. They would have to play like the winner of like Rad.
Why are they
or
paused? I
Fire
have no
Strays,
idea. I'm
which
pretty sure they
Shikigami
might
and Fire
tell you.
Strays, sorry.
J3 feet
So,
picks
like,
for
like
sale.
Shikigami, we'll see
I
later
appreciate
on
the
with,
massive
Lemon, like, they
5
called the
months.
ball as this is the second best of 5 out of 4, and then you've got Americans playing later. You've got to play that game and then play the other winner of the best of 5 a little bit later on in the day, right at the end of the day. And we've seen some teams look absolutely amazing in that first best of 5, despite going to maybe 5 maps, and just falling apart on that like second game later because it's exhausting and you just run out of steam completely.
Yeah, and there's a match in between as well, right? So you have to like warm up all over again. Like a lot of these teams, they basically 30 minutes, sometimes even an hour before you go into these tournament matches, you have a team that you agree to be your warm-up partner, and you have essentially a mini scrim with them so that you're coming in feeling hot.
Bro, I opened up Twitter.
That's not
Hold on, I want to see this real quick.
real. There's no way. Can you make him post that? That's not real. There is no way that's real.
Bro, dude, notice how he doesn't have a hammer in his hand because the fucking hammer is somewhere else. Bro, there's no way.
Wait, it might be real. What the fuck? What emote is this? Oh my god, look at it move! God damn! That's not real. There's no way. Can you make him post that?
don't want to
you
skip
usually
mostly EMEA
warm up
teams
against
because you're
teams
playing against them.
pushed out. Like usually what you do is you wait for teams like to be knocked out, and it actually becomes easier to secure warm-up scrims as tournaments progress because you have more options to choose from when those teams get pushed out. Like some teams, when you warm up, they like going up against teams that are on their level because it pushes them to be good. Other teams who are like very momentum based want to have confidence headed into their matches. Go for teams slightly like lower down, so potentially even you're like warming up with MLC teams so that you can just sort of run through them and concentrate on being able to feel happy.
Okay, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick since this what do you call it?
Well, poorly, sometimes you're tilted, you're working out like, was it something that we did wrong? Is there something that we now have to fix? And overthinking can sometimes overcomplicate the issue and lead to you having a pretty rough showing in those domination rounds.
I'm really wondering how this is going to go at this point. I think it's a little bit more of just like a rehost. I think there's some deliberation from the tournament team. Like my speculation, this is pure speculation, is just that maybe Krakow was the initial option and they went, wait, no, let's go for something else. And now it's like, do we let them change or whatever? I don't know. Completely pulling that out my ass, to be honest, but it does mean that there is a bit more time for these teams to sort of work, and we get to see a little bit more as I think we are finally going into the map as things have been ironed out. Virtus Pro, I imagine, still going towards the Krakoa pick, and they are.
Thank you for joining us once again, Ryan. As we are back in, it is still Krakoa, and the teams are now into the draft. And so far, this looks familiar, but here's where it kept flipping for Heretics, but this time, Virtus Pro mirror them, taking out the Daredevil as well.
Do they save the cap? That would be the difference. Yeah.
Yay!
There we go. They save the cap. That does mean that Heretics can now like choose to target out the Luna, which was previously what VP were using that second save slot for. So that Heretics can guarantee get one-sided Luna Snow if they so choose. As they'll take out the Star-Lord, so Virtus Pro keep the cap this time, but lose access to Peter Quill with that Galactic Legend, with the iframes, and with the ability to go win out the Gambit matchup if the ults do go head-to-head.
Cap will be mirrored, so the teams can both take this. This means double ult charge available for Team Heretics, with both the Gambit Rage Brawl Flush and the Captain America Freedom Charge, both giving a little bit of ult charge. And yeah, the bans are still mirrored, just in a different order this time. So we're still going to see the exact same potential here. But overall, there's still a lot of options outside of the Star-Lord that are going to work quite well with the Gambit if the teams choose to go that way. But the Captain America opens up the possibility, you mentioned it in the first series, of double dive. Venom and Cap potentially bullying for both sides.
Yeah, but Heretics, like, here could go for counter dive, which is what they did earlier on Burn and T'Challa. What I would really like to see from Heretics, actually, is roll out on counter dive, be it the White Fox Luna, or run a triple strategist with the Gambit, the Adam, and the Loki that you did previously to be able to absorb that dive, win out the first fight, glean as much point percentage as you can by having one-sided Soul Bond to overwhelmingly win out that first fight. And once you lose a fight, once you've used Karmic Revival, swap off the triple strategist composition and go for the heavier counter dive composition of the Luna and the White Fox.
Love to see if that's the way they run for now. Just starting off with the rocket for a little bit of pre-armor is something that we'll see from Heretics, not from Virtus Pro. They're choosing to just run out with standard health pulls, not with that little bit of extra bonus health. And Ken is going to be staying on that rocket, so it's a revive potential here. Not that Luna Snow for that extra heal onto any diving characters like the Psylocke here. Tanuki will be on the Wolverine again, so we do have the potential of
sorry, I was in the bathroom.
to come in with the jump pack rocket.
Also, Emily's
well,
still
VP can
asleep,
go
so.
scout out where exactly the BRB will be with Sparker and Finzi's presence, though, try to break it. Heretics could also just lose access to it if Ken is the one to fall first, so there's opportunity here for Virtus Pro, but getting the lockdown on this rocket is much easier said than done, as the Heretics having more anchor presence by running that mag, going to make a play for the point at the
with the
same
massive
time.
gift of sub to
Nevix trying to
Jay3's
hold
fat,
them off.
juicy
So
dumb truck.
no easy first cap, a very much slow burn of a first fight. The Cyclops is called in to peel his back line.
What the heck?
Barker looking for the wraparound.
Jay, do you vape?
A
No,
lot of
I don't
damage coming
vape.
in onto Enzo on that Magneto.
Oh my god, Broccoli, you need to chill, bro. I appreciate the massive gifted sub, bro.
Positioning is taken by Virtus Pro, but Heretics are the ones who push up, but it's gonna punish them as Naga. It doesn't matter how good your healing is if you're gone before anyone can even cast an ability. Saipe will fall on the mirror, Naga returns, Sparker goes down, and Heretics, despite losing the first person in that fight, get the flip and chase VP off the point.
Yeah, that's more valuable for Heretics, right? Yes, you sacrifice one person, or rather you sacrifice first cap, but you get the actual elimination, which sticks on VP.
Wait, so did they tell you guys
lose
why the
someone
pause
else, but
was,
you've got BRB to bring them back, and now
Did they
while
tell you
VP
guys
picks
what the
up
pause was
13%,
for?
you pick up and surpass that. So in this next fight, you're sitting at around about 25%. You have the Gambit ult to be able to match Saipe's. You can even use yours now to go first, as Nevix, because of this Wolverine, is forced to go onto Fing.
Barker on the Elsa, making that character look like she was never nerfed at all. It's been playing it a couple times throughout the thing to try and remove that mobility.
How do you reload a gun with one hand?
But not before Rocket is deleted off the board. Fire getting chased.
Has anyone ever realized that? How does Elsa reload a gun by just spinning it?
No one on Virtus Pro falls. Meaning the entire engage from Heretics is shut down, but they still have access to Cosmic Guard Amplifier if Ken can make it back to the fight. But at this point, this looks like a slow fight, forcing them back into the choke point, where hopefully they'll be able to regroup up and make their way in, but not with Wolverine. The Battle Reaper pick, never mind, will bring them back into the fight, but they're still incredibly staggered. That's just a convincing VP fight.
Yeah, I mean, Sparker has been such a difference maker in that last fight, able to take Ken out early so the eliminations actually stick once VP start pulling away with them. Heretics, though, coming into this next one, 4 ultimates available, but VP have 2 defensives, both the Freedom Charge and the Fate of Both Worlds, which could also be used defensively to buoy up the damage from Fi's Ruby Rage. Nevix has Clobbering Time. Heretics don't have a good response to it. Beetle starts things off with the Freedom Charge to run the team forward, but Finzi has the replication.
Ken staying far away from the danger, just keeping everyone topped up, and Alex is going to get stunned out. Last stand from Tanuki looking for the turnaround, but Alex will be the first to fall. Nevix is doing so much work. Cosmic Guard Amplifier is going to come on out. Fire with the Ruby Rage to wipe it off the board here. Tanuki will fall, and Virtus Pro hold full control here. Apex Predator for the final chase down, and now it's just all about trying to stagger out Beetle, which they will potentially be able to do so with the incredible
poor guy couldn't
mobility
live,
that Elsa
man.
offers.
Poor guy.
Yeah, VP will be able to build up Gambit ult ahead of time from Heretics too.
It's a living weapon?
We are seeing swaps. Alex now actually moving on to the white
That doesn't mean the
box,
living weapon
having
reloads
more
itself,
time to
chat.
more CC to be
No.
able to react to VP trying to push into that backline. Thinks better of it actually, goes for the Luna instead. So you have Snowflake to be able to attach as Tanuki goes on to the Elsa to be able to match the damage output from Sparker. But what you have to have in this fight, Tetcher, is match on Saipe. And because you've swapped your Gambit player, you've reset that ult charge. Saipe has unmatched Gambit ult in OT.
Overtime already starting to tick down. Sparker takes a chunk of damage, but tanks on through, and here it comes! Raging Royal Flush for the immediate dive, and Enzo wants none of the smoke. Trying to back away, just trusting Beetle to buy as much time as possible, but absolutely not! Saipe chases them down and sets up the kill, chasing them all the way off the point. And that is going to be the first point of Krakoa, the Grove, going over to Virtus Pro. They are 1 point away from evening up that map score.
Okay, it's not a surprise that Heretics lose that last fight. In fact, what is a larger surprise is that VP actually commits Saipe's ult. Because if you're Heretics, that's actually huge value. You're going into that one-sided Gambit ult. Everyone having to like swap, you don't have a full regroup, you're having to try and siphon your players' positions onto the point. You're accepting that you're losing that one. What you're trying to take from VP is ults for them to be able to open up aggressively instantly before you've had the opportunity of building your own ultimates in the first fight of second round. So by the fact that VP actually invested Saipe's ult to guarantee hold that point down, Heretics have thrown an absolute lifeline.
They have the opportunity now to try and retake this, but looking at the statistics, Sparker had 6 final hits. That is 2 more than the entirety of Heretics put together because of those blow-up team fights. That is going to be a portal coming out with a Captain America shield set up in case of interrupt from across the map somehow. But it looks like They've chosen the target. It's time to bully as they make their way through the portal to attempt the blow up. But they're not going to find it. It's going to be a good disengage from Naga, who will not get caught out.
Yeah, Luna just has so much speed. The turn instead is onto Enzo
Who do
to
you
push
cheer
her shield
for? I just
very
want a good
early
game,
on
bro.
as VP splitting off Heretics'
I don't wanna
vanguard.
see a 3-0.
Very much
Yesterday was
wanting to
all
push
3-0.
any stall presence on that point so they can pick it up nice and early as they've scouted Heretics, swapping to the triple strategist, going to have much more counter dive potential, and they don't want to go for the backline. The backline's equipped to deal with them. Instead, they'll go for the vanguards when the backline's occupied.
Both their backline is taken out, though, with Dridor and Saipei taken out. Alex is picked off in the mirror, but that still means that Ken is on the board, keeping the team topped up. Down goes Phi. Nevix, the only person left touching this objective, as Tanuki finishes off reinforcements that were looking to try and assist. That's going to be Heretics taking the first fight, and what they didn't have to use is a single
Is this the same
ultimate
Nevix
for
as
it.
the Overwatch 1
Yeah, and now
Pro?
you have
Yes,
so many
chat.
ults
Virtus
to
Pro is
open
like a
up
lot of
aggressively
Overwatch
into
players.
this next one. VP, without that Daredevil, not going to have any information on where Heretics will be hitting them from. Beetle will make it hurt on main. Freedom Chargers running right at Virtus Pro so that there's no damage that VP's team can do to be able to build closer to things like that Gambit or the Ruby Rage from Phi. Both Phi and Spark are denied any opportunity of picking someone off early with Poke, so Heretics bleed out more point percent.
Venom comes in with a Feast from the Abyss, looking to see if they can get a set up. An immediate assist from Ken to try and get a finishing blow, but it's going to be the Freedom Charge from Fincy to try and keep VP on this push going. The Kumiho comes on out, Glartrox comes on out, and Alex is removed from the Kumiho and absolutely deleted here. Tanuki's going to look for a turnaround to try and get a dance to butterfly through this. They take out 5, but the fate of both worlds will keep Virtus Pro sustaining through this. Naga will mirror here, meaning the last ultimate in this fight is going to be Saipei with the Rage and Roll Flush, and Ken with the It's Jeff, but Ken holds onto it for as long as possible, looking to potentially either remove some people from the board, but also get a big chunk of healing output onto the board, and it's just going to be a defensive ultimate. Ken wants to make sure they're in a safe position. The flip does go over to Virtus Pro, and Ken is finished off on the high ground. Heretics, they used everything there, and VP still came out ahead.
Oh, Heretics though. Alex is swapping onto Adam. I mean, that fight went so long, VP had to use pretty much everything. You'll have the Ruby Rage from Phi built up in this next fight, but Heretics can withstand the damage off of the Soul Bond from Alex. They'll also have symbiotic shenanigans from Ken, so if we go into a neutral fight, this actually benefits Heretics' dive.
They now have the opportunity to build up those ultimates as best as they can. Right now, it's just piling on some pressure. They actually get a pickup in the neutral. Alex onto the Adam and immediately finds a pickup, but Beetle goes down in exchange, meaning that Phi is just one step closer to that Ruby Rage to keep the pressure onto the board. Right now, it's all about flanking and looking for openings.
Heretics trying to control those off angles. Great freeze onto Finzy. Totally locks his position down, but Tanuki unable to follow up with the elimination. It does keep the cap off of his backline, but you've since lost Enzo. So Heretics not having that engagement that they've been looking for, but that could be it. Ken gets the pickup onto Phi, so no Ruby Rage to hold Heretics off from getting aggressive. Beetle with the Freedom Charge. If Heretics really want to go for this flip fight, they have the means to be able to stand up to the Gambit ult from VP, and Saipei falls. He invests the Raging Roll Flush, but Virtus Pro aren't able to find value from it and have to double down. Dridro now using Fate of Both Worlds to stall out for VP, trying to keep this fight in play, but the moment that Luna ult falls silent, Tanuki's ready to set the dance music going.
The fish is down though, but Tanuki sets up to make it a 2 for 2. Alex goes down, but they can cocoon back into this fight. Ultimate-wise, they're at 97%. Naga is getting closer with that Fate of Both Worlds, but Tanuki is finding isolated members, picks off Saipei on the re-engage. Nevix goes down.
So if Virtus Pro wins this, chat, we do go to a match 5, bro, which is our first match 5 of all the playoffs.
Flip this round. Phi's already on strange. Portal's already open. They decide to go for the high ground to take the aggressive position, looking for the wraparound, trying to take out Alex. They really want that Adam. They know the cocoon's gone, and they get him.
They get him. No Soul Bond, no Karmic Revival in this fight. Sparker given the green light to go for Dance of the Butterflies before Fate of Both Worlds can turn Heretics' fate. Gets the pickup onto the Luna. Job done. Cancels the ult early so he can regroup with his team and start putting the pressure onto Heretics' players, looking to regroup on the backline. But Alex is back. He brings the Luna back in, and so too returns the threat of Fate of Both Worlds to stabilize Heretics' position.
And here it comes. They've also got the It's Jeff that will come up at the end.
Wait, Team Heretics actually might take this. Virtus Pro doesn't have anything.
That removes a huge threat from Virtus Pro, but with Tanuki down, that's so much of the damage of Heretics.
Nice freeze. Oh, poor Naga.
Goes down. It's Jeff looking to just get onto the board, get the healing output.
Wait,
the fish is
Ken?
punched. Ken is taken
Ken?
down, and once again, it's up to Beetle.
Dude, Team Heretics has all the ults, and they're like throwing.
Allowing the strategist to re-engage. Tanuki's almost up to a dance of the butterfly, but Saipei just needs to hold, just needs to survive. But if there's no one alive to get a Rage of Roar and Flush, did it really happen? As Virtus Pro are taken off the board, overtime goes down, and Heretics even us up. They are one point away from going to mid-season finals.
Yeah, but Virtus Pro hold the Gambit ult. They weigh up their options. Dance of Butterflies, it's like so hectic in the fight. VP's position so split apart as well. Saipei, likely if he panics and uses the Gambit ult instantly, will not connect to the full team, potentially even does not save them from Dance of the Butterflies. You lose the fight, you lose the Gambit ult, you can't use it in the first fight of this next round. So VP, very much like Heretics, gracefully accepting their defeat to be better set up for this first fight on second round.
The Atom has been abandoned. We're back to double strategist. We're going for the Zootopia backline, the Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff the Land Shark.
Zootopia backline.
Been used to make way for the Wolverine to make a return. Naga moves over to the Cyclops.
I don't think you keep
the
Rocket here.
The Hulk. I think that's just for armor to set up, and there we go.
Yeah.
There's Gambit.
It's for armor and to also give the jump back to your Wolverine. There's no way that you run out on just Rocket Jeff, because it's so easy for Finzi and Sparker to detach from the main fight and go lock you down. You will keep the Rocket, but you will run the Gambit alongside it so that you can try to match Cypher, but you don't have match for this
That is
first fight.
crazy,
It's
bro.
reliant
That
on
is
Tanuki
crazy.
setting up the
Oh my
elimination
god,
before
dude. These
Cypher gets to
Wolverine
use
players,
the
man.
ult from
These
the
Wolverine
fastball.
players are
And Heretics
absolutely
get first blood in the
just
fight.
vile.
Massive pickup.
It makes me really want to learn Wolverine.
Here comes that Raging Roar Flush as Nevix moves over to the thing to make their way back onto the point. Priest from the Abyss. Beetle drops into banner form. Ken taken out of the backline. And Heretics, they get the first pickup, but everything else is collapsing.
He missed the health pack. He missed the health pack.
Virtus Pro chased them down. Fight is barely standing, but barely standing isn't enough. Tanuki takes them down, but VP get the point.
Yeah, VP get the point. Will
Jay
be
on
able
melee?
to hold
My
it.
melee is
Trigger has Luna
insanely
ult,
good. What are you
Finzi
guys
freedom
talking about,
charge as
bro?
well, so plenty of
There
scope
actually
potential as
are
now Heretics
legends
will
about how
return
good my
back to
melee
that
is.
Adam. No more Rocket. You've got Jeff and Luna to go alongside that Venom with the team up of symbiotic shenanigans. Tanuki off of the Wolverine onto the Psylocke, wanting to put more pressure on VP's back line. What we have here is trades. Both of these teams wanting to take the strategist out early, but VP still have poke available from Phi to find picks from distance.
Freedom Charge going to be coming on in. There's no ultimates to match it here for Heretics. Now it's just all about how many people go down. The answer is several. As we immediately lose Adam, Venom, and Psylocke. Alex comes back just to go down again.
Sparker's Psylocke is crazy. But I think... Wait, they got off.
Are in a dominant position here.
They got off the Wolverine.
Finishing off people, and Heretics get another swap here, bringing out the White Fox.
I mean, you were
they're
going
running
Adam, so you could try
White
to
Fox,
cheese the ultimate
Jeff,
economy. You would
Luna.
not be
They're
able
running
to
triple
defensive strategist
support
ult into Sparker's Dance of the Butterflies in time, so you try and stack with Soul Bond, but Finzi accompanies, and VP with that duet just totally take Heretics down with a tango of damages. Now we get the Foxtrot from Alex, but Virtus Pro, they don't actually have to go for the dive. They can avoid the White Fox entirely, put pressure on the Gambit instead, as we do see Heretics is trying to walk point, because this is final fight territory here, Tetcha. Sparker having to win out the 1v1 versus Tanuki, who falls so low, he has to regroup back with the rest of his team, but that means that Psylocke gets the opportunity to jump with Cap.
Alex able to get away with the dash or the mobility. Dridro with the fate of both worlds to make sure they can hold the point. Ruby Rage, if they can take out Naga, they do! That was the only strategist ultimate up. Now it's just Ken. If he can stay up, they have it. It's Jeff, but who's there to receive it? It's Jeff comes on out with the Dance of the Butterfly to the backline to try and take down someone.
Wow, good patty kicking from both of those supports.
And we're back to Freedom Charge delay again as Beetle throws the team on his back and goes for a run to try and buy some time. Portal comes on out from Naga for the reinforce. All strategist ultimates have been utilized from VP, but Saipei builds up the raging Royal Flush. And what's there to resist it? Kumiho comes on out from Alex and is melted to bits. Taken down. Spark against Tanuki. Gets Enzo. Gets Naga.
Yep, we're going to a match 5, chat.
Enzo's the last one surviving and he's nowhere near the point. VP are taking us to map 5.
We are going to a map 5, bro.
VP rewrite their destiny.
Wow.
We go the distance between these two teams with a spot and ticket to mid-season on the line. Who comes out on top? It's too close to call.
I mean, both they're making it seem both teams can still make it to the land, chat. I mean, whoever goes to the lower bracket is just gonna have to win all the lower bracket games. But that is actually crazy. This is a really good series. This is the best series of the playoffs so far. The first match 5 of the playoffs so far as well. Ooh. Who do you guys think is going to win? Team Heretics. I will say I know Virtus Pro is like the second best team and Team Heretics is like the third best team, but I didn't know it was this close. I didn't know it was actually this close. And no, I don't think 100 Thieves and STD went to it. Did they actually go to a match 5? I don't know. I think I was delusional at that point. But 28% if Team Heretics wins. Oh yeah, they did go to a match 5. I do remember that. I was drifting in and out of consciousness, chat. Yeah. Tomorrow, by the way, just as a heads up, we're starting at 7 a.m. again. Because apparently it's 3 days in a row at 7 a.m. Yeah. Remember the 100 Thieves shield? Yeah, and I remember they were trying to aura form with the shield. Oh, man. What time is Sunday? Sunday starts at 11 a.m. So there's actually a little bit more extra sleep time, but yeah. How you doing, Tired Salmon? Match 5. This is probably going to be better than the actual final. True. Are you going to play any matches today? Probably between NA and EMEA, yes. Because yesterday we had like 3 hours of playing ranked and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play ranked. I'm too tired. I think I just might run it down in quick play and just ruin some people's days. Yeah. Why are we whispering? Because Emily is sleeping, chat, and I don't want to wake up Emily. She went to bed very late last night. Or, hear me out. I could try to go take a nap and Emily could take over the stream and play custom games with you guys. What are you guys' thoughts? And then I could sleep. Okay, let me help educate a little bit of people here as well. I know you love the game, but is Netties paying you to do these watch streams? No. And if I was doing a watch party that Netties is paying for, I would have to have hashtag ad in my stream title because I would be doing an ad and I don't want to get in trouble by the, what is it, FTC? And there you guys go. I hope I gave you guys a little educated. I hope I got you guys a little educated. Is it the FTC? Yeah, it's the FTC, right? FCC? Is it FCC or FTC? Is it no, so it is the FTC, yeah. No, so it's not the FCC. FCC. No, that sounds weird. It's the FTC. FTC, FBI, FTC, CIA, XQC. It's one of them. FML? No, it's one of them. You have to disclose basically if you are sponsored for something, chat. If you don't disclose that you are sponsored and you're getting paid for something, you could get very, very, very in trouble. It is the FCC? Is it the FCC? I was literally just gonna say, what is that Eminem song? It says the FCC won't bother me or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's the FCC. No, it's the FTC. Is it the FTC or FCC? So the FCC regulates communications and broadcasting and the broadcasting industry, while the FTC enforces the broad consumer protection and antitrust laws across all sectors. So FCC primary scope is telecommunications, cable, satellite, wire, radio, and electromagnetic spectrum. The FTC
it always goes the
is the general consumer protection and antitrust enforcement across the entire U.S.
most shocking
economy.
thing about it is that Virtus Pro, in Ignite at the very least, have never beaten this Team Heretics, Berber, Patsbim, Citadel Gaming in a best of 5. And in the most key tournament that we keep highlighting for VP, where they were eliminated from mid-season last year, it was against that team twice in a best of 5, losing on this final map. It's nice that it's gone the distance, as myself, Tetcha, and Moxie are highlighting this action. Maybe there's a chance for Virtus Pro to recreate some history to sort of break the trend that has been formed.
Ajibola with the massive 2 months.
Heretics
Appreciate it.
just
Appreciate it.
making
It's
this
one of the
another
two, chat.
cinematic approach,
FCC,
Moxie, because
FTC,
that is pretty much what you would want to
XQC,
expect.
RPG.
I mean, the Virtus Pro, I feel like it'll be deja vu draft-wise. Like, second save on cap, that was it. Like, that was the secret for them being able to bounce back into the series. Like, so many fights in the past.
Gotta throw in the British Baking Company.
Like, oh yeah, VP would be able to stabilize if they have Freedom Charge, or they would have an extra fight if they were able to get Finzi on cap to stall out the objective, even if they lost the fight, to be able to guarantee that they can regroup for a next one. And that was exactly what VP were fully able to take advantage of. Heretics banned out the Daredevil, but VP mixed things up, saved the cap, and saved the series.
You think there's a chance here, is like looking
more
at this,
SBK
Finzi,
for 2 months.
MVP,
Appreciate it.
Getting a Captain America. Tetcha, do you think there's almost an argument that instead of going for that third ban on Daredevil, which would completely unlock Thigh, you might want to go for the
got
Captain America
MVP,
instead, because it felt
really?
that this was the thing that was missing for VP. Soon as the captain himself was on it, it was a whole different story.
That's a tough argument because they're both so valuable in different
Damn,
ways. Obviously,
that was a
Captain
really
America,
close
he's
game,
great
but look at the
for
stats
dive, great for
difference.
protection because he has essentially a strategist ultimate that not only
Sparker went 39-5 and with 21 finals, but they almost lost to people who were going 13-9
and built
and 14-12.
team. So the cap has a huge amount of value as a sort of frontline spearhead for a lot of these fights, while also protecting the backline. Compare that to the Daredevil, they are going to be the big explosion character who can really take out people in the backline, but also gathers information. And on some maps in particular, that can be so huge, especially on like some convergence and convoy maps where there's some great positions where you can scout out approaches for your opponents. Both of them give value. So I guess it's the question of, Heretics have been winning a lot with delays. Do they think they could still do that if they're being scouted by a Daredevil? If not,
wouldn't Team Heretics win?
Which could allow Virtus Pro to keep with the Captain America. If you think you can deal
What's
with
the
it, even
what's
if
the
they know
last
where you
game mode
are,
that we didn't
then
play, chat?
maybe it is
We
time for
played
Captain
King of the
America to
Hill,
be banned away again.
Convergence,
A lot of mitigation. Good moments for Beetle on Captain America.
Convoy.
He's made it work on his side too, as it was another.
and then we played and then we played King of the Hill again.
Map, it has to either
So
be Convergence or Convoy.
there you go. I was just gonna say it has to be
most
either a
likely leaning
Convergence
towards
or a
Convoy, but
Convoy.
it could be
And
any of the four. That are
If you
left, to
look,
be
if you're
honest.
looking at this,
Yes.
Virtus Pro,
Right.
Virtus Pro are the
So,
only
Moxie,
two.
why
Their
Midtown?
only
Why do
two
you think
wins
this
come
is
on
a choice? Other
domination.
than just the fact that history keeps repeating itself.
Team Heretics won on the other two
Yeah,
game
I mean,
modes.
this is one
So
of
that
the
means
worst
Team
maps
Heretics
for
wins.
Convoy dive to come through, which means that
Team
if
Heretics
we do
wins.
see like VP try to go for that dive, then there's a good chance that Heretics will be able to stop it as we head directly into our draft, and this should be speeding along. I think the big thing that we're all going to be looking at is, do Heretics prioritize keeping that Daredevil out
To be
of
honest with
VP's
you, I
hands,
feel like a
or
lot of
do
these
they go for
esport
the
games
cap? This would be
need
the
to stop
moment that
doing
they
best
would
of
go
fives
for it.
and just for the
And
last
they go for
round,
Daredevil
instead of playing another
again,
map,
which means that
they get
VP will
two
likely
players,
get that
whatever
save
team
into
the
cap here.
players want to, you know,
That
use,
would not
and they
surprise me here.
1v1
Captain
each
America
other.
returns one more
But
time. VP,
mud
it works
wrestling.
for them every
Chat
time
thoughts?
They've got that cap. It's been making
For the
a
win.
big difference. They've been showing the power of it here, and it's an important map for them. Moxie, you mentioned just how good it is against anti-dive, but also this is just an aura pick for Heretics because when VP did not go to mid-season finals last year, Map 5 versus Berber Patapim was on Midtown. They lost
Mud
in the subway
wrestling is
basement
boring.
right before Fisk building.
Yeah,
Meaning
you
the
actually
Heretics
don't know
looking
anything
to
about
try
fun.
and
You
not
sound
make history
boring.
repeat itself, as this would just knock VP down to the lower bracket, but at least get an aura win.
Yeah, psychic damage. I
Yes,
guess
exactly.
there's a new team up that has been
When are
added
you
to
playing
Marvel
MRI?
Rivals.
I don't play
We
MRI,
won't be
buddy.
seeing it in play. It's not associated
Oh
with
my
any
god,
specific
have you guys ever seen
hero.
those like
But
they're like
Heretics
the
very much looking
Asian
to hit
shows?
VP where it
One of them
hurts,
was
as they go for
they
the
were trying to
save onto
climb
the
up these
Cyclops, which now
stairs, but
forces
they had
VP
like
to have to ban
was like
out the Wolverine in turn.
it was like
I will say the series
gonna
going
sound
the
like,
distance. Heretics did look
you know,
the stronger
Diddy's house, but
of
they
these
had
two
like
teams
baby
on
oil all over
Convoy
the stairs,
earlier
and they were
when we
trying
had
to
Museum
like
of
climb
Contemplation, and
the
they were
stairs, and
also
whoever
able
reached the
to
top
still
wins, but everyone was
strategies
just
of triple
sliding off.
strategist
Oh my god, that
Adam,
shit's so funny.
Loki, Invis to totally burn VP's time bank when we were in the streets phase of Lower Manhattan. So
Bro,
I think
those
there are issues
Asian
that
game
VP
shows are
will run
funny
into.
as shit,
Hero
chat.
lineups that we know Heretics will
The
be
Japanese
relying
game
on,
shows,
at least
yeah.
for the first third of this map, that Virtus Pro will have to navigate past very quickly unless they want to lose all of that time bank available.
This is it. Winner moves on to that upper bracket finals to play against Na'Vi for a spot in the grand finals, but more importantly, qualifies for mid-season finals. The loser goes down to that lower bracket and will have to fight.
Now we
for
know what Jay
their
watches on
spot
the other
in
monitor.
order to
Bro,
make
there's a lot of other people in here that are saying the Japanese game
event.
shows are fucking
Heretics
awesome.
starting on attack.
You guys
They're
are
starting
judging me.
Pretty standard here. They've got the rocket, they've
Japanese-
got the
the
Gambit,
Japanese game
they've
shows
got
are
the
fucking
Star-Lord
amazing.
and the Cyclops.
They're funny
They are
as
ready.
shit.
VP sticking standard. Two.
Have you
two,
considered
two.
them going
No
on one of those
heavy
streamer
Vanguard
game
defenses
shows?
with any
No.
hit.
Yeah, no changes to their composition, right? This will be the comp that they keep as default for the majority of this map, so no resetting ult economy, and also nothing that
There's a lot
Heretics
of
would be
things on
able
the
to
internet
scout
that
and
you
then
guys
just
have
be
to
able
see, man. Did you guys
dismantle
know that
with
there
a
is
quick swap onto something like
in-car
Ken's Invisible
wrestling
Woman for Tanuki
where
to be
you have
able
to, where you both
dispatch
are
out
buckled up in a
Penny.
car,
So you still have
and
the
you have to
stop
try to
potential.
wrestle
Infinity
each
on the
other.
cap
Bro,
will
that
be
shit
able
is
to just meander
crazy.
onto that objective and hold it long enough for VP to give Fi and Sparker a lot of downtime to be able to try
seatbelt
and pick up these
jujitsu, there
early
you go.
eliminations to force Heretics back.
Oh.
He's playing very aggressive, up and down, always checking every flank angle, and putting a lot of pressure onto Fincy and onto Nevix. Nevix already forced to back up, and that means Fincy. They make their way to the point, up to the high ground, and will back away back to the rest of their team. But in the meantime, Beetle, who got that Captain America thanks to that ban on Tanuki's Wolverine, is also able to make their way in and put some pressure on as well. Both these teams fighting for every inch here. Fi will return after getting taken down here. Virtus Pro, they're losing distance, but very slowly.
And they're gaining ult charge very quickly in comparison to Alex as well. Saipe is hurtling towards that first Gambit ult.
Already charged up, and immediately the trigger will be pulled, which is just in time to save Nevix with a little bit of bonus healing and allow them to re-engage. Sparker pulls the trigger, and once again, Elsa Bloodstone is their bread and butter here, able to take one down.
Oh,
the rocket
revive.
goes down. The revive does come in. Naga, not in the safest position, but is ready for a potential flank.
Yeah, potentially unscouted by Virtus Pro as well.
He was walking.
So Cyclops could be very problematic, especially because Heretics will be able to forge forward with a Gambit ult of their own. Nope, he rejoins the rest of his team, pushing from main, benefiting from that Gambit ult to push VP back. Tripro, though, safeguards the disengage. Fate of both worlds called in. Enzo called in to try and one-shot it.
Meteor sent down onto Nevix to try and take out the front line here as everyone else was covered by the terrain.
You can
Down
still
goes
throw it at
Fredro.
someone.
Alex with that burst damage the Gambit offers so effectively, and it's going to be a nice slow fight after the ultimate expires, but it's more than enough for Team Heretics to take that fight, meaning a portal will be forced by VP.
Yeah, Dridro onto the Loki. No Luna ult for VP to stabilize. You're hoping to hold on long enough for Finzi to hit that freedom charge, but Heretics
Why is
have
Rogue getting
sustain
permabanned?
and
Am I
then
missing
some.
something?
They've got
Because
freedom
Rogue
charge
has a
and
team up
Cosmic
with
Gun Amplifier to boost up Tanuki's ult.
Gambit, and it's very strong. People don't want to play against it.
The Cosmic Guard Amplifier, exactly as Moxie called, looking to try and just burst on through, but the freedom charge is keeping everyone topped up beautifully here for VP.
You literally
But that's the
cannot
last
kill
defense
Rogue
ultimates,
when she has the
meaning
team up.
Beetle with their freedom charge is going to be able to extend that fight a little bit longer. Here comes the Glartrox though. You can't sustain through that, forcing them off the point. Not enough for a finishing blow, but it does give space. It gives an opportunity for VP to try and push in, but the backline is getting destroyed here as Tanuki chases down the cap. It is going to be Virtus Pro holding the position, but bodies are being traded back and forth for these teams.
Saipe still up in this fight as well. He's about to hit Gambit ult, which might allow the Vanguards to be able to stabilize. Fire wiped away, but VP still present, so no free pickup from Heretics just yet. And there we go. Gambit ult from Saipe's side invested. Heretics having to pull back, respect the one-sided strategist ult, look to disengage and come back with their own, but they lose Ken, they lose Beetle. That is not a disengage, that's a fight lost.
This
You
is
get
really
one
bad
last
for Team
opportunity,
Heretics, chat.
30
They gotta get
seconds
their
left,
shit
and
together.
that was Heretics investing Portal.
Virtus Pro is only winning the games on King of the
There is
Hill,
no portal anymore.
but they're showing to be really strong on this map.
It's not going to reach the objective fast, but they know they have enough time to at least touch. Battle Reaper B can place on high ground so that they can get someone back in the fight. But Dridro is going in for the Gambit.
Oh, they have to go fast. They have to go fast. They have to get a kill.
God of Mischief, trying to take people off the board as fast as possible.
Get a killer, build an ult. Get a killer, build an ult.
Down. Naga with the Ruby Rage takes down 2, make it 3, and Virtus Pro.
Chat, they didn't get a kill or build an ult. They let Team Heretics build an ult first.
Looks like an impossible push, are able to take it.
Yeah, Alex had the match for Dridro. No eliminations from VP, hounding forward, trying to take the fight against Heretics when they were split. Some players rotating from high ground, some going point to guarantee that OT starts burning through. They're just not able to find those
I don't think that was
eliminations
a bad Gambit ult. The only ult that they had was a Gambit ult. Chat, they used the Gambit ult so they can go into try to be aggressive into Team Heretics, because Team Heretics has to run forward to touch the point, so they're trying to prevent it.
To take away from Heretics' space.
Putting on the pressure piece with the Abyss from Nevix for a little bit of defense here. 5 will be taken out the other side, though, as is Dridro. And again, Team Heretics with the Cosmic Guard Amplifier alone this time are taking down Virtus Pro one
Chat,
by
the Loki
one.
copied the Gambit. It's still a Gambit ult, bro. It's not a Loki ult.
And will survive.
The Loki copies the Gambit
They
ult.
do keep the lead on the Raging Royal Flush ahead of Alex, who's only at 49%.
The difference, though, is that Heretics, they're ready to take these fights. Virtus Pro, they have to build up to ultimates. Sparker actually moves onto the silo, trying to catch onto that backline split away from main, but you've already lost Saipe. You're not closing up to that Raging Royal Flush. You have to rely on Finzi's Freedom Charge, keeping the team topped up instead. Enzo holding the space with Meteor and no one from VP wanting to try to stick their heads out to contest it.
Mr. Streamer, you don't understand Loki is in Gambit? Chat.
And with Galactic Legend and no Freedom Charge for Virtus Pro to hold their ground to stop it, this should be point picked up unless Saipe can hold on.
You guys are pissing me off.
Nevix delays Symbiotic Resilience for as much time as they can. Raging Royal Flush comes on out. They're still looking to contest this, to make their way onto the point of VP with bodies just sent on in. They take out Naga, Dance of the Butterflies. They wipe the Vanguards of Team Heretics, taking out Beetle and chasing down the rest. And Virtus Pro, that looks done, but they find the gap.
that had to be invested as well at the tail end of the fight. You don't use Dance of the Butterflies, Heretics disengage your Gambit ult, come back with
I still
Alex's
feel like Team
instantly.
Heretics
By
should...
using Dance of the Butterflies, gaining
they
an
should
extra
win this?
elimination onto the Vanguards, you've allowed VP slightly more access towards that high ground, and you've taken more time for Heretics to be able to push back onto an objective themselves. Yes, they've got unmatched Gambit ult, but Dridro can hold the space with Fate of both worlds, and Virtus.pro get a fighting chance.
And now, since they baited out the support ult, they just go in with the rocket ult next. But Fi can ult the rocket ult. Oh no, bro, dude, they messed up. They missed their rocket Cyclops combo. How do you guys miss a Cyclops rocket?
No portal available. Enzo may have to be the one to do it, but they're holding through the fight. Ken's healing is doing so much work right now. Tanuki comes on in with the Galactic Legend. It's the only ultimate in the fight right now, along with Meteor M. There's nothing for Virtus.pro to try and hold this except their own bodies. Enzo sends in the Meteor M into the backline in case there was someone flanking, but now it's just throwing bodies at the point. But Saipe has delayed long enough for Raging Royal Flush again to try and take him down. But with Dredro off the board, the strategists are being taken down. Saipe falls. Ken is holding the line at least for the moment, but they've lost that Magneto.
Someone has to touch. Someone has to touch. You have to touch.
But no one can touch the point. Virtus.pro, they hold in the basement.
I understand
of the
Sparker's
building.
ulting the car, but you
Wow,
could still
that
go
could
touch
be
the...
a very strange alternate reality
Listen,
to last
chat,
year.
who cares
It's
about
the
your
same
stats?
situation as Museum
Die
of
on the
Contemplation.
point.
Like, almost down to the exact distance. And this is where my worry for VP properly kicks in, Tetcha, because it was not the defense that they looked particularly rough on at first. It was the attack.
Who are people going to remember, chat?
Especially
Who are people
on
going to
Lower
remember?
Manhattan. Like,
That
their
you
defense on
won
Museum was
the
rough,
series
but their
and you're
attack
going to
on Lower
LAN?
Manhattan
Or
into
that
this
you
exact store
went 3 and 15?
composition, like the Invisible Woman, the Adam Warlock.
Who cares if you went 3 and 15 as long as you won, right?
Heretics, they're not here to let VP quickly take these points.
Every second will be Heretics. They want Virtus.pro to fight through every second because that's how Heretics claim that spot in the mid-season finals and their spot in the upper bracket finals. Virtus.pro, they have to break them. They have to break this Vanguard. Vi is considering
Yo,
the
guys,
Wolverine
Saipe is
possibly here,
trash.
even
Yo,
without the
chat,
potential
relax.
could swap
How
over
did
to
he
that.
lose
They've
that?
also got the torch
He
available
had
in case
2
there's
guys
any
in his
not
face
shoot
beating the
over
shit out of him.
walls. Virtus.pro, they're just working out what's going to be
Also-
best here, but Heretics, they're going to old reliable.
Yeah, VP, I think when Fight Scouts
How are
get
you guys going to
triple
call
Vanguards,
Saipe trash? That doesn't make any
likely
sense.
goes onto the walls,
You cannot say
so
a
you
guy
can put
who
the
hit
pressure
rank
onto
1,
the
2,
Mag,
3,
the
4,
Groot, the
5,
Ammo when
and
you're
like
trying to play
8
the objective.
at the,
Looks
all
like
at the
he's
same
actually
time
going to
is
stick with
trash
the
when you're
torch,
probably
since
in silver.
Heretics don't
Chat.
actually have a duelist
You
to try
can't
to
do
keep him in check. That job falls actually to the Adam Warlock, as VP trying to play very front to back, but Finzi caught out by Groot Walls from Beetle, not going to be able to make it to Dridro's line of sight. So BRB already called into play. Heretics feeling very happy with the fact that they're able to push VP out, and that allows Ken to hit 50% to his ult.
Dark has moved over to that Elsa Bloodstone. Fire still sieging from above. Dridro just sending heals down range. No
one said that, Schizo 3. Twitch chat.
And false mistakes out of Heretics.
You guys are not the only ones that
aren't giving
exist.
them the space
Stop
to
having
do
main
so. They're
character
still delaying, and the
energy.
longer this goes on,
YouTube also
until
exists.
Virtus.pro can get those ultimates for the Gambit in particular, it's going to be Heretics building up towards a Karmic Revival, building up towards the God of Mischief for Karmic Revival, or Invisible Boundary, or even a steal onto that Raging Royal Flush. The longer VP take to do this, the worse it's going to be for them.
I mean, Saipe's just not getting the opportunity to match Ken's ult charge, as well as Heretics aren't really poking out onto VP's players to allow healing. You do get the pick onto Adam, which means that Self Cocoon is called in, but Ken uses the copy onto Invisible Boundary, so VP don't get to take advantage of the situation. What they can take advantage of now is Saipe's ult when Heretics don't have a
Wait,
match
did that hit
for it.
anyone or did that just hit clowns?
Naga and Tanuki tack on through, but Tanuki's dropped incredibly low. Straggling Prison comes on in, but they lose 2 members. Naga is down, and an absolute absolute
Sparker's just killing everyone.
devastation here. Virtus Pro break the line, but it's not about this one fight. Look how much time was spent into that one fight. They won it with just the Straggling Prison, the Apex Predator,
Explain
and the Raging Royal
C9
Flush.
or
But what do
else.
Heretics do? They're portaling back to do it
I would
all over
explain
again.
it, but
I mean,
you're
you
trying
at
to
least,
threaten me,
if your
so
VP
I'm okay.
lose the worry of having to try and track down where exactly this
I'll take the
Adam will
or
be
else.
rezzing Finzi, using that Stone of Seduction, but Heretics trying to just kite around using their own Loki greens and the Strange Shield. So VP actually losing Phi. Judro having to burn out that BRB, using Cosmic Ion Amplifier to boost up the damage from Phi. Since Heretics have no way of shutting this down, they take cover, huddling up inside that invisible boundary, but that means, Tetcha, no one's present on the point. They have to pile outside of it, survive walking back onto that objective, and keep it stalled, sacrificing Ken, but knowing you bring him back with Karmic.
But it doesn't mean they don't get Beetle, who was picked up early in the fight. They have to make their way back on foot here. But that's a huge revive for Heretics, allowing them to burn even more time.
I'm liking the torch pick, man.
On the flank,
That's what I'm
building
saying.
up some more ult charge. Ken is about to have ult for a second revive, but more realistically, a Raging Royal Flush or Invisible Boundary. Tanuki could be the game changer here, though, as they have Aya Nagamoto, but they need to stay alive for it. Five very nearly with a huge pickup there.
Ken's just waiting. VP having to be very careful, like you have to build up ults before you can push on forward. Finzi with Sonic Seduction, trying to just push Heretics off of holding this objective so that VP can get closer to that objective checkpoint, get a little bit more time. Carbon Crush onto the Strange, into the spinning kick. You've been able to get the pickup onto the Adam. Sparker sees an opportunity, a huge Apex Predator, but Alex keeps the team for the most part up with the
did he
invisible
hit anyone?
boundary.
The Ivagamoto finds nothing, straggling Prison into the backline though to buy a little bit more time. Beetle is throwing everything at this. No more portals.
Wait, Virtus
no
Pro,
more
chat,
revive.
Virtus Pro
It's
can
all
lose.
about just sustain and delay right now for
There's
Heretics,
no way.
but
No,
they're
never
just
mind.
running
Never mind.
out of
Bro,
bodies.
if Virtus Pro
They're once
loses this
again
game,
just
that's
throwing
gonna be
people at the point,
insane,
but down
though.
goes the Vanguards. The Strategist already gone. The Duelist
If
rolls on in
Virtus
for a
Pro
couple
loses,
extra
man,
seconds, but
this would
will be Virtus
actually
Pro
be
grabbing the
such
point right
an
before
upset.
overtime hits. So the time has been eaten, but the distance is now rough. Right before point 2 is
Portal?
where Virtus Pro put a stop to Heretics.
No. For a moment,
No,
I
I
saw
have
Enzo
not
on that
gotten
stream
a
and
new
was like,
phone yet, chat.
Is he going to try to portal map flip? You can see Fi setting up. They scouted the Doctor Strange switch, and they're setting up Pyro Prison in case Heretics decided to commit to it. As we do get the swaps away from the Loki, Adam has done its job. It's totally stalled out VP's time bank. Now you just can't afford to lose players early when you're setting up for the first fight on second, something that you've already, unfortunately, had to face. Tanuki goes down. Heretics, without that Captain America, they went for the Angela instead to put more pressure on Fight. Haven't been able to get a body on this objective, Tetcha. We are barreling towards final fight territory, and Heretics do not have good ult bank to be able to stand up to take it.
Over the halfway point, Finzi coming into the background with the Captain America trying to get onto Naga, who needs healing. Assistance, please! Finzi's going to be dashing away as the Supernova comes on.
Oh,
in.
Shameless with the
Anti-heal
massive
comes
100
out,
bits,
but
my friend. I
Heretics
appreciate it.
tank through it, delaying, and this is the spot. This is where it fell apart for Virtus Pro last year, and Heretics have to hold here. Finzi going in for the duel, going for the 1v1. That's a lot of damage from Finzi. That's not a 1v1. The Fi comes on in with the Human Torch for a little bit of extra dueling. The Invincible Shield with the barrier.
No!
Ruby Red Rage takes out Sparker on the mirror. Finzi falls as well, but the car is still moving. Heretics trying to reinforce as quick as they can. It's going to force a regroup from VP.
VP don't have the players up. They lost Saipo. They can't afford to lose this next fight. They only get one chance at it. They have to go for the full regroup. But that means that you're sacrificing the opportunity of building up your Gambit ult before Ken has his, and Heretics have the confidence to walk. This has to be clutch plays from Virtus Pro.
Wait, the
to be able
Cyclops
to
didn't kill
overcome
it.
the
Wait, he
Gambit
got
ult
the...
deficiency, and Sparker's already down. That's devastating for Virtus Pro to have to deal with.
Beetle's trying to zone, trying to just catch someone out of position. If they
didn't
can
even
stagger
see
these pickups here, then it could be all over in favor of Team Heretics. Wrapping around from
big
above, trying
Tezza
to deal
for
with the
4 months.
torch
Appreciate
that
it.
Fi has stayed on here. Needs to avoid those spears, but someone
I have
has
to go look at that ult again, because I did not see
With
Saipe
17 seconds remaining, will make their way in. Finzi falls down, but Battle Reaper Faker brings him back, and he still has that freedom.
You cannot
charge
lose the
for
fight
ball.
with
It's
6
a
ults.
full
Chat, they have
ultimate
6
setup
ults.
here for Virtus
They have
Pro.
6
They commit
ults.
to it. The
Oh
fight is
my.
taken down early before the fight really gets going. going to Nuke. He's going to be pulled on in, but decided to duck to prevent a large chunk of that ultimate here. But Vinci is keeping this fight
They
going.
have
because
6
with two
ults,
members
chat. They
down,
have 6
Fi is
ults.
forced
They're
to pull
fumbling with
Heretics
6
with their
ults.
own sonic seduction to try and force them off the board. Heaven's Retribution to delay, and Virtus Pro, their hopes are disappearing, but reinforcements on the left to come on in. 5 reinforces, takes out Enzo, and they're running out of time. Heretics, they could have a portal of their own, but that finish line is creeping closer. Beetle is once again on delay duty as he's been so many times before.
Oh my god.
Enzo's
Oh my
gonna try
god.
and
What's gonna
portal,
happen?
but do
What's
they
gonna
have the
happen? What's gonna
time?
happen?
In comes Beetle for the delay.
Oh my god.
To give everything they can.
Oh my god.
Five with
Oh,
the
really?
push to give every second.
Oh my
they
god,
can.
chat.
Ultimates aren't really available for anyone right now, meaning it comes down to the neutral to delay this. A huge play from Fi, just holding the corner.
Virtus Pro has no more
But
ults.
he's being pressured by Enzo. He's
Naga,
dropping
come on,
low.
Naga.
The healing output is huge right now from Heretics, forcing VP off the point, preventing them from delaying. Ultimates are building up, but Saipe has to stay alive.
They're off the point. They're off the point. Oh my god. Oh my god. You can't get off.
I am Nagamoto! Into the backline from
They-
VP!
oh my-
It's a double! And Heretics are deleted from the board. They still have bodies, but with the raging royal flush, those bodies
There's
are
no fucking
being
way.
taken
There's no way
down.
they win this,
And
chat. There's
Virtus
no
Pro
way. There's no way they win this, bro. Virtus Pro does not deserve to win this. Team Heretics literally just got robbed. Team Heretics
They do
just
it.
got
They
robbed.
get it done. What a stall from Fi to be able to hold on long enough for Saipe to build up that ult. We have to
There's
give the
no
MVP to Strange.
way.
As
Team
VP
Heretics
are
deserves
able
that
to
win.
overcome adversary and book
Team
themselves a
Heretics
ticket
deserves that
to
win, bro.
mid-season playoffs.
They literally had
Holy,
the.
what an
They had
overtime fight.
Team
That
Heretics
one will go down
had
in the
less
history
ults.
books.
Virtus Pro
Strange
had 6
saw
ults. They were
3
killing Virtus Pro.
billion
They couldn't use all their 6 ults,
futures
bro.
he saw
They
last
were
year.
missing. They
The
were.
basement,
She
the
screamed
subway
release
right
when
before
she
Fist
couldn't
building,
finish her
where
release.
Virtus Pro
Bro.
was scuppered, and Strange said, one way to turn it round. The Eye of Agamotto to lock down 2
shot,
backline
bro.
members, but Ryan, Virtus Pro turn it in the last few
No
seconds.
shot.
It's a
Well,
whole different year for Virtus Pro, it feels like, as they managed to get to that event that has
sorry,
been
sorry,
haunting
Team
them
Heretics.
ever
You guys
since they
lost your
missed it
points,
last
but
year.
you guys
And
almost
the fact
had a
it went
lot
that
of money
distance,
there.
I
Hey,
definitely
Team
agree with
Heretics
Moxie.
should
There's
be
only one
proud
MVP.
of
It's
what they
fine.
did,
Just
bro.
what he
They
was able to
stunned
do at
the
the very
Cyclops,
end.
which is
There was,
crazy
like,
because the
issues on
Cyclops
both
had
sides,
90, like
goodness, them
5%
here or there.
ult.
You gotta say,
And then,
Naga,
oh
like,
my
there was one
god.
point where they went for the Iron Amplifier on a tap for Virtus Pro, and they went for the Supernova. It got interrupted. Naga managed to stun it out on Cyclops. So it was just, it
Beetle for the delay, visible, and got it to dudes. Just
Sorry, chat. I want to see something.
America trying to get onto Naga, who needs healing assistance, please. Through it, delay. Yeah, and the Heretics have to hold here. Fincy going in for the duel, going for the 1v1. That's a lot of damage from Fincy. That's not a 1v1. Super DeFi comes on in with the human torch for a little bit of extra dueling. The invincible shield with the barrier. The root
Oh, his ult actually finished.
rage takes out.
No, chat. He never killed the cap. He killed the Elsa.
Comes on in with the human torch for a little bit of extra
How?
dueling. The invincible
Oh.
shield.
The cap was 1 HP. Look at the cap's HP.
With the barrier, the Ruby Red Rage takes out Spark.
No, he didn't kill the cap, chat. The Invis woman killed the cap. He killed. That ult. Okay, I thought when he ults, but he dies, it doesn't bust. But apparently, even if you die, it still busts. So I actually didn't know that.
Down the stall ult because you've lost your cap, you're losing players left and right. The Emma is called
So
in
you
to
could
be
still
on
bust when
objective
you die, chat.
to guarantee that you have the overtime, get the opportunity to portal your players
What a game.
back in.
What a game,
Heretics
though.
did a valiant effort. You see the swap from like Angela trying to just spear
How are you so
displace
quiet? Because
Fire's
Emily is sleeping,
position
chat.
so
I'm not
that
gonna wake
VP
Emily up.
lose Pro's line of sight of keeping the Vanguard topped up and building closer to Saipe getting that next cycle
I think Team Heretics
of
do
Raging
this so
Roll
bad.
Flush, which is enough for
I don't know
Virtus.pro to
how, I
finally
can't
tip the
prove it,
scales
but I
of
think
the
Team
OT,
Heretics
of the
threw this
BRB,
game.
of the closer respawns, but it came down to the wire
It's
without
11
Fi
a.m.
being able
Yeah,
to
who
live
cares
that
if it's
long on
11 a.m.?
strange.
Chat, it's
The
11:11.
Heretics just
Make a
win the
wish,
last
and my
fight.
wish is not to sleep on the couch tonight.
It
So I'm gonna stay
was
quiet.
A spectacular series to qualify these teams all in for Virtus Pro. For Heretics, there is one more chance tomorrow, with more teams being eliminated later on today and then a little bit earlier tomorrow. But just, man, you just need like room to breathe on that one. We do have an interview
That
with Finzi, who I want to ask him about his reaction, like
Yeah,
right
that
in
was
there,
a-
because he had his head in his hands, was just
That was a
shouting.
good
Well,
game.
they saw
That
the
was a
player
good game.
cams. But like,
Yeah.
they went from, okay, this is probably unwinnable, to, wait a moment, we can lock in and we can actually win this. Like, you see the exact moment on their faces where they realize it truly is not over. We can still get through. We can still win. We don't
I
have
hope
to go through
Team
a lower
Heretics
bracket.
isn't like
Let's talk
sad.
to the Captain America
Because I
himself
hope
of
they
Virtus
knew-
Pro,
I hope they know
Finzi.
that they played
First
really
of all,
well.
Welcome. Second of all, congratulations. Third of all, I imagine a relief that you have to qualify for mid-season finals against the team that stopped you last time in that kind of fashion at the end. How do you even prepare for a series like that? How much of it is meta in the game versus honestly seeing a therapist, you know, like making sure that you don't take that like stress into the series, because that is haunting for you. It's been haunted ever since last year, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we wanted revenge for last year because they beat us and we didn't go to mid-season. But I think we just prepared like any other game. We were not that nervous or anything, but once we started losing, it was getting kind of nerve-wracking.
Okay, I was about to
Especially
say.
that last fight on Midtown we just saw. I don't know how we won, but we won somehow. Shout out to Fi. That was crazy.
Fi had such a good reinforcement at the end, but also
Protect
we need
your
to point
ball
out just
king.
how much value your
Yo, how
Captain
you doing,
America
TTK's
was
dad?
given when
TTK
it
was
banned
apparently
out.
awake at
You
6
didn't win
a.m.
the
Did you go to
mats a
sleep
couple
last night?
times. When it was allowed through, you made the difference. Is that a lot of pressure to have that put on your back, especially when you're the one person left on the objective? That happened multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, Captain is just a really good hero. That's why both teams are like banning it back and forth. I mean, especially on domination, it's really, really good. And the extra ultimate, like support ultimate, is always nice. But yeah, we definitely played a bit better today with Captain and off Captain. But like we weren't protecting it in the beginning, because usually in scrims we're like fine off Captain or not Captain, but it just wasn't working today. But yeah, also I want to shout out Crownfall for warming us up today and yesterday. Don't want to forget to do that.
So talk us through a little bit about like curveballs that Heretics threw, because we were talking to Shu before the game. He said that he felt like Lion Pro would have cooked something up to maybe catch you guys out with the ban draft. Was it something that you expected? Did Heretics do anything different which did catch you by surprise, which took slightly longer to be able to adapt around?
Yeah, I mean, in our scrims, people have not really been banning Captain at all, and people usually only ban DT on Domination, but they were doing it on every map, so we were maybe a little bit unprepared for that. That's why on our last map we also banned their DD, just so, because we know if it's a mirror match and we know we are better, so we will win the mirror, so we just gotta make sure it's a mirror.
I think one question I wanted to ask about is the maps that went wrong for you today, notably like Museum. Like you came out with this sort of like strategy with a torch to deal with a penny and stuff like that, but it basically felt that they could stall out
Hey, Jay,
fights
what's up,
for
Right?
eons, whereas
Sorry,
you
I'm just
guys
trying to
kind of
listen
like
to
on your defense couldn't sort of
conversation.
replicate that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like what went wrong looking back on Museum?
Well, we know they played at 3-3 cheese with 3 tanks and 3 supports. We saw them play it yesterday, so we knew it was going to be hard on Museum, Midtown, even Lower Manhattan, and they even played some triple support on Koth too. So we knew it was going to be super hard. It's just important to like not lose hope if you lose a fight or two. But it's really hard to get through that comp. We definitely have to make some adjustments so we beat it faster next time.
And I guess final question is, I saw your
When is
player
leg
cam
day?
at the
I think
end of
leg
that.
day-
You
I
had
think they
your,
switch
like, hands
casters
on
after
your
every
head
2
and you were
games.
just vibrating, you were just saying stuff. I stood up and was shouting. I think like what was said, obviously keep it PG, but what was said like at the end of that, because it was
Keep it
frantic,
PG.
right? The fact that Fi survived so long and then got an Eye of Agamotto was ridiculous.
I mean, we were mostly just saying how did we win and let's go Fi. Like when Fi hit that strain ult, the voice chat just erupted. Everyone was screaming, and everyone was screaming, "Don't C9, don't C9!" And yeah, I mean, everyone just started screaming. It was insane.
I mean, it was crazy. Honestly, like, you probably all need to go have a lay down, but you are playing against Na'Vi tomorrow.
Man, it looks like a nice day over there where Finzi lives. It's nice and bright.
Are going to be at least going
I think he's from Iceland too.
Congrats again, Finzi, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you then. Bye bye.
Man, I imagine that he's just probably just collapsed his chair.
What's the weather like in Iceland right now?
But yeah,
what's the weather
I'm not
like
too worried
in
about Heretics,
Iceland right
like,
now?
There are some bogey teams in the losers bracket. Heretics.
It is 53 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy shit, that's fucking cold. That's their summer?
Catcher, this feels for Heretics like how well they can bounce back, and we know that they can do.
They lost the first map here and then immediately bounced back. We've shown that they're intelligent, we've shown that they're adaptable, and most importantly, we've shown they're so resilient. They
53 is a cold, chat. 53 degrees Fahrenheit is cold as shit. That's my winter sometimes in Miami.
To be any team to play against them in that lower bracket.
Yeah, us three are going to be back for the action tomorrow as we go through those elimination games, but there's halfway done. We still have more games for EMEA to happen, but it's going to be Lemon, Leg Day, and Vodable continuing on with the action today. So we're going to go shut down like Finzi just did, and we'll see you tomorrow. But more action after this break, so stay tuned.
Damn, that's crazy, bro. My girlfriend's wait, Ryan, you just got off the stream. My girlfriend's family is in Orlando, and I'm gonna die in Florida. Wait, are you coming to Florida? W. It's not. It's pretty hot here. It's 90 degrees here. Oh, see, I'm moving to Georgia. Wait, Ryan, you're moving to Georgia? Oh shit, I gotta be quiet. Sorry, you're moving to Georgia? That's awesome. We're gonna be neighbors. I'm in Florida. Come visit. That's cool. Yeah, but I like Miami more than Orlando because Miami, well, here where I live, I'm closer to the water, so you get that ocean breeze. So you get like, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? When you're close to the water, you get that like wind, and it's really nice, and the ocean, delicious. And yeah, Orlando, you're more farther in, so you don't really get that. Yeah. Even though there's a huge what's it called, heat wave going on right now. Yeah. Delicious. Don't drink the water, bro. I'm not drinking the water, chat. I'm talking about like that smell. That you ever go to the beach and you smell and it's just beautiful. It's like the water. It's the ocean, bro. It's a little bit salty, man. Oh, I love it. How was that Namor LARP? Yeah, also in Orlando, we deal with a lot of tourist issues, especially near the Universal Studios. Well, I mean, I wouldn't live in Orlando. Orlando is like one of those places where I would never live, but you would only go there to visit. Yeah. I would never live in Orlando. Oh yeah, shit. Yeah. I got you guys. You have Rad against Fire. Oh no, it's Rad against. Sorry. It's Shikigami against Fire. Good luck, chat. And if you guys want to know what I voted for, I said Shikigami was going to beat Fire. So far, I'm 2 for 2. I think Shikigami is going to beat Fire. This is going to be another good game.
Protect your bald king.
Overcommitment for 39 months.
The worst city to live in Florida.
Tallahassee. I don't think I've actually ever been to Tallahassee. The Funky Yankee for tier 2 for 54 months. Absolutely insane. Leaf falling for 2 months. TF6 Sean with the massive prime sub. Appreciate it, guys.
We just saw from those 2 LAN qualification matches, and also to make it into top 3, of course. A lot of money on the line this weekend. But I'm Vaudable here with Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi to close out Day 2's action with 2 elimination matches. Lose, you go to promo relegation. Win, you stay into stage 2, and also still have a chance to make it into the LAN and top 3 afterwards. But we do have this matchup here, Fire Strays versus Shikigami. And Lemon, I mean, talking about Fire Strays,
nice. Let's get it, chat. Let's get it. Let's get it.
From the experience that we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, Fire Strays, they also reached the preseason playoffs, and their year was really defined by this slow climb.
No, I'm half asleep and I voted for the wrong team. Well, that's fine. Just put more channel points on there. You committed already. Just fully commit now.
Teams that do that. All 3 actually from Cestroid, Demon, Slopo are all playing the Cyclops. That was really fun to see, and they really had to pull out all the punches when going up against their opponent yesterday.
Swamp chat. We're in EMEA right now. Swamp is NA.
They're informed to try and beat them, but
Swamp doesn't play until like the second game of the day, so probably like 6 o'clock or something, 5, 6 o'clock.
From Terra, but going up against Shikigami,
depends
now
on how,
this is a rematch I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, like talking about Shikigami specifically, a lot of people expecting them to win against Rad. They defeated them without dropping a single map before, but they got swept. How do they overcome?
I mean, Shikigami, they have to just start playing their own game once again, because we know that this is a meta where Angela's back on the rise, and Isidore is a very good Angela player. Kaya plays it as well, but obviously Angela really back
Riley Noel with the massive prime sub. Appreciate it.
EMEA winner Frost
How you doing? How you doing?
Wolverine. And honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Shikigami like try and lean into a bit more of his fastball special. Obviously, going up against Rad's a bit of a tough draw, as they are an incredibly powerful team. But at the moment, I'm looking on how Shikigami are going to be constructing their composition.
I am doing fantastic. Can't complain. My contact lenses are drying though. It's only 11 a.m.
And hey, the narratives, guys. Shikigami also knocked out Fire Strays from preseason playoffs, and can they do it again? And it was a grueling Game 5 in preseason too. So I hope we get another banger series today.
That's what I'm hoping as well. And this is, you know, a recap of the group stage series that these 2 had as well. Shikigami a little bit more dominant in that matchup as well, but also a bit of a different meta back then. So might be a bit more beneficial for Fire Strays, depending on what they rock into this series with. But
Romuchi with the massive get that sub. Appreciate it.
Against them in this bracket. I mean, facing off against Heretics.
Who won the last series? Virtus Pro 1-3-2. It was a crazy game.
All the way to 5, almost took them down as well. They got to take this one series at a time, like day.
Exclamation mark vid. What is this? FYR
loser of this, as you said, goes to promo relegation, and there's only 1 spot at LAN left for an EMEA team, and if one of these wants to claim,
only 1 spot left for an EMEA team, chat. Who's gonna get it? Zach with a massive prime sub. Jay Run for 2 months. Appreciate it.
Yeah, speaking of Celestial Husk, this will be our first map to kick off the best of 5 in this elimination match.
Before we
in the
get to
lower
the band
bracket.
I gotta go pee.
Domination is how we go, and we'll see how this band draft continues.
Well, I'm excited, Lemon. Leolaz looks enthralled as well.
Yeah,
we get ready to get stuck into our band protect.
And Layla's has to be locked in. This is the win condition for Shikigami. I felt like Frost Mountain has looked like a Frost Hill at times. Yeah, he could be the absolute carry, and he could also be a liability. He got fully countered yesterday playing that Wolverine. He stuck to the Wolverine against Thing, Emma, Adam, Luna, like a lot of things that made his life a living hell. Even with mag bubbles, just the rocket res beacon brought everything that Frost Mountain was trying to achieve yesterday back into the picture. So I'm hoping Shikigami can explore more strategies if things start to not work out.
Fire Strays with the first protect here on Cyclops, which means there's going to be one-sided gambit available for Shikigami, which is a huge pickup. But maybe Fire Strays have something up their sleeve here, can definitely utilize some of their depth of hero pools when it comes to those duelists. But having your primary hit scan on the Cyclops, as we saw from Terra earlier today, can be absolutely domineering. And now Shikigami going to start peeling away those strategist options, since Fire Strays currently don't have any protect on strategists, so they may find themselves at the mercy of Shikigami's bans.
If Fire Strays opted to protect the Cyclops even yesterday towards the end of the series, was a huge, an important part of their strategy. But who is going to be playing it for Fire Strays? Is it Sloppo? Is it Demon? Is it Sestroid? It depends what the starting lineup is going to be. And to be allowed to play Rogue as well is huge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if Rogue would have been banned if Gambit wasn't available for them, to be honest. Like, I know Rogue's in a stronger place than she was prior to the patch, before some of her power got redistributed from that team up towards her base kit. But Shikigami, they see, like, you don't have any strategists protected, so we're just going to keep peeling away more and more of the good ones. We're likely going to see, like, a Jeff come out here, potentially an Invisible Woman. Cyclops is going to be mirrored here. Fire Strays, they are at least going to have access to the team-up between Cyclops and Wolverine, which might be a huge power play, but I can't help walking away from this ban phase wondering if they didn't put a little bit too much faith in everything that wasn't a strategist.
I mean, Layla's went like X Games mode yesterday. He dropped 50,000 damage and 17 final hits on Midtown for the loss. So it's like a lot has to build around Layla's, but this has to be a well-rounded Shikigami, because this Cyclops matchup is going to be really great, but it's about the team, the supporting cast around the Cyclops that is going to be interesting, along with the one-sided Gambit versus the one-sided Rogue. A strong brawl from Fire Strays, but even better, kind of a game-winning ultimate from Shikigami's side.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to try and find those win conditions as easily for the side of Fire Strays here. As we get stuck into Celestial Husk, it looks like Fire Strays might actually opt in to a triple strategist here, including access to that, maybe not the same uptime as Mantis damage boost, but can be a little bit more important for boosting up something like a Ruby Rage. Never mind, Sloppo instantly proves me wrong and goes over onto a 2-2-2. And Binary is going to be picking up the team-upless Rogue.
We'll see how that fares. I think it's one of the first times we're seeing Rogue like without the Gambit, because like I think it was like Heretics that was allowed to play Gambit and Rogue in this case.
Yeah.
But I think Sestroid is such a boon too for Fire Strays, because yes, him and Sloppo can overlap.
Okay,
on
chat,
the
we have some good
Cyclops,
news.
We'll see
Emily's
where this
awake.
portal
Now we
ends
can
up,
be a
but
little
Sestroid can also
loud.
flex to be triple strategist. So Blackso is setting up for an interception, but now deciding to just play towards the point.
Yeah, I think realizing that with like this double hit scan setup, actually going in close and personal for a fight, not in their favor. Fire Strays want to play this slow. Look for
happy early 4th of July. Fireworks tonight? No, people do fireworks tomorrow, guys.
Avoid a bunch of damage from the Wolverine early on and get the passive.
Yeah, passive is out.
Yeah, tomorrow, man. Tomorrow. Jacob with the massive dono, though. Appreciate it.
Is putting the press on, and with the team up of the Invisible Woman, you get that extra
boring games incoming. I don't think any of these games are going to be boring today. I think both of these teams are going to probably be evenly matched. It's going to be a back and forth. I don't think it's going to end up at 3-0.
That was just a bad disengage. 3 squishy players in one corridor where you can get bounced on by Sestroid. Blackto's able to hit all of them.
Also, I can't celebrate 4th of July this year. I failed my country. I came in second in Marvel Rivals World Cup chat. USA came in second. I could have celebrated if we came in first, but I failed. I don't deserve to celebrate.
Charm and negate some of this, but Fire Strays are front and center, trying to build up some of these strategist ultimates before Shikigami engage.
All right, early Rogue engage here. Quick pull, mitigated by Kai, going into that Diamond Form and gaining CC immunity. Still, Binary wants to try and keep this high ground contested.
Yeah, you're right. What a disgrace.
Off of it, but the poke is not going to be
ideal. Hey, you sound like
nice
Big Dad.
Grab hit by the Rogue here, but Binary is still going to be isolated, so a 2v1 has to be managed up on the top. Binary, though, is working some magic here. Even with the pocket on Frost Mountain, manages to find the elimination. Nasty stuff.
And it's nasty to win that fight without needing to invest a single ultimate. Like, Closer was keeping that first invisible boundary close to his chest, and Binary being so good at any of the brawl Vanguards.
Y'all did your best. Oh, I'm not mad with second place, chat. I'm just memeing.
It's going to be his specialty.
I don't know if I can celebrate, what do you call it, 4th of July, though, because obviously we have our matches to watch.
It will have to be the cap who has to synchronize kind of this hybrid dive, put pressure on the flank, but right now the pressure's on Blackso to give up the high ground.
Okay, but here's the coup de grace of the comp ready to go. Raging Royal Flush from Lindstrom, out from the Gambit onto most of Shikigami. They take cover inside of the invisible boundary, but close.
Yeah, you calling me?
On the point as well to
I
make
have
sure
it.
there's no free cap given over to Shikigami.
Yeah.
Binary makes a deep dive, and now it's going to be a freedom charge, leading forth members of Shikigami, but on the other side, Snost has brought out the Kumiho, the big stepper, ready to try and meet Isidore in a little bit of a melee battle, and Binary spying space for the remainder of the team.
Give me 2 seconds. Let me finish this round real quick, and I'll give it to you.
To get away from a Galactic Legend. Frost Mountain sees Binary getting a little bit spicy for Mike takes as he moves away from the remainder of the team, and now Fire's Vanguards have been decimated.
And through all of that investment from Shikigami to only get 2 eliminations, like, they really had to shove a Fire Strays.
I really don't like this
Star-Lord skin. Strategist ultimates, even through Black, so not stunning anyone. That might have been through the Eye of Agamotto. That might have been a result of Kaya being front
Vicky, appreciate the 7 months.
The Emma,
I don't know if I said that.
will have the Galactic Legend, and he's coming in from behind. Shikigami don't have a strategist ultimate to answer, and Sloppo's gonna have to pull the trigger.
Oh my goodness, the Star-Lord guy coming in from behind, very impressive. Great angle, but good cover as well. So Sloppo's mostly entirely mitigated. He's gonna have to try and fly away. He's not getting ahead. Oh, Leila's quick to try and punch that one out. The concussion beams get it done.
Dude,
Ty's
come
got
on, man.
Energy to work with and a lot of space on the point to commandeer. For Fire, I think this one's cooked. They're back to spawn.
I'm surprised that Fire Strays couldn't push through the front lines to try and combine with Sloppo's synchronization, an issue for Fire Strays, but they did get to 99%. They just got to build a good stack of ultimates, but Shikigami could go the distance. I mean, they got the Ruby Rage. Maybe the stars will align for them if Fire Strays continue to push through this low ground.
For now, just checking Binary. Up on
Bro's looking like J3 out there. Chat, my Star-Lord, I would never do that on Star-Lord. Come on.
The pole's ready, the kicks are strong, diving
Oh my god. People were saying, why don't you... Rogue, bro. This is Rogue without the Gambit, by the way.
Double strategist ult from Fire. Lads. We've overlaid them. The Ruby Rage as well. It's just pulled on in by the Rogue. Unbelievable synergy from Fire Strays, and they're looking on.
Are they going to be able to get that TP down?
To the 9 Hells, opening up
Yeah, they're going to be able to get it down.
Here's another hurrah from Shikigami to try and keep the overtime wick burning, and it's Isidore that has to sustain and delay for as long as possible, as Kath will assist. The Eye of Agamotto from Blackso gets no one, as Leila's tries to stand
Would you
tall.
actually say Rogue without Gambit is very under... I mean, I feel like with the team up, they're going to be really strong, but I do feel like they should be at least playable without the team up. Like, the team up shouldn't make your... If they ban your team up, you shouldn't be totally useless.
It's going to be one less option to try and do that. Sloppo finds them on the outside, starts to work the margins here. As
but nonetheless, I still think we rarely see Rogue without the team up.
Heartbreak is almost available. The anti-heal's been given over onto Binary. Sloppo
at least
again around
I
the
do.
back as the Galactic Legend moves in towards Kath, but it's taken too much damage from the Cyclops. The aim battle, even with the aimbot, is not going so well right now for Peter Quill, and Frost mounts a bit of more than he could chew. The Dark Maelstrom into the midst of
Damn. Okay, chat, let me give Emily back her phone because she's awake.
Take away the first Celestial hand.
And I love Sloppo's style on the Star-Lord, the way that he's able to coordinate with his team when he can go on these off angles and sometimes even full flanks. And I think like he's taking more conservative angles, so he is able to disengage back towards his strategist. And he gave a lot of respect to Kath, because as soon as she noticed the Star-Lord, she could have gone for a freeze. And only 4 casualties for Fire Stray's side. Like, they were so good at disengaging. Like, that was basically like 100 to 99, and Fire Strays only went down 4 times. Like, talk about this push and pull and how they were able to find so much shelter, which Shikigami had to keep committing ultimates to finally get just a few eliminations, just enough to zone off the point, and then Fire Strays were able to retake just that easy. So Fire Strays take the first point, and I'm not seeing huge changes in the composition, but minus
at least the air conditioning's coming in this room now.
Damn, I want to see
my thighs aren't sticking together.
Been nasty on the
oh, sorry, my mic was on.
So far, and still has a Heartbreaker to play with.
Oh, Frost Mountain on the Bucky, a few changes for Shikigami to strengthen their neutral, but it's going to be a lot of poke from Sloppo and Cestroid's side to kind of dismantle these Isidore walls.
Jay, did you buy a new phone yet? No. If I buy a new phone online and they ship it to me, can I activate it through my carrier at home? Or do I have to take it to the carrier, chat?
Right now, going into the Fox form, quickly transforming. The Kumiho has been unleashed, but nothing to step on just here. Throwing a little tantrum on the points, but
We can do it at home?
Down soon as Fire get the cap.
Wow, technology's advancing, bro. Holy shit,
like
I remember when I have to go to the carrier.
You want to play on the high ground, the perimeter, because that's where the hit stands have so much good cover. They can
technology, man. Oh my god. I remember when I used to watch black and white television. You're telling me I could order a phone and have it and do it all at home now?
It's almost like all the pins of Shikigami come through this choke. This could be disastrous.
It's crazy.
And worst case scenario, Closer has been really good at having more passive invisible boundaries that Fire Strays can fall back to. Oh, canceled!
Of a surprise there coming through from the Wolverine.
Wait,
Mountain's primary target, big strangling prison, grabs in two, and the follow-up is solid from a side of Shikigami.
iPhones don't have SIM cards, guys.
That one's a bargain.
And no rage from Zestroid. The ultimate canceled. The thing that Fire Strays were supposed to initiate
they do not have,
just waited
They do not have SIM
until
cards.
Shikigami shot him down, and now they're in a defensive
The newest
position.
iPhones do not
Frostmount
have
on
SIM
his
cards,
signature
chat.
Wolverine. A good swap from the Bucky after he was first picked, and he's already trying to pull a Vanguard in.
Oh, Layla shouting out, "Behold my Ruby Rage!" And Closer saw it too close that time.
eSIM.
Fire Strays already
Bro, you guys are just lying about these eSIM things. What's next? What's something else that's probably fake that you guys are going to say is real? E-dating?
They can pull with
Come
the
on.
Wolverine. They can wall off with the Groot, and this combo, especially to defend with, is massive for Shikigami. Kaya can also hang off the ceiling or the walls.
You guys are just slapping E in front of anything and calling it a word nowadays.
More time for Shikigami.
Kids these days, bro.
All right, welcome back to Cook
Kids
here.
these days.
Walled off, grabbed in, floating all above. Cloak of Levitation now on cooldown. It's going to make the Eye of Agamotto a touch more difficult to grab. Already close to taken down again. Kai was diving in the back while the distraction was in towards the front. There's always another angle that Shiki are playing, but not the one to heal Frost Mountain, unfortunately.
And Kaya feasted the Abyss right onto those strategists. Closer falls, and you're missing a bulk of those heals, especially like group healing that the Invisible Woman provides. Shikigami definitely in this driver's seat. Fire trying to break up the attention.
Ooh, wait a minute. That bunny hop was a little fucking sexy right there. He shifted and then bunny hopped to keep the momentum. Ooh.
And even after being freed into the White Fox form, there's too much follow-up.
Yo, Sensei, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. Welcome, my friend. Or should I say,
get behind the tree, get behind me.
E, thank you. I don't know, kids these days.
From the punch dimension itself, Kyan unable to really survive in on this one. But still, Shikigami are tagging in one after the other to keep this point contested. Frost Mountain running low on HP.
I got an eSIM on my Galaxy Fold and did all the transfer at home using an app and double it.
But I'm glad Fire Strays are finding confidence because
You can't
most of
fold a
these fights have been
Galaxy.
dictated and initiated
You can't
by
fold
Shikigami,
space.
who've
What are you
got to set up
saying?
and execute their game plan. Fire Strays lost a couple of people and decided to still invest those ultimates. So really commending Sloppo to create some of this
you think the
chaos, as now
Galaxy
he's
is just a
creating
piece
an
of paper that you
off
could fold?
But you still have to get through those group walls.
Yeah, a lot of homework to be done when
Kids
it comes to
these
breaking
days,
down
man.
those group walls. And a strangling prison ready to go for Isidore as well. Has to worry about the Guardian Shield here from Closer. Too much of a range.
You guys are getting e-baited, bro.
By a quick draw from Sue Storm. For now, though, Shikigami have full control of the high ground, so they choose when this fight begins. Isidore drops on down, trying to help out their Wolverine and Ironwood Wall to isolate Binary, who gets grabbed on in and starts to use the Heartbreaker. It takes away Isidore's ult temporarily. And it
Oh my
ruins the
God.
plans of Shikigami.
Oh my god.
Man, the Fire Strays Vanguard line is such a highlight. And now one last touch. You see that Binary's trying to prevent the portal from Frost Mountain from coming through, or at least is going to spot it out. Returns to his team. Closer has been so patient with the invisible boundary, and you have the strategist advantage to Fire Strays.
All right, big control on the point right now for Shikigami. Closer got two squishes.
Wait, how did an Invis woman kill two supports? What?
From the other side now, Binary body blocking as you're inside now, and in Destroid's big house. Destroid is the boss. Consider yourself destroyed as between the dimensions, Blackso opens the eye of Agamotto, and he sees all the futures in which Fire Strays can sweep away domination.
Wow.
from
Okay.
Shikigami.
Well, that was the first game of the day. For a round of this round.
Backline Closer keeping the Psionic Vortex right at the entry point of the portal, and Fire Strays standing tall despite getting punched down upon by Shikigami.
Yeah, what the hell is a Samsung, Chad? Is that a phone? That's not a phone, bro. What did Sam sing? That's a good one. Samsung? Well, what did he sing? Who's Sam and what did he sing? I like that. Ay, 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 ay. Jay gonna pull out the Nokia soon? Nokias are amazing, bro. I remember my dad had a Nokia, and I used to play that Snake game on it. That game was goated. Also, Nokias just don't break. You could drop your phone several times. That thing would never break. iPhones nowadays, you drop it, screen shatter. $400 to fix. So everyone's just gonna ignore what this guy just said. No one is responding to this guy. You guys are all just gonna ignore that. You guys are all just gonna ignore that guy. I just took a delicious little fart in my mouth. Hope everyone is having a good Friday. No one's gonna say anything to that guy. You guys all just ignored him. You guys are all just gonna ignore that guy. Did you say hi to Emily for us, chat? No, Emily is still MIA right now. Holy shit! Yeah, wait, you were following since 2017, almost 10 years ago, and your first message in my chat was that. Oh, Emily took over the stream last night. Emily might take over the stream today again. To keep myself from not going insane. Rico Suave, by the way, appreciate the Master Prime sub. To keep myself sane, I think between NA and EMEA, I might have Emily take over the stream so I could take a nap, bro. I am dying. Wait, why is this not? Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. A nap? You're supposed to fix your phone still. I don't have a phone, chat. Apple manager, Apple account. Yeah, GG's. Never mind. Does it feel like the old days? Yes! It sucks not having a phone, dude. You know what? It's fine. I'm just gonna go outside and catch a fucking pigeon and then, like, just tie a note to its leg and set it free. Who won between Virtus Pro and Team Heretics? I don't want to spoil it for you, but I feel like you should go watch it. That was a really good series. Yeah. Emily said you don't text or call anyone. That's not true at all. I text my dad every day. I always tell him good morning and I hope you have a great day. And also, I also text him good night. So Emily is just lying to you guys. Who are you guys gonna believe, bro? Emily, the liar, or Jay3, the truther? Come on, man. She did say you only text your dad. See? That's somebody. Is Emily trying to say that my dad's a nobody?
The first time domination has been taken in favor of Fire Strays against Shikigami so far this season, preseason included. So a good win for them to start off strong and potentially prevent the promo relegation bracket run that they would have to make in the stage 2 if they fall in this series. Shikigami, a lot to work through, but
will you be on GTA 6 when it releases? Probably not.
Specifically,
not
I mean,
PC.
we saw some great performances from the Duelist lineup, but everyone involved on Fire Strays.
Yeah, Fire Strays ended up putting Sestroid on the Cyclops and allowing Sloppo to explore maybe his deeper duelist hero pool, but it was binary. Being allowed to play the Rogue and to do so without
just buy
the
a phone on
team
Amazon and
like
overnight
really
ship it.
Proving to us that Rogue's buffs are massive.
Bree, we know you're rich with that overnight shipping. Paying that extra $50 for overnight shipping. Okay, Bree.
But
you see,
can
we get 5 good
Binaries had this up their sleeve all along, hitting some excellent pulls as well to peel like the Wolverine. Somehow managed to get multiple assassinations onto Star-Lord as Rogue is uncanny stuff, and it would appear that like the respect just wasn't given over from Shikigami for the neutral Rogue and really hit a bunch of surprises.
And I'm surprised that Shikigami didn't even win the second round. Like, they had such a strong win condition. They were defending. They were able to have the Venom engage, Isidore wall off, anything that Frost Mountain kidnaps. But kind of the running theme for Shikigami is that Frost Mountain starts off well, but then eventually gets countered. He has the highest amount of casualties because the Wolverine is such a punishable hero to go up against. When you have Black Steel on the Doctor Strange, who has the team up with the Invisible Woman, having that extra pull, that extra second that you can dump damage into Frost Mountain, even through the passive, he can be bursted down, and Fire Strays had the answer.
And that's what has been like a good look so far for Fire Strays in the past, right? Black Cell, the way that they perform on, you know, the Groot or the Doctor Strange has looked really solid in the past, just to have that kind of wall of protection for their team. And I feel like the Shield Vanguards are kind of underutilized in this meta, especially just keeping just alive, but also flanking around whenever they're trying to get towards your backline, just pulling them back in with the Psionic Mayhem team up as well. So it's nice to see the coordination from Fire Strays. It was a little bit lacking when we saw them in their upper bracket series, but of course, you know, they're facing off against the EMEA preseason champions in Na'Vi, and now they're playing Shikigami. Kind of two different competitor levels there specifically, but I want to talk a little bit about Shikigami going into this next map here, Leg Day. I mean, we've seen the highs and lows of this team and roster, from Cooking with Kaya to now Shikigami here in Ignite. I mean, it just seems like they're a shell of their former selves.
It might not be the greatest meta for them, as I don't think Leolas is as comfortable a hit scan to like stand and shoot, you know? Like Cyclops is kind of in that Hela kind of Phoenix role, where Leolas has been good previously, but I think that Leolas really has all of his power when he's fully mobile on something that aims, like a Star-Lord, an Elsa, or maybe even a Psylocke. But it does, like, I thought this was going to be a much better meta for Shikigami, because like in theory Isidore Frost Mountain is a great combo for the fastball, but it appears to just not be being deployed as much as I'd like thus far.
And surprised that Shikigami didn't take the map. They had a one-sided gambit, and that's Lindstrom who's able to give them such a huge win condition around that ultimate.
Drink?
But the disengage from Fire Strays was so commendable. Even from the first round, Fire Strays only had 4 casualties through the storm of ultimates that Shikigami put on. They would engage with Gambit, and then Closer would have the perfect invisible boundary to section off Shikigami from their engage. So I'm really liking the spacing of Fire Strays as Shikigami opt for Spider Islands.
We saw it for the first time, at least for playoffs in Americas yesterday, and it went a decent distance, but didn't go all the way to 3, ended before then. And then we saw it earlier on today when Fate just had the crazy eat to close things down.
I don't think the white monster is the best.
Looked really good on that map.
I think
afterwards when they were on the attacking side. So I'm really curious what the strategy is going to be in terms
drink.
of like,
I like the green one. I used to drink the green one when I was a kid.
as we go into the ban and protect
for Red Bull,
phase.
I actually really don't like any other.
One thing to note is that I believe
I like
that
the
Demon
regular
has
Red
been
Bull more than
subbed
any
in
flavored
here.
ones.
We'll have to see whether it was for Sloppo or for Sestroid. As Mantis once
I
again
think
goes through
Sestroid,
the
yeah.
first ban, and well, Rogue banned early here from Fire Strays. They don't want to have to deal with that from Shikigami, and they are going to match the Gambit this time.
So fair. And again, the Fire Strays utilizing their whole roster. Same thing as yesterday when they ended up picking Manhattan. They brought Demon alongside Sloppo, where Demon then took over the Cyclops duty, and Sloppo got to play some of the Bucky. But then when that wasn't working out, Sloppo went back to the Cyclops, and then Demon pulled out the Wolverine. So there's some nice overlap with
My
Fire
friends started
Strays.
shaking
It
after
gives
going
them
dry on energy
options to
drinks. He
pivot.
eventually quit though. Yeah,
Oh, wow.
usually
Damn,
quitting
taking away
something
here.
is very
I mean,
hard in
they're
the beginning,
really
but
trying
it
to
gets better.
constrain
It gets
Frost
easier
Mountain
as
here.
time goes on.
Shikigami.
I think
Make sure
another
that
addiction
there
thing that
is
you
not
could do is
going
to
to
break
be
an
a
addiction if you're
Cyclops on the upside
drinking a
mission,
lot
so
of
that's
like
what
energy
Demon
drinks.
played
Just
previously, so
start
maybe
drinking
trying
something
to
else, like
track the introduction of Demon here,
to
because
break
not only
the
does Demon
addiction.
play the Cyclops, but also plays
So
the
if you do a
Wolverine,
lot
so
of
they got
energy
rid of both
drinks,
the
try
Cyclops
doing
option
like
and Vatima
I don't
for
know,
Wolverine,
like
which makes him a lot stronger.
anything
Fire Strays
else.
trying to force
that's
Shikigami
healthier.
into that Wolverine matchup, and
Like what?
Shikigami clearly
Like
picking this
coconut
map to,
water, ginger ale.
maybe a Hail Mary. They picked Symbiotic
do you need
Surface
it?
yesterday to
What-
try and find
what
these
you
nice
can
off
do is
angles for the
that if
Wolverine,
someone's
and
at the
I wonder
door,
if it'd be
because I can't
better
really
to
see
combine
it,
it
they
with a
knock on it.
fastball, which
You can do is just
friends from Shikigami did
Discord
not opt
DM
for
me.
on map 1, but did so yesterday, and that kind of helps Frost Mountain close the gap a little bit better, as the Cyclops will be the
That's
one
just
that
Amazon.
accompanies not that Wolverine, as that's the final ban for Fire Strays. So what is Frost Mountain gonna end up
Snuggles with
playing?
another 500 bits, my friend. Appreciate it.
With Frost Mountain Pool here.
Jay,
There
can you
is
help
there
these
is a
pros out without
reality
to
where
present
Shikigami
themselves
like
on
a
the
spawn
stream?
breaking
Their
here,
cams are
where
like
we can
high
see
school
Frost
girl
Mountain play the
Snapchats showing
Storm,
half their face
but
at awkward
that might be a that might be a far-fetched hope. Could even see a pivot over something like an Ultron
Snuggles
to get
with
that
500
consistent
bits, my
damage
friend.
boost
Appreciate
over
it.
onto Cyclops instead to allow for maybe a bit of hard carry from
They don't
Leolaz.
need help,
Overall,
man.
I
They
think
don't
this
need
is a little bit more of a classic ban phase between these two teams. We're not seeing any strange rogue protectors come through.
And I think you're really throwing Shikigami off their game to be fully targeting Frost Mountain, which now you're probably forcing him on some kind of hit scan. I know we've seen some inklings of Psylocke, but I wouldn't say that's his favorite. So we'll see how Frost Mountain fares. If it's a Star-Lord mirror against him and Sloppo, then I would go more on Sloppo's way, just with the wealth of
You need your
hours that
phone?
he has on the hero and kind of what opportunities
Okay.
he was creating once he took
I
more,
was
when
just saying, I
Sloppo
don't-
took
I don't
more
really need it.
safer
I just need to know
angles
when the
on Celestial
thing is here.
Husk. Being an access to his strategist made a whole lot of a difference. So Frost Mountain hovering over the
real?
storm would be fun to kind of break out a spawn and guide his vanguards with.
I mean, extra damage for Isidore and Leolaz would not go amiss, especially when you're trying to break through Blackso's shield rather early. You can see that this is probably going to be an attempted disengage, as Blackso doesn't have the remainder of fire here to try and help him hold this space.
Usually kind of, I was going to say, storms are more often played with more vanguards to kind of just be that bulldozer, but then opts for the torch to just control the area that the fight's going to be taking place in, and maybe funnel and herd people into a space that Kaya can engage into.
Not a huge fan of it against these particular duelists, though. Sloppo's going to be able to consistently ground them with the Tainted Voltage. They're still actually caught between the objective and the edge for now, but a safe disengage here
Team
from
is
Kai is
competing
going to
at
be
this
the
level
plain
when
sea
you play
of Challenge
watch
double
tournaments.
charge.
Nah.
And once you enter
think,
this section
I
of
get
the
my
map,
fix
this
every
is where
now and then.
Binary can look for
You know, like a
opportunities to
crackhead.
grab people, and once you deal with that iron,
I played in the World Cup chat. That was a lot of
ironclad wall
fun.
from
But
Isidore, then
playing
he
in
could be a
tournaments like
victim as
24/7
well.
like that, I
Leolaz
don't
will be
know. But they
forgiven
are fun
as
every
he's
now
brought
and then.
back thanks to Cap,
I like it.
and Shikigami are at a standstill.
All right, Kai's consistently catching so many hands from Sloppo right here. Very accurate with the rod to stern. Isidore did not have the CC immunity ready, but just about hops away as the Ironwood Wall is brought up in his wake.
So far, so good for Fire Strays. This is going to come down to ultimates to try and break this hold. The Sloppo already has the Kraken impact. Blackso could float in with the Eye of Agamotto, and there's really no strong shield for Shikigami, but again, Shikigami take fights so fast.
I mean, just the jump scare there for Winter Soldier, I had no idea. Nice back cap here, though, from Demon. Might be able to get some damage over onto Kath, but if he does lose his life... Oh, he knows the perfect angle for the bounce.
So close, bro. So
Shikigami
close.
with these first picks. I mean, they get to dictate these fights, but it's how Fire Strays are able to not give up too many eliminations and refight so fast.
What a wall.
What a wall.
Unbelievable peel. Out comes the Ruby Rage. Leia doesn't really get too much off the back of that, as there was a quick cleanse coming through from Lynchum on the other side. Who's kind of looking for around the other side, though, when it comes to that ultimate? Feast of the Abyss doesn't appear to have gained too much as Blackso falls on down. Shikigami have momentum on their side.
And Blackso did fall pretty late, so the portal, there needs to be some kind of stall for Fire Strays if Blackso's going to want to portal back in. Seems the defense has stabilized, and it's Demon creating so much pressure on all sides to kind of have Shikigami fall back.
Dude, Cat's playing some disgustingly ratty angles right now. Demon doing their best to have some fancy footwork in midair to avoid the incoming flame clusters of a Human Torch. And it seems to now they've escaped the auspices of Frost Mountain. Shikigami, they've mostly fumbled the momentum for now, as Fire are now in a defensive position with 2-3 ultimates to play with.
Yeah, they really have, because Shikigami invested like a whole bank, and they thought that that was going to be enough to fully cap. Now the ball is in Fire Strays' court, whether it's how Binary wants to trap some people in, and Closer is going to help them with sustain.
All right, grabbed in. Heaven's Retribution. Sloppo is just absolutely dominating.
Bro, that's looking like my Bucky out there.
Again and again and again.
Yo, can we see the Bucky POV, please? We're watching the Star-Lord POV, which I have no problem with, but the Bucky's the one getting 4 kills. Like, we didn't even go to the Bucky who was getting all the kills.
Their game plan and Fire Strays had to as well, not having the Cyclops. They were able to utilize it through, I'm pretty sure, like every map in playoffs so far.
How many bets have you lost?
Flexibility
0.
of Sloppo and Demon, and how Sloppo is giving his Star-Lord over to Demon. So this is such a good team that bails each other out. I want to see some impact, though, out of Blackso and these Eyes of Agamotto, because they haven't been hitting a lot of targets so far in the series.
The Iron Fist, I like it against the Angela. Good to try and disrupt that mid-air roll here. Sloppo's got a great angle to play with, but Isidore might be able to chase them down. Does Blackso get a stun onto anybody? It seems like it's mostly gone awry. Ruby Rage now coming in, and Snosh just gets decimated. The second they use their ultimate as well. And so now that's gone for Fire Strays. One of their greatest tools has been plucked from their hands.
Wait a minute.
Now towards
Fire Stray? Oh, chat. I think, someone asked how my bets are doing. I said Shikigami was going to win this, but Fire Strays is, it looks like they're dominating Shikigami right now.
Shikigami are held short of a completion of Thirst.
There is so much aerial domination with Demon in the sky like that, and it's nice to see him just back into the series, back on Fire Strays, and just like he never left, fitting in those shoes beautifully. And for Fire Strays to deny Shikigami's full first point cap to then drawing this out into a full hold, which is so incredible. Shikigami tried to pivot, like you said, the Iron Fist, but there was so many things on Fire Stray's side to break up their focus, whether it's an Angelo flying around, Demons going on the flank. Shikigami's strategists are looking up to make sure they don't get
Jay,
tackled.
I hate you right now. Get in line, bro.
Legend, they have to find shelter from that ultimate, so Shikigami
if Shiki
just
loses,
could not
I'm never
thrive in
trusting
that
this
chaos
Baldy
and
again.
didn't have an answer.
I am okay. If you take into consideration yesterday and today, I am. What is it? 8, 9, 10.
Blackso,
I am
show
10.
me your actual hero. I'm warning you.
I am 10 for 11 predictions, chat. That means I have like over
are up against the wall. And so
I have over a 90% win rate, prediction rate.
Substantially. And so it's time to deploy the Adam Warlock instead, alongside the Loki for additional karmic revivals.
And Binary is having an excellent series. He hasn't fallen once in
I actually wish they did play it, though.
And he was our MVP on the Rogue, on Celestial Husk, and will he be able to maintain supremacy in the skies? A Demon goes flying thanks to the fastball, and he's gotten one, but the mag bubble maybe helps bail Kaya out.
Can you put that in Marvel Rivals terms? I have 11 kills and 1 death. So therefore, I am not the problem. Blame the supports.
Against this thick defensive composition.
It could be 11 and 0, but I died once, so that's why you gotta blame the supports.
You don't want to target that Groot and waste your time on it. Demon doesn't even have to be thrown in. He's just in the neutral as Isidore tries to keep him caged out, and Fire Strays need to help Demon.
Yeah. The help comes on through. Leila's taken down, but resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon, dutifully provided by Kath. The Fire Strays, now they have momentum. They start moving through. Free rage for Damon. That has to be careful because regenerative healing factor has already been used. And that's a big grab there onto the group.
Ooh, you know what I should get? I should get my
And there aren't enough bubbles to go around.
I should get my
Lelas doesn't have
treadmill,
one left
chat.
for himself. A quick pop in to grab the health back, and Damon can keep on rolling down mid.
And this is how Fire Strays won Celestial Husk. How they're able to slow down the game, but can you slow down Isidore? Strangling Prison mitigated now by the invisible boundary as Fire Strays set their sight on the finish line.
Oh, even more from Sloppo, but doesn't appear to have gotten any extra casts of the Kraken impact, and so can't shut down the Resurrection quite as easily. A Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to try and bail Shikigami out of this sticky situation. You can see that Damon made a fast exit from the midst of the team. Is now instead just going to try and chase down Kai, who gets grabbed out by the Barnet Cook of Bucky Barnes. And now the last stand is prepared. If you're not CCMing, you're going to be in deep danger. Bring Isidore to the crowds. You're not entertained. You're all eating vegetables tonight as we cull the flesh of
You're
Groot.
eating
A point
vegetables
to be
tonight?
captured. Then it's going to be Lelas who has to stay here off the back of that portal, and I'm stuck on the Doctor Strange.
And also, Closer fell off the map. Is that a result of Kaya? Like, what happened there? Fire Strays need those heals and need more impact out of these ultimates. Demon got one, but the res is on Shikigami's side. They just keep on going. And now they'll have Lindstrom also on his most preferred hero, on the Loki. A lot of options there as Kaya on the Angela, hoping to have that the Heaven's Retribution. Fire Strays trying to play as far back as they can. But Binary now engages and harasses these strategists.
All right, one grab already. Over onto Lelas. Takes to the skies.
I thought you were talking to me, my bad.
Levitation, but Kaio's been taken down. And so it's under-resourced here for Shikigami. A big grab through. Slowpoke. He manages to get stunned. A three-person ultimate from Lelas. Yeah, there's going to be a punishment coming through from Damon, but I think the damage has already been done. What
Wait, can Shikigami actually hold this, chat? Thoughts?
Now, if only Blackstone
If
could do that.
Shikigami wins
I'm
this,
waiting
that is
for
going to be
game-breaking
insane,
ultimate
dude.
for Blackstone, because there's no shields, there's no invis
And then
to
that-
push
and
this
then that
back.
laugh
Blackstone, if he
from
locks
Leg
in
Day?
on this
What
next
the-
ultimate, it could be game over, or you just Gambit, or you just Raging Royal Flush from Znos. Fire Strays, they coordinate just one good final push. They will win the map, but there's less than a minute. Shikigami are not giving up, and they're not surrendering.
Binary with Feast to be a bit ready to go, but has lost the high ground that they were staging on. The Frenzied Arrival is going to be a little bit more tenuous now as they move towards the back line. They're actually buffed up here by the Gambit. Oh, it's going to be a second Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The back of the instrument down. Oh, no resurrections this time, I'm afraid, fellas, and that means that Lelas has to try and
I think that's GG's though. I think that's GG's. I don't think they have teleported because they already teleported as well. No. They almost had a good hold.
Stuns for now as the counter portal strong, and so
Almost had a good hold. 2-0 right now from
Flame them
Fire
out.
against Shikigami. That's
That
crazy,
puts
bro.
them on series point. Fire Strays, the way they can bank these ultimates.
Has a team
and
ever
create so
surrendered in
many
pro
fighting
play? I don't think you're allowed to
opportunities, and how they're
surrender in
able
pro
to
play,
bail each
even if
other
you're getting
out,
stomped.
Slopper with a huge
Or you
Kraken
know you're gonna get
impact,
stomped.
Back on the Bucky.
That's
to
also
strengthen
very-
their neutral. Fire
That's not
Strays able
really
to slow
that's
down
very
the map,
what's it
deal
called?
with the Groot walls,
Unsportsmanlike,
mark the mag
and I don't
bubbles,
think
and proceed
a
from there on
professional
out. I mean,
team
Fire
would do
Strays
that.
look incredible. What else does Shikigami have up their sleeve? We'll find out after this.
I feel like if a team was in a tournament and they gave up and they didn't want to play and they forfeit, I think they probably would not be invited or allowed to play again. And a lot of these teams, well, none of these teams, but a lot of the teams are sponsored because they have team bundles, and I think they'd probably get their team bundle removed or break some kind of contract, maybe. I don't know. Or if someone rage quits a game, I mean, a lot of organizations would see that and they probably will never pick you up again. So. These watch parties are generally always fun. Hey, appreciate it. I just gotta go I want to take a nap, bro. I want to take a nap before NA. I don't know if MRC, Swamp Gaming's an MRC team. Are they? I'm pretty sure they were in one of the invited teams all the way in the preseason, and they did really well, so they keep on staying, and they don't get regulated. Yeah, I don't know if they're an MRC team. But Swamp Gaming, I think, is a partner team, but they don't have a bundle. So, also, no, chat, I don't think I will sleep on stream. I think Emily will take over the stream, and I will take a nap. Also, I went to go order a phone, and I think I bought it, but then when I went to go search my order, it says the page you're looking for cannot be found. Did I get scammed? I think I just got scammed by Apple. That is crazy. Do you think they'll add esports skins for other characters? Who would you like to see? Like Deadpool skins you got for esports? I think what Marvel Rivals needs to do is they are fumbling the ball right now. I feel like Marvel Rivals could make so much more money for teams that are like, or you know, people could, you know, buy their favorite team's skins if it wasn't just Deadpool. Like, I'd buy probably a skin that looks really good. I bought a few in Overwatch, but like, I don't think I would. Yes, I got it from Apple, Emily. I just don't think you should come out with team skins for one character, because if people don't play that one character, then no one's gonna buy that skin, right? They should actually had like a whole list. But if they come out with a character every season, that means you're gonna have to make a new skin for that character every season. Bro, there's gonna be, that's a lot of work, chat. If you have 10 signed teams, let's just say 10 signed or 20 signed teams in total, and then every season they come out with another, a new character, that's 20 new skins you have to make for that just one character. Bro, that's insane. Father is so old, he went apple picking with Eve. What? You can literally see right here, I ordered a phone, it says we're processing it, and I click on my order number, and it says the page you're looking for is not found. Chat, I'm looking at my email. I'm clicking on the email. Yeah, I don't know. Your order probably got canceled for potential fraud. That's everything I do, though. You guys call me Fraud 3. Well,
Seems like Fire Strays have found the multiverse where they are the ones who win the series against Shikigami this time. 2-0, one away from guaranteeing their spot in stage 2 of the competition. No promo relegation for them, but Shikigami, I mean, this is a team who placed very highly in the preseason, did well in the group stages as well, and it just feels like the meta isn't in their favor, but that might also have to do here, Lemon, due to the bans that have been happening against them.
Yeah, the double duelist ban against Frostmount to get rid of the Daredevil, to get rid of anything in his arsenal, including the Wolverine at Shikigami. Had to go to like tertiary compositions. That did allow the rocket to slip through, which Kath was able to help them win that first corner fight with the Cosmic Yarn amplifier. But then when you have a loose Star-Lord in the sky, that
I'm about to lose my
last
money
very
because of
long.
you. No, you're not, chat. Relax.
It's a tough spot to be in for this Shikigami team because it felt like they had some stuff working for them at the start there, but it just didn't afterwards. Talking though about the MVP that we had of this specific map, it's got to be Slappo coming in, especially with the Kraken impacts we saw leg day.
Yeah, like there's so much utility you can get out of Bucky now. Now that Bucky isn't kind of outclassed at mid-range by Phoenix, is really finding himself as like the premier mid-range bruiser of the duelist stable.
This makes
with
no
the explosive
sense.
damage of Rotterstern, the constant slows and grounding effects from retained voltage. And of course, when you're going up against all those resurrections, as you pointed out, the Kraken impact can make those very vulnerable players into a playground for the Winter Soldier.
This makes no sense, bro.
I wonder if Fire Strays, they look good in this meta because they have 3 choices of hit scans, and I wonder how hard that is to do homework on them when what is Sestroid Demon and Sloppo play. I mean, there's so much hero overlap, while Shikigami have really only Leolus as that, like, at least consistent hit scan. I was wondering if Frostmount was going to bring out any kind of hit scans because we know he can play it, but Shikigami are really scratching their heads, especially losing their map pick.
This was the first time, too, that we saw the Human Torch actually coming out for Frost Mountain during the playoffs.
Zegfrid, appreciate massive Prime Summer, friend. How you doing?
Of that, too, but with Ultron backing them up, it just seems like they don't want to go for that kind of an option in their
Happy with
current
8
play
hours.
style.
Emily,
So, I don't
you
know, it
did,
just
you
feels like
did
a
so
mismatch
much
of the
more than
meta
8
for this
hours.
team specifically. Hopefully in this next map, they'll be able to figure things out, but last time these two teams faced, and it did go to
Also, this thing's not
Convergence
working,
specifically in the preseason playoffs. It was actually Fire Strays who took it in overtime for Symbiotic Surface. So I don't know if necessarily Shikigami want to go there specifically. There's a couple different options. We could see the Lower Manhattan. A lot of teams have been going for it as well, but I'm more curious on the strategy we can expect from the Shikigami team, right? It's tough when you're facing off against a roster like Fire Strays like Day.
No,
that
this
has
is not
such a
real,
deep
bro.
bench that they can
I think
pull
I just
from.
got scammed by Apple.
Yeah, at least you do get some insight into what they might be planning for when you see who's in the lobby in the ban phase. But here I'd love to see maybe Frost Mountain, if it makes it through the ban phase again, pivot over onto the Star-Lord once more. Because I think that Star-Lord and Cyclops is a good versatile duelist line that is going to
Checks out
maybe
since
give
you
a few more
scam your
options
Preds
for Frost
too.
Mountain,
What are
who
you guys
currently is being
saying?
pretty heavily squeezed. Like, he's the primary target of most of these bans.
I mean, potential for maps here, Lemon. What are you feeling would be the best option for Shikigami based on what we've seen in the past? Would it be like a Central Park angle? They've looked good there before, but who knows?
I don't know, right? Because it's Shikigami were allowed to play the Rocket because Fire Strays double banned some duelists. So you could go into a map pick with Wolverine in mind, Daredevil, some kind of brawl. Central Park will be the choice, which maybe the Human Torch could be like the nice backup plan for Frost Mountain. So like worst case scenario, you do that, and this is the best map for it.
We'll see if their comfort pick in Central Park will be the difference maker for Shikigami to turn things around and try and get our first ever reverse sweep here as well. But it does have to go the distance. We'll see what they can do as we get into the ban phase.
All right, let's get stuck in. Question is it once again going to be Gambits making
that is
its
a
way
Red Bull.
through? We have seen like some variety in the bans in particular coming through from Fire Strays, but Shikigami seem to be sticking to their guns, and it has seemed that Fire Strays, they've cottoned on to this idea. Let's just squeeze Frost Mountain's hero pool, make him uncomfortable, get rid of the Daredevil, get rid of the Wolverine, and see how Shikigami respond.
And they could be responding in a reverse
I think that was
sweep.
the
Funny enough, what Vaudable
Sakura
said
flavor.
is that Shikigami
Nice.
were able to deny the reverse sweep out of Fire Strays that was starting to form in that preseason playoffs, where Shikigami got the last laugh and advanced through the lower bracket. So mirror bans so far, but my question is, what are we targeting duelists? So now Daredevil, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for Fire Strays.
Okay, great ban here from Shikigami. The Invis Woman being taken off the board is a signal to me that Shikigami want to play their patented defensive flyer comp with Ultron and Angela and Human Torch. I wouldn't mind seeing one of those get banned away by Fire Strays here, but we have seen Shikigami, like, they beat Na'Vi on Central Park with their flyer defensive comp. It's kind of their, it's the ace up their sleeve. But it doesn't work amazingly with Gambit, which could be problematic.
Yeah, Angela is so strong on this map, and the biggest hindrance is the Invisible Woman. Everything in the Invisible Woman kit stops the flight of Angela, slows her down, especially the Invisible Boundary. Like, you are just molasses if you're Angela in that ultimate for some reason. So, like that's being protected for Fire Strays. That's a composition they're going to be going for, and Shikigami will deny will protect the Wolverine last here for Frost Mountain. So, Fire Strays are going to know what Shikigami are running, and vice versa.
Okay, the Invisible Woman, I was talking about how it affects the flyers, but also affects the Wolverine as well. The Force Physics will pull Wolverine off of their target during the Feral Leap. So it would appear that the Invisible Woman ban, even if we haven't seen much of it thus far from Fire Strays, well, we obviously saw a little bit of it over on Celestial Husk, does actually enable a huge amount of Shikigami's preferred picks to have their full power level.
And the full power level of the team up with even Blackso, who like to run a lot of the Doctor Strange so far in the maps. Actually, both maps he ran it out, and the Invis Woman helps, like I said, with that extra pull on his Maelstrom. So it is series points for Fire Strays, and starting on defense first this is the defense sided map that there is. And Blackso, one of the best routes that we have in EMEA. Once you don't have that Doctor Strange team up, it's pretty obvious where Blackso is going to go. So Shikigami really have to consider what kind of poke you're going to be putting out to deal with those walls, or do you just get around it, literally dive around it?
Just go over it, baby. Admittedly, Blackso, this is in theory a great meta for him. Blackso is one of the premier Groots that we've got here in EMEA, and Groot certainly has found his place in the slower meta of 8.5. He's been very good at resurging all of his walls.
Bro. Why aren't you playing? Because we're watching the pro games today.
Triple strategist too much.
Just like we did yesterday.
Mantis was such a core piece of this, and now you'll have the damage boost from Sloppo. He's already given a drone to Demon. He's going to be as mobile as ever now that Torch got buffed in that way. But Shikigami just got the red carpet towards the point. Surprised there's not more choke pressure here for Fire Strays.
Oh, they've already forced out Binary's the anti-street charge as well, so that's going to be a significant cooldown, but will have to be waited for. But Kyra and Isidore currently getting cooked by Demon. This could be Shikigami actually just trying to build up a strategy. Oh, what a grab! Demon ain't getting out of that one. Great accuracy from Frost Mountain. Welcome back to Ignite. We missed you.
And Fire Strays will have to just play safe, but man, their Vanguards are taking so much damage. Shikigami building up already towards the first Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, which could be what tilts the scales in Shikigami's favor if it's not going to be the straight up limbs.
All right, Sloppo grabbed from the air with the Tainted Voltage that we noted before. Last time it was Sloppo using it. This time it's Leolaz. Actually grabbed from the air there by the Exile was Damon. He is having a bad time getting consistently chased around by everybody. Blackso gets ready to open up the Pentagram of Ferala for a last-second recontest, but we're going to be going straight into the path of Frost Mountain, who just has to try and avoid that Yancy Street charge. Attempted grab onto Ultron, won't grab much, but the last stand is ready to go on the other side. Can't get the thing up into the air, as he is, of course, immune to displacement effect, but the damage is just as strong, and Frost Mountain carves through the Vanguard line.
Yeah, you have that fastball, you have a good brawl team around you. If Frost Mountain is well supported, Shikigami can come back in this series. And they panked up like every single ultimate. Kath had the first one, and they end up just copying the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for Lindstrom to be that final push, the nail in the coffin, once Shikigami had already halfway captured it. So Fire Strays, now they have the one-sided gambit. Znos has to provide a consistent win condition for Fire Strays to kind of come back and stabilize.
Oh, we're going after Demon. There's a Feral Leap on the second side. Not going to be getting it this time. Now it's Nos' turn to strike in his own stead. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. Binary comes out with the clockwork time as well. Directly onto Leolaz, but inside of these regeneration domains, there's no damage to be taken. What a perfect response to come through from Lindstrom and Kath, making sure there's so much damage. It's brave here from Sloppo, and they can't save Binary, but the BRB can. A second chance is all that they ask for. A huge ultimate coming through the Strangling Prison, but is there going to be a follow-up is the question. Leolaz doesn't seem to have afflicted anybody here with the culling aura, and so Fire Strays feel free to just roll on forth and counter-strike with their own ultimates. A brand new regeneration domain, no frags to be seen, but with Kaya down, Shikigami can't claim the space quite as easily as they'd like. Still Frost Mountain feels the opening, tries to shut it down. Binary just runs them over. Roadkill Wolverine, victim of the Yancy Street charge.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a tug of war. You thought Blackstone maybe overextended, so Shikigami invest ultimates, and it was such a kind of nice chess match between Cath and Closer of, you know, saving. I think it was Leyless who got bumped by the Thing ultimate, and then Firestrays responded in the same way when they were getting pushed almost to Dracula's castle. So far this is pretty even, but Shikigami are the ones that are reset as Leyless on his signature Starlord once again. You have unlimited skies and angles to take around, but it starts out Demon's way.
Yeah, Demon hunting for Cath on that off angle. Still, there might be a chance here with the Raging Royal Flush to make it work. Leolaz going in towards the back. What a steal right there that came through from Lindstrom. Managed to get LOS onto Znost.
I'm so glad I wasn't here because I would have gotten scammed. Shikigami wins this, chat. Reverse sweep.
Maybe you can punish
Wake up. I'm not trying to... I'm making sure I didn't get scammed, chat.
Of a Hulk versus Thing is CC immune, while as the Hulk provides a team-wide
scammed me,
I mean,
bro.
if you're close enough, and if you're not around, if you're not close enough to your Ironwood wall, you're gonna get kidnapped.
Oh man, no one can get onto a point either just because of a constant interference onto the Vanguard line. The fear of Frost Mountain. Sometimes, though, it's all about the implication of the Wolverine.
And Firestrays will be pushed inside of the castle as Shikigami's patience pays off. This is also a really good push so far, and they banked up the ultimates to get it done. But why Firestrays won Celestial Husk is their ability to slow down the fights and the game, how they disengage. They don't have the invisible boundary, though.
Shiki is losing? Yes, they are down 2-0 right now.
Man, they're putting a buy in binary right now. Farewell, my friend. Just grabbed constantly by the Wolverine. Damage. Did he just roll past the Hulk? He doesn't care about that. Farewell to Regeneration Domains. The Blast Barrage is going to get through those rather quickly. And Black Source hit an absolute banger of an ultimate over here. And there's a follow-up coming through. Soppo shut down before they can get a reset, though. The Kraken Impact has been shut down in its own right. The tracking strong from Leolaz. The mechanics are on display. And Shikigami are back in the driving seat.
After 4 ultimates invested, Lindstrom's going to have the copy, so going for the Raging Royal Flush would be ideal, and I wouldn't even mind the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. You got to be proactive and take an early fight.
Dude, Binary just can't play the game.
Oh, that guy's having a very
time right now. Frost Mountain can now just cut through the Vanguard. The Symbiotic Resilience doesn't last for long. Taking to the Sky Demon, moving through with extra damage. Closers amped them up with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And so the Galactic Legend will be born here and now. But inside of Regeneration Domains, no damage can be done. Shikigami have to make a choice. Frost Mountain doesn't appear to have grabbed anyone there with their last stand. But Issidor's going to be a little bit more lucky. Moving towards the Sky, the Heaven's Retribution, and Binary is going to smash on down onto the back line. A radioactive shield is applied to multiple members of Shikigami, but it's not enough to stop the roll of Firestrays as they're barking mad, ready to go.
And Lindstrom is so elusive. Like, Firestrays are spending so much time trying to deal with all the doppelgangers, maybe trying to find the res beacon of Cath, but Firestrays able to find a breath of fresh air. But how long will that last as Shikigami portal in?
Isidore going to move into a Monster Hulk form, just managing to get through there and apply the shield. Looking towards Closer, primary target here for the Hulk. The peel is going to come through from Blackstone on the other side. That means that Binary is not going to be getting nearly enough care. Instead, just going to try and trade themselves
Bucky
out.
Bucky is one of the most satisfying ults because you can just keep going again and again and again and again and again.
But right now, for exit strategy, is just to finish the map, plain and simple.
It's going to be between the Raging Royal Flush versus the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Shikigami have the damage buff, and it's enough for Leyless to get 2.
Oh, Frostmatch just going to absolutely tear through the Venom here. The extra HP, all it does is allow the Wolverines to do even more damage. For Symbiotic Resilience does nothing against the angry Canadian this close to Canada Day. Snoss says it needs to be done, and so uses the Gambit ultimate without everybody being present. Sloppo, do you dare to use her ultimate? No, too much damage is in their fight right now. Lindstrom comes in with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Leyless has grabbed 3. There's no one's coming onto the car. Black is going to be the last chance, but he's evicted by Frost Mountain. Oh, the legends have told of it, and here it is for Shikigami Slingshot.
Website.
What a difference of 2 galactic legends. One becoming more of a myth and ending earlier. Leyless, though, just 6'5" out there. He had the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with his galactic legend. While Firestrays, they had
they're like, hey, do you want us to deliver the phone? I'm like, yeah, sure. Here, do you want to deliver it at this time? Yeah, I do.
Firestrays came out, so he didn't have that extra buff. And Demon, I mean, was so aggressive. He was like tumbling into Shikigami solo, which Leyless then 180'd, dealt with him, and then dealt with the dominoes that fell for Firestrays. A full capture on this map is so rare to see, so Shikigami are setting themselves up for a potential comeback.
Okay, Shikigami don't even go for their signature defense here. They're like, you know what? This fastball's going so well, I'm gonna stick to it. Like, it's very rare to see a Wolverine out damaging a Star-Lord. Like, that's not a knock on Leolaz. Leolaz being very efficient with their damage, but Frostmount is just getting so much berserk state right now from being constantly thrown around by Isidore that it's just so sad to be binary. Homie's not getting to play the game at all.
Shiki have opted away from having Kaya on the Magneto and instead having Isidore on the Hulk to be able to throw him in while still being close enough to the Hulk where Frostbound can be bailed out by his team with the extra bubbles. A lot of Frostbound's picks, though, were brought back by Rocket. So at this point, Fire Strays aren't opting for that. They're going to have the double Raging Royal Flush.
Hope your guys going well. I am exhausted. I can't get a phone.
Question is it a full reset on the hero choice here? Maybe we'll go back over to the Star-Lord.
How you doing, Zach?
Yeah, Shiki able to take some.
Wait, are you leaving? Take your phone.
These ultimates as Frost Mountain looms and wants to combine here with Isidore and opposite high ground as Blackstone maybe wants to play this from front to back, but Kaya's so far back that you can't really wall him in.
All right, brand new fastball, brand new attempt, and the fear is in the eyes of Fire right now. You can run, but you can't hide. The angry Canadian always gets his mark.
And the Star-Lord not able to go for the Blaster Barrage for those iframes in that moment, because as soon as you're on your back, it's just good night for you. Fire Strays, they gotta watch out for this Wolverine. And how do you stop it? You don't have a lot of options to get to this high ground. Sloppo has to be able to go for the hook first, but Shikigami are always
I love the Wolverine gameplay, though.
Yeah, like the Wolverine has such excellent
also, are you
areas
taking my phone to get
as well. He
fixed?
can always try and surprise you while you're being distracted by the vanguards of Shikigami.
And the Hulk bubbles are on a pretty short cooldown, so Isidore is spamming them as much as possible. Fire Strays looking for a good strangling prison, and Shikigami will try to mitigate against it. And they usually do it by just spacing out. They're so far back, allowing Fire Strays now to have Demon on the flank.
Regeneration domains have been expended here. There's an opening here for Demon. That's a big ultimate coming through. Oh, what a mitigation. Unbelievable stuff off the back of the Hulk bubble, which stops all of the culling aura. And there's the counter punch. Left, right, good night. Nice play coming through. Is that real closer? No. Okay.
Just target practice.
Just stay in limber.
And Shiki taking damage, but not falling is what's key. Lindstrom and Kath are building strategist ultimates faster than Fire Strays, which is what defined that last fight. Now, the ball is in the court of Fire Strays, starting off with the Raging Royal Flush. And then you could go for 2.0 if Shiki decide to portal in, but you need success on this first swing.
All right, here comes the Gambit ultimate, surely. It's going to be coming through from closer first. Raging Royal Legend perhaps on the cards, but it's going to be Lindstrom with the copy Cosmic Yarn Amplifier instantly decimated. So much damage went its way. Isidore tries to turn it around. A world to break is presented before him, and Close has already been stunned on out. Now Stos needs to come through with a second play, but it seems like it's going to be a better Galactic. Oh, he's got again! Frost Mountain, you absolute madman! The unbelievable Wolverine nuclear blast onto Peter Quill.
What is that, 99% capture for Fire Strays? And I'm looking at Isidore, what a stall to create an opportunity for Kaya to portal back in, and how they're able to go back to spawn for heals and to keep on fighting. This is not a sprint, this has become a marathon, but with the time bank left, Fire Strays need a sprint, and also they need to worry about who is in the sky.
The approaching fighter jet taken on down. No longer had that regenerative healing factor. Sacrificed it earlier to try and beat out Damon in the door, but guess what? The resurrections come through from Kath on the other side. Blackstone looking for an opening, sends it on down. Is the the bubble's gonna get! Oh, I can't believe that Isidore's managed to no-sell two separate Kraken impacts, and so that means no resets, even if a frags do come on through, and Isidore's lost access to their Hulk form. Kaya overwhelmed as Blackstone tries to claim for space, and now Sloppo looks towards the top. Leola's incredibly low in their own right. It's TP'd away to try and get back to their strategist, but they're too concerned with who's on the point right now. Kath tried to dash on forward. Leolaz has got nowhere to go, and Fire Strays at the last moment rescue themselves.
They have to rescue this time bank too. This came down to the wire and took almost everything out of Fire Stray's arsenal. I mean, 2 Raging Royal Flushes and Shikigami, and then also Fire Strays had pretty much almost captured the whole thing. They just needed a bit of a push, and now this push has to be unstoppable because Fire Strays need to make up for some lost time. Shikigami trying to take some high ground. It's a battle of 2 Groots, and here comes Frostman again.
Oh, it looks so comical when you see it from someone else's POV. But for now, Black Soul is going to survive the onslaught of the Wolverine. Logan's not going to get his man this time, but they have forced out so much early. Close has been forced to use the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Doesn't last long against the double guns of these duelists, and so Kai is taken down easily by the buffed up players of Fire Strays. They were incensed by the ultimate of Closer.
And this is back-to-back Cosmic Yarn amplifiers from Shikigami that only last less than 3 seconds, but in exchange of ultimates, as Fire Strays try to go to the end, they have to stop Legolas.
That's from the top. Who did Black Soul get within their ultimate? Seems like it might well have been no one at the moment, or at least no follow-up is ready to go. Damon
I had to go poop. I'm sorry.
Isidor's going to have so
anyways.
much help to try and chunk through, but it's light work for someone who looks like this. Sloppo can't get away. Isidore just claps on through the radiation. Bucky can't take it. Oh, the Geiger meter's going off the charts right now, and so too is the hype for the Shikigami fans as they hold strong on second.
They hold strong because of this Hulk. Look at these muscles. I mean, Isidore, every time you think Fire Strays are going to capture something, they're going to get the ball rolling. Isidore just has 1,000 health to try and get through, and he allows Shikigami to build up towards another 60% to a Loki ult.
I do feel like I missed Pete because I think the Wolverine and like...
And now Scouts to the Skies returns to safety.
And being thrown is awesome.
Fire Strays on red alert.
A new jump pack being waited for here by Frost Mountain to extend the kidnap should it go on to an to an unlucky Vanguard. Kath deploys the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. BRB is going to be sacrificed for it, but Slopper's already gone down on the other side, and oh my goodness, the tide of Shikigami has certainly come in. And Fire Strays, they are for now just going to be fleeing away desperately.
I like that Shikigami take a quick fight there, especially when kind of the windows of engage. If you can identify Venom is very cooldown based.
Wait, Shikigami might actually bring this back.
After the res beacon, Shikigami take a quick fight and annihilate Fire Strays, which a solo Groot is not enough to stop a tidal wave of a push. Less than 15 seconds, or Fire Strays will drop a map for the first time this series.
Binary to the back. Already forced out the regeneration domain, trying to go all in here onto Lindstrom, but he just teleports into the next regeneration domain. A last stand's already been seen. Lindstrom brings out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but fear not, my friend. Leolas has already done the work. Shikigami dig in their heels, and they say no, you move. They defy the hands of death. They deny promo relegation, and our series is extended to a map number 4.
From Tim Cook
Survivability of Shikigami's backlight. I mean, I gotta commend Kath and Lindstrom that have done their best to maximize the value of the double Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but to waste Binary's time, I mean, you create basically a 6v5 as Fire Strays could not hold back against Shikigami, who will claim their map pick of Central Park. Now, Fire Strays, do they have the map pick to end this once and for all? We'll find out after this.
Jay, you have nice hair today. Thank you, thank you. Who lose this are out? Yes, if whoever does lose this is out of the playoffs. They are out of the playoffs. And also, why is there a guy named Jay3's toe scraper? What the hell is a toe scraper? What? What's a toe scraper? Yeah, I'm not even gonna pay attention. Twitch that be weird today, man. Twitch that be weird. Twitch chat be weird, bro. Ooh, and also, it's a bot that scrapes internet directories for pictures of toes. What? You guys are just making shit up at this. You guys are just making shit up. It cleans your toes. He probably used... Guys, no. Han Yellow, pre-sponsor 4 months. I'm just trying to...
Protect your ball king!
What's up, Jay? Hope the MRI watch party is going well.
The watch party is going extremely well. Oh, dude, my ear itches. It's going well. Except right now, I'm trying to make sure I'm not getting fucked over by Apple. Fuck Apple, chat. Fuck Apple. Fuck Apple, exactly. YouTube gets it. It doesn't make any sense, man. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm gonna take my mother to lunch. Jay in chat, I should be back. Yo, tell your mom I said hi. Ask her if she has Amazon Prime as well. Listen, I'm shameless. Does your mom have Amazon Prime? Tell her she could sub to this stream for free every 30 days if she wants to. Which she should probably do. Please. Bruh, what do you mean, bruh? Chat, listen. I gotta sell myself out, bro. And Sirwan with the massive Prime sub. See? Wait, Sirwan, are you Benzie's mom by any chance? Just out of curiosity. I hear Prime and sub. Oh, any other primers? That's what I'm saying. Can you imagine all these old people Prime subs that are not even used? Bro, how many of your parents are probably sitting on Prime right now that they're not even probably using? Chat. I'm pretty sure you could use your parents' Prime account as well to have your free sub. Fire with the massive Prime as well. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Wait, did anyone tell you Emily talked about a possible baby yesterday? Does she want a new cat? I was actually talking to Emily about getting another cat, but chat, she doesn't want me to get another cat. She has 2 cats and I have 1, so apparently it's just very unfair. How can she have 2 cats and I have 1?
Protect your ball king!
No, Emily said you two are going to adopt my wife and I, despite the fact we're old.
What? Lantern for 16 months. Appreciate Kaylee with the massive 9 months. Rectify Luna with the massive Prime. And Blue Eyes, appreciate the massive Prime sub as well. The Toots McGee with the massive Prime. Appreciate. See, we wanted an orange cat, and I really wanted to get an orange cat, but then when I went to go adopt an orange cat, we saw Boba. And so we adopted Boba. I mean, Boba came from my vagina. Sorry, chat. He's probably listening. So I don't know what we'll probably get.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw a potential cheeky slingshot start out here strong for Central Park win. For
this is
Shikigami.
EMEA.
Still need a full
this
reverse
bracket
sweep,
that we're watching
though,
right
to
now.
avoid the promotion relegation tournament. And Fire Strays, of course, they want to lock in and make sure they can shut that down and move on to the next round.
Yeah, I love
Heretics as
I love
well.
orange
We gotta
cats.
talk about the slingshot in the room, or the fastball, I guess here specifically, which is that team up that we saw between the Hulk specifically
Mr.
and
JB
the
with the Massive
Wolverine,
Prime.
which
Appreciate it, my
seemed
friend. How
to
you doing,
be
Rufus? How you
on
doing?
lock
How you
for
doing?
the Shikigami team here, Lemon.
Yeah, I like that
My
Shikigami
cat
fell
is
back to
called
old
Nemo because
comforts
he's
around
orange.
the brawl,
Aw.
whether it's like getting away from
heard
like
good
Angela
things
stuff
about
from the
orange
previous
cats.
map and focusing on the Hulk to be able to set Frost Mountain up into the sky. He's a bird, he's a plane, and he's always got somebody with them. And when you combine that with the Hulk, just the bubbles and kind of the sustained sufficiency that this team is able to create to support Frost Mountain has been incredible. And Fire Street just
Would
didn't
you
have
adopt
an answer to this guy.
Garfield if he existed IRL? Hell no.
So
Doesn't that
much
cat like
damage as well.
pasta or
I'm just noticing
lasagna or
too
something?
for
Yeah, hell
this
no.
team, just like, my goodness.
Flirt that cat.
You gotta give a big shout out too to the strategist lineup, right? The regeneration domains that we saw too from the squad were on another level. Like Lindstrom MVP on that end too. Calf doing
Oh
a
yeah,
great
Mr.
job as
JB,
well,
that doesn't work on
with the Cosmere amplifiers. I feel like
wait, you
here,
did come
like
over to
that, like
from
everyone
YouTube to
came
Twitch.
together
W.
for Shikigami to get this victory, and they needed to do that.
Infamous.
Yeah,
Prime sub.
we saw the fastball special. Isidore getting so much value out of the Hulk. They really managed to win out every single group ult trade off the back of that unbreakable guard cast from Isidore. Because when everyone's together, thanks to the strangling prison, everyone gets the bubble.
Oh my god, that guy went 42 and 3.
Often
God
could not
damn.
apply any culling auras from Kraken Impact, nor do any damage with it to those trapped players either. And guess what?
Seth,
that also did so
appreciate
much
the
damage
massive
to a
4
bubble.
months.
So
How you
gave
doing, my
Isidore a
friend?
bunch of ult charge to shut him down there.
Ah,
after he stole out
nice.
points.
They
It was
actually
a
added
good
the
strategy
names. They added
overall,
here.
but
Let
I'd
me move my
love to
face
see
cam. They
Shikigami
actually added the
victory.
names to the
It's
player
also gonna
cameras now.
require some attention in the fan
Thank
phase
you.
now from Fire Strays.
And Fire Strays, I felt like
And,
went for solo dives with
predated
Binary,
Juno
and
for 3 months.
Shikigami's
Appreciate it,
backline,
appreciate it.
what
How
a
you
step
doing?
up from yesterday. Like Lindstrom and Kath, so survivable, whether it's the res beacons, the Loki. I mean, Lindstrom was getting away from Binary, and they were playing hide and go seek off into the
Blitz is
side.
on
and
a
Shikigami's
200
never been down
stream
in that
streak?
case. Kath and Lindstrom supporting each other
Holy
so well.
shit.
And Binary had 14 casualties from
That's
overstaying his welcome
crazy.
in Shikigami's backline.
Gotta give a shout out to, of course, to Layla's really stepped up to on the Star-Lord 18 final hits to their name, and the Galactic Legends were also brilliant and didn't even need the combination that we see from
Oh
the
yeah,
Rachel Royal
that
Flush.
DP and
It seems
Team
to be
Heretics game was
a
actually
win
really
con
good.
for Shikigami. Is
Speaking
we
about
don't really have to
good
worry about
boom.
playing Gambit too much. We can just focus on the compositions that we're comfortable with, and it feels like that is going to be their win condition going into this next one. But I'm thinking we're likely to go to domination just based on us being told that Cestroid is going to be subbed in and Demon is out, and likely will be the case for what map we go to. Burnin' T'Challa. We've seen these teams actually play on this one before, and this actually was a 2-0 victory specifically for Shikigami last time they played. So an interesting pick, I would say, for Fire Strays. We'll see how it pans
win last
out,
time for Shikigami, and they're getting
Leg Day and Lemon.
gold right
We'll
now.
see how the band drop goes, because I feel like
How you
that'll
doing,
really
Boba?
decide who wins this map.
Yeah, we've got to see how they respond to the new stimulus that has been added to the gameplay zone now off the back of those fastballs. The question is, are we going to see a protect onto something like the Invisible Woman as well? Because it felt like that ban in particular last time was a huge enabler of all of these strategies.
Yeah, that allowed to mitigate a lot of the dives, and that was such a huge, just a comfort pick for Closer and for Fire Strays to be able to disengage and to section off the fights, especially like they did on Celestial Husk. But I really got to commend kind of the overlap of heroes on Fire Strays, where Cestroid probably going to be given either the Cyclops now that that's protected, while Sloppo will flex around it, probably going to be the Star-Lord, and he's even brought out the Moon Knight at times. Like, Sloppo can play anything. Just unfortunate that the Bucky didn't work out on Central Park, because it was hard to get any neutral pulls when Frost Mountain was diving them all the time.
Bit my calf, bro.
Fire Strays going to protect the Rogue again? Last time they did on Domination and just had Binary playing it in the
Do your
neutral.
cats ever like rub up on you and then just bite you? What the hell,
They
bro?
got one off at the pass this time. So we're going to see a rare late protect onto Gambit, and Fire Strays, of course, now with two of their hit scan players in both Cestroid and Slopodopolis, are really putting a lot of faith in this Cyclops.
And Fire Strays had the choice
It's a
of
love
either
bite?
banning the
I'ma fucking
Wolverine
do it
or the
back to him.
Daredevil, and they opt to
How
keep
do they
forcing
pick
this
their team?
Wolverine
Is it all
matchup,
one above all
thinking
players?
that if they fix up their
How do
composition,
they
they
pick their
really
team?
focus
That's a
down
great
Isidore,
question.
maybe
I'm pretty
everything
sure they're a
comes
bunch of
tumbling down
friends. They do
around him,
really
because
well.
Isidore
They've
only
been
had
at
2
MRC.
casualties
After winning
as a
MRC,
Hulk,
you move
who
up
was
to
constantly
MRI and you do
stalling,
well.
constantly throwing Frost
winning,
Mountain in.
keep on
So
doing
maybe
well.
the approach has to change for Fire Strays if
I'm pretty
the
sure a lot of them
composition
are
does
one
not
above all
change.
and probably really top tier
All right,
players.
taking away Kath's Rocket Raccoon
Want me to bite
for
you?
now.
Huh?
That is going to mean that the kidnaps from the Wolverine are going to be a little bit less extended, of course, as it's not going to have access to the jump pack, and the Battle Recall Beacon is going to make sure that you can't play as audaciously, because any trades can't be traded out as effectively.
Fire Strays being able to have Rocket and Gambit is kind of nice. We'll see if Shikigami stick to kind of what won them the map before, but also Domination is going to play even faster than a Convergence like Central Park. So can Shiki maintain this fast tempo that they've been able to create?
That's why dogs are better.
And how Fire Strays
Dogs
are
can
going to
bite
try
you too.
and mitigate that storm, or how can they play at that same speed? Sestroid back on the Cyclops. He was putting up numbers against, I think it was Terra yesterday, while Sloppo will flex around it. Sloppo's Kraken impact on the Bucky, incredible on Spider Islands, not so much on Central Park, so still trying to figure out what would be best for him.
Yeah, shit. Even
The
people
binary
bite.
here is going to have
Anything
access to the
bites.
Captain America with the Lunar Snow Flake as well, which can be a real issue.
My
in the
dogs
backline.
will
It's
growl
gonna be
at you
interesting
if
to see
she
where
wants
Kat
love.
puts her own flake for now. May
What?
put it onto Frostmaster or onto Leolaz to allow for more audacious flanks.
And same thing for Closer, giving that flake to Sloppo. Gonna try and time this well, as on the jump, Fire Strays are surprised.
Dude, I feel so
All right,
bad
now
for
we're gonna
tank
break
players
out
when
of
they have
the,
to play against
little games
Wolverine,
they
but
put
at the same
themselves in,
time,
admittedly, but being down your primary Vanguard,
it's actually kind of funny.
Probably not going to be able to contest the point here, as they can't control the space very well.
And this is kind of reminiscent of Celestial Husk, where Shikigami can, quote, win a fight, but off of 1 or maybe 2 eliminations, and Fire Strays can refight that much quicker, being able to reset. Binary on a signature cap. I've been wanting to see him more in a front-to-back brawl style, or even hybrid, than a full Venom dive into the backline. So I'm already liking this composition a lot better for Fire Strays.
Yeah, it's going to give him a lot of power to move on forward. Kai already losing out on quite a bit of... Oh, my goodness. Oh, Black Soul's having a bad time once again. Grabbed by the throw, but there was no last stand to follow up on it this time. Instead, it might be Binary who's the victim of that one, as it's just come off of cooldown. For now, it's a wild goose chase for the Wolverine. Everyone else a little bit faster than him as he plods along slowly and shortly.
I feel like
behind them.
Wolverine
And
is
Fire
like...
Strays have already got a little bit of pressure on the
Wolverine
point when it
doesn't
comes
do a
through to
lot
the
of
cap here. And Sestroid's in a
damage or
great position to
anything if he's
continue
missing
laying
his
down this
abilities. He's
fire.
just standing there for like 12
Yeah,
seconds.
and
Just
kind of good balancing of
he
those
can't get
resources.
close to people, because if he gets close, he's going to get hit by, you know, Sestroid and all those people.
or even
but
himself,
Yo,
while
Terry,
bringing up
with
the shield
massive
against a
5
Kaya
gifted subs,
Sonic
absolutely
Seduction,
insane, my
some
friend.
kind
Good
of
morning,
shield
good morning.
against
How you
that, and Shikigami will be reset, but they do have the Raging Royal Flush to engage with. Znost about 25% behind, but this flank could be a nuisance. Fire Strays, they're on the jump, and they're on the backline of Shikigami here soon.
Yeah, they have a speed boost from a Raging Royal Flush, so they've outpaced this engagement quite well here. But what are you going to do when the Ruby rages? Usually, you've already seen the Indestructible Guard come out here from Isidore, and so this is your best chance to try and get some value off it towards the back. There's the extra damage, and Frostmouse and Leolaz just find themselves absolutely atomized at the hands of Sestroid. Great timing.
Yo,
from
Milo with the
Closer.
massive prime. How you doing? How you doing?
Oh
Hope
my
you're having a
god,
great
this
day.
guy is popping off. Sestroid with back-to-back game-winning plays, or fight-winning plays, I should say. Even though Shikigami lost Lindstrom so early, Fire Strays didn't have to invest the Raging Royal Flush from Znost, which will be next on the menu, along with many other ultimates that Fire Strays have in store. And being in a defensive position, Shikigami have to find their way around.
All right, Snark's going to give extra speed here for everyone to try and disengage from Emma's feminine wiles. Inside of the Dance of a Butterfly, so things are not going well for the side of Shikigami. Slopper begins to cut through them with a Sonic Katana, and she will find her only this time. Can Frost Mountain even escape? Yes, just
Oh, he
about.
actually made it to spawn. I was about to say, where's he
About
going?
80%. Shikigami have to now consider, are they going to portal? Are they going to have to race to the point? Might have to be Leolaz or somebody that has to sneak by, and Fire Strays are watching carefully. Now the race is on for Shikigami to have one last swing in this round, and they have a mountain to overcome when it comes to the score.
All right, fastball opens some space, but not much more than that. Does cost the healing regeneration factor of Frost Mountain. Binary going to be in trouble. Seems to have avoided the Feral Leap for now.
Yeah,
so it's all down to
Halo.
Leolaz. But guess what? Black Soul's on top of this for now. However, they are going to have their Meteor M exploded. Couldn't handle the capacity, and Isidore is just dominating of a neutral when it comes to the Gamma Collapse.
Halo,
The Hulk do begin
don't even
to
worry
smash,
about that
and even
person,
an
bro. He
Omega
said
level
that he
mutant
considers
cannot
his
stand
18-year-old
in front of a
adult
jolly
a kid.
green giant.
Fuck yeah, you're a kid at 18,
That was a good
bro.
job from Leolaz to go underneath underneath the fight, go in touch, and it split the focus of Firestrays, bringing Closer towards the point, had him sort of isolated away from the rest of the team, and Shikigami locked down the correct targets. So now the Raging Royal flush advantage to Shiki's side, but Sestroid has defined a lot of these fights off of these Ruby Rages, but Shikigami needs to just position against it, be ready to avoid it, and I don't know if they can.
Who are your dream heroes slash villains that have in the game in the coming seasons?
Will hurt. Closer taken down by Kath. Oh, Kath with a double. She's got the ice arts going on right now, and what artistry she's created.
It's so nice to have that flank to anybody who wants to take an angle.
To be honest with you, I don't
Sloppo has
know.
been very quiet in this map so far. It's been Firestrays relying on the poke as Frost Mountain's going to be hurled into the chaos of Firestrays who don't have a strat ult yet to try and mitigate the storm.
To be honest with you, I'm that firm believer. Like, I really don't care what character comes out into this game. Like, I didn't even know who Cyclops was. I heard about Cyclops, didn't even care. I don't, listen, I don't, whatever. But, like, the only thing I care about is if they make the character very fun to play. And I think Cyclops is fun to play. I don't know who Psylocke was when I first started playing this game. I started playing Psylocke. She's a lot of fun. Didn't know who Moon Knight was. Played Moon Knight. Like, as long as their kit is fun, it doesn't really matter who they come out with this. No, I was not big in the comics chat at all, actually.
Shikigami,
I think I
they're
only
getting
watched,
back into this. I don't know. I mean, Firestray Sloppo, he's
I think I only
learned his
watched
lesson.
like
I mean, he was
two
able to put
Marvel
on the pressure
movies
on
in my entire
Shikigami's
life
strat
before
line
I started
back
playing
on
Marvel
Celestial
Rivals.
Husk, but he was on Star-Lord.
I think I watched like
Maybe some better
Endgame and
escapability. I don't know. We don't see what's going on
I don't
with
know what
Sloppo,
else.
but Kath diffing Sloppo.
Oh,
getting
yes, I did,
these
Meg.
double eliminations, being the MVP. Shikigami's backline have just done this 180 compared to yesterday, and Firestrays how they're able.
Yes, I did, Meg.
Still support each other. I mean, you have zero casualties on Sestroid's side. Like, he's really carrying these fights too.
Oh, Snost is having some trouble getting involved in these. 5.2k healing so far. That's probably because Blackso is getting isolated so often by being grabbed by the Wolverine.
Games like this is how I got into comic book stuff.
Healing on account of being a flanking Captain America.
The plot sickens. Appreciate it 7 months. To be honest with you, I love this game, and just like Overwatch, I played Overwatch for a very long time. I really don't care about the lore, chat.
Emma, I mean,
I don't care about the lore. I don't care about the background of the characters. If the character to come out with is fun, I will play it.
Gotta call out when that diamond form is gonna be used.
Such
a long cooldown. That Emma mirror could also be what anchors the objective, while Binary and Isidore find their way around the perimeter, which right now Shikigami stand on this island as Binary wants to break them up.
All right, Freedom Charge breaks up multiple members of Firestrays. Needs to get back to the team and start applying that over HP. However, Shikigami, they are going to be able to hold strong on the point for now. No additional space is being gained. In comes the Raging Royal Legend, though. Leilas is doing so much damage as they stop Sloppo in their tracks. And Binary just to do their best to run around the point. Back to Bruce Banner mode. Goes with Big Hulk. And so a quick escape into the arms of the healers to try and regenerate.
Did I ever say Marvel was not awesome? I just said I don't care about the lore or anything. I just play the game because I like the game.
Wolverine and Kai is there for the finish, but Sloppo's return with a dance of butterflies in the back pocket. You can move towards the back line now and escape.
If I say I like apples, are you guys gonna say what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Why don't you like bananas? Like,
Kath is left alone with no one there to help her. Isidore's back in the Hulk form, and now 15% for Shiki.
And even just the initial Raging Royal flush from Firestrays, they just have Vanguards in their sight lines. But what they can depend on is the Sestroid picks from Leilas to Kath. He has been the difference maker for Firestrays. But it's
wow,
Shikigami
you didn't mention
that
Orange's
will have to
hater.
Get a deep point eventually.
Look at the DPS character killing two people.
Refight here for Shikigami.
Good shit by Kath.
What are you doing back there? my Luna on the wild flank getting the value. Third duelist, welcome back. Oh my goodness, and Kath has earned herself an ult off the back of this as well.
What an insane turnaround for Shikigami. You thought they were giving it up, and now they have not surrendered. And they'll have the fate of both worlds, the fate in their hands to try and create a reverse sweep. If they can win, Warrior falls.
Binary for now, exchanging fire with Isidore, uses the Indestructible Guard for his own HP at the moment. And that
yeah, if we go to a match 5, this would also be Cinema.
Have a free ultimate. Stopper gets grabbed though by the last stand, taken back down onto Kai, who must have had a huge amount. Oh, what a freeze from Kath. And now can try and shut down Binary before anything goes
Kath
too
is popping
far.
off right now.
Sestroid still with the Ruby Rage. Sees Kath, knows that they could try and blow through that ultimate, but instead is just going to disengage and allow this one to play out.
This Shikigami backline just seems so undiveable. Like, Kath is hitting her freezes. Lindstrom on Loki last map was so hard to hit, and Lindstrom is able to kind of patty cake with Kath well enough that Binary's value is just not there right now, or at least it's taking time to develop. 90%. Will Shikigami take Burn into T'Challa? Fire Strays will have one last swing at this.
How's the game's been so far? The first series was a roll. The second series was one of the best series ever. This is the third series, and it's if Shikigami wins this, then this is the second best of 5 in a row. So, which sucks because I didn't watch the last game because I was dealing with some phone issues.
And when it comes to dominance over the point, Shikigami are just absolutely breaking down the world as the Hulk's fists pummel upon the masonry.
And
they are a
it seems
war drum beat
like
for Shikigami
we are
to march
actually
us to map number
going
5.
To match number 5. Who's on the NA schedule today? NA schedule is here. You can see it. Team Liquid Citadel against YWL, 100 Thieves against Swamp Gaming, FlyQuest against Sentinels, and STD against TSM.
Deja vu from the preseason playoffs.
And
we'll find out where we are in the
Citadel
series
with the
after
5
this.
gifted subs as well. Absolutely insane. How are you going to be here? You don't play until 2 more games. You don't play till 5 hours. Absolutely crazy though. Appreciate it. We love a good co-stream. Hey, I appreciate it. I am dying right now. So don't vote for 100 Thieves today. Listen, I think 100 Thieves is a good team, but they actually cut it real close with what was it, chat? STD. I think it was, yeah, like, bro, I feel like if you're cutting that close to that team, I don't think you're gonna win in the upper brackets. Oh, you can't see it? Can you see it? Team Liquid Citadel against YWL, 100 Thieves against Swamp Gaming, FlyQuest against Sentinels, STD against TSM. See? Jay3's predictions never scammed. Never scammed. 100% correct. FlyQuest is looking real good, though. FlyQuest, no, it doesn't say never slammed, chat. It says never scammed. That's a C. Never scam. That's what a scammer would say. Chat. Let me borrow $10. I'll give you guys $5 back. You know what's a scam? You guys want to talk about what an honest, what a real scam is? All those assholes in grade school who are always like, hey, come here. Can I borrow a piece of paper? Can I borrow a pencil? Can I borrow some gum? You're not borrowing, bro. You're keeping that shit. They never fucking give that shit back. And then every time you want to borrow a pencil or a pen or something from them, they never have it. That's a scam. Nah, man. Nuggy16 for 4 months. Appreciate it, my friend. How you doing? Bro lent me some paper 30 years ago and never got over it. Like, that's what I'm saying, bro. Wait, what? That's cool and all, but I'm listening, but I ain't about to listen to some phoneless bum talking. Bro! I went to go order a new phone, but I can't order a new phone because my phone, when I went to go order a new phone, it says, hey, we're texting your phone a code. Please type in the code. I can't fucking get a phone! Oh my god, dude. And now Okay, the link that wasn't working before is now working. And now it says the phone that I ordered is canceled because Emily is at the phone place right now trying to get my phone fixed. Buy an Android and get your life together, Jay. I used an Android for my whole life until I think I was like 27, 28 years old. And then I decided to buy an Apple. And then I just never looked back. I don't know. Apple's just... Start the game. Oh, yeah. Let me start the game for you real quick, bro. I got you, man. How are you in the house 24/7 and your phone is broken? First of all, I'm not in the house 24/7. And second of all, apparently, my motherboard on my cell phone fried. Never heard that shit in my life before, but of course it happens to me. I've never heard that shit. How does a motherboard fry on a cell phone? What's up, my friend? No Apple Care? No, bro, because I think Apple Care is a scam. I never buy insurance for anything that I buy. Except your car, obviously, because you need that. I think, oh, do you want to buy a 4-year protection? I never do that.
Back-to-back map 5 amazing series, honestly, after the Sweet Palooza that we saw yesterday, and they feel very different on this one too. I feel like a lot of that has to do just due to Shikigami kind of locking in with the composition that works out well for them, but also the backline really stepping up here, Lemon.
Absolutely. I mean, Kath and Lindstrom have just been untouchable.
I don't drop my
They've
phone.
even
No, I
doubled
take
the
very good
heels
care of my
of
phone
Closer
because I
and
know the
Snoz,
price
and Kath was a standout
of buying a phone, and it's mad expensive. I feel like
freezes, even shutting down slot.
If you buy something expensive for someone and give it to someone, they don't know the value of it, so they treat it like shit. But when you buy it, you're like, oh shit, yeah, I worked this hard for this thing. I'm gonna baby it.
It's a whole different ball game, and Kath was controlling that chaos so well.
She did such a great job on the
Zephyrus for 12 months. Appreciate it, my friend.
But the Invisible One ban, I feel like, is also like another thing that can't be understated. As
do you open sports
the last
trading
2 times,
cards?
It's worked out very well in the favor of Shikigami. And Fire Strays, it just feels like when a specific team up or composition doesn't go their way, they kind of crumble here like that.
Yeah, like they're kind of nerfing Black Soul by getting rid of that Invis and Doctor Strange team up, which I think that, to be fair to Fire Strays, they were one of the pioneers of one thing we didn't get to see on our classic strategy.
We're literally a hurricane zone, bro. Come on, guys.
Hits, which was tied second most on the team, which like she's got some motion on the Luna, and we're seeing why Luna is copying so many bans.
This
in the
is
modern
true.
decade.
I bought a car from my sister, and she drove it straight into a tree.
In terms of their approach, whether it's how they were supporting Frost Mountain on the previous map, opting for the Hulk instead of no fastball at all. But I think the story has been now the backline of Shikigami, how they're able to ward away people like Binary, who on the cap is one of the best ones to watch.
Do you think you're a good driver? No, because you play Rivals.
To anchor
I feel like people who are my age are really good drivers. You kids nowadays are shitty drivers. You know why? Because we didn't have all that technology with backup cameras and all these side like monitoring. Hey, there's a car next to you and all that. No, we actually had to do it the old-fashioned way.
From Shikigami.
I'm really curious.
We never had self-driving. You guys don't know how to drive. I think Tesla's made you guys, or whatever cars you have, made you horrible drivers.
Because Domination's where they've been focusing on.
I'm gonna be the old man that yells at clouds.
Specifically, and shout out to them. I mean, 14-2, had the most finals on their team and in the game as well, with 9 on that Cyclops, and doing a great job for their squad. But subbed out this time, of course, because Damon will be back on the playing field for their team. And maybe you save the Invis just to try and counter the Wolverine, the fastball special, and also just have, you know, the invisible boundaries to keep your team up as well in some of these team fights. But there's a couple of different options that they can go for. It just feels like the darts that they are throwing at the wall
Backup
right now
cameras help
are just
so
not
much.
sticking in their favor for the win that this Fire Strays team needs.
You know what helps so
Maybe
much?
they'll, have
Just
their
moving
own
your neck.
prevention of a reverse sweep, similar to what
Everyone
happened
has
against
experienced
them
this
in
with
the
their parents in the
preseason
car.
playoffs, but with the way
This is
things
the
are
car.
trending here,
This is you in the
it just
passenger
feels
side.
like it will be the other
you're sitting in the
direction that
shotgun.
things will go.
Everyone has
and
had their
we
parents
could
do
see
this.
the Shiki slingshot finally come to play and be here, realized for the first time in the playoffs for stage 1. But I'm more curious of what the map's going to be. What we feel in here, Lemon?
I'm not sure. Something that would favor the Star-Lord. You know,
I'm pretty sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. Their parents put their hand behind their headset. I mean, not the headset, the back of the car, bro.
Came in with a game plan to dive with Binary's Venom with Sloppo's Psylocke, but Shikigami, how they tempo up, really is messing with Fire Stray's ability to slow down.
Because I had an 18-hour stream yesterday, and I don't think it's healthy for you to sit down for 18 hours straight.
Pretty decent. Was able to at least get a point from it off of the C9 that we saw there, which was pretty hilarious. But I don't think any of that's going to happen this time as we go into the ban draft.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I think the Fire Strays, they did look the best they did yesterday on Lower Manhattan while going up against Na'Vi, which is a fairly tall order. And once again, I'm going to be interested to see if Shikigami here... Oh, there it is. Like, the big turning point in this matchup was the Invisible Woman ban on Central Park. So Fire Strays like, fine.
No time for gym.
No matter what.
No gym time for me this weekend, chat.
And yeah, kind of thinking back to the Lower Manhattan side, like Fire Strays just swapped to so many different things. They actually ended up putting
living without the gym for 4
Wolverine.
days, chat.
There was some
Sometimes
Bucky. We're getting rid of the
days
Doctor
are good
Strange.
days.
I don't remember the last time we've seen that, but I think to be able to portal back into fights, especially for that first point fight, is pretty a big deal.
I mean, yeah, you're right. The first fight portal is important, but also they're like, okay, you still can't have the Doctor Strange Invisible Woman team up. There are 2 people involved. If you protect one, we're still gonna ban the other, bro. That is unreal stuff from Shikigami. That they are drinking a full gallon of haterade against this team up.
And Shikigami stick to that last protect of the Wolverine because, you know, Fire Strays, they're trying to force that matchup yet again. That's why they keep the Invisible Woman. That's why you have the Star-Lord. Although you just have to make sure you're not in reach of Frost Mountain because there's all the flips in your back pocket are not going to save you from the clutches of Frost Mountain. And we saw the pain of that on Central Park. And if I'm Fire Strays, I'm starting to get real nervous because you thought they had a handle on this series and they had an answer to Frost Mountain, but Shikigami...
Also, I just noticed Fire Strays did not save or ban Gambit.
Ridiculously
interesting.
Tough.
They probably just knew that they were going to get it anyway.
Situation where
that's
not only are you
cool.
being reverse swept, but you might be getting reverse swept out of Ignite and into promo relegation. Fire Strays were so close to victory they could taste it, and Shikigami, they have stolen the joy from their mouth. Literally reached into their mouths, stolen the joy, and
Love the videos, been watching you for years. Hey, appreciate it, my friend.
Fire Strays, kind of funny enough, when it comes to the preseason playoffs, Fire Strays were the ones who almost reverse swept Shikigami out of those preseason playoffs until Shikigami won in Game 5 and then eliminated Fire Strays. With Shikigami, can they make it a 2-peat? Now it matters so much more because preseason wasn't affecting your standings in stage 1. It's just, you know, money loss, which is important. But now, like we've all said, promo relegation is on the line.
And there's no safety for this team. They have a very wide variety of performances. You know, Fire, we've seen incredibly high highs, we've seen incredibly depressing lows. And unfortunately for Fire, they may be getting the depression low soon. However, with Sue back on their side for closer, they can do a much better job of shutting down Frost Mountain. One of the Shikigami main advantages here, though, is this portal.
And also the res beacon from Fire Strays. They've abandoned the gambit. It is open. They realize they really aren't winning decisive, convincing fights off the Raging Royal Flush. So Fire Strays are going back to old comforts, and having that forgiveness of that first pick may make a difference for this defense.
Actually, no Gambits present despite no bans on Gambit. Kind of crazy stuff has come through already. Black Souls had to back off due to the flight of the Wolverine, but now that the flying era is over, you can move on forward. We see a quick grab in, coming to try and grab Binary, and now it's Black Souls time. We see excellent patty cake here. This waltz, this dance of Fire Strays to keep the point contest and deny away that first tick of progress.
Yeah, I like
Gambit
this
isn't
flip of the map
banned
from
for
Fire
both
Strays because
teams.
you also want to play in choke
And no
points
one's
with
using
Blackso,
Gambit.
but he needs kind of a strong front line to help support him. You want to maintain the space if you're Groot to have these walls last as long as they can to create that arena, that fight, which Shikigami so far have already claimed 1/3 of the objective.
Interesting.
Matango is allowed for that first point to come on through. A banhammer towards the back. I'm not sure who Binary targeted with that one. Likely one of the strategists to try and get that break point on the damage, but Cap now tries to counter strike. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Fastball drives forward Frost Mountain, who for now is just going to be rebuffed by disengagement from Fire Strays. Oh, an attempted cancel there on the ultimate. Blackso falling low, taken to the sky.
Oh!
Come through inside.
Get the reset, get the reset. Nice, get the reset, get the reset.
To dominate in the
Nice, get the reset.
Counterpart, they're actually body blocking everyone away.
Get
from
the reset!
point.
Oh my god, come on, Leolas, you had that,
in the
bro.
doghouse, but are they going to be put down entirely by Shikigami?
Appreciate it. Come on,
that
man.
candle was starting to be lit, all thanks to Cap. Good placement on the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, completely zoning off Fire Strays, allowing that second tick to be earned so that Leolas could end it once and for all with the Kraken impact.
Come on, man.
Shikigami, you could tell they're hungry. They want to be able to continue into playoffs and to pull off this reverse sweep as Demon's a little bit body blocked, but he's able to get out.
Good pocket coming through to make sure there's not an additional stagger here for Fire Strays, who now have a pretty healthy ult bank to try and work with. Yet
Yo,
again,
what's up,
the Vanguards, they are
we
suffering.
can't.
It's miserable to
It's just
play
that the next few
against
days
the
I'm doing watch
fast
parties.
if you're a Vanguard.
So
And
I'm
that
usually
was
not
really
playing.
looking towards
I'm
Sluffer
usually
and
not
try and
playing.
make something work here. Blackso grabbed in. There's going to be plenty of healing. They managed to break through the invisible boundary, looking in towards the top. Yet again, an attempted shutdown here onto Damon, but unable to connect him into the wall, and so no final hit will come on through. It's not
All good, man. All good. Also, my phone broke on Wednesday, so we couldn't play on Wednesday either, which sucks. Bro, it's been a horrible week, man.
Shikigami tend to pass those.
Yeah, I mean, Shikigami are just layering up, and such a good kidnap from Frost Mountain after they identified that the Ironwood wall from Blackso was
Aren't you
down,
about to play?
and
No,
then
not
they got
really.
the
We have to
claim,
finish
the
this
hope
series,
bubbles,
and then we have to
and
finish
true,
another
like you said,
series.
the invisible boundary, incredible. Big investments though for Shikigami to fully wipe out Fire Strays from this fight, and now that means Fire Strays have the ultimate advantage, but no strategist. Blackso has to have a massive
Jay3,
strangling prison, and when you have a Doctor Strange shield, when you have Hulk bubbles, this is going to be really difficult for Blackso to pull off.
Cannot do
I
that.
need perfect objective discipline here. Who gets grabbed into the ultimate? It seems we're all in on Isidore. Is there a reset though? Sloppo in onto Bruce Banner. He's just a little scientist, but Sloppo says no to the science. Once again, resets off the back of a Kraken impact. I think that that's
Ooh, keep going! Ooh, keep going!
To come on through as
Hit the, yeah!
No, do not have this ultimate. Do not have this ultimate. Take you away from that objective.
Where is this door? Okay, he finally falls off the map because you do not want to be staggered at this point. Still 2.5 minutes. But yeah, Shikigami, I like that disengage. You're not giving up too much ult charge to Fire Strays. And Blackso, yeah, not getting a ton of value off the Strangling Prison, but he did confirm the elimination with the wall that was placed behind Isidore. A lot more focus going into the Vanguards, but mostly coordinated focus out of Fire Strays, which is what hindered them back on Burn into T'Challa. As now things are all reset. Strategist ultimate-wise, Cat will be the furthest ahead when it comes to the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Shikigami have to fight through a strong neutral, 2 Buckies, or 1 Bucky actually will have to exchange as Leolas is on the Star-Lord.
High ground stolen away. Frost Mountain doesn't get anything off the Feral Leap, and so for now, Shikigami are down on one of their major engagement tools. Instead, it's going to be Isidore who goes in, backed up by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. You can see the resurrection already beginning on the BRB here, and it returns Blackso to the fray. So Kaya has to worry now about getting pinched in between a pair of Vanguards. The closer going down complicates things massively. There's not going to be enough healing here for Fire Strays. Only Znost will remain, and Lindstrom being chased out on the other side is easily grabbed in. Huge play from downtown there, Kaya with a blonde
Shikigami, yo!
Binary doesn't have bubble.
Kaya's
really
popping off. Wait a minute, chat. Shikigami, they might actually get the reverse sweep, bro.
Second objective. This is massive for Shikigami. I mean, Manhattan is already such a difficult
How did you wake up at 7? I was slumped.
I mean, some teams can't even cap the point. Shikigami had a game plan to even portal behind, and now they've denied that chance for Fire Strays to keep the marathon going. But you have the invisible boundary. If Frost Mountain gets a good claim, Closer has to react.
Frost Mountain wanted this, but Leila's going to be the first one to move here. Cosmic Yarn versus Cosmic Yarn, but Slopper and Black, so they were actually cut off from the LOS of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier by the walls of Kaya. Excellent setup here from the Vanguard of Shikigami. You can see that Damon's already been checked. Leila's with a clean clip. Can they get the finish here? There needs to be a heal coming through, and it will be the Guardian Shield.
Yeah, now that you don't have the Doctor Strange from Shikigami, maybe Blackstone will have an easier time trying to have that fight-winning, strangling prison. Now that Shikigami only have a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to try and respond. He goes for it and he doesn't stun anyone.
Shutting down Demon before he could deploy the ultimate. Leila's tracking was perfect there, and it feels like Blackstone didn't get anything off the back of their own strangling prison. Now Slopper moves on in. Leila's is afflicted with the Cull, but just manages to get out and away from all of this danger. I don't think they've even taken down a Loki clone here, so... Oh, wait, no, Slopper does have a second go in towards the back, joined by Binary. It's
bro, I'm loving the
Bucky
gameplay, though.
They need to find a final blow. There's still a resurrection on the table as well.
Also, this is crazy.
The ball into this back corner. Stoppo, I believe, rebuffed, denied.
Look at this little bunker that they're making, chat. This is crazy. I've never seen a team hold in here before.
As he flings Frost Mountain into the midst of Fire Strays. Damon can try and shut them down here on the off. Once again, through. Bro's had to hold his ult for like 3 lives now, as Damon is just going to be having to respawn again and again and again, and so too does everyone else. For Strangling Prison shuts them down. Isnador's there with flying Verdant.
Oh my god, they actually fully capped, bro.
Once again, all he can do is scream at the legend what was to be, but what never could be.
They actually fully capped, bro.
Fire, away from the board.
And Demon is sent straight to hell. Bro is on the flank. And
they have 41 seconds remaining. Bro, they actually just reverse swept Fire.
Shikigami's side. They are playing so fast. I mean, Frost Mountain is getting hurled into
I think Frost Mountain has to win MVP, bro. Ever since he went Wolverine or something, he's just been different, bro. They reverse swept, man.
That could have been what stabilized Fire Strays to have them take a breath in their lungs. It felt like this has been non-stop fighting from Shikigami. And Fire Strays not able to win a single one.
True, getting reverse swept is very demoralizing. I do feel bad. Also, not only do they get reverse swept and feel bad, but they also get kicked out of the tournament, chat. They're done. Loser goes home. We watched the 2 upper bracket games. Those are done. These are the 2 lower bracket games. You lose, you're out. And I think the 2 teams that lose get relegated. So
6-6, admittedly 10-4 is not too bad.
I feel like this is bad, bro. This is bad.
Finding the opportunity.
I feel bad.
Not getting too much.
I want to give everyone a participation trophy, but
just constantly shut down by the Hulk, and finally Binary is going to match on the Hulk. This is actually one of Binary's best heroes, but he's been too reticent to actually use it.
Now, taking a page out of Shikigami's book, can you beat them in that
pseudo
mirror?
That's why Shikigami's winning.
Duelist, Elsa versus
They looked at my board and they saw that I actually started. I voted for them, and now they're starting to lock in.
High health Vanguards with that percentage health damage and a much stronger ultimate compared to a lot of these hit scan duelists with that Apex Predator. Especially if you take a fight in a long lane, you're going to get a lot of value out of Leila's.
Leila's value cannot be understated.
Oh, sorry, I opened my
window. Of course, the Apex Predator is going to be a major factor later on as well. Sloppo starting to work around the outside. Could find a recall beacon before the fight even begins, but their location has been noted out here by Leila's, and surely has been just reflected to the remainder of the team.
Lindstrom just has to be
Sentinels did not get knocked out. No one lost yet in NA. They all got knocked down to the lower bracket. If they lose today, they are knocked out, yes.
And try to get this objective going, but Shikigami's anchors is what's really hindering Fire Strays right now.
I don't know if you guys hear that, but it's about the storm.
Seems to be checked here. If you're going to top left, it's checked by the Elsa. Top right, Frostmans and Isidore are leaping up to you with absolutely zero mercy. But the Vanguards have made moves here from Fire, claimed a bunch of space and allows for a blaster barrage. A quick TP out to get your health back and have a moment to rest and recuperate, as Damon has got themselves an early move forward. Now it's Frost Mountain who leads the charge. Extra damage coming in from the Strangling Prison. Good bubble coming through.
I am doing a full watch party all weekend. saying yes,
strikes,
chat.
a multitude of squishies are caught within these grasping vines, and it just seems that Lindstrom
I think they
wants this
kind of,
done
they
here
did
and
not
now.
need
They
that,
got the
bro.
Fist of Summons, the
They
Cosmic
did not
Yarn
need that.
Amplifier, and Damon has had to put themselves home.
That is a
Binary lost
wasted
that Hulk
ult.
form, so wasn't able to deliver
Like
this
my chat
indestructible
most of the
guard
time when they come to my
against the
stream,
strangling
they're wasted.
prison, while even Black still tried to mark that against Shikigami.
Oh, and now they're bullying the poor guy. Oh, they're bullying the poor guy. Oh man, that's a huge stagger.
Starting to hurt the host strays as their time bank is brought down
Why,
to
you guys
only
are
2
always
minutes, and
wasted
they
when
can't
you guys
have
come
portal
here.
shenanigans. They don't have Doctor Strange, so there's less time to play with than you think.
No second chances. When it comes to that portal, seems like Apex Predator actually hit Kaya's wall bad. Comms there from Shikigami. Might be a little bit of a tilter. You can't let it get to you, though. At this point, you just need to have all hands on deck. Everyone get behind the plan. Cosmic Yarn
Chat,
Amplifier
I don't
gonna begin
think,
the assault
I
onto
think
Shikigami's
99% of the time you guys are never sober when you guys are in my stream. I need you guys to get sober.
Kath says here we win the first on the back of my Cosmic Yarn. Frost Mountain looking for an opening. Last stand ready to go. Gets isolated. Smacked on down by Binary. Picking up his signature hero finally to match up against Isidore. And now Slot, and now you need to try and find some value from Sloppo. In the midst of all of this, has the Galactic Legend, looks towards the back layer, Laz is down, Isidore's not at the HP to make this one work. Oh, Frost Mountain from across the map slams into the wall, and Sloppo just has to watch on from afar as his team may well have to close out this point without them. Strangling Prison grabs in 3, there's no shield this time to play
That's a
with.
huge ult by Lindstrom, though. Now that was a much better ult. Uh-oh, bro. Uh-oh, Fire Strays. Fire Strays. They might get reverse sweat.
Never was able to have an opportunity to find it, even through Binary forcing the
put your drink down. Stop drinking. Come on.
Fire Strays couldn't.
I want you guys to remember this moment. You guys don't have to be drunk 24/7.
A potential reverse sweep if Fire Strays do not get their stuff together. Only 30 seconds left.
All right, Blackso caught on the other side of the Ironwood wall right now. So much damage is coming their way. Aggressive plays here from Shikigami. That's going to be the Strangling Prison. He's got 4 players inside of it from Fire, but it's a great regeneration domain. Blackso, you can't go back to swap to Strange. He doesn't exist anymore. Maybe going over onto the Angela to get that additional speed to move towards the point, knowing that there's going to be so much in the way of it. But no, he's just walking back out on the crew. Bro simply forgot. He forgot. He didn't know. Damon around the outside. Someone else has got to touch. 1 second to try and make it happen, and overtime is used. Kath brings out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Damon begins to cut through the verdant flesh of the Hulk. But with 92% of the way towards ultimate, this could be the game changer here for Fire Strays. It's not ultimate now. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier deployed, and extra damage comes through. You get them out of the regeneration domain that was brought out by Lindstrom, who's so close.
Oh!
Redemption arc! And Lindstrom tries
Bro!
to but this map is exceeding our
Shikigami,
expectations
how do you
one
guys
last time.
fumble that? 15 seconds left in the whole game. You guys were at their spawn. How did they fumble?
And to buy enough time for 10%.
How did they fumble?
Is all Snos and Closer needed to have the
literally
edge, have the
15 seconds
amplifier
remaining.
to
They were using their
finally
ults at their
get the
spawn. I don't know why you would do that. I think
that
you guys
they
should probably,
needed.
you know,
But that
play a
took
little
the
safer and
entirety of
more
their time bank. They're so far behind.
more
Fire
far
Strays. They're almost
back,
gonna need a flawless push because the journey is not done yet, and it could be over if you do not handle Shikigami.
The peel is solid, but Frost Mountain's back. Cosmic Yarn
You know why
Amplifier.
Rogue is banned. Yes, chat. You want to ban Rogue because Rogue and Gambit team up is too
so
strong.
you can get a little bit more brave,
Rogue doesn't die if you have.
And you need to do it. You need to have your heart in your very throat right now. Blackso grabs 2 with the follow-up here, but I don't think there's going to be anyone to really move up onto the high ground and follow up upon that Strangling Prison. Sloppo, no?
Oh, Sloppo is asleep.
Sleepo, unfortunately, and Blackso and Closer sleeping permanently.
And Shikigami, yeah, they're trying to be really careful with the off angles that they take. And Fire Strays also doing the same thing, but Galactic Legend, Shikigami, there's no shelter for you except behind the regen domains.
Ooh, no kill though.
Yeah, cut away from that one. Too hot for TV. This is going to be Binary coming down the mid side. So much damage going to be taken from the Wolverine. The percentage HP damage just cuts through the World Breaker. Adamantium meets flesh, bone, and sinew, and it cuts through with no mercy.
47 seconds, Fire Strays. They got us all on the edge of their seats. Is it going to be the two-peat of Shikigami eliminating them from playoffs to promo relegation? They can go. Slotbo shut down on his Galactic Legend. All eyes are on Demon. If he can cosplay Frost Mountain the best, as he's going to be hurled into the action
game,
at any second here from Binary, as Isidor's going to do the same thing for Frost Mountain.
After this, there's only one more game for EMEA.
Frost Mountain doesn't find one just yet. Just controls the high ground, and now is just going to try and rejoin the remainder of their team. That constant threat of the Wolverine could be everything. Demon appears to have been stunned somewhere. Maybe going up against Binary, who gets grabbed on in. Doesn't even have time to pop the indestructible guard. Unbelievable target focus. You've got to get inside of the greens, but the greens are so far away from the objective itself. And so it's an arduous march here for Fire to keep the objective contested. Black So grabbed away. Demon with the last stand. Seems that the Regeneration Domain has got everything that they need. And the Shiki slingshot has been pulled back.
Yep,
and
that's
it's been
game though,
fired
chat.
towards the homes of Fire themselves. Shikigami refused to lose. They deny the tide.
I can't. Oh, you saw him, bro. You saw him. I can't believe.
Isidore on his feet.
I
Kaya
cannot
broke his webcam.
believe,
What a
bro.
series that we've had between these two teams.
They actually
will end for now.
reverse swept it,
Shikigami
dude.
reverse sweep
Oi!
and to identify.
I'm
I
so
think that was the
glad
Black
they
Soul
reverse
Diamond
swept
form to
because
try
my
and anchor
prediction-
and then to claim her with the Wolverine. I mean, the coordination for Shikigami. Really, pressure makes diamonds, and they shine the brightest, being 0-2 in the series
No.
to come back on their map
It's
picks.
not luck,
and
chat.
to
It's not
punch
luck.
down
It's
against
called
Fire
knowledge.
Strays,
J3
sending
has
them
all the
to promo
knowledge.
relegation.
All right, let's bring Vodable back in here because we need to catch our breath. And Vodable, I'm sure,
Shikigami, bro.
waiting to go
Shikigami.
with this one.
Oh my gosh, what a series! Like down.
That was
to
a
the
really
wire,
good
the
series, man. That was a
final
really,
hour, it felt
really,
like there
really,
was a bit of a bounce
really,
back from Fire Strays
really
towards
good
the end of it,
series.
mirroring the compositions, the Hulk fastball
Also, chat,
special
if I
battle
lose
between
power,
the two, but it just felt like one team had practiced it a little bit more than the other, and I feel like if we went back to the drawing board, did another iteration of this matchup like a week later on, then it might have been a different story, a different result completely if Fire Strays were prepared for this composition, but they weren't. It seemed like Shikigami were holding it close to their chest. They realized, hey, it's game time. We got to turn things around, and we'll see what they could do from here on out in the lower bracket. But they have secured stage 2 for Shikigami. Now we'll face off against Heretics tomorrow to try and make it that much closer to a potential land spot. That's going to be a very intense series because Shiki hasn't beaten Heretics yet there. But congratulations to them either way on the victory for this one. It just seemed like they had such a good grasp of the meta in this specific matchup, whereas before it just felt like they were a little lost in the first two games.
Did my
feel
face
bad
cam
for
go
Fire
out?
Strays, but
it is
they
raining.
gave it their all
The storm's
throughout
coming
the series,
from
even towards the end
the
there.
west. The east is clear
Yeah,
as day. That
Shikigami
way
have
is
an
clear.
identity, and they were almost so stubborn around it, almost to a deficit, until they finally made these small adaptations, throwing the Hulk in there, the support that came around Frost Mountain, and the focus to go after the Fire Strays Vanguard line. I mean,
Jay has never
Binary,
been right on his
just got
predictions.
so
I call
punished
stage.
from
Chat,
his Captain America on Burn into T'Challa getting frozen up by Kath, to then trying to run the Hulk, getting walled off, getting just chewed up out there. And it was so hard for Black So and Binary to sync up when they also didn't have a Doctor Strange, which was kind of a highlight of Black So, which his Groot is also great, but Kaya's Groot was that much greater when his strangling prisons didn't have a lot of shields to stop him.
I mean,
17 final hits from Kaya.
I mean, Kaya did pop
that
off,
is
but
an
I'm surprised they didn't give
performance and
MVP
was
to
the main
the
difference maker, I would say, for this team. Able to put up the Groot walls whenever the fastball special
Wolverine.
kidnaps
The
came
Wolverine
through
was insane.
And just shut down any healing that could have came in and
I mean,
bailed
he
out
got
those
5
players.
final hits
Even
and
with
went
the Invisible
28
Woman
and
that they
5,
had
but I
to be
feel
able
like
to
his
try and shut them
presence
down.
was
I mean,
insane.
this is
Kaya
the
did
timing of the
get 17
ultimates,
final
forcing
hits.
them
That's
to swap
crazy.
compositions to mirror.
52. Oh, that's 52,000 damage
As I
blocked.
mentioned before,
26,000
Shikigami had a
damage.
better grasp of this specific matchup.
Good
So,
comeback.
Great win for them. Fire Strays gave
Good
it their
comeback.
all.
Yo,
and I'm sure any team that faces them in
Jinx.
pro relegation is going
Appreciate
to have
it,
their
2
work
months.
cut
How you
out
doing?
for
How
them
you
like
doing?
that.
Oh, it's going to be an angry Fire Strays team, I imagine. Because
Fire Strays won?
Some MRC teams may,
Wow.
may face the brunt of that, unfortunately. And they might find themselves in a little bit of a better meta for themselves as well. But honestly, like,
And then the
all
last
flowers
game
here to
is-
Shikigami. Like you were pointing out, Kaya. I think that Kaya's primary
Pulsar
fires were
against-
also incredibly important for following up on so many of these fastballs. Didn't escape my notice. Frost Mountain was doing a fantastic job when he got these kidnaps of putting them down in front of Kaya, so they were in that that wall range, as you pointed out, but also in the primary fire range. That's one of the reasons why we saw Binary unable to get their indestructible guard out in the ultimate fight that's meant that they got taken down to Bruce Banner form immediately after getting kidnapped.
And Shikigami took a big risk, allowing the Invisible Woman from closer to get through on the
How many
band.
games
Something
are
they were
left?
starting to target.
One
to
more
just
game
kind of
for
further
EMEA,
enable
and then
Frost Mountain on
we
his
start
dives.
NA.
But then
NA
to
is
take out
happening
the
at
Doctor
4
Strange,
o'clock.
I mean, reduce the number of fights that Fire Strays could have gone for on their attack, along with any strategy shenanigans.
Jay, we're
especially if you
definitely
mark
losing
that in
power on
scrims.
your
Some people
Kendall,
are
and it's
actually going
fucking
behind the
storming.
point these days with the Doctor Strange.
A little bit away,
and try to create better
but
opportunities
it's starting
for
to
the
get over
Brood or
here.
whoever is trying to dive. So Fire Strays were completely thrown off their game and not having as strong of a Loki compared to Lindstrom, and trying to rely away from the Gambit, which Fire Strays weren't having convincing
Callie, it's so
Gambit,
chill.
ult fight
no.
wins that they felt they need to go
I
to
like the
Rocket
rain,
and
bro. I
Loki
love
to
the
end
rain.
it
There's
all.
no problem.
It was
There's
close,
no
but Fire
problems
Strays
with rain.
lost so much time on the point.
Callie's too fucking expensive, bro. And
is
plus,
all I have to say
taxes
after
over
that
there.
one. Both
God
teams gave
damn.
it their all, fighting tooth and nail. Yes, there were mistakes.
Also,
and
I would
some
rather
messy
deal with
plays,
hurricanes
but they
and
still put
rain
it all out there
here
on
than
the battlefield. So
random
GGs to both teams, of
wildfires,
course, throughout the
earthquakes,
series.
and all that
Shikigami just
other
played
stuff.
better
That's scary.
At the end of the day throughout those final couple of maps. But we do have our interviewee to give us some insight into how they came up with the compositions and everything else. It's Ash, the coach for Shikigami. Welcome in to the broadcast. I just got to know, how is the team feeling after that victory, getting a reverse sweep where last time they prevented a reverse sweep?
Yeah,
in
we
the best of
haven't
five
had a
against
bad hurricane in a while.
Well, reverse sweeps always feel great, obviously, but I think we really had to work for this one. I mean, Fire Strays, I mean, all the flowers go to them. They were incredible. They put us in very, very, very uncomfortable positions. Obviously, I have my comfort over here. I'm holding. But the whole entire team could not be happy. I think everyone was screaming, everyone was excited. We were max passion, as we were saying in the VC. It was everyone was really working their hardest, and I'm only proud.
Get the cat!
We had our theories regarding how you turned it around when it came to both the bans and how the game was played, but what was the call after the second map? Was your setup for the third map predetermined before you started the game, or was this a live adaptation you made?
So it was kind of a bit of both. We had pre-adapted like a backup plan, basically, and this was kind of one of the strategies that we had. We didn't want to really rely on, our ace card. Didn't want to make it too easy, obviously, for us off the gate. So we had to make the adaptation in the middle. We sort of decided that we wanted to play for the Wolverine, the fastball, obviously, as you saw. And I mean, the rest is history.
And this was such a stressful series to watch, and we're not even the ones playing or involved on the team. I can't imagine how you feel. Who is the person on the team that is kind of keeping everyone posed and locked in, and kind of look at the
with the massive
series
prime
as in
subs.
0-0
WW,
instead
how
of
you doing?
0-2?
I mean, honestly, I can't tell you one specific person. I think everybody was putting in their part. It was like the best team environment I think I've been in it so far. Like, it was just everyone was putting max passion in. Everybody wanted to win. They were all on the same page. Everyone is like, it's us versus the problem. Well, how can we solve it? Rather than people, blaming each other and just falling into like, I don't know, tilt and like messaging other people and all that kind of other stuff. It was pretty crazy. So overall for us, I think we locked in quite well, and it was the whole entire team. All credit goes to them.
Obviously, you've got a pretty strong pro play background yourself, so you've got a good eye for the game. I was wondering if there's any great plays you saw that made the difference that we might have missed during the reverse sweep.
Well, there were a few obviously phenomenal grabs. I mean, that's kind of like the main character of the composition. So of course he's going to make those kind of plays. But one big shout out I wanted to give was to my support specifically. I feel like they were put in very uncomfortable positions and they pushed through really, really heavily. And I'm not going to do the standard thing of praising everybody, but I think everybody had a massive part to play into trying to push through this kind of thing, push through this barrier. But that's all I have to say, really.
So my final question for you as we close up this interview so you guys can go celebrate and kind of strategize for the next day of competition. You're facing off against Heretics, haven't gotten a win against this roster yet. You don't have to give us the entire game plan, but what are you going to change going into that matchup compared to the previous matches to make sure you get that victory?
Oh, sorry, talking to Emily. He's dropping off my phone.
First of all, we're going to go in with a refuse to lose mindset, to be honest with you. I think that's probably the biggest thing, and we want it more. We haven't been there before. We haven't been to LAN. We haven't, done this or done that. So we're obviously probably going to try and want it a lot more than they will. I think that's the sort of mentality that we need to go. And I feel like me being an add-on to the team new, I feel like I give us the little.
Yeah, this is a really good interview.
Push that you guys saw from preseason.
He's a good coach. I like Shikigami.
I think we can beat this roster now if we work hard enough.
Awesome. Well, thank you
and he has
so
a
much,
cat.
Ash, for joining us. Congratulations to the team on our
I mean, I don't know about you
and
guys,
enjoy
but
your win.
I'm a big fan of the cat,
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Great to hear the insight. You know, the spirits are high after a very high, intense series, stressful, as we like to say it. I'm sure they're going to be having nightmares about being 0-2 and having to pull off that reverse sweep, but they did it. So dreams do become reality at the end of the day for that roster as they continue their journey in the playoffs. But I mean, Lemon, any final thoughts from you before we head to a break and get to our final series?
I have no, probably.
I just wanted to see the
someone
second
on
cat. It kind of popped up at
Virtus
the end
Pro
for
or
Ash's camera.
maybe
But also, this is the second time that Shikigami have eliminated Fire
the guy
Strays from
on,
a playoff
Sentinels.
contention.
What's the
so
tank player on
there's
Sentinels?
so many little rivalries that are
Crimzo.
happening in EMEA, and everyone is trying to fight their hardest. And I think it's coming down to who wants it the most, because the new patch, the new meta constantly is resetting everyone and creates these, I wouldn't say upsets, but it creates these crazy matches.
Good luck to any team that'll be facing off against Fire Strays in that promo relegation. They're going to be working their heart out in between now and then. But we still have one final series of today's action. One more elimination matchup between Reason Gaming and Pulsar Esports after this.
Sick. Nice, chat. Nice, nice. Okay, you guys ready? I'm going to start the last prediction here. You know your mobile pin. Okay, bang. Pulsar against RSN, chat. Get your predictions in. If you guys want to copy my homework, because I am 3 for 3. I just want to let you guys know I am 8, 9, 10, 11. I am 11 for 12 so far in predictions. I am 11 for 12, and now I think Pulsar is going to beat Reason. Yeah, that's my opinion. I think Pulsar beats Reason. Oldest pro is Jay. Chat, I'm not a pro, man. Bang. 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 Nora Bora, tier 2 for 63 months. Absolutely insane. How are you? How are you? Time to get scammed. I am... Oh, yeah, it's 11. I am 10 for 11. True, quick math. Anyways, how can I scam you guys if I only got one wrong out of 14 predictions? There was 36 predictions and I got one wrong. Think about that. That's crazy. One is enough? That's not true at all. If you guys had to get surgery right now and I said, hey, yeah, we have a 99% success rate, 1% not success, obviously, you guys would take those chances. 99% is crazy. Come on. This is how he gets you. It's the long con. He gets all the predictions right this phase of the tournament so you can trust him, and then the rest of it, he takes your channel points. That is not true. That is... Actually, I wouldn't know who's going to win when the LAN is happening, because the LAN does have, like, you know, the Asia teams and the APAC. So technically speaking, I wouldn't know. Oh, 10 out of 11 is a 99%. 10 out of 11 is what? Like 93, 94%? Come on.
One final spot remains to guarantee stage 2, but also the loser of this upcoming series.
Wait, that's good. Ooh, you guys hear that?
Promotion
I know you guys heard that. That shit went right outside my window and hit like my neighbor's house.
6 spots for sure on the line for Ignite qualification in that. That's going to be happening July 17th to the 19th, so definitely keep an eye out for more news on that.
I love Lightning and Thunder, bro.
Bracket, so that's
I
like,
love
26 MRC teams that'll have a chance to go against the Ignite squad. It's going to be pretty insane. But Reason Gaming versus Pulsar Esports. We got to talk about Reason Gaming specifically here, Lemon. We saw some sparks.
The only thing I hate about Rain and Thunder is that it happens during the day. Why can't it just happen at night, chat? While you're going to sleep, bro. When it's thundering and lightning and like you hear the rain on your window getting like slapping. Oh my god, that's the best.
Passivo got to lean on his signature pick of the Venom, found himself against an Elsa who blew him up as well. Nocta had a respectable showing on his flexibility of his hero pool, rotating through Star-Lord, Wolverine, Psylocke, Bucky.
You hate your neighbor or something? I don't think my neighbors even know anyone lives in this house, bro.
Count on the team across all 3 maps. So, and I think it was really a confidence issue when it comes to Reason Gaming. And I think in this matchup against Pulsar,
my neighbors probably think this house is like vacant.
Winnable, and that changes your entire perspective and your decision making based on sometimes the names on the other side of the lobby.
I'm just interested to see what the compositions that they come out with. Coach Cuffy, of course, kind of leading as the mind behind them, trying to see if they have any specific strategies that haven't been showcased so far. One of the first teams, popularize the Rocket Loki composition, but haven't really seen too much of that recently. But let's take a look at Pulsar Esports.
Does your landlord know you exist?
Of a lot of people,
whoa,
also,
chat.
I feel like needs to step up in this.
I have a mortgage, bro.
Yeah, I'd say the Twitsy probably needs to step up in terms of like.
Well, I mean, technically, my landlord would be the bank that I owe, right? So technically, they think I exist.
That's not really a part of Pulsar Esports kit at the moment, but Beyond Reliable has always been ballast for this squad. Very strong on a bunch of different heroes. We see Twitsy, in fact, in our highlights here, picking up both the Winter Soldier and the Human Torch, which is kind of like old guard flex duelist stuff, which I'm happy to see.
If I bet on Pulsar, will you tell my
really
probation officer I was with you last night?
Clean up their target.
Listen,
focus
if
here
you
on
vote,
coordination to make sure they
oh,
can
Pulsar, I think it's going to be a good game, but I think Pulsar wins, chat. I think it's going to be still a good game. I think the DPS on both teams are really good.
To Pulsar's defeat yesterday.
Pulsar Gaming was 0-5, and then Reason Gaming was 1-4. But then over here, Pulsar was 2-3, and Reason Gaming was also 2-3.
So like Twitsy running Psylocke into Ken's Loki, Ballas on Phoenix after she's kind of out of the meta right now.
Over there, it's a battle of last place, and over here, it's a battle of
playing any Loki at all, despite that.
They're in the middle, so I don't want to say battle of the mid. That's very toxic, but they're both middle teams.
Kind of have some better ideas
so I don't know,
for their
man.
ban lines today.
Well, looking at this as well,
all I know is that loser goes home, chat. Loser does
really
go
having
home.
The best performances they would have liked. Reason Gaming, of course, if they won against Crownfall, could have easily made it into those playoffs. But I do like the adaptations.
I think Reason Gaming is good though. They had a really good showing yesterday against a really strong team, and Pulsar as well.
Over Fire Strays, and that was kind of the grudge match that we saw there as well. But both these teams with a chip on their shoulder and something to prove, I think, is the big thing going into this. We talked about from the last series who wants it more, and I think both these teams have a lot to prove for different reasons, right? Pulsar specifically just because a lot of those players missed out on the initial preseason because of them missing out on the qualification.
Yo, Ryan is the GOAT!
And then
appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. I don't remember my name being Ryan though.
Spot and Ignite and kind of maybe rebuild and recalibrate for stage 2. So a lot on the line for this series specifically. I'm really curious on what the counter map picks are going to be for this as well, right? We've seen some decent looks across the board on domination and very hotly contested ones at that as we go to Burn and T'Challa. We just saw, how intense it was for Shikigami.
When are we going to start predictions? I started predictions like 8 minutes ago.
I agree with Legday that Ballas has to be the highlight on Pulsar's side, because even though I hate the Phoenix today because the damage fall off is significant, he was a statistical #1 Phoenix when it came to damage, but the final hits very much behind. Pulsar have to come together if they want to stay alive in this bracket.
First time these teams have faced off, and we'll see which of them arises to the challenge. Domination.
Okay, let's see this, chat. Let's see it. Let's see it.
All right, I'm ready to get stuck in, Lemon. I am absolutely hyped
Me
up
too.
after 2 map 5s in a row. Marble Rivals.
Yo,
in the
be
Ignite.
passion.
He's delivering
Appreciate the
today.
massive 5
I
months. How
like
you doing, my
Nocta,
friend?
RP,
Yes.
the Night server. I'm pretty sure Nocta's what, like night or darkness in Latin, so is living up to it. DRP, meanwhile, slightly flashbang.
Yeah, and hopefully not flashbanged by the meta. Like, this team's approach has been very unique, maybe a little bit behind. Like, we even saw them play like the
it's gonna be a loud one again.
team up on Hall of Jalia. Crisis and Lapsus are kind of going back and forth on who's playing the Gambit, and is it going to be Gambit Loki or just the straight Gambit? So that will be part of the picture for this first domination map.
All right, both teams just prioritizing the Gambit early. Also, a slightly early ban on the Cyclops as well, coming through from Pulsar.
Far away.
They're going to have to probably counterban the Rogue here, given that Rogue is a very high priority ban. I imagine our first 4 are generally going to be mirrored between these teams unless some je ne sais quoi is going to come out.
Yeah, Simba versus Ballas is going to be absolute cinema if it's on Cyclops, but what is the backup plan now that Cyclops is banned out? Both these players have really preferred the Phoenix when she was meta, but like,
by the
some
way,
people have had different iterations, as we got the villain here of relaxing.
Just as a heads up,
is in complete darkness. But
I think after this series, depends on what time it will be, chat. I think Emily is going to take over the stream, so I can take maybe a nap because I am dying.
Of interesting,
and she'll probably do sub games with you
if
guys.
Cyclops is not available.
Or I don't know what she's planning on doing, but
taken off. Is Reason Gaming going to protect Rogue here? It is still open this late in the draft phase.
Bro, I am exhausted, man. I wish they didn't make the games happen at 7 a.m.
DRP plays the Rogue. I don't know if Rosa does. Was that a power zoom? Rosa looking at me like I play the Rogue. Star-Lord gonna get rescued here. This is a great backup pick for Nocta. Star-Lord's always a good choice.
And yeah, I think Rosa has been trying to learn all these different picks, these brawl heroes like
Why
the
are you
Rogue,
tired?
but
You
Rosa's
barely
always been known
streamed
as that
yesterday. I
strong
streamed
group player, which is still a
17
solid
and a
pick
half
in this
hours.
Meta, but it really changes your
Get out of the room! Get out of the room, brother!
No help needed here.
Get out of the room! He's in the middle of a tournament. He said, "Hey, that reminds me of when your parents get in the room and they're like right behind you." Have you guys ever gamed when like one of your parents or your sibling is like behind you, bro? You're like, get away, man! I'm in the middle of it. Get away, man!
Captain America as well.
Or your parents open your door to see how you're doing in your gaming. You're like, get out!
Snowflake, and could be a little bit more.
Are you winning, son?
Get out! Particular utility.
As this Warrior falls, it's kind of tricky for the Venom. Out of all the points, I think Passivo would have not liked this one the most. Just that initial tunnel is annoying to get through. The archways around the point as well, so Passivo will
LMAO, normal people go to work at 7 a.m. That's cool. I also think normal people don't go to bed as late as I do.
And now he's still figuring out how to set up everybody for success. As no hit scan for Simba or Twitzy right now, as that's what they were really known for in the group stage. So this will be a daredevil battle.
Okay, oh, let's get it, chat. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Rosa, just the raw team up strange. I thought
let's see it. Let's see it. Both teams have
early portal here.
really good DPS, bro. Like Simba, Ballas. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that selfless kind of front to back style from Reason. This is really nice. They don't want to have to deal with executing a dive, which can be difficult when you're going up against really good backlines like the one of Crisis and Lapsus, where Crisis is the one on Gambit, and Pulsar figured out who's going to own that role.
Okay, a bit of a new look here from Nocta on the heal pool. Is going to be throwing out plenty of healing and almost as
I'm not nervous, bro. I'm just going back and forth because I want to move my legs, man.
But it's not going to get there in time. Stop just short of completion. Great target focus here from
oh my god, that guy!
This is the balance we want to
oh my god, that guy was transforming while flying right off the map, bro!
Yeah, poor Banner out there. But the strap pull now knocked it. One of his best heroes has to be the Star-Lord. I've been waiting for this. He'll now have to put some pressure out in the skies, which could be breaking up the focus of Pulsar. Now Ballas to the Elsa. This is going to be really good to blow up Passivo on the Venom, which that may be deja vu for the Venom player when he faced the VP yesterday. So if you stay even a millisecond too long on the Venom, you could be the first victim of the fight.
Ballas looking for victims as well.
No,
Blur softening them up.
yeah,
on the
I don't
high
know.
ground.
Listen,
Has
I would take a
resilience
30-minute
and
nap
now
over a
Simba's
0-minute nap
actually
any day of
feeling
the
like
week,
they
chat.
need to commit to Ballas. The damage is coming
3
through.
hours
On the
of
other side,
sleep,
Demand's
Jay, that's
feeling
all
it. That means
needed.
there's not too much for Ballas
Fox,
here.
I don't know how you do that, bro. I
Finish
am
this one off.
dying with like
DRP.
5 or
Great
6
peel.
hours, bro.
Curtain is risen in front of the hit scan carry, moving in towards the caster of this invisible boundary. It's going to be too hard to get inside. Needs some healing to be given on over now. Too relaxing, and Rashed is on it. Earns her own ult for all of our trouble as well. Blur's disengage is going to be somewhat stymied.
Welcome
as it is going to be Twitchy
home.
moving on forward now.
Was it raining hard when you were driving home?
Galactic Legend busted on up, but
Okay,
it wasn't
good.
actually.
It's a lightning show up here,
by
though.
the Gambit, and so Pulsar
Oh,
staying in control.
sushi.
Yeah, when Ballas was out of cooldowns, big shout out to DRP. When he was a substitute player in preseason, like Magneto.
Whenever I
was
get more than
that
6 hours, I
standout.
feel
He was
extra
able to
tired.
protect
Bro,
Ballas
are
when
you
Rosa
okay?
grabbed him,
Are you a
allowing
robot?
Pulsar to keep maintaining the objective.
I need
now
a
at
minimum.
75%. If Reason Gaming do not
12
have
hours.
a solution,
Maximum,
this is going to be a commanding start for Pulsar.
49.
All right, here's what I want to see from Rosa. The team up with the Rogue might not be the most experienced character they've got.
Also,
but it
chat,
might
you guys
well
gotta
still be
realize,
strong
I
enough.
hate-
Big
I
shots
recently
coming
started
through from
doing it,
Passowo.
but I
Big
hate
is
coffee.
here, and so too the techs
So-
are good. The corrosion manages to break through multiple members of Pulsar, and this could be Reason's opening they've been desperately longing for.
I don't know how
Price
people could drink
tries
coffee,
to
man.
extricate some of the members from the mess that's been left in the wake of Reason.
You got to give credit to Passable. It's hard to get value off the Feast of the Abyss when you have these
Coffee tastes like
strategists
you're
that
literally
Crisis and
eating
Lapsus
some
are running,
ass,
who
and there's some
have
like leftover
multiple dashes
toilet
and
paper
ways
there.
to escape. So
It's just-
Passable is showing
coffee's
that he
disgusting.
could be the star for Reason, but Nocta, he's been dimmed.
All right, great solo tanking right there coming through from Passowo. Allows for a shit to survive this
Ooh,
one. But
nice.
She's not going to be quite so lucky. A quick butterfly dash, and her wings spread wide as she slices through blood, sinew, and bone alike. Rosa, nowhere to go but away from the point for now. Can't keep this one contested. Overhealth won't help you against the hands of Twitzy, who is pummeling with the Sonic crossbows.
Yo,
And
so
Pulsar
far our
looks
predictions
strong on the
right.
first map
Oh,
of
our
being into
cat is
Jala.
scared because of the rain.
Absolutely Herculean out there. I mean, Reason Gaming, every time they even maybe had the objective and won a fight win, it was off of Passowo, and then the immediate picks came out of Pulsar. Good backline pressure coming out of Twitzy, DRP peeling for everyone, and Pulsar overall just staying alive through the fire and the flames. This was, I would say, a pretty one-sided Warrior Falls, all things considered. And yeah, the stats reflected only 2 casualties on the
Nocta is
Pulsar
0
side,
and 4.
and they have 2 Vanguard ultimates starting off this next one. At least this will be a friendlier map for Venom, despite I think Blur and Passowo both doing a good job. But
Your cat's
Passowo has
looking
been
for
weighing
you.
all of his options, and now having maybe a better, more sustained backline
Babe.
pressure, more staying power, if you will, compared to the Venom, may be the difference maker for Reason.
I mean, well, I apologize, Twitzy. I wasn't familiar with your game. Maybe you don't actually need a Daredevil. Maybe the 14-0 Psylocke is
My
enough. It certainly
ex-girlfriend
was for Sparker
texted
for
me
about a
yesterday,
year.
and I told her I
So
can't text
Pulsar,
back because I
now
told
ready
her I
to
was watching
engage
J3
early
and
as
she
well
got
with
mad.
2 Vanguard ultimates to play with.
And Nocta's
You know what?
on
Good.
the Jeff. He's bringing out
Good.
all
I don't
the
know what
unique
the whole
picks,
reason
like from
is
the
for
strap pull,
them being
swapping
an
away from
X,
that to
but if they
now
get
to
mad that
Jeff,
you're
and
watching J3,
some opportunities to
keep
throw
them as an
people
X.
off the map, but will he be able to get away from the dive? That's usually what the Jeff specializes in. Can get away from Blur. Rashed is injured, but not down yet.
Well, this is where the Jeff's not ideal in many cases. Twitch is already taking that Passowo there. We'll talk about the strategy later. Dunking on down DRP.
Oh, come on, man.
Unfortunately, an absolute airball here, as I don't know what target he was throwing it at. Maybe
Next time my boss tells me there's a meeting, sorry, I'm booked with J3. Good, do it.
Unable to connect the Iron Volley, but has done enough damage to soften them up for Crisis to go on in and manage to claim their counterpart.
And yeah, to win that fight off of just Vanguard ultimate's pretty huge for Pulsar as the Apex Predator, as Reason Gaming want to get vision of the point. Now their vision fades to black.
So one of the reasons why I'm not so happy about the Jeff coming out here is that
Yoon,
it is going to somewhat nerf the ult
you-
generation
you-
of
you need to
Rashed,
go to
and
prison.
Crisis is going to be able to continuously outpace the Raging Royal Flush when it comes to the long-term economy of these fights.
And the impactful Jeffs and EMEA have been the ones that have like gone on the flank with a Venom, and that would be a risk to take against Pulsar, especially against someone like Crisis and Lapsus, which Raging Royal Flush was just used.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush, good to go. Crisis delivers it here on to Twitzy, moving towards the back line. Would love to try and take down the opposing Gambit. Instead, just has to go back to the loving arms of their healers. Doesn't want to deal with Simba for now. Bro is scary when he's buffed up by the Gambit. Rosa tries to take the space, but DRP is going to be able to play on these corners rather well with the sustainability of the Magneto. A little Spirit Sanctuary to get away from the attentions.
I got ghosted once because I told a girl I play video games.
See,
I don't understand that. Why would you get ghosted though?
Off the back of his Cosmic Yarn amplifier. Could be difficult to try and survive here.
Wouldn't that be a good thing? Because at least, like, you know, they're never gonna have to, like, you never have to think twice about them because they're not gonna wander off or do anything. They're just gonna be at home playing video games.
Vissalt's off the goop, Lemon. Vissalt is off the goop.
I didn't think he realized how many
like that doesn't make any sense. Oh, you play video games? You that's what you do for your hobby? Oh, okay. Wow.
Now.
Bye.
Completely caught
oh, before you leave, what do you like to do for your hobby? Oh, I like to play tennis. Oh, tennis? Okay, bye. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
I liked Reason's, or I think it's Lapsus's choice of the Cosmic Yarn amplifier on the high ground. There wasn't a good answer to that. Pulsar about to make them.
That's why I usually never tell people that I'm a gamer. When people ask me what do I do for a living, I just tell them I'm a online male entertainer. I never say I'm a gamer.
Unbelievable stuff. Simba also gets Blur. Absolute hero play.
Absolutely, and you have Twitzy on the Psylocke that once the Star-Lord is banned, you like to have a strong secondary, and Reason Gaming are going to need to have a strong punch back, and they'll have the Raging Royal Flush. Reason Gaming have to be perfect from here on out, and this Rocket's under some fire here from Simba, and still Elsa is mobile enough to return to safety, so Pulsar are so nervous for this upcoming fight.
Reason. They have one ultimate to cash in on here, and it will help them generate all the others. Rashid needs to be the hero, but trying to get Simba inside the AoE is not going to be easy when they're on such a deep off angle. The Glassrocks doesn't seem to get too much just now.
1 second, Jesse.
Out by the regeneration domains of a Loki. Quick on the triggers is relaxing from downtown. DRP cannot quite connect with fully charged Meteor Aim onto the squishy backline.
I like the macro positioning of Reason against knowing that Apex Predator from Ballas was coming out. They stay on top of the platform so they can just keep their focus. But it is the Raging Royal Flush from Pulsar, which could be the end of this map.
Oh, Simba taken down. Was a point of pride here to make sure that Pulsar didn't have to deal with him much longer. Nocta almost has VH Jeff. This could be absolutely ruined.
Why is no one playing Punisher in these lobbies? Just different characters are stronger.
Over onto Twitzy and can bubble themselves as well, and so can essentially no Silver's ultimate if necessary. Looking towards the back, Rashid's already down. Rosa begins to open the
Wait, that actually makes a lot of sense too. You'd think after a global lockdown, people wouldn't be so judgmental towards gaming. But here we are. True.
Nice hits, relaxing, moving onto the point, but Ballas is there to make
Yo, how you doing, Tetcher?
Are looking hot today.
My uncle asked me what do I do, and I didn't feel like trying to explain esports casting, so I just said entertainer. He pushed it. He pushed it, so I started trying to explain it for him to only say, "Oh, esports." I watched LEC. Love Medic. Man was like 68. Wait.
Decisive, convincing victory on Burn T'Challa. Reason Gaming.
68-year-old gamer. That's fucking. That's pretty sick. That's cool, bro. Usually when I explain what I do to people, they never know. I'm like, hey, I'm a YouTuber and I'm a streamer on Twitch. They're like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, okay, I play video games. They're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Like, how does it work? I'm like, I have to say, do you know what Minecraft is? They're like, oh yeah, my kid plays it. I'm like, do you know who Ninja is? They're like, oh, my kid used to watch that guy. I'm like, yeah, that's basically what it is. Or like, yeah, Fart Night. They're like, oh yeah, I know what Fart Night is. I usually say, I never say that I'm a streamer though. I usually say I do YouTube because usually even the older generation knows what YouTube is. So I say I do YouTube and people are like, oh, okay. So do you like make videos? And I'm like, yeah. And then they try to be like, what kind of videos that you make? And then I show them the video of the guy that was doing that. Never mind. Never mind. If you guys don't know, I'd rather just keep you guys not knowing. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say the butt shave that YouTube didn't take down because it was that classified as educational content. So this. May I help you? Oh, hold on. Yeah, let me get this. J3, I watch you every day to learn new characters, and I played the same characters you do. And I hit G3 by myself and win 12 games in a row without my duo. Thank you. I don't know what you mean. Are you saying thank you, or what do I think about it? Because I think that's awesome. What you should do is drop your duo. Never play with them again. If they hit you up and say, hey, do you want to play? Say you're busy. Say your cat's on fire or something. You moved on to bigger and better things.
Protect your ball king.
Hi J3, is this thing working? My son used to watch you. He passed me this account. He asked me to say things like bruh, 6-7, skippity. Am I doing this right?
Rachel with the 5 gifted subs and Overwatch Twitcher with the massive 25 months. How you doing, my friend? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Did you start streaming on Rivals first, or was it a different game? I played Overwatch first. Actually, I used to stream on a different account a long time ago, playing Team Fortress 2. Oh, it rained for like 15 minutes, and it's clear as day now. That's boring. I learned how to play exactly like you, and now I'm bronze on the 35-game loss streak. I don't care what you guys say. Bro, I know for a fact that I popped off for USA in that World Cup chat. I was locked in, strapped on. You guys cannot make fun of me. Also, people are saying they started playing Bucky because of me. Bucky is such a fun character, bro. He reminds me of a lot like Roadhog when I used to play Overwatch, and I loved hooking people on Roadhog, bro. Bucky is fun, but he has bad mobility. You don't need a lot of mobility, chat. Plus, you can use your shift as mobility. But can you claim that you were the best Squirrel Girl? You know, I can... Wait. You know, I cannot. I cannot. Who is... Bro, who's making these accounts, man? J3's left ball. I appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. No, No. Someone just made this brand new account and they have my face as their profile picture.
We are back into the swing of things as Bernadette Chala has ended up with a victory.
What is that, bro?
And relatively one-sided. I think a big thing here is the difference in terms of the strategist being targeted so much by the diving of Pulsar.
What do you have planned for 4th of July? I
game.
am watching MRI, chat. We have a watch party all weekend.
2 total for Pulsar Esports, with Lapsus not even going down a single time Lemon, I feel like this is a little bit of a battle between, you know, what's meta and the comfort picks between teams that people are trying to figure out exactly which is best at this moment in time.
Yeah, this is the story of playoffs. We're on a new patch. It's the race to adapt, to overcome, to study, to innovate, to be mind controlled sometimes by the nerfs and what the patch provides. And
wait,
for
Marvel
Reason
Rivals
Gaming,
channel
they
gave the
really
channel
are
points
just
to the
trying
wrong team.
to get away from their strengths. I mean, there were some strengths, right? But
Mistakes happen.
The Nocta Jeff, they went to the Strap Pool. He only did one life of Star-Lord, and that's been his best hero statistically or around the block. And Rose is learning Rogue, and I think he actually did really well on Warrior Falls. He created good opportunities, but the coordination from Reason Gaming just wasn't there. So Nocta's still looking for what is suiting him and how he can help Simba get these eliminations.
One player that we were
I'm gonna start the fire, guys.
At the beginning of the series here, leg day, was Twitzy, and they actually were exemplary throughout this. The best performance we've seen from them on Psylocke across 3 games. Yesterday, they were 11-6 in terms of KOs and casualties. 27-1 is definitely a big performance boost.
Yeah, this might be a Twitzy legacy game right here. This is the first time that Twitzy's really wowed me with one of their picks, and the Psylocke. I mean, I know that Twitzy is good at Psylocke. I didn't think he was going to be, like, decimating Reason on Psylocke. 13.9k damage.
Bro, I hope someone reads that, bro. I just want to gaslight.
11 final hits and 27 eliminations. And that just shows just how quickly Twitzy's moving between targets.
Bro.
And this is why
I don't think anyone's going to read it.
From the opposing strategists, because they're constantly having to look around to different locations where Twitzy is applying that pressure, and they can't heal each other.
And that's the difference of Dive. Twitzy has Blur as the
You know what? Let's
Venom to
predict.
kind of
How many channel
accompany
points do I have?
that. Then you
19,591.
Like, this is kind of a well thought out composition and Dive, and obviously well executed, while as Passive was kind of solo diving. And when Nocta and this triple strap backline received the
there you
dive
go,
from
chat.
Pulsar,
I'm
you
predicting
have,
like you guys.
RCC,
Bang.
like a Luna or something to freeze and to kind of delay things just a little bit. And Nocta could not escape on the jet.
They accidentally made the Reason the winner instead of Pulsar in the prediction.
Taken down as well. So Reason Gaming, I just don't think had the right approach.
I get a refund or at least
Reason
5.
tends to rely a lot on the rocket specifically. We saw it saved twice during their series versus Pro yesterday, especially the convoy town
Marvel
map that they did pretty decent against them, the best performance we had seen from them, but unfortunately weren't able to take the map at the end of it. So maybe some sort of prioritization on a rocket save earlier on, because they know a team like Pulsar is very likely to keep banning that as that second ban, even with, you know, Rogue still being an option.
We'll go back
I feel
to
like
the
that's
game.
the thing a lot of teams have focused on here as well, but who knows, they might even be able to try and throw them off and ban the Gambit even and say, hey, we're going to throw you into a weird triple strategist composition and see what you can do, because on Domination, it didn't quite work out as well as they would have liked it to there. But speaking of the maps that they could potentially pick, I wonder if they go to Midtown now or save that one for
Museum.
later.
Ooh, Yggdrasil Path. Thank God, bro.
We haven't really seen that so far.
Thank
in playoffs
God.
here,
No,
so
yeah,
nice to see
J3's
something
vape.
new
Don't
for
say go to
at least
J3's
what we've
watch
seen
party.
in
Don't do
the
that,
first
bro.
2 days of action
Don't
here
do
like
that. That's weird.
Yeah, it's a rarity, actually.
Don't do that.
Yggdrasil Path
That is
pick,
weird to
although
do
I
in other
can see
people's
it being
channels.
pretty
Don't
good
do
for
that.
the,
Don't do
like,
that.
Soft dive style that Passivo likes on the Venom, trying to force out some of these, trying to force out some cooldowns. Maybe there's some room here to go for something like an Ultron or a Human Torch as well. But I don't know if this is going to be a huge advantage over Pulsar.
That's a good question on this one too, because like we might have seen them do a good performance, but let's get into the ban draft here as well and see exactly what they focus on.
Okay. You know, we're just gonna clock in, clock out, deal with the Mantis, get the Gambit going.
Band.
Yeah.
Salt of the Earth, blue collar bands. Gambit's going to be available for both teams, of course, and Reason Gaming heading off the pass already with that.
Hey, appreciate it, Game Lover.
And Pulsar, it seems like they're very happy to allow Rogue to ride for now, given that, as we said before, it's not a huge part of Rose's pool.
By the way,
And
Emily
Rose did do an admirable job. Could have maybe put a no help in chat once or twice, trying to make that one work. But not something that
tomorrow I
think has been screamed a
learned.
huge
I
amount
remember when I
by
said
Reason.
tomorrow starts at 11.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
tomorrow
see what
starts at
Rose's
7
hero
again.
pool is going to look like, because I think on a very open map like Yggdrasil, you can really pull off an incredible dive with Passivo, and I think he's looked good on it. But if Ballas keeps sticking to the Elsa, it's going to be deja vu, like Hasuo suffered against VP when going up against Sparker's Elsa, which at percentage health damage makes a huge difference, as the Groot has now been removed from the capabilities of Rosa. So now we're very limited on our Vanguard choices here.
I mean, I think that's a great ban. Rosa's a fantastic Groot, and DRP is.
But I'm just saying, I have to wake up early, so I don't want to wake you up.
Vanguard matchup.
Because you want to
sleep.
sleep.
Where do we go with our final ban here? Maybe for one-sided Luna.
Why do they look so miserable? They're not miserable.
Okay,
they're just locked in right now. They're focused.
Forced onto some Vanguards that are more likely to be controlled, so they don't have access to that Ironwood wall, getting rid of the Wolverine.
Why do you watch the EMEA games if they're so early? Because we're invested. We watch all
really
EMEA and NA games. We're heavily invested in
Reason
these
Gaming
sports.
against that to the Elsa, which damage range-wise, I would favor the Cyclops, but maybe ult-wise, the Apex Predator. Kind of the same thing as the Ruby Rage. It really commands a lane, and both can be dodgeable at some points. And interesting that Reason Gaming are opting for the Luna. I thought that would have even been a Pulsar save if I didn't have the names in front of me, because I think I kind of said Reason Gaming
is my
needed
soccer.
something
Actually, that is such a good point. This is my
which
soccer.
I would have liked if Nocta, for example, went to the Luna as that third strategist.
Do you get to play Rivals at all, or are you just watching
or to have
games?
A freeze against,
Chat.
Against Blur's
there are, let's just say there are 30 days in a month. Watch parties are only 4 days of that month. I play our Marvel Rivals for 26 days.
Usually you have someone
watching for 4 days is a good break, especially at the end of the season, especially on a weekend when people are throwing.
It makes a lot of sense why they're banned for Wolverine, because all of these characters hate playing against Wolf.
And you're gonna hate facing triple Vanguard, triple strategist from Reason Gaming. The whole point of this is to have as big of health pools as possible.
Yes, Mantis is really
to
strong.
Generate those strategist ultimates, because this is
Mantis
kind of
is really strong. Plus, it
once you
enables
win this
3
first
supports.
corner fight, the defense doesn't have any room to play with. Those choke points at the end of Yggdrasil's path, first point, are seemingly impossible to get through. But this Punisher from Twitzy is just gonna blow up these Vanguards if he gets close enough.
Yeah, and the question is, can they actually do anything to get rid of...
Are we actually going to find out tomorrow if that guy's E-girl is actually an E-guy in Texas? No, apparently they broke up already.
Punch at these guys with impunity, be it with punch dimension blasts or bullets.
Yeah, because I have no doubts in Simba versus Ballas. I think they can both carry their own weight. I think this is going to be a story of 2 flex duelists between Nocta and Twitzy, and how they're filling the gaps around kind of the impact that their main hit scan is doing, which so far it's going to be in the secondary hit scan for Pulsar, and Nocta is seemingly leaning more into the triple strategist for Reason.
Focus is disgusting. Right now, Soul Bond already used, but you can see that additional...
Oh, someone was asking, do they use Punisher in the rank in comp? Well, they are right now. Because I think this is the first time we've seen Punisher, actually.
This guy's kind of nasty on the track. I didn't realize you had it in you, bud. Nice stuff.
He's having an incredible series, like MVP by far on the Psylocke, now showing us the Punisher. He is facing a Magneto, and they're toe and toe when it comes to ult charge.
Didn't you get invited to Taylor Swift's wedding? Who the hell is Taylor Swift?
Obviously not a normal Magneto player. I was going to try and counter that, as here's the portal from Rosa.
DRP looking for an opening here to deploy the strangling prisoners to get through an absolute gauntlet of shields, though, all of which can try and nose that. He's gone!
Oh!
Unbelievable techers, but look at that. Nocta, perfect timing on the Soul Bond. Actually shares out
Let's
the
see it, let's see it.
damage
Pop
from the
that, pop that ult, bro. Pop that ult.
Response from Reason, and now relaxing with the God of Mischief has stolen away Rashid's ultimate.
He's ulting with 30 health?
Franklin Castle is
bro, the balls on this guy. How are you ulting with 30 HP? Sure you know, Gambit ulted, but you were still at 90 HP max.
Second Gambit ultimate to move Pulsar forward. They might be down on the Venom, but they've got plenty of damage to try and play with. They need the healing, though. DRP falling low, needs the pocket from the Gambit, gets them away from him.
Pulsar, what are we doing, man?
Still with 3 Vanguards to play with. Reason have a moment of stability.
And Pulsar really lost their grip on this whole fight, facing obviously 2 invisible boundaries, but for Twitzy to literally go in blind with his final judgment inside of an invisible boundary, and then probably didn't see that Meteor M coming. Maybe you heard it, but Twitzy is now going to be on the Bucky to shrink.
Yeah, and there was an invisible woman ult right in front of him. I mean, you can kill through invisible, or especially when you're Gambit ulted, chat. But that's just wild.
The bubbles from Simba, if anyone is a victim, so we'll see how much value Pulsar can get with the Bucky.
All right, let's swap over to a Bucky. Certainly interesting here. Might be able to grab someone out of location or at least reset easily on Relaxing's Doppelgangers. Already has yet another ultimate, by the way. This is how you generate strategist ultimates. Just healing up 3 Vanguards with their massive health balls as they take a bunch of damage. Nothing gained off a Barnacle Cook here for Twitzy. And so Relaxing says it's time to go. But Big Slow coming through. And the pull as well
I think he got baited, bro. I think he thought he was going to ult, so he probably wanted to hook that. Stared at him.
He wants and a touch more, but still, DRP wants your souls, wants your attention. The Feminine Wilds trying to grab multiple players as Nocta floats above it all, levitated by the Soul Bond, and as they float on the airs, Blur finds Relaxing in the back. The Ruby Rage grabs very little, and Ballas has to reconsider their position towards the back to find themselves a better angle to try and play off. A perfect angle, yes. Floating now is the Mag, Imperious above it.
Ooh, nice dodge by
Crisis. Get behind the Masonry as well to dodge the incoming fire. It's reset time, Lemon.
Oh god, and yeah, Twitzy is gonna get the ball rolling, and in overtime, Pulsar should be able to get this push, especially with the Doctor Strange falling so late for Reason Gaming's side.
I would have went for the clone from behind.
Hey, Reason Gaming, what a defense, what a stall that was. They lacked damage on Burn and T'Challa, so they said, who needs damage if we have giant health pools and 3 strategists to heal and stall through all of it? They may just win off of time bank alone, but we still have a lot of Yggdrasil's path yet to go, as now Blur is going to be on the thing to avoid and counter the Nocta Wolverine that we're seeing.
He went right by a clone. I would have just kept going for the clones.
Nocta Wolverine.
I don't think he would have had another one, though, after that.
Like you said, preemptive movements here. Does not want to get displaced. Stop the feral leaps in their tracks, but you still take a lot of damage here. Nocta could be cooking. And Rosa towards the back. Iron Vagaboso manages to dodge the incoming hook and just tries to block off some of the healing here from the thing, but the follow-up's not there from Reason. They couldn't focus their fire onto a massive health ball of that Vanguard.
It's good awareness for Rosa because it can be really sketchy to go up against an Emma that can cancel your ultimate with the diamond form grab, and of course with the shield as Rosa is sent away and Reason Gaming needs to stabilize her. Pulsar are going to begin a hemorrhage. Speaking of hemorrhage, you have Passimo with a Feast of the Abyss that causes that anti-heal on the Pulsar backline, but Passimo just does not get any help, and Noah Limbs comes his way.
No limbs there, but it did open up for follow-up onto Blur. Out comes the Ruby Rage. Once again, nothing too much gain from that. Only space now as the disengagement from the Gambit ult could be very risky. Rashed moving forward. Same for Crisis here. DRP looks to try and grab the minds of multiple. DRP now knows not to.
Oh!
Takes down the Gambit, but inside of the anti-street charge and inside of a vulnerability.
Wait, he didn't get his Gambit ult off. He copied, but then he couldn't ult. Damn, what a huge play.
You can tell this is a playstyle that Reason Gaming are not used to. Nocta and Passimo were staggered from each other, so Nocta was too far away from any help, and there's not like a Hulk or some fastball. Like, Nocta just has to get his steps in the good old-fashioned way. As Pulsar, this is the most difficult part of Yggdrasil's path, just this choke point, the payload. There's barely any space to fight on the sides of it and around it. Reason Gaming, though, just need to not push their luck and to play off of Simba. If they can get this fight aligned, this Apex Predator could be big.
Glass rocks from the sky, but
any plans to go to the live event? I heard they were going to play at LAN. Yes, usually for the mid-season finals and the grand finals, they do LAN events, but we don't know where the LAN event is, and also I don't know if they're inviting streamers. I don't think I will personally go to an event if they don't invite me, because I wouldn't be able to stream, obviously. Usually when they invite streamers, they have like these streamer stations for streamers to also co-stream, but
even if it doesn't displace the thing.
Yeah, it all depends. If I can't stream the games with you guys, I'm not going to go to the event. I would rather just stay home and watch the games with you guys. Even though I do think LAN events are a lot of fun. LAN events are really fun, but like I said, chat, I like streaming.
And so much on Pulsar's side. The Raging Royal Flush. Will they be able to flush Reason out of this second point? Rashed's about to get his, and Relaxing too.
Yet another Gambit. Raging Royal Flush deployed by Relaxing here. Reason defensively have so much to try and work with.
Good hold so far by Reason now.
Nocta with the help of Crisis. Clobbering time turns around. Passimo, Rosa stunned. There's the follow-up going to be there. Up above, Twitzy can hit anything that he wants. The sky is his dominion, and that's where he's going to be flying for now as he looks down upon the kingdom that he's claimed. The second point of Yggdrasil path.
Just said that, and they lost second point. Nice.
So clutch after that big investment, and Passimo's going to abandon the Doctor Strange. just hard to get value when you're facing an Invis, an Emma, or at least there was an Emma on Pulsar's side, and just hasn't been able to use that Eye of Agamotto on Crisis or Lapsus. The Vanguards can get stunned, but if they get healed, this ultimate just doesn't matter. Reason Gaming, it's all about the focus fire. They make good plays, but they just can't get the executions when push comes to shove.
I know what Apex does this. I don't know if you guys watch Apex, but I would love... Oh, Overwatch actually did this recently. They had a LAN event in Japan. I would love to go to Japan. Ooh. I would love to go to Japan, bro. There are no games next weekend. No, this is only a one weekend thing.
Solo pick from the final stand of Nocta is good enough. It gets the bleed started as Reason Gaming able to stabilize, but Noctis claim Blur without that Ironwood wall up.
Oh, big grab onto Blur. And Noctis already starting to tax the resources of Pulsar before we've even touched the cart. DRP once again going to be one of our primary heroes here. Someone who has to dig deep to find an ultimate to propel Pulsar forward. It's not an easy space to work with. The Feral Leaps
They're announcing the LAN out there this weekend.
DRP has to consider as they try and play this one out. And Rosa waits bated breath with the Meteor M.
Yeah, but like I said, we'll see if they invite any. Whoa!
Oh, man, you gotta respect the Rosa. Oh! Nocta falls on down to Twitzy, but now Rosa draws for charge from its scabbard, and the Executioner's block has been prepared for
that was a fat meatball, bro.
Continues to dominate, but they want to shut it down. Doesn't receive the extra ult from the Gambit because they weren't visible inside of the invisible boundary, so Rashid can't get quite so much as they would like. Passo, though, moving towards the back with the Freedom Charge, extra HP, wants to get rid of the Invisible Woman. Someone from Pulsar has to stay on this cart at all times as they are not in control, and Nocta makes it very difficult for that to happen. Still, Blur removes them. Blur's on tasks to stay right here as Rosa once again draws the Great Sword. No one can get on in time, and Pulsar are rebuffed on third.
That's still a really good push, but it is definitely doable for Reason.
Second point, because that was kind of seeming like the hardest level to get through when it comes to Yggdrasil's path. And Reason, that pick on the Crisis made the whole difference, along with having an invested strategist ultimate.
I tell you guys that every week.
Emergency Jeff come back for the Crisis to have the best neutral game that you can have without any
I do
ultimates,
spectating through my Discord chat.
I don't think DRP got too much off the Eye of Agamotto.
If you guys want to have a chance to do it, you have to throw it in my Discord.
Mixed vision or LOS when it comes to that corner, so DRP could have had a moment to jump in and be impactful, but the telegraphed jump from Crisis 2 in the middle of that Raging Royal Flush, like you're so floaty that Meteor M land really the nail on the head. So a great job from Reason Gaming to just really draw out this timing from Pulsar, but getting to the third point is still very good for Pulsar, so we'll see if Reason Gaming can replicate that on their end.
And an absolute grind. Looking in on our stats now, Balor sitting with 22 and 3 on the Cyclops, but not quite so many final blows to their name. It's been Twitzy, who's been playing on the margins with both the Punisher and the Punisher, the Bucky, and the Star.
I think they still have that animation canceled, Cat. I remember they changed it a little bit and people got mad, but I think he still has
it. The defense not opting for that third Vanguard or that style that the other team went for, so not being able to generate as quickly of strategist ultimates, but Twitzy needing to be as survivable as possible for these resurrects to come through. DRP probably going to solo anchor as Blur looks for an opportunity hanging off the wall so he can conserve his swing. Ballast on the Cyclops. You really needed to almost ban this. It's a one-sided Cyclops, by the way, and Ballast has to really put the team on his back.
Ballast has the most powerful character in the game right now. At their service, DRP forced to use the Diamond Form simply to disengage here, and so that's going to open up quite a bit of space for Reason to dive around that zone of control that usually an Emma would project. Nocta now playing on this off angle. This is what we want to see from the Jeff, just playing on these annoying, hard to deal with angles, making sure that Passo is constantly healed up and speed boosted while they just tax the attention of Pulsar's healing triple line.
And these bubbles from the Jet, that extra speed could help Reason path and navigate, be so wiggly to try and lock down. But man, Reason Gaming have all the space in the world, like one fight and they cap this first point. And that's a huge time bank advantage. Blur already has the portal.
Yeah, someone's got to get on this cart right now and try and stop it before it moves in too deep. And that's going to be Blur, of course, with the portal emerging alongside DRP. The Phalanx at the front have locked their shields in a testudo formation to bisect the offensive reason here means that Noctua and Passo are still stuck in the back.
And you have to mark these diamond forms. DRP using his so early allowed Rosa to step forth and be aggressive, which got the Reason Gaming momentum going, which they still can do with 2.5 minutes left and almost every ultimate about to come online for Reason.
All right, opener comes through from DRP. Using the Sonic Seduction does get Simba.
Tank pool is not bad right now. A lot of people still play tank pool.
Survive this one for now. Great rescue. DRP.
Yeah, a lot of people still play tank pool. Actually, a lot of NA plays tank pool.
Even with the extra damage.
But I also think it depends on the map and what kind of comp you guys want to do.
Tries to draw them from their own boundary, but it won't work out this time. Instead, it just has to be raw focus fire, breaking down the sentience that was once seized from Susan's Storm. Crisis flees into the regeneration domain that was brought forth by the Loki. You see Blur on the margins trying to work in parallel with the remainder of the team, but the rescue's solid from Simba, and the last second touch from DRP is likely going to meet an untimely end, a doom that's been foretold as the 1 versus 6 never works out.
Yeah, Pulsar a little bit uncomfortable on some of these Vanguard picks. I like that the initiative that DRP took with the Sonic Seduction, but what was the plan B when you didn't get as many charms as you wanted? You still have to communicate what were going to be the next steps of that fight, and Pulsar just did everything to just have some real estate to work with, to depend on Ballas, and now Twitsy's old Psylocke, the MVP of Burn and T'Challa, to step through for Pulsar. Reason Gaming, though, Apex Predator, this is going to be the perfect lane to send it down, and Pulsar have to be aware of it and maybe bring out the diamond form as a retaliation. But Crisis and Lapsus have had really good spacing to get away.
I don't even know if I'll have time for it.
Enough triple nonsense.
It's 2:30 right now. This thing ends at like 3:30.
Why wouldn't it do the same again? Still Simba keeping them at bay, continuously just taxing that approach, utilizing the range of the Elsa. But Blur demands attention towards the back. Rashid gets temporarily isolated, has used their big Bayou Bash to move in towards the edge. Noctua with the It's Jeff seems to have grabbed a couple, maybe grabbed 2 enemies here, but is so far away from the end. Only the Cyclops is inside, but while Cyclops is away, Simba will play. Hakuna Matata, no worries apart from once that Twitzy is put directly into their head via the Sonic crossbow. Rashid just doing their best to peel in the back, but Blur is actually a blur of motion right now. Steals.
Oh my god, is that I couldn't even see that guy.
But that was a very quick response from Basso.
Also,
such a
Reason
huge
might
dash
take
too
this
from
round.
Lapsus to get away from the Nocta. It's Jeff ultimate, now only getting Ballas, and even through the Apex Predator, Simba did everything. Now Rosa has to proc a fight that Pulsar are just not ready for.
Ballas on the return here. Will have the Ruby
FAC1
Rage,
is their
but do they even
faction.
have time to keep this point contested?
I'm pretty sure that just means faction 1.
To play with, so Ballas will be foolhardy to invest at this point. Instead, is going to reset with the remainder
That's
of the
for
team.
Reason
and get
Gaming.
himself
For
one for his
Pulsar, I'm
trouble.
pretty sure the team actually is
3.5
called Pulsar.
minutes is a lot of time for Reason Gaming.
Yeah,
I'm really worried
see,
about Pulsar.
says,
They just haven't
faction
been able
1.
to put up too good of a defense
And
when
then
it
it says
came
their
to
name.
the second objective.
But I'm pretty
And
sure when
the
you go to-
Sonic
when you go
Seduction was
spectate
beautiful
Pulsar, it's
from
actually gonna say
Rosa.
Pulsar.
Reason Gaming just navigating this chaos with a lot more control. And now you got a big duel of 2 Raging Royal flushes as Rashid pulls the trigger first here in a second. Ops not to until everyone's ready.
Yeah, just seeing how much push they can get for free.
Yeah, there's
Rashid
says
prepares.
Pulsar.
A Raging Royal flush onto 6 here has to be answered by Ballas or Crisis. Crisis is going to instantly use the Fate of Both Worlds. Extra damage onto Ballas, but I don't think they've connected with the Ruby Rage. And so 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates have been used here by Pulsar in response for 1. It's an absolute economic crash, Lemon, and the trades aren't good. It ain't insider trading that much, is for sure. DRP has to try and deal with this alone, at least use the Diamond Form to fire the incoming leap of the Wolverine. Ballas with an unfortunate reload, but Crisis is there for the finish. The hit scan DPS genes still live in their veins, but now you need to stay on the point no matter what, and relaxing is making it quite difficult for Reason to be dislodged due to the healing of the Fate of Both Worlds. Still Blur and DRP isolate
2.5 minute
targets,
hold for
and
about
Pulsar
10
second
meters,
is
chat.
online.
Don't think they're going to be able to do
Phenomenal
that.
stall from Pulsar when I thought that Ruby Rage combined
Does that
with
mean
the
they
Fate of
probably
Both
don't have
Worlds. I
one
wonder if
created
Crisis was
in-game?
able to
No, I'm
damage
pretty
boost
sure they're
that
on a
because I'm
tournament
surprised
server.
Reason Gaming
They-
did not
they
get
have a- I'm
eliminated
pretty
or
sure they're all
affected
part
by
of
that
a
too
faction.
much when it was just a Raging Royal Flush that was active. Even with the late Fate of Both Worlds from Relaxing, that still wasn't enough to tilt the scales in this attacking favor. But the 2 minutes that they have left, they'll have
No,
many
if this goes
attempts
to a
at this.
game 5, that would be crazy.
Already here
But I'm
for Passo
hoping
and
it does
Nocta.
not go
Certainly
to a
gonna make
game
life
5
difficult
because
for
Emily's
Blur
going to take
and
over the
DRP,
stream
they're in
and
a
I
very
am going to
difficult
take a
position where they have
nap.
to continually contest
before
this
NA.
task. Sonic Seduction, for now, doesn't seem to have got too much. Blur is going to be grabbed, but oh, Oh, that's only going to be Rosa who's caught with him. I believe the cleanse is pretty quickly delivered by the Gambit. Great response there from Rosa.
Yeah, which
They
I
move
think
on forward.
Reason
Simba's
is
taken
going
down
to
by
win
Crisis,
this.
but not before trading up for Lapsis or Tilas. So each team is designated down only a single healer.
And you have
How are you
the
gonna call
Elsa
me
part of this
part-timer? I've been
Twitzy
live for
dropping
8
yet
hours
another
already.
hero to try and deal with this front to back to choke
and he
through
starts
all
at
of
4
these health
o'clock.
bars, and Rosa gets it
4 o'clock,
started.
chat.
Oh, from the back, though. Great timing from Twitzy. Crisis has to roll forward to get the healing done. The fate of both worlds has arrived. Ballas exiled for now. Simba wondering, can I stay here and try and make this one work? Seems like there's plenty of healing behind him, and the crunch comes through from DRP on the other side. Simba moves towards the back. The
Which,
Ruby
I mean,
Rage is
Reason
used.
Gaming
Yet again,
has to
nothing
win
be
this, right? If they
gained
lose
from
this,
the
there's...
Ruby Rage of Psylocke. Instead, just going to have to work on the vanilla mechanics instead. Blurs come back.
Wow, the healing from Pulsar is crazy. There's no way that Reason loses this, bro.
And their victory here. Rosa tries to grab the mind of Venom. He might be weak to sound, but he's also weak to feminine wiles as the pretty lady distracts them and takes them off the cart. Ballas is next up on the waltz for Tango for the objective, but Twitzy's not brave enough to make it onto the objective themselves, and so Reason will equal up the series.
Wow, they are not happy, bro. No one showed any emotion. They capped the point. They won the round. No one showing any emotion, bro. Come on, guys, be happy.
And how they're able to support Simba on this Elsa. Nocta 2 going to the triple strategist to really figuring out his
Oh, wait,
role
I just
on
lost
the
all my
team,
channel
to
points
this
on the main
Vanguard
channel.
line, bringing more consistency to the table. Reason Gaming even
Wow,
up
that's
our
actually
series.
crazy.
It's up to Pulsar to see where we're going to go to next.
Yeah, I just lost all my channel points. Nice. Nice. Jay, did I make it on time? If you're wondering about making it on time for EMEA, no, but you are a little early for NA. Oh man, I kind of want it. 400k channel points on the main channel. I just lost $20,000 on the main channel. I went all in on Pulsar Gaming and I lost. Actually, no. Don't go to a casino? Oh, no, I actually really don't like gambling. I think gambling is bad, man. I'm not a gambling person. Why don't you do Preds like them, like a Pred every map? Nah, I do Preds for the whole series because I think it's I just prefer it like that. Yeah, I kind of like the full. Yeah, it's too much work for every map, chat. But I kind of like it for the whole series because, I mean, let's just say you voted on Pulsar and Pulsar's winning 2-0 right now. But then actually, like the last series, Shikigami was losing. I voted on Shikigami winning, and they were losing 0-2, and then they ended up reverse sweeping and then 3-2ing. So I mean, I like it. Yeah, I kind of like the way I just do it. Hey, take care, Toucher. I hope I can, man, unless the series takes a long time. Unless, Emily, do you want to finish EMEA for me and I take a nap before NA? Emily? Emily? Do you want to finish EMEA for me and I take a nap before NA? Woo! NA is at 4 o'clock, chat. Jay, thoughts on making I spectated this PS4 Diamond Strange gone wrong about me anytime soon? I don't know what gone wrong, but I'm kind of scared. Chat, any prediction? Any spectating goes through my Discord chat. I don't do it through Twitch chat. I don't do it through YouTube chat. Everything goes through Discord, so everyone has a chance. Yeah. You want to take over? I mean, it's tied 1-1 right now. Do you know how to do the predictions and everything? You sure? I mean, this is the last prediction. I can do it before NA anyways. Okay. Okay. So what are the chances of everything being white? Oh. About time the bots do any work. Okay. The meta is dog shit. The meta is not dog shit. You can actually play a lot of things in this season. A lot of pros are actually still playing dive and poke and everything, but just hate to hate, I guess. Okay, just blew up the toilet. Okay, you can talk to TTK. Oh wait, I need your phone.
And do we need to run ads now before?
Oh yeah. So make sure you don't get it games. I think I already did it, so not really got it. But yeah. So usually you want to run it between games on my account and just play with people or run it down on my ranked games. Do it with TTK, whatever.
So there's one more match.
Whoever wins 3, but there's potentially 2 matches.
Right. This could go to game 5, which is good for you because that means longer nap, right?
Well, not really. NA starts at 4 regardless.
NA starts at 4.
I think there's no way 2 games less.
Right. Hello, guys. Guang Guang's sister. That's hilarious. Oh,
there was some.
No, they said I was Guang Guang's sister. That's hilarious.
You can
Hi
ban the
there.
group, but
Hey,
you can't
good
ban
seeing
the
you,
passion
Bree,
from
Cargo.
Reason Gaming's Vanguard lineup after that map victory. Yggdrasil Path was a great decision for them, and we actually haven't had any footage on it during the playoffs. So
Unholy
kind of a sneaky
Spirit,
peek
Kata,
for
and
them as
Pray
a
to
counter
Guang
map.
Guang.
And,
Oh, hi there,
I mean,
Yingy and
talking
Andy.
specifically about the Vanguard
Welcome,
duel that we
welcome.
saw here, the
Thank
triple
you,
to start
Stephanie.
things off seemed to be the difference maker, at least
I'm
for the
still
time
here.
make here, Lemon.
I'm gonna take a nap.
Absolutely,
chat.
and we
Bro,
wanted to see
this-
Reason Gaming show off what their game plan
Hi,
and what their
Hales.
real
Hi there,
execution
TTK.
looked like. We didn't see that on Burden T'Challa, but once they got their map pick of Yggdrasil, that triple looked
Oh,
really
thank
nice.
gosh.
And
I know,
Rosa
like, you're
especially
old and you
impressed
probably
me a
have
lot.
hard of
Having your
hearing,
group band
but,
out, having to go to a secondary or even
my
tertiary Vanguard.
very youthful
and as an
years
Emma
are
player
very
myself,
sensitive.
I thought he played that mirror against the other
Yes.
Emma really well.
I put
Being
the
one who pops
Metamucil
diamond
on the
form
side
second
there,
is
so just make
critical
sure
because
you
it is
drink
like
a lot of it
20
before you
second cooldown.
sleep.
And it dictates that push and pull that you can have against your Emma mirror.
Oh,
in
I'm
that
sorry,
case.
you wanted
And
prune
Rosa had
juice?
the clutch sonic
They ran
seduction
out
near
today
the
at
end
the old
to win it
people's
all
store.
For Reason Gaming, as it's just untouchable
smell like
anchor, and to get as many finals as he did, as much damage
No,
as he did.
you
have to maintain
smell like
energy, you have
ointment
to
and
hit
pee.
every crystal on the Emma, and he pulled that off perfectly.
Almost the most damage blocked as well, just by like
Welcome,
1,000
guys.
off from
The fit
DRP.
is so
It was
cute.
like
Thanks,
the solo
Chad. I
dive that
don't-
we saw
I
for a
don't
bit
try.
on Pulsar as well. But I mean, speaking more into the Reason Gaming side, Passwell was no slouch
Okay,
either.
so what's the
Passwell has
spread
kind of
like
been,
right now?
Passwell has been condemned
68
to
on
the solo
Pulsar,
dive lifestyle,
32 on
unfortunately.
Reason Gaming. Okay.
And on both
So
the
far,
Captain America
yesterday and today,
and
I am
on the
at
Venom and the
11
Hulk, it feels like
predictions. So far, I
Passwell
got 10.
has been able to try and get some stuff done. Has
I know you
ended up
want
with
me
8 final final hit
to
as well as a
praise you,
bunch of
but it's
damage as
honestly
well.
not
I
that
think the
impressive
Passivo getting
because
some distractions
those are all
onto any
very
triple
obvious picks.
strategist
What?
backlines was very
Shikigami
important for
reverse
Reason
swept
Gaming being able to find some
fire.
openings,
What
and
are
also
you
moving over
talking
to the
about?
Hulk to allow for fastball special with Nocta, and
So
also
is
allowing
Jay
Nocta
leaving to
extra
take a
value by
nap,
going on that
Emily?
jet
Whenever,
by
yeah.
joining them with the Captain America,
Hey,
and
TTK.
finally not being a solo diver, being a pocketed diver.
You should be
in the
focused
backline,
on
which
winning
was
against
very
Swamp
troublesome
Gaming
for
today.
Pulsar Respawn initial defense.
Oh, you guys have to
Also
go
gotta give a
against
big shout out
Swamp
to
Gaming
Simba,
today.
specifically 15
Oh my
finals,
gosh,
really doing some
GG.
good work in the slaying category for their team. Specifically, looking at the previous one, only 3 finals in that domination, so a big step up for them.
Yeah,
the
and
big
Twitzy
thing,
having to
though-
flex to so many different things, right? Like he
Yeah,
went
yeah.
from the Bucky to the
Maybe
Elsa at the very end to chunk through
because
Passive
Swamp
was helpful
Gaming's
once he went to the Hulk
based
to
in
stall. Like,
Dallas,
Twitzy's
or no,
had to
they're
be
based in
that really
they're based somewhere in
flexible
Texas.
duelist
I don't
from
remember.
Psylocke, Elsa,
Maybe,
I think even saw Ultron. Like I kind of stopped keeping track because he was
Maybe
just
you
trying
guys
to fill
can
whatever
play
the
on like
team
Tokyo
needed, but
servers or
ultimately
something. I
for
don't know.
their demise as Reason Gaming were able to get that final push going.
Pulsar Esports, I mean, compared to what we saw in Domination, I don't know if it was necessarily
Yes,
like
sir.
an
I do.
outlier.
It is this
map
button.
one, some teams just trying to figure out their footing for these games specifically. But for Pulsar Esports, going into this next one, there's a lot on the line here, right? Promo relegation ahead for the team who loses in this series.
We just
For those who don't know what
got
that is, that's the
prime-
tournament, the path to pro
Hey,
from MRC.
I just want to let you
into
know,
Ignite.
when you
only
get
the
new
one chance
subs, I don't
from
hear any
between the
alerts.
mid-season and stage 2, and then you'll have to try again using your champion points.
I
based on your
see.
placement
Well,
in
real
each season
EDK,
of
thank you so much
MRC
for the
to try and
prime.
get into the
Welcome in.
competition next year. So the team who loses this will have to fight for their spot in stage
Listen,
2. So we'll definitely keep an eye on
TTK or
that. as
any
teams
other teams
progress.
out
Final
there,
spot in that determined
I
by
may
who
not
loses this,
play
but also
at
guarantee your spot in
a
stage 2
top
if you do
500
come
level,
out on
but
top in this series. So both these
I would
teams
be a
giving
really
their
good
all, a
coach.
lot on the line, not just the prizing and the placement and potential LAN as
Say
well.
what?
Rad Esport waiting on the other side of things here as well. So, talking about potentials of what we could see here, Lemon, what do you think is the best option for Pulsar based on what we've seen previously in terms of maps?
It's interesting. I think kind of
I
they're
like
still
how
organizing
they
their
showed
backline,
a
right? Crisis
player
and
who
Lapsus
was
are
in the middle of
trading
vaping
gambits
and
back and
then
forth.
production
If you're
immediately
expecting
went
Reason
whoop.
Gaming to bring out the Wolverine
Moving right
again,
along.
which it didn't have the fastball throughout most
Listen,
of that map there
not
for
all
Nocta.
coaches.
I think
This
Pulsar
is
have
true.
had
Not
enough
all
punish
coaches
power
necessarily
into
need to
Nocta.
be
He had
really
13
high-level players,
casualties, like way
but they
above
have
everyone
to
else.
be good
Pulsar,
at
I'd like them to see for them to
motivating
use the rocket
and,
as sort of a
hyping up their
mini counter to the
players.
Wolverine, because
I think I would do a
usually can
really
only
good
claim
job.
one person, maybe get that execution. You could try to forget
Go to
that,
sleep,
but
old
Crisis and
man.
Lapsus have really opted for the
Emily,
Gambit
legit
Luna,
question.
and I
How
think
the
they
fuck
probably
did
ran the
Jay's
Gambit
weird
rocket
ass
on
pull
the first map, if I remember
Ask me a
correctly.
second
So
coffee is
it's more
success.
about the
Oh my
hero
gosh.
choices for me
That's
than
really
the map. 'Cause
cute.
I think Pulsar, I mean, the sky's the limit.
Speaking of that rocket too, that was banned out by Reason in this last map.
Well,
as
I have a
so
troll
kind of focusing
answer,
a little
but then
bit
I have,
more
like, a
on
very
what
serious
worked out
answer.
to enable Pulsar in that ban
I think the
draft, and
serious
I feel like they
answer
had a better
is,
grasp of it too.
outside
Even though
of
we
all
had
of
the
this,
Luna
like,
save coming out from their
silliness,
side, it
when
still
he's not
wasn't
streaming,
super
he's actually
necessary,
a
I would say, but
very-
still worked out when they were
very
opting to use
humble
it. I did love
and
the Loki
rather
and Gambit
quiet
play from
guy.
them on their side too,
Yeah.
but more
Okay,
curious
so
on what the answer back in terms
be a
of
gentleman
bandwidth text
first,
is going to be for Pulsar,
and
taking their time to
if
figure
you
out
put
exactly
out
which map
really
they want to
good
lock in here
energy,
as well.
I think
Blur kind
people
of tired,
feel that, and they get
maybe have to
attracted
wake
to
up
that.
a little bit, get some
So,
energy for this too. So
there's,
we'll see how they can
there's
perform in this
definitely-
next one. I think this is the most crucial map, I would say, for now.
I mean,
just because
I
it sets the
believe
pace, right?
I'm
Gets you
putting
on
out
to a
really
series
good-
point,
good
depending on
vibes.
which team comes out on top and gets the momentum back.
I
in
know
your
it
favor.
sounds
If
like
it's
pseudoscience,
Pulsar, of
but,
course,
like,
they're
it
able
also
to shut
kinda
down the
works.
momentum that
Emily,
Reason
did you ever
Gaming
get your hot dog?
established with that last
No,
map
I did
win.
not. I'm
But
still
also on
waiting
the
for
other
that
side of
hot
things,
dog.
if Reason do get the victory, one step away from
Yeah, Jay's
clutching
quiet.
up
I think
that
TTK knows.
series win.
Look,
So
when
both
TTK
these
was hanging out
teams
with us,
all on the line
I
for
talked to
this one.
TTK more
how
than
are you
Jay
feeling
ever
this
did.
one's gonna go, Leg Day?
But But to be fair, I'm also a lot more interesting to talk to than Jay, so. TTK knows what's up. D-Bird, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
That's a pretty good one, honestly. 3-3, not amazing
who said
here.
he's
There are some great surround
hung
high
like
grounds
a-
that you need to have the ability to be able to effectively deal with and police, especially when there are like hit scan duelists up there who are gonna really
You
give you
guys
some trouble.
are so silly. Okay,
Well,
pay
this one
attention
didn't
to
go
the
so
tournament,
well for
guys.
Pulsar Esports last time, but hey, maybe second verse will be a bit different than the first, as it was
Is Jay getting
against
his new
Team
iPhone?
Heretics 0-1, full held by
well,
them, but this is a different story, different
He
team,
actually
different
couldn't
matchup. Let's get into
order
it.
the phone last night, so it's a good thing. because I'm actually
nighttime
gonna
everywhere.
take it to
like it's 11 a.m. for me.
to get
We're
fixed
just in the
today.
wrong time zone, bud.
We're here with a sunrise.
And
Wake up, boys.
Well,
there are
the
games
sun
to
will.
play.
Yeah, and the sun will set.
I'm
for
gonna
one
go
of these
pick it up
teams.
in
This is
like
an
45
elimination match,
minutes.
guys, and I think Pulsar, why they struggled yesterday was purely the ban
Emily,
phase,
it's time
and
to
they
yell
kind
and
of didn't have
scream
the right
during his
ideas against
Valley.
Heretics, letting them get the Rogue, Gambit, and the Star Lord, while Ballas and Twitzy had to play Hella Namor, which is, you know, some people respect the team up, and
Oh,
some
thank
don't
you,
think
Big
it has its
Juice.
place in the meta yet. So we'll see what the Gambits will make it through, but it's the next couple of bans
You know,
that
lots
will
of people
define
have
what duelists we're
been
gonna see.
mentioning
Simply ahead of the curve. I mean, you know,
audiobooks,
Cyclops going to be taken away.
podcasting, and
Trying to
voice
give that
acting. So
one-sided to Ballast once again.
I might take
Potentially.
some
I
classes
think one
and
of
look
the big
into it.
issues for Pulsar in the last map actually was, sorry to call out Ballast, but like lack of value from Ruby Rage was a big issue, to be honest. Like Ruby
Yeah,
Rage is
it's
a pretty strong ultimate,
$5.50
especially
to
when
get
you're
his
combining
phone
with multiple
fixed, but
amplifiers, whether that be the Fate of
that's
Both
better than
Worlds
getting a
or
brand
the
new phone,
Gambit
right?
Ultimate. Not being able to find any final hits off the back of it is a little bit of a sink in Pulsar Esports' overall economy.
Emily,
Still
you
a
should
lot of
wake
good
up Jay
choices for
while he
duelists from
naps.
Nocta, where
Since you-
I,
yeah.
I really was a fan of the Star
I might
Lord. He's
also
not a fan of his own
go to
Star Lord,
Costco
and what
after I
worked
pick up
was
his
the
phone.
Wolverine, but it's kind of a larger map
And
to
just buy
play on
myself a hot
Hologelia
dog
to set
and
things
nothing
up. So
for
I feel like
him.
you really need a fastball if Nocta returned to the Wolverine. He had a lot of casualties on Yggdrasil's path because of how to close that gap, but the Luna Snow has been a pretty consistent
Emily,
protect
but my
for Reason
house on
Gaming if they're
Pulsar-
not being able to
Pulsar
get that
Esports is
rocket
really
going,
good.
and that's going to be mirrored on Pulsar's side.
I think these
which
are
is
both
going to be
pretty good
Crisis's
teams.
choice, and leaving Lapsus to be on Gambit duty.
Feels like
Yeah,
forever
this
since
is,
I watched
very- I'd say this is probably the most
since I
comfortable
watched
backline
MRI.
at
But
the
from
moment
what I
for Pulsar
remember,
Esports, when we're outside of a
Pulsar
Invisible Woman
Esports
meta,
won
I
me
think
a
Invisible
lot of
Woman is
points.
Probably Lepsis Athilas's best.
guys, I'm
strategist if I
focused. I
had to
play
pick.
in 3 hours.
And Reason Gaming are actually going to
Hey,
make sure
listen,
that it's
just
not an uneven
take a deep
cycle
breath.
of their last ban. Everyone is going to have that taken away
And,
from them. And you know what? Pasuo
You know,
probably
even if
doesn't
things are
mind
looking
the Venom, the
dicey,
Captain
as
America
long
ban
as
too
you
much.
give it your
Just move
best
over to
and
the Venom,
you,
where he's equally comfortable.
you run away
The
and
Vanguard
protect
Lions
your
are gonna be,
KD,
what's
and you
interesting
look
to me
good
as well.
when
Like,
people
we
hit tab.
highlighted
That's
Rosa
all that
being
matters.
such a good
you know?
Emma, but that was because his Groot was banned out. Now this map is a little bit wider. You're not able to take as advantage of as easier of choke points for a Groot, but if
Do
you're playing that
whatever
front to
you
back
can to
style, Groot
protect
is
your own
still
mental.
viable. And sometimes it's always better to go for comforts than like hard meta picks. So we'll focus on what the defense is opted for, which is Rosa on the mag, which is a fine idea when Twitzy brought out the Punisher at the start of Yggdrasil's path, and that presence of a mag is what
Is the
forced
cosplay
Twitzy
for Wednesday
off of
ready?
it once he got bombed.
Dang.
So true.
Is that supposed to be Jubilee?
I would love to, not gonna lie.
His butt got power dry.
It is Jubilee, right?
They
believe
got
it's
him
the next
wrestling
one.
style. Reason going to be
don't think
defending
so.
first here. Pulsar. Looking at this, Twitzy. We did see this come out yesterday. The Human Torch on the attack. I assume we're not going to TP out.
Emily, did you know
first.
Boba
Wait,
bit
hold
Jay
up.
earlier?
Okay, a little bit of a
Good.
fake out. TP is going to come on through.
All right, y'all. How's the audio?
Of the team.
You
It's
guys-
gonna be all
you guys
about
like
trying to
the
secure some
audio?
of this high ground. So just safely depositing your team onto the back.
Who do I
Some
think is
extra
winning this?
cover
I
gonna
don't
give
know.
that
I
flank
just
over
started
to
tuning
Twitzy.
in.
That's why they protect the Luna. It is so strong
Okay.
for these off anglers.
Let me look at this one
As
round.
Blur is going to approach through
And I'll have a
main, so
better
you're going to
idea.
have this crunch from Pulsar as Reason try to position against it in some shelter, but I don't know if you could stop Blur. I guess
All right,
you
that
can.
gets up a freeze. It's a valuable cooldown to get out, you know. However, Nocta finding value in the backline already, chasing away many of those strategists, which is going to cut off a bunch of healing from Blur, who's already used their symbiotic resilience and needs to return to the remainder of their team. Twitzy poking and prodding from the outside as
Interesting.
Pulsar
Okay.
now have thrown the gauntlet, starting
They're
to
both
cap
running
the
Gambit
point
Luna.
and draw down Reason to try and meet them. Simba seen underneath, and Twitzy just gives the poke over. Relaxing could be
Neither
focused down
teams
here
can
by
play
multiple
Cyclops or
players. If
Rocket.
Blur and Twitzy can get onto the same target, but it seems that the comms have somewhat been distracted, and they can't get onto a singular backline to deliver all the damage that they need to. Relaxing falls low, big Bayou bash to escape.
And there really is low damage from Reason Gaming side. Your duelists have the lowest amount of ult charge, and I'm wondering how Simba is going to be able to close the gap against the dive and the duelists that are
Bye,
hit
TTK,
scanned. So
good
maybe
luck.
Simba would have to swap to an Elsa or something in his pool to deal with Blur, and he gets out just like that. Lack of damage again from Reason.
Yep, Pasuo just going to be able to exit here. Simba caught out too far. I believe got caught by the Dark Maelstrom of the Doctor Strange, and Twitzy's now on a roll.
Heidi,
Finding
look where you're going want to play
no,
tennis.
Rashid. There's only 3 players here, mate, and they certainly aren't going to be able to clutch this one out.
I have a lot of these tennis outfits, and they're very comfortable, so I find myself wearing athleisure also to like make me stay more active so that I'm not just being a little couch potato, you know?
No one gets grabbed though by the Apex Predator, and so Relaxing can easily debark from the portal and keep everyone else in a great position. Rosa takes 2 of a Sky, tries
so
to
now
avoid
Reason's
Twitzy,
got
but guess
3
what
tanks.
now? Without the Meteor M available, Twitzy is just going to reign over all and sundry, and he is a cruel king who destroys his subjects.
Yeah, the impact of ults from Reason Gaming was just not there. Like you said, the whip from Rashid, Relaxing tried to sustain them a little bit for the fate of both worlds. The Glartrox was on a diet from Polestar's side, trying to catch them as the Reason came out of the portal, but the end-all be-all being Twitzy's Galactic Legend in the sky. So Nocta will have his impression of that, as this is such a good Star-Lord map, so this is a good moment for Nocta to shine on one of his best heroes. I'm so glad that he is on it, while Simba's on the Elsa, like I said, to deal with these Vanguards.
Nocta's moment. Does DRP have a shield to try and work with here? Doesn't, and so that forces out Crisis's ultimate. The fate of both worlds towards the back. DRP could find a moment here to open the Eye of Agamotto, deliver multiple stuns if they can get up onto high ground, avoid Rosa on the move forward, but you do need a fully charged E to get the most value out of that one. Blur in the back is facing a little bit of control, but has additional slow ability thanks to the Simbardic resilience and passes by Passimo. 2 Venoms pass in the night, going back to their back lines for ideal healing, and Twitzy now considers how to make this approach work. DRP sub 20.
I don't have a loyalty to a particular hero. I like anyone who's very strong at the moment.
On the other side, but the front line of Pulsar is now only Blur. He may be enough though.
When I first started playing this game, I played Penny to spite Jay, so I do love Penny.
So too is for Glartrox, taken away from the back line. All of the damage focused in towards
like I also love Star-Lord.
And DRP
I love DPS Luna.
With designs upon this one, but Glartrox gets nothing. 80 centimeters are in it, and guess who's
God, Moon Knight is annoying too, so I love.
Down elsewhere, and all you can eat buffet in the back line.
I love annoying people on Moon Knight as well.
Pulsar, so proactive in that fight. Even if you get the one-man Apex Predator on Rosa, you deny that. You chunk through the rest of the Vanguards. 2 strategist ultimates were available for Reason, and they never had the opportunity to use it. Now they hesitate on those decisions, the way that Rashid kind of didn't make the right one for that initial point
frequently as I change clothes,
Pulsar,
you know?
though, need to lock in on keeping their Vanguards up. DRP fell way too early. He wanted that Eye of Agamotto, and Nocta wants picks and headshots on the Hella.
All right, good violence. Oh, what a freeze. And the punish. You dare approach me, wizard? Taken down with no mercy.
Actually, Kaylee just reminded me, I do love playing Flyers,
since the second point.
because
as soon as he
I think
approached,
this
he got ignored by his strategist and fell early. And still, Pulsar were able to scrounge through a fight win, all thanks to Ballas. And
because back in Overwatch,
yeah, Reason Gaming
I struggled Pharah a lot. I always felt like I ran out of gas.
Wolverine,
but in this game, like when you play Iron Man, Ultron, or Angela, oh my god, it feels good.
Fight opportunity if he can kidnap anyone.
Josh, great sword drawn, throwing them down.
Polaris would be a cool hero to
taking some of their
add.
own right. Twitzy, nice shurikens there, and Rashid
Yes,
was on
I
the
love
other
playing
side.
Jeff too.
I don't know where my Gambit was at that point. It seems that they used their ultimate as well, but inside of a fog, maybe there was some cut-off LOS or something that meant that Reason Gaming didn't get the ultimate. That's a massive resource that we've not got value off of.
Yeah, Reason Gaming just took too long to kind of activate their game plan, and Pulsar's tempo just seems to be unstoppable. You have 3 huge ultimates coming up. The Apex Predator just down the long lane could be massive, and Nocta needs to kind of stabilize and create some space here, but well, I don't know how long this Hella ult's gonna last.
Ballas is going to be doing a lot of damage to it, but a mid-air could change everything. The chase is solid. Blur demands are all. Well, he didn't realize that the rest of his team were actually zoned out by the Hella ultimate, so no healing to be found. Twitzy on the other side is taken down Relaxing, so healing issues for everyone, unfortunately. And Elsa gets chased down by
Speaking of Captain America, after seeing that new skin, I might become a Captain America main
disengage
now.
and to re-engage was so clean once the Fate of both worlds and the Goddess of Death came out. Pulsar re-emerged, and really ruined Reason's macro as Passimo Hell's retribution towards the back against Pulsar, but not enough follow-up from the defense.
Meteor M ready to go. Who can DRP find with this one? Oh, what a flick on the shield from Rosa. Unfortunately, while it's pointed up, you don't see Twitzy under your armpits using the sonic crossbow. Yet again, the charged great sword is drawn from the scabbard and it stabs deep into the heart of both Hell and
Wow,
Reason.
felt like Pulsar kind of dominated on that one.
By Pulsar.
Pulsar, so
Reason
much
had some good
momentum
moments, but it just felt like
created,
they
and
had no
Reason
answer.
Gaming not able to manage that
Hi there,
storm
Rit.
through kind of
What's
some
up?
interesting picks like the Hella Simba. I wouldn't even think is known for his Wolverine. Had a good
We're like
grab
tripod
on Ballas.
America, I love
Pulsar
that.
tried to react with a Meteor M that got soaked up by the mag shield. So really was kind
Hi
of
there,
the
Devu.
swords drawn from both sides, but to fully capture out Hall of Jalia. What a turnaround from Pulsar compared to how they fared against Heretics yesterday, where they full health them. Pulsar definitely coming in with a lot of confidence on this map pick, while Reason Gaming have to try and get to that same finish line with enough time.
Quick look at our stats here in our intermission. Poor Simba currently sitting on very few final blows. Seems that it has
Reason
been a
Gaming
somewhat
is running
difficult
triple
composition
support
to
now, I
track down
guess.
for Simba. Blur's been doing a fantastic
Those-
job of getting
those
out with their
elims.
life
The
again
differences
and
between
again,
those
feeding
elims
over
does
ultimate
not
charge to
look
Crisis
right.
and Lapsus Atilas for the trouble of it.
And for Crisis and Lapsus to not have a single casualty is really impressive. Clearly, Reason are approaching this from front to back, and they've had some nice limbs on DRP and Blur. But Reason just lacked damage on the initial point defense. They
I learned how
lacked
to make
impact
iced
on
coffee
the
from working at
Raging Royal
McDonald's.
flushes from Rashid. And I wonder if
I've
these
never
small
learned
mistakes
how
are kind
to
of
make
affecting them mentally, because now you start to
iced coffee. I
hesitate
assume you
on
just-
now being scared of making
you just
mistakes.
take regular coffee and
Reason Gaming
drop
just
a couple
gotta go
cubes of
for
ice,
it. You don't
right?
have a lot of time to think when you're a strategist in this game.
Not much thinking time. A lot of instinct that has to be trusted, and Rashid's instincts right
Emily
now are
really
to
makes the
trust
streams
in
better
Simba
if
and
he's from
drive Rosa forward to command
Holodophobia.
this high ground away from the defenders.
You
The
can't
second
say
you
don't
claim
Google
this
what
high
that
ground,
is. It's
you
going
are in a
to make
position
me
choose
want to
when the fight
Google
happens.
it.
It's all about when DRP chooses to leave. For now, though, great cleanse onto this corrosive
I've never heard of that before,
entanglement that's been
honestly.
given over by the Venom, and Blur once again exits safely.
A good peel for Crisis, who got a little bit low against that dive, so Pulsar have set Twitzy in a good position as well. He doesn't want to duel against Passimo, despite maybe that extra
No
health being
way,
popped
that's a
already, and the chase is
thing.
on. Actually, no, Passimo still has it, so I think it's pedal to the metal for Pulsar. These important cooldowns are gone, and relaxing is down too.
It is
Down this long lane as well.
an
This jet stream is
irrational
absolutely
fear of
invaluable for
bald
not
things,
running
and it
both damage
includes
and healing
infants.
to many players. DRP's found Passimo, who's just getting
Babies
so
do be
much
scary.
heat. He's catching every pair of hands that Pulsar can possibly throw at him, and now Rose without a co-Vanguard is going to be in a remarkably difficult position. Hello, Nocta. What have you managed here? You've managed to go back to spawn real quick.
It was a snack, not a meal. And yeah, to do it in front of an Elsa is gutsy. A lot of mobility to escape this. It's Jeff Ultimate. Nocta not learning that lesson yet.
Wow.
Ballas ruined 3 people in the midst of the feast of the abyss. Now talk about a meal.
Damn, he's got those teeth are more deadly than mine. Jesus, big chops coming through from Blur and Ballas together.
Right.
Hey there, Sensual.
That's a British joke for everyone listening, in case you couldn't tell. So, Pulsar, Galactic Legend, Twitzy has been able to find his way around, and on defense, there's a lot more creativity and, I mean, mystery on where the Star-Lord could be. Reason Gaming, are they ready to ult track and the Raging Royal Flush exchange now?
All right.
It's a good gambit.
Need to move on forward. Plenty of squishies in their way. Rosa, oh, he managed to get the direct, but great right click from Twitzy. Damn, LeBron versus Prime Shaq here. Unfortunately, they all know ball, but can Twitzy get away? Double flips, plenty of healing, and the snowflake too. Pulsar are on it when it comes to supporting their squishies.
The midair is ambitious and an aura play, but we're playing not for aura but for the win. We're in the lower bracket, guys. We gotta lock in. Reason though only have a minute or Pulsar will take their map pick. And you've lost the Raging Royal Flush. It's all up to
Hi,
relaxing.
Sarai.
Maybe
Welcome.
Simba, but the way that Pulsar is spaced out, it's not gonna be easy to get a valuable Apex Predator.
Yeah, looking at all that spacing, you can see the corralling that's happening right now, trying to drag all of Pulsar down onto low ground. Passaway towards the back as debuff multiple players off the back of a feast of the abyss. I don't even know where Noxa came from. DRP might have been aiming for someone else
That
instead,
poor
but
Jeff,
ends
that
up
poor
finding
Jeff's
their
been
prize in
trying
some
to find
flash
value
fried
this whole
shark,
time.
kind of a weighty metal biomass that's given over by Magneto.
30 seconds left, and someone may have to portal. Rosa's late staggered. This is disastrous, but Rosa will be back on the Doctor Strange to set them up, and you're not going to have time to kind of route through the back ends of Pulsar. You just have to go for it, and Crisis versus Relaxing on the fate of both worlds. Apex Predators, a blur that could deny a lot of these heals with the Feast of the Abyss. The last try for Reason starts now.
All right, one last attempt. One last wiggle towards the point. Rosa has to keep it contested for now. Blur's going to start working around the margins. Has access to all the squishies in the back. And I think down to 50%. Did he lose his ult? I'm not sure if he had it to begin with. Crisis and Balor still have plenty of crystals.
The Venom lost his ult.
And no one's on the point.
they didn't even
Rosa might have been taken off by balances on the other side. A quick chuckle there for Blur. Is like, yeah, we just sent that Strange to the Shadow Realm, bro. What a performance from Pulsar. Bring themselves a match point in the series.
And came in with a game plan on their map pick, and it worked
Correct me
out.
if I'm
What
wrong,
a freeze to cancel the blur.
I think it was Rosa on Reason Gaming.
He had everything attached to the strategist. That could be the end-all, be-all to push Pulsar
in my
to
games,
the
and I've
edge
seen Jay
even
do this a bunch
there,
of times in his
the
games, they
C9
put
is
it
what
on the
ends
point.
it, but
Wouldn't
Pulsar now on
it
series
make more
point.
sense to put it on
Reason
the
Gaming
point?
have our choice of map. We'll find out what happens.
Like facing
after
away
this.
from the enemy, but like on the point. Because I think he made it a lot harder for the rest of his team to touch. The high ground portals. Okay. Thank you. See, I need validation because I'm only flat. Hi there, YouTube. Thank you, Supreme. Homemade iced coffee say so much better. Not yes. I agree. I don't think it's good to pay for coffee because a lot of places, like not saying McDonald's does it, okay, but I would believe it if McDonald's does this. A lot of places don't actually clean their coffee makers as frequently as they should. And so I just don't know if I'm drinking a bunch of germs and mold and God knows what other bacteria. That's okay, Emily. I'm only Goldblatt. Thank you. YouTube chat is nice. I don't know what Jay was saying. He's tripping. Oh, guys, we have 4 minutes. So for Twitch chat, I am going to run ads. Please don't be too mad. Like, go get a drink. Go stretch your arms and legs. And we will be back before the next game begins. Yeah, the soft drink machines and ice cream machines, I just don't believe in a lot of those folks cleaning their machines as often as, because like I get it. I'm the only one in the house who like cleans all of the machines, and sometimes even I get lazy. Why does Jay not help you? I think I don't ask. I'm really bad at asking people for help. And I think it's also like I have to explain to him all the steps. And I'm about efficiency as well. And I just think, man, you know, by the time I'm done explaining this to him, I could have just done it. Yes, that. And I'm also an independent woman. it's a really annoying thing to have because they call it what's the term, like a first daughter syndrome. There's like a pseudo-scientific term for it, but like when you're the firstborn daughter, sometimes you just say, fuck it, I'll do everything myself. And I very much grew up with that mentality. It's awful. I hate it. I try to delegate work to Jay, but I find myself doing most of the stuff in the house. Hi there, Frozen Yogurt. Also, Effie, what's your zodiac sign? I'm a Scorpio, the same as Jay. So, we do be freaky in this house. Emily, do you like my name? Yes, J3's vape. No, Jay's cute. He will do things that don't require him to lift a finger, but is also contributing to the family in a huge way. So, you know, he keeps the light on for us, and he orders a ton of cat food and treats for the babies. I get mad when someone doesn't understand things immediately. Yeah, for real. Yeah. I don't know if it's like an Asian thing too, Quatrina, but my mom always expected me to do a lot of the house chores. And then she would get on my ass for it. But for my baby brother, he never had that type of treatment. And my mom was always like, oh, he's so tired. Let him sleep in. You know, he doesn't need to do it. And so the expectations in my house was different. And then oddly, I was raised to think, oh, so we don't let the guys do anything. They can just chill and play video games. But, you know, we, the ladies, have to do all the work. Are Scorpio men usually bald?
Are we bringing it home here and now for Pulsar, or are Reason Gaming going to bring us to our third consecutive Map 5 series? We'll have to see, depending on what the map pick is going to be. Potential for Midtown. Maybe they change
your
it up
horoscope
stick with
does not dictate
Didn't really
your
go
hairline.
so well last time, but what did go so well was
My household
this
is the
a solid
exact same,
performance across
really?
the board, I would say, for Pulsar specifically. I mean, Lemon, we
Oh,
saw
this whole
some
time I
really
thought
good
it
looks
was
from
like
Blur
a
on the
toxic
dives, kind of
trait of
distracting the
Asian
other team.
families.
Twitzy finally
Which are
playing
quite nice
the
to know
Star-Lord
that
we have been
other
waiting
families
for.
do
I mean,
it
there's a
too.
lot to talk about here.
Absolutely, and Blur.
My boyfriend's a
like,
Scorpio,
combined
he's
with
the
Magneto
opposite of
bubbles,
bald,
too,
so
you get
it's
that
just a
kinda
J
extra
issue.
Forgiveness, that cushion, because you can punish a Venom so well when you have an Elsa, especially in the hands
Hey
of
there, y'all.
Simba.
Break, welcome
and
in.
he was trying to also find
Do
the
I call him
ultimate
Jay
answer.
or Chris?
Nocta returns
I
to
only
the
call
Jeff
him Christopher
and
when he's in
Rashad, and a lot of
trouble.
decision making
And he
kind of fell
knows.
through the cracks for Reason Gaming, where Pulsar
But
got to go
most
to
of
their
the
map
time,
pick,
I call
they
him
executed their
babe
game plan,
or
and it
sexy
worked out. And I
or
wonder kind of
bitch.
that Blur dive
Yeah.
pressure is what forced
I know
so many
bitch is
errors
like a
on the
really
Reason
mean thing
Gaming
to say to someone that you don't
I think it's
like,
also the
but
pressure
in
of the
our
series,
house,
right,
I
as
know it's
being,
weird,
you know,
it's
kind of a do-or-die
counterintuitive, but like
situation for these teams. Lose
we
pro
actually
relegation,
call
have
each
to
other
fight
bitch
for
out
your
of
chance
love.
back into stage 2 against a lot of teams that have all sorts of comps and a new patch that they'll be playing on literally a week
Yeah,
after
boys should
the new season will be
100%
coming
contribute to
out, which is
household
pretty
chores.
insane
No,
to think
I
about.
agree.
But then also,
and,
you know, knowing that you're so close
if I
to
ever have a
making it to
baby
that next
boy,
round and
he will be
guaranteeing that
doing a
spot in
lot of
stage 2.
chores.
Also having to play off against a good team in Rad afterwards.
Call him
so,
Chris.
So much
Oh,
to think about
Chris
for this, but
J-
we have
J3
an easy
son.
decision that we made here for the MVP crisis. 22-0. Had the SVP in the last map, MVP here. You cannot allow this Luna to be played here like that.
Oh my goodness. Well, previously a hit scan duelist, now a hit scan
Bitch can
healer. You know
100%
what? It
be
all works out in the end. 63.4% accuracy is kind of nasty on Valuna. I'm actually picking up some final hits as well. Being
Scorpio
involved in
men,
a
the best sign
bunch
to be
of,
with?
assists
Are
to
they?
make sure
Are they
that
really?
everything could come through. Like ice arts is such
I
a
don't
very
know too
critical
much about
cooldown
Western
to be able to
horoscopes,
hit. We saw
but
some
I do
great
know that
freezes come
Scorpio
through
women
as well. For
are different than
Pulsar,
Scorpio
and
men.
3 final hits for Christ is actually the lowest on the team. So you know
I should
what?
probably go
Uh,
ask
actually
ChatGPT
kick
what the
him right
differences
now.
are. There's like a lot. lot
Pulsar
of
was
data
so clutch
when
in
it
that
comes to
series
people's
because forcing
star
errors like kind
signs
of
and like house
the Raging
signs
Royal
and
flush
rising
in a fight
this and that.
was already dead
It's
to forcing
all
Reason Gaming
so
to straight up
confusing to
C9
me.
because the portal wasn't directly on
When
the
can we
objective
expect
at
Baby
the end, which
3?
would have been an uphill battle anyway. And you know, Pulsar, like I like
We
that you
haven't
mentioned
started
Rad being the
planning
next
because
opponent,
we're
Vaudable, because if you had to be on the side
we're
of the
trying to
lower
plan,
bracket between Heretics and Rad,
like our engagement and like
I would
wedding
pick the
first
Rad
and
side,
then
to
baby.
be honest. And
Hopefully within
I think
to
whoever
3
comes out of
years.
the series has a real chance to make a lower bracket run, depending on, you know, the form that Rad is in.
Also
Yeah,
gotta talk about
after
the form,
Jay
though, of
buys a
Reason
hot
Gaming,
dog, then
right?
we can
9
talk
total
babies.
final hits, and
That's
Twitzy
so
had that by
true.
themselves. Ballas even looking really solid on their end.
What
Only
about you and
one
Jay's
casualty
MVP?
against them with
We
the
don't
12
know our
finals, and
Myers
I feel
break
like
times.
this is kind of a diff between the two duelist lineups,
There's
right?
way
We had
too
2
many
finals from
letters,
Noctis, Simba, who
but
was the solo duelist
I
for
know
a
that
while,
I'm
getting supported
definitely
by
an
triple
E
strategists,
something
did
because
not get
I
a
am
single
extroverted as
final
fuck.
elimination themselves, and I feel like just the shutdown every time of Reason Gaming, regardless of what strategy they were going for on the offense or even defense, they just seemed lost in simple terms throughout this
Hi there,
match.
Crash.
So
Welcome in.
a great counter pick here for Pulsar
thank you,
Esports
Sarai. I hope
specifically, and
so.
so far as we were talking about, every counter pick
Thank
map
you,
has
Dio-
been won by the
Dio
team who was
Brandos.
selected. So we'll see
Fart
how it continues here, Lemon.
And Simba, I don't even want to harp on him too much because there just wasn't enough coordination around the Raging Royal Flushes. I think kind of in the panic and the chaos that Reason Gaming were experiencing, you had a nothing burger of an
Don't call
Apex
me
Predator.
Gaga. Yes,
and I
I've
think
been-
it's just when everything
Look, the
starts
hot dog
breaking down, the comms
is
and everything, it's
metaphorical.
hard for a duelist to just put the whole
don't
team
need
in
that
the
hot dog,
backpack, you know? So I know
per
Simba's
se,
talent is there,
but it's
the
just,
team kind
if you're
of
gonna-
need a
if you're gonna
morale
get your ass to
boost going
Costco
into,
and you're
a
not gonna
series point
even
against Pulsar.
try to do something for
Kind
your
of tell
significant
just based
other,
off the cams, the energy doesn't
well, we're
seem
gonna
to
have
be
some
there, and
problems.
it needs to be electric for them
It was
to
a
come
test,
out on top. But
and
there
he
it
failed
goes,
it.
Midtown. This is what we've
What
been
am I
waiting
drinking?
for. The map
I'm
Reason Gaming
drinking
kept Virtus Pro
a really
so close. 3-2
poorly
is how
made
that one
coffee.
went there. So a lot on the line for this one. Do or die for Reason Gaming. Can they stay alive
Would
in
I
the
want a
playoff
baby
bracket?
boy
Will they
or
be
a
sent to the
baby girl?
promo
I
relegation?
want-
We'll find
I
out
want
through this
one of
map.
each.
For as much as it's worth, I think this is the right map pick, Lemon.
Yeah.
This is a
Have you
great
guys thought about
staging
it?
ground for 3-3.
So I want one of each
While I do
because
believe in
I
the
have a baby
talent of
brother,
Reason's
and we have
duelist,
such
I
a
don't
beautiful
think that
relationship with
Simba
each other.
and Nocta are having a great day today when it comes to the
I do
raw
think
aim. So maybe we
kids
take
can
things a little bit
actually
slower. We have our
help
better
each
reaction
other
time off
as
the
they
back of
grow
playing
up because you
3-3,
learn how to
and we
solve
batten down the hatches. It
conflicts
served
at a
us
much younger
so
age.
well over
So,
on Idrisil Path. So once again, we could try and recapture
I
that
was
magic
a
to take ourselves
single
to map number
child for a
5.
long time, but
Yeah, the 3-3.
I'm so
could
glad that
come out
my
from Reason
parents gave
Gaming.
me
We
a
saw that on
little
Yggdrasil's path. That was a huge part of
buddy
how
for
they won
life.
that map to put up such a
I do
kind
put
of an
creamer in my
unkillable
coffee,
defense for the
Lonnie.
longest time. And
I
this is a
don't
good
do
group map
hazelnut
for Rosa.
because
This
I'm
is a good
trying
venom map for
to. I'm trying to cut
Passimo.
sugar
But
out.
Twitzy is like an unironic Moon Knight enjoyer.
So Jay and
that's
I,
kind of
we
a
challenge
niche,
each other to do
duelist
this
pick to try
Marvel
and break out a
Rivals
spawn or to take advantage of the
swimsuit
3-3.
cosplay
That's kind of a niche
contest.
strat as some teams
Like,
have
there's
been
no
going
money
for,
involved.
but
It's really
as
just
the
for
banner protects
our
have gone through, rockets will not be
well-being.
as
Like, we're
accessible.
trying to
Wondering if it's going to
both
be
look
a
summer
one-sided
ready.
Cyclops or not. Reason Gaming are weighing that
We are
choice
not
carefully.
summer ready right now.
Pulsar morale seems to be high. You catch Blur jamming
So
on
he's gonna
cam just there?
cosplay
He's listening
as
to the good
someone. I'm
tunes. Getting
cosplaying
into it
as
right now.
Mantis.
As Cyclops once again.
So
take
we're
it away,
both,
as you
like,
noted.
trying to
Reason
cut out
Gaming.
sugar.
We still have one
So I'm
bound to
just
their
doing
name, but
milk.
before that Pulsar response might be able to secure the one-sided Cyclops.
liquid-
And admittedly, there are some good spaces to work.
liquid
with
calories
Scott
are,
Summers
like, the-
here on Midtown.
the
But
most
when you're
diabolical
expecting that
thing
maybe Reason are
to
going
our
to play this
bodies
triple
when we're
again, you
trying to
might want to
lose a
try and
couple
secure
of
yourself something like a
LBs.
Wolverine for that anti-Vanguard duty.
Why would Emily want a baby boy?
Really
She
nice
is a
ban
small,
on the
bald little
group
boy.
to deny
Exactly.
that from Rosa's side of things, and I don't think like
Oh,
Loki
Bree, you
has
would
been
be such a
touched
good
at
girl
all in the ban
mom.
phase. There is such a laundry list of important bans to get through that Loki has been slipping by and why this meta has been defined by which team has really good Loki players, because to have two Raging Royal Flushes or two Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers
15 years
is
apart,
a
and
big
you guys have
part
the same
of the core
birthday?
of the
Yo,
strategist
that's
line.
sick.
But Reason Gaming
Also,
want to make sure that
props to your
relaxing
parents for
is
still
on, relaxed on
doing
his comfort
it.
pick.
Over that course of time, that's really hot.
Raging Royal Flush. Anything that's better than that is Raging Royal Flushes. Wolverine banned away again, and this is likely an inclination that Reason Gaming going to at least open up on the defense.
Hi there, Serene.
With their
Welcome.
Triple shield
My sister and I were born the same day,
which usually has
that is so
an Emma,
cool.
a Strange, and a Magneto. All of whom
Either that or
hate
like your
Wolverine.
parents are are doing it
we
on
don't care
like a
about
certain
Cyclops.
schedule like
Am I
that.
crazy?
How does
Like
that even
it's not
happen?
protected from Pulsar. Reason Gaming didn't ban it. They just don't care about Ballast on
Emily,
Cyclops,
would you want
I
Jay to get
guess?
a
And
hair transplant?
maybe he could just easily stick to the Elsa if Passivos Venom continues to be a problem. But after kind of how back and forth
Hiya, Cody.
the Hall of Jalia was, that,
Oh, hi there,
that was,
Vaudable. Welcome in.
interesting. And Nocta, I think, gave a big win condition to Reason Gaming on Yggdrasil's path, bringing that Wolverine, which is a very strong pick on Midtown because there's so many nooks and crannies,
You and your
especially
sister
little
are
high
2
grounds
years,
that,
2 months
that
and 20 days
Wolverine can
apart.
traverse
That
on.
is
But he
so
hasn't been
cool.
supported by a fastball yet.
Hi there,
so
Mr.
I like that
Creeper.
you don't want to deal with something you don't know how to counter. So
My
I guess
bestie
I
growing up was
will
the
agree
baby
with
of the
the
fam, and the
Wolverine pick,
second
but now you have to
youngest
deal,
was
or the ban,
17
and now you
years
have to deal
old.
with Ballast on the Cyclops.
Oh my
so
gosh.
which evil do you prefer?
Okay,
I
like
don't
Twitzy
want
here.
that many
I wouldn't mind
kids,
Twitzy being on either Winter
but
Soldier or the Moon
I
Knight,
do
which we
want
know
to be
Twitzy
those
is an
parents who are
unironic
still
enjoyer of
like
to really punish his players
hot and
who
horny
stick
for each
close
other
together
later on in
a
life.
3-3.
You know,
Isolation
like,
is the name of the
I know
game.
we make fun of
So
people
I
for
am
being
surprised to see
unks
that,
and being like senile and everything,
DRP is
but
not going to be
like
playing on the group
to
to
be
begin with to try
old
and
and
wall off someone who
still
gets
that
hooked in by
active.
the Bucky.
Okay.
Like that's
Twitzy
really
just
cool.
eliminates Simba. I thought there was sustain with a 3-3. Not sure what's breaking down on the Reason Gaming side. And Twitzy, he brought out the Bucky at the start of Yggdrasil and then got a double hook, probably one on a clone. Nocta will be back, but I don't know if you want to be back. This is a hemorrhage and a complete breakdown of the house card that Reason Gaming were trying to assemble.
This feels like a complete and utter disintegrating of the comms on the side of Reason. Like, how did Simba get picked so early with that much of a health bar? Ugh.
And there's 3 shields to stop a Bucky hook, by the way.
Yeah.
But now there's only 2 because Passive was on the Venom. Rosa already
pickleball
has
active
2
to you? Yeah, we play
portal.
pickleball
And
sometimes.
Pulsar get an opening pick off Twitzy again.
All right, Nocta noted on the other side is just going to have to leap away to
Jay
safety
loves
rather than for any
pickling
kind of
his balls.
offensive purposes. Simba tries to cover everyone else as they escape from the clutches. Oh, Rashid just went too far out, left the regeneration domain, and the punishment was
it's
severe.
Rashid.
A quick grab comes
This
through
whole
from
time
Nocta.
I
Is there going
thought
to be
his
enough
name was
follow-up, though?
Rash.
You can see the regeneration of the healing factor has been used here, but Nocta
Rashid.
standing alone against the tide of
Yeah, that's a cool
Pulsar
name.
can't get it done, and it seems like Pulsar have figured out the 3-3.
And Reason, I think we're feeling very charitable today, giving all the old charge over to Pulsar. Simba's on the Elsa, and this is going to be the answer. Once you get rid of this 3-3 shenanigans on the first objective, it's time to go back to what your game plan was. Nocta on the Wolverine, Simba on the Elsa. This is going to be interesting, but Pulsar have banked so many ultimates to create momentum for the second objective. Your best chance is
You can be
Rashid
very
on the
active
Raging
after 50s or
Royal Flush,
60s.
but Crisis at any moment could be proactive
It's
with
not
Pulsar.
so much the
All
age,
right,
it's
Ruby
like
Rage. Still not that much
some
value.
couples
Does
kind of
force out
fall
the
out of
greens for
love
now.
from
That
each
means
other,
it's go time
and they
for
get
the side
bored,
of
right?
Twitzy. Looks for a victim. Anyone
I just think
low
it's
could
cool when
be
couples
beautiful, and that's
are
gonna be
still
Rosa falling
so
down first.
attracted
Tatsuo
to
managed
each
to
other
parry
after all
the
these years.
incoming Kraken's impact,
You know,
though,
they're
with
doing
their own
something
shield,
to
and
keep
so
it spicy.
avoids getting afflicted by that debuff. No
Are you gonna do
resets here
community
for
games
Twitzy,
after this?
but in the end, it might just be the
I would love to,
democratization
Gong Gong.
of the
I
casualties
don't think we'll
to
have
be
time.
done between Pulsar here.
I was going to say, Nocta needs to chill. If he gets pulled by this Bucky, the staggers would be not great for Reason. But hey, they only lost 3. They're going to have another fight
Emily,
with
I
the
think
Raging
people hate me
Royal
because of your
Flush.
name.
It's only going to be the one
There's nothing
option.
wrong with your
Laxus will be
name.
able to copy that.
Listen,
DRP will pull them
if
into
we
the fight,
have
whether they like it or not.
Osama's
Oh, no,
discharge
Nocta pushed
in
down
our
the LOS
in our
of their
Twitch
back
chat,
line as well. Raging Royal Flush now drives
and she's very
forward.
popular,
Pulsar have got
okay?
plenty of
Then
offensive pressure to
Dio
try and
Brando's
deal
fart
with here
fella
as Ballast finds an angle.
is just
Now
gonna be
needs to
fine.
escape,
Like,
blasting themselves back with concussive force to avoid
I don't
the
think there's
incoming
a
CC,
name
but DRP not
more
quite so lucky,
ridiculous
grabbed in by
than
the
Osama's
Galactic Apex Predator,
discharge.
chomps into the White Queen herself, and Ballast now just has to get away from all of this. Big last stand.
And I hate that
into
she
the
has this
regeneration
effect on
domain, though,
us.
and so Nocta is completely no-sold by the reaction time of a Loki. Great play from Lapsiso Tilas.
Yeah, both teams have had fantastic regen domains to mitigate what seemed to be huge Duelist or Vanguard ultimates. And Lapsus and friends from Pulsar have avoided playing Loki for the longest time due to a lack of confidence. And clearly, this is working out beautifully for them to be able to flex to any ultimate that they need. But now it's
There
time
she
to push to
is.
the second point here for Pulsar.
Oh, big grab, stay inside the Ruby Rage, but that's excellent responsibility.
There's
here
no
from
way
Relaxing. Now
that
instantly able to copy out Rashid and move everyone
you've got got the discharge name on your first try. Like, you must have gone through many iterations of usernames, right?
So Ballas now has an opening to try and move forward on to the Elsa. Instead,
what
choose
was,
to go after Rosa.
if that was your first choice, what was your second choice?
Contesting the point as Noctis arrived as well. Yes, a quick grab onto Blur is a momentary peril.
Yeah, and she doesn't like lemonade.
Victory is for sweetest nectar to release Venom from the grasp
Jay's
of
gonna be
Wolverine.
back soon, guys.
And Cyclops just does so much damage. I mean, to Rashid right there, but to a grouped up, clumped up Reason with that concussive beam. So you let Pulsar get the Cyclops, and you may just pay the price. Maybe it's not annihilation off the Ruby Rage, but the neutral is so strong for Cyclops, and Pulsar will get out the gates without Twitzy, I guess. So they'll have to take things slow. Does that force a tempo change from Reason to get back on their feet? Because they have the Raging Royal Flush here soon.
Nocta waking up, and Reason are going to take advantage of this to at least claim control of the car and stop its forward progress. They need to try and make sure that they burn the time back as much as possible, because Pulsar still have 3 minutes to work with here. Lapsis has access to a quick copy. The living bullet puts Blur on notice, and Nocta's good on the chase.
Yeah, this Elsa is going to be disastrous for this Venom, especially to reset Pulsar back to their spawn room doors. After that pick on Twitzy, it completely set off the momentum of Pulsar. And to try and get through these archways for a Venom is really tricky. You hate to have these low ceilings, and you're very telegraphed on how you're coming out of things. And Simba's been checking Blur at the door. DRP, though, with the Sonic Seduction, if Reason are a little too far forward, they could be pulled in. But Rosa will go for it first. DRP exchanges too.
Yep, inside of the regeneration domain. CC immune for now. DRP does not
ready for that.
Charmed by their counterpart. An exchange once again of Gambit ultimates, but who can hunt down the opposing Gambit better? Nox has got the better combo ultimate. The Raging Royal Legend to be forged right here and now as Nocta returns to ignite with some fire in his heart.
So excited to see Nocta on the Star-Lord, and I'll keep talking about it because we gotta leave Jeff alone. We gotta go to the guy who does damage. Yes, put the Jeff in the bag. Get the Star-Lord out. You got the Raging Royal Legend, as you said. It's the perfect combo for Reason to keep Pulsar stuck. Now back-to-back spikes for the defense, but Lapsus has other plans.
Once again, a pair of Gambit ultimates, but this time it's going to be Twitzy who's in that commanding position. Paso sends for me to end downtown after it was charged up by Twitzy. And it seems thus far it's been mostly bloodless. Reason have lost out on 2 of their members, but both their strategists have escaped for a reset.
Pulsar break out of spawn thanks to that same winning combo that Reason went for. But that Apex Predator, Simba needs to get value out of this. And I know it's been hard to kind of have Pulsar all aligned
Jay's getting beauty sleep.
as possible. We'll get some initial scouting going. Pulsar giving up a lot of space, seeing if they can wall off some of these Vanguards using this DRP group. And Pulsar have only a minute left.
Yeah, Pulsar have given up so much space because they're worried about getting flanked here by Simba and getting pushed into the opposing team by something like an Apex Predator. You can see Nocta working around the right-hand side at the moment. Twitzy is going to be the one who's responsible
creep up
for
next to
marking
him
that
and
making
just
sure
like
that
shout
Twitzy
really
cannot,
loudly
make sure
into
that
his
Nocta cannot
face.
get in onto relaxing on the back line. Still Reason, they feel the tide starting to shift, and Twitzy moves towards the back already. Relaxing and Rashida down. There's no healing available now for the defenders on Reason. It's going to be raw mechanical strength alone, but when faced with a gargantuan amount of damage like this, what can you do? Pulsar push it through with 26 seconds remaining.
And push Reason over the edge. Crisis being 20% ahead of that Raging Royal Flush made all the difference as both these teams have exchanged pretty guaranteed win conditions around the Gambit and how important it has been. And I love to see Pulsar utilize Crisis on this. I feel like this team looks more organized. The fight calling looks more decisive. And you have Lapsus, these regen domains have
woken up in the middle of the night because you farted
kind of push Reason back from going on the Wolverine from Nocta. He's now forced to the Star-Lord,
he was like,
and once Nocta is backed up and they can deal with these regen domains, then Nocta gets to let loose. So
it's been happening a lot lately.
Have organized a winning push. They have got to the end. They're on series point. They can have a better defense. They'll take the series.
Blur taking 20.6k damage to
I
only
use
4
a Korean
twice.
foundation.
Again,
I only use Asian products because I find that they work best on my skin.
Getting out with HP,
and it's pretty cheap on Amazon. It's just called Clio.
as well as demanding attention,
CLIO.
other players fall through the cracks while the strategists
Yeah,
are
it's a
healing each
cushion
other
foundation.
on the side of Reason.
So
but for
I
now,
use
just
like
wow,
those little
Twitzy's been having
sponges and I
himself a
just
game, hasn't he?
dabble it on my face.
I'm glad
that
Rashid
one a
has
lot.
lights, I guess. But anyway,
Very
are the
light.
lights going to stay
This
on
guy
the
needs
Pulsar side, or I
probiotics.
should say the Reason side, as they're going to have to go to all the way
Oh,
to
hi
the end
there.
to force
Honey
yet
Badger's
another
here.
game
Welcome.
5 in this grueling day of bracket matches here in Stage 1
How big
playoffs.
is it,
Nocta
though?
on the Daredevil.
The foundation
man, he's got a
or the
deep
fart?
hero pool, but does he
Or
have a
Jay's ass?
mastery of all these picks? He's been
Sorry,
fluent
I don't
to
know what you
swap,
guys are
but
asking.
Pulsar,
Usually
they
when people are
strike
asking me
first.
how big is it,
What was
it's
Relaxing
they're
doing
talking
in
about
there?
his ass.
Where's Malona going? It's the question
Relaxing.
here. Yeah, bro is relaxing over there. The dive has claimed up to Sotilas, and others know what to heal Crisis, who's down to half. However, the best kind of peel is just raw violence, and well, Cyclops has plenty of punches in his dimension to unleash upon Reason.
And a solid defensive win momentarily for Pulsar, because Pulsar rolled
Yeah, I
Reason
hope
on
you
this
guys like
initial
it.
defense. Got such a
It's
huge
pretty light,
time bank and momentum
and I
push,
trust
getting to
Asian
basically
products
the 2 first points of
because,
Midtown uncontested because of
You know,
Reason breaking
they don't
it down.
approve
So
everything
Reason
that gets
have
approved
got
over here in the United
initial
States.
ball
In the US,
rolling,
anything
and
goes.
Pulsar, though,
So I don't know if you're
built
putting
towards any
lead on your
ultimate, fairly
face.
significant ones, just the Ruby Rage.
But
and a Reason Gaming
I
will have
think
to just
Korean
have a
products
stronger
are
neutral.
a little
Rashid
better.
expends a multitude of their cards here, just for a little bit of
Does it
self-healing, making sure that someone doesn't have to turn around to try and deal with him. Nocta might be out a touch too far. Follow-up isn't quite there from Ballast. Can't connect the headshot that they desperately wanted, and now they're marked by the Sonic Pursuit. However, Ballast is like, you know what? I'm ready to come fight you, bro. Square up in the car park, lads.
Oh my god, Nocta lives? Nocta lives, by the way, and Pulsar are frantic to deal with Reason, who wanted to back up their Daredevil player, and Reason are sent packing. I mean, this Daredevil has had limited range because of
Guys,
those
I don't know if
nerves,
Reason is
and
gonna be
Nocta's
able to cap
feeling
all the way.
the pressure of having to gap close against Pulsar, who have their comms just tight enough to watch where Nocta's angles are at all times, and that's not going to force Nocta to swap. He's committed.
Yeah, something wild happening when you're jumping the Daredevil in the 1v1. Gambit ult expended by both teams now, but Simba's already fallen on down. Ballast knows exactly where to focus his fire. Passimo not the ideal target here, and so Reason have already called this one. They're like, oh, well, no Simba, no win. See you later, fellas.
And crucial seconds taken
Thanks,
away, though, as
Godslayer.
Reason are having limited options. And the portal, I don't think was used, right, from Pulsar yet. So Reason Gaming will have maybe another wave of fights to win. Simba, Apex Predator, he needs to have a splash in this fight, or this could be over for Reason.
DRP tries to stop the dive, mind controlling all those who put themselves onto that back line, but Passimo towards the back doesn't get anything off the back of a Feast of the Abyss, but blows disengage was a touch too late. Lapsy Sotilas and Crisis were busy thinking about each other. A quick slam here onto Passimo. There's no one to try and rescue him. Too late to arrive is relaxing as Simba releases the Glartrox, but yet again it's nothing for Simba. Unfortunately, Scar has taken him to the cliffs, and he's cast him down into the
can't believe he
stampede
got
of
no
wildebeest
value out
to
of the
join his
Glartrox.
father. Long live the king, say Pulsar, as Reason's reign in the lower bracket shall soon come to an end with 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, gotta be careful here. Okay, Twitzy does manage to leave, but what a game-changing grab from DRP on the diamond form. Popped it early, kind of just felt the presence of Passimo. Got him even with that extra health, popped and just punish Reason. That's what Pulsar are doing. They stop Nocta, they stop Passimo, but here comes Rosa.
Rosa with a dream, a heartbreaker too, but relaxing Rashid are already down. There's no healing here for Rosa. Nocta needs to make it work.
Letting the devil out,
he
and
screams, he
oh,
screams
nope.
into the rooftops, to the highest skyscrapers. Reason demand their day in the sun. They demand their day in court, and they may well have it here, as there is going to be a momentary lapse in the fighting, as Reason can push the cart forward and get Rashid back to use this ultimate.
The Raging Royal Flush thought about there from Rashid, as Blur will go back for heals. Polestar will have a chance. They portal now. They have that cooldown available, and Crisis could have the fight-winning ultimate here.
Relaxing, not going to be able to back this one up. It's all about the neutral healing. Nocta's gone too deep. Nocta's been punished by Lapsy Sotilas. The doppelgangers surround blind justice, and they dispense their own magical will upon the diver. Now someone from Reason has to stay on the car at all times. Overtime starting to tickle on down. Rosa gets onto it just about as Relaxing keeps it going. Oh, Passimo loses the ultimate, and they lose the contest as well. Reason absolutely evaporated it away, and Pulsar claim the series 3-1.
It's a good try,
the
though.
defense is ironclad.
Good job,
and they
Pulsar
move on
Esports,
to
and good
face
job to
Rad in
all
the
of you
lower bracket
guys.
quarterfinal.
The 68% of you guys who voted on Pulsar.
And we're Vaudable.
GGs,
This was still
GGs.
such a fun series, and to finally win on the opposition's map pick, that is pretty sweet for Pulsar.
Yeah, this was a great showing from Pulsar. I mean, answered all of the questions that we
Bree,
had.
I could give everyone their points now, or if
we might have lost
you
to
already
Heretics,
have
but
it
Heretics is a different beast. It's
open
their
in a
first time
different
playing
tab,
against
then
them.
I
They play
guess
some really wacky compositions.
you're more
They
than
tried
welcome to
improvise in terms of some of the band drops out there, and it didn't quite work.
hand out the
This time
cash.
they read Reason like a book, and unfortunately, for Reason's
Hey,
case, they
Billy,
just
good
didn't
seeing
have
you.
the
Hi there,
mental
Midnight.
wherewithal at the end of it to push through that adversity and actually get the
Oh,
victory.
you want me
that
to give
they
them that?
needed.
Okay.
It felt like after
Alright, choose
that
outcome.
Hall de Jalia that there was just no wind in their sails
Which
or
team
souls in their eyes, unfortunately, and
win?
they could not recover from that. But valiant effort nonetheless, gave it their all. It
Pulsar.
just seemed like things weren't connecting as well as they would have liked to, but
Nice.
every
Easy.
team has series like that. So hopefully in that pro relegation, as you mentioned, Lemon, they can bounce back and requalify. Otherwise, they're going to have a tough bracket ahead of them. But speaking of Pulsar specifically, Crisis, I mean, most improved in terms of strategists.
You're welcome, Sunflowers.
Jules, though, has to be Twitzy. I mean,
Hi there,
Twitzy
Real
looked insane here
Caleb. Or is it Khalid?
Absolutely, and just how flexible he was. I kind of said even at the start of the series, just the flex duelist and how they're able to accompany their main hit scan, whether it's Ballas or Simba. Twitzy with the Psylocke at the beginning, but Ballas was able to hold his own weight, whether it was the Elsa or the Cyclops that was somehow able to get through on Midtown.
Last one, the
Ballas
next
was making some
game is
fight-winning
gonna be
plays, but I also wanted to shout out
Team
DRP, who
Liquid
stepped up
Citadel
on the
against
Emma, that game-winning
YWL.
grab onto the Venom, especially kind of
Ooh.
how DRP, I felt like he was losing that Emma mirror
I
on
do
Yggdrasil's path
think
initially,
Team
and he
Liquid Citadel is going to
really
win,
was
but
improved
I
towards
am
the end on Midtown.
hoping that
The
we
main
lost. Well, at
difference
least we'll take
between, you know,
one map
Ballas
off of
and
them.
Twitzy here specifically is one casualty and one final hit. Twitzy with 15, Ballas with 14, 2 casualties against Ballas, 3
Emily,
against
do
Twitzy.
you play
So, like,
Rivals? Of
both
course
the
I do.
duelists
I love playing
for them
Marvel
as it shows
Rivals.
Doctor Strange just because of the portal. You know,
Oh, yeah,
looks
so
as
YouTube
good
chat
as
for
you
anyone
would
who's,
hope they would
just
in this series, and I feel like that
waking
was
up
a
and
main
just getting here.
difference maker between these teams. I mean, Simba, even
Jay
throughout
is
that half
taking
that
a
we saw
little
before,
power nap right
didn't have
now.
a single
He's
final hit for their
exhausted.
team. They just kept getting shut down and
And
dipped, to say the
he'll,
easiest of it, here
he'll be up
specifically
soon.
for the side of Ballas as well. So we'll have to see how things continue.
Because the North America matches start
I mean,
in 30
I
minutes.
was very impressed by Ballas. I
I
think
don't
it was
really
definitely
think we
worth
have enough time
investing
to do
in the,
community games.
in
Otherwise,
the
I would love to.
Cyclops. As it is, here's a quick look at our highlights from the matchup here, and well, Ballas was just really
don't know how much time
leveraging
we'll have.
the aim that he's been cultivating over the course of 2 years or so
Yeah.
of Marvel Rivals.
I don't know
This
what
is
else
the
to do to
perfect
kill
character
time.
for an aimer such
We
as
can
him.
sit here and just chat.
I'm really
Or I
curious
can
on,
open
like,
up
what
his
the
game,
future for Pulsar
and
is
we
going to look
can
like in their
equip.
next series, right? Facing off against Ratty Sport.
We can
that
like
one went down to the
re-equip some
wire
of
in
his
the best of
skins.
3,
Like
but
I
now
know
it'll
how
be a
you
best
guys
of
don't
5
like
as
his
well.
memoir
I feel like
skin.
if they
Maybe,
showcase
you
the
know,
performance they
while
did
he
here,
doesn't
Lemon,
notice, we
they're
can
going to be on
just
top of the world, and Rad might have
like
their work
mess
cut out for
around
them.
with.
Yeah, I think a
his
lot of people were
skins.
underestimating Pulsar coming into playoffs, and I think of amongst the scrim
This
bucks, there was
is-
a lot of respect given to
this
Pulsar.
was the last
and throughout the group
EMEA
stage,
game
it
of the
really felt
day.
like the Ballas show, or at least he really
And
was
NA
head
is
and
gonna
shoulders above
start
the competition in the
in 30
pretty hit
minutes.
scan heavy meta. But Twitzy found his role on the team, whether it was the Star-Lord, and being able to flex to a pretty deep hero pool. Like that Psylocke was the MVP on Burden
Oh, Bree,
T'Challa,
you
only
started
having
the
what,
prediction,
like one
right?
casualty.
Thank you,
So to have
Bree.
2 strong duelists in a meta where we're pretty much getting away from the permanent
I
triple
hate that
strategy,
Punisher skin so
triple
much.
strategist meta. It's so important to have
Can you
a
do the
secondary
gotcha
like
for
Twitzy,
White
who
Fox?
really was
I
a
think he
primary at
did.
times, if I gotta say. And Pulsar's Vanguard line, the
I'm pretty sure
comms
he
were
did.
cleaned up as the series went on.
Looking at the stats here specifically, Leg Day, I mean, what's the biggest call out for you?
Biggest standout for me, probably just going to be the massive dearth in final hits between Twitzy
can
and
you guys
Ballas and
show us the
Nocta and
whiteboard? Sure.
Simba.
Oh, yeah,
like,
wow.
like it's I mean, no disrespect to my boys over on Reason, but kind of a DPS canyon right here. Just unbelievable stuff from Twitty and Balas. It felt like they were always able to close out what they were opening on.
He chose
Admittedly,
Team
for
Liquid
Reason Gaming, I
Citadel.
think this may have been a slightly tilted map from them where they weren't playing their best. Like, the thing that comes to
I
mind
hate
is, like,
agreeing with
rolling
them,
out
but
a
I would
spawn right
also
at the
go with
beginning on
Team
their
Liquid
attack,
Citadel.
relaxing, just like
They're a
goes
little
off into the middle
more
of nowhere on
consistent.
Luna and gets picked by an E
And
from
then
Cyclops. Like, what's my Luna
the
doing
second
over
game,
And this
It's going
kind of
with
followed
Swamp
through from even
Gaming
Yggdrasil's path.
over
Like, you had
100
some
Thieves.
flubbed strategist ultimates, but really it was the forced errors
Oh, wow.
because of Pulsar's
I
really
hate to
clean
say this,
dives. 'Cause
but
it wasn't just Blur, it was DRP
I
giving
actually
Blur
agree
bubbles,
with
so
all of
you
Jay's
really had to put up
pickings.
a fight for the strategist line for Rashid and relaxing, which now you don't have a third strategist, you don't have that extra forgiveness or even a rocket to bring you back if things go awry. And Pulsar also punished a lot of the engages, whether it's grabbing Pasuo, whether it's grabbing Nocturne,
normally
the
I
Daredevil,
also
marking
bet
him on his
against
off
what Jay
angles.
bets
The
on,
comms were clean for
but
Pulsar
I do
to stop
think
anything
this
Reason
might
Gaming
be
had planned.
spot on today.
I think the big thing here too is like Pulsar
Next week, though, because
securing
as these
comfort picks.
matches
You know, a
get
couple of
closer and
times that we
closer with
saw
each other, the
specifically
teams
with, the Luna there as
are,
well. But we are going to be talking to Twitzy in just a moment about the
teams are, I
interview,
feel like,
that
are
we
on
have here,
closer
you know,
playing
getting
fields
some
with
of
each
their
other,
insight
and
for the
then
series itself, what
those
their
bets will be
opinions
fun.
were on, you know, the map picks and how things went. So welcome
Just
in,
pretend you
Twitzy.
don't agree with
Congratulations
it.
on the win, staying in the Stage 2 competition moving forward, but also having a chance at revenge against Rad Esports. How
whoops.
are you guys feeling after that victory against Reason Gaming?
Hello. I think we're pretty confident because yesterday we got kind of stomped against Heretics and it was kind of a bit rough. We've had a few rough days, but it's looking better now. We figured out our comforts, comps, and what we want to play. So I look forward to it, and I think we might have chance to win.
You guys
Thank you, Knight
managed to
Rider.
bounce back from a defeat on Yggdrasil Path today. How does your team deal with defeat in both scrims and in official maps? You guys have a spiritual leader who makes sure that the morale stays up, or are you generally kind of nonplussed by losses?
Thanks, Bree.
It really depends, but for sure in officials we stay calm, we figure out what went wrong, and we just correct mistakes next map.
And talk to me about your personal journey from group stage to playoffs. You've had to be that flex duelist. How has your hero pool evolved, and kind of what have you been working on personally?
I think I worked on a lot of my weaknesses in hero pool. I played a lot of Diddy, I played a lot of Black Cat when she came out. I played a lot of Wolverine, but we just never really found success on the most optimal comps, so we gravitate towards playing our comforts more nowadays.
Hi, Exile.
Going into
I
tomorrow,
used to play
you guys
Dennis.
have, an uphill battle ahead of you, right? You have to beat Rad and then go back-to-back series to try and qualify for LAN. What are your thoughts going into those matchups, and how have you guys been preparing to improve from your performance yesterday, getting the win here and continuing that into the next stage of the competition?
I mean, we watched the games. We also watched NA play, so we have more idea on what we could do, and hopefully we can beat Rad.
Well, thank you for joining us, Twitzy. Thanks for showcasing your skill throughout the series. It was spectacular to watch you perform.
Yeah,
and
tennis
good luck
is a
in the
great
matches tomorrow.
sport.
Thank you. See you.
I do think the fashion in tennis is also super dope if you're a girl.
Awesome. Well, here's the playoffs bracket
I
here.
think now that I'm
Lemon,
older
seeing
and
the
much
action that we've
slower,
had today, so many more intense
your
and
body
competitive
also gets
matches than
injured.
yesterday.
This is not just playoffs. This is a gauntlet.
and then when
We
you get injured,
so
you don't
many
recover as
game
faster as when you're a
fives,
kid.
and,
So
I mean,
I
my
started playing
predictions are pretty
paddle and
cooked,
pickleball.
with this new patch, we kind of got to see the first and second looks. Only 2
chances
days
of
have
you getting
gone by.
injured is a
America's
lot
is around the corner.
less.
Really excited to see if Heretics are going to
think.
survive
Because
through
you don't have
the
to run around as much.
playoffs, and kind of how Rad are going to bounce back.
Ooh,
but
which rival
this is
swimsuit
also
skin is your
Navi
favorite? Okay.
domination. I got to say, they haven't dropped the map.
Which one is your guys' favorite?
Great looks from
Mine
Navi, MVP in the upper bracket.
is-
The last second clutch
Ugh.
again is just
I think it's the
echoing in
Mantis
my
one.
mind from the
I also
plays
like the
today
cute little
from
dance
Fi
that she
on
does.
Doctor Strange and the Eye of
Yeah.
Agamotto to
So-
clutch it up. I think they had
When I was
30
trying
HP at the
to
end of it,
decide
barely a
on
sliver of
which
health
skin I wanted to
kept them from
cosplay, it was
going to
either
lowers and
it was
actually
either
making it
Emma
to
for me
LAN for the first time for mid-season
And I was gonna
finals.
call
But
myself
we
like
do have
Emily
the,
Frost,
playout, or
right?
the schedule.
I was
You'll
thinking
see
either
that
Emma
later
because I
on,
also
but, thank
got the
you all
blonde
for
already,
watching
you know,
the
it's
matches
easy.
so far today.
Or
Again,
Mantis.
we'll be doing the upper final,
And I decided
the
on
lower
buying
semis, and then that or
this
lower quarters, and
outfit
then the lower
that's
semi as well,
custom
as you can see
made
here too.
for the
To be
Mantis skin.
determined who
It
the
doesn't really
final
look like
teams will
Mantis'
be, but
skin,
a lower
but
bracket
it's like it's got a lot of
3.1 is our
greens. I was
matchup
like,
to
I'll
qualify
just
for the final spot at
I'll just make
LAN
like a
and
bootleg
top 3. It's
version
gonna come
of
down to the wire tomorrow.
this
Like
Mantis swimsuit.
Oh, this is so exciting.
But
It's gonna be an absolute honor
I
to be able to
like
bring
all the
this one
details
to
on the
people.
Mantis
They
skin.
yearn
It
for the
looks
Marvel
both
rivals, and
like a
Marvel Rivals started
swimsuit, but
delivering in
also
EMEA
has
today. We
like
may have
these
sped round
leafy
yesterday, but today
floral
we
details
are
on
getting
it.
deep
So
into the weeds, and tomorrow is going
I
to
thought
be
it was
even more
gorgeous.
competitive.
Can anyone
Lady
take a map
Loki
from
would have
Navi?
been my
Like,
third
surely
choice.
it's either Heretics or VP, and if VP
Oh
does
wait,
it,
wait, no,
Navi
I
may
forgot. I'm
just have
sorry.
the perfect playoff
Black
bracket,
Widow.
and the way they
Holy
perform,
shit!
the way
Yesterday
Tara is
there
at
was
this
this.
level, he's unstoppable.
There was this game where Black Widow
Well,
was
that's all
played,
the time we have
and you
today.
just
We've
saw
been
the
dipping
side
into
boob
a little bit of
jiggling,
the
and I was
schedule
like,
for America. As that action's coming
this
up
is-
next. 4 more matches.
It's
2
not the
spots
most
for LAN,
creative
2 teams
swimsuit because
eliminated.
there's
We'll
lots of
find out after
swimsuits
this.
out there, but I loved how it looked on Black Widow. Like when you live in Miami, you see Black Widow swimsuit everywhere, okay? Like people in Miami do not want to wear clothes when they're on a beach. So in terms of sexiness, definitely Black Widow swimsuit. But in terms of like artistry and detail to the character, I like Mantis. My favorite cosplay that I've done, most recently, Jay and I did a Bowser and Princess Rosalina cosplay because we love Mario Party. A long time ago, I did like a girly version of Hanzo, Cupid Hanzo from Overwatch. My first game on Mantis, I had someone on my team dogging me the whole time. They called me, oh my god, that's lame. Because Mantis is actually a really good hero. Emily should do Mantis her college outfit. Her college outfit is actually what I have equipped for Mantis right now. It's adorable. Yes, Zelda, you just finished. So in a few minutes, we have North America starting. Honey Badger, I would like to hear you make music, and then we decide if it's ass or not. What happened to Jay? You know what? Let's go find out. Give me 1 second, guys. Be right back. So Jay is slowly getting up out of the bed, and he'll be joining us. He probably needs to like go to the bathroom, go pee for the 40th time today, and we'll do his hair. So let me ooh.
What are you doing? W to Emily, chat.
I was definitely not about to unequip all of the ugly skins. What launcher is that? The Marvel Rivals launcher? Can I be invited to the wedding? You guys are all invited to the wedding. You know what? We could do a beach wedding. We could do a beach wedding and just do it in the beach in the game.
I don't like any of chat. Oh my god, I just want to say I feel so rejuvenated. Oh my god.
Yeah. You know, if you drink caffeine before a nap, after you wake up, you actually feel more rejuvenated. Okay, no, he's not listening anymore. Okay, let's see if I can get away with this. What the? Oh, restart the launcher. Oh my god, I know why. This is a different one. This is for his it's for his preview server. Oh my gosh, where does he keep regular Marvel Rivals? Hey, just FYI, where do you keep Marvel Rivals? You don't have like a little icon for it? You go on Steam every day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, don't worry about it.
I almost got away with it, guys.
Now I'm gonna sign out of my Steam account.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming out and hanging with us.
Thank you, chat. Can I get a W for Emily? Oh my god, I just want to say thank you so much. I feel like a different person. Bro, chat, I closed my eyes and I just disappeared for an hour. Oh my god, I'm still exhausted. Let's start, okay. Oh, nice, nice, nice. How did you guys miss me? J3, we missed you. We love you. Never leave again. You left us with a strange lady. Oh, chat, don't say that, bro. That was just Emily. What the hell? We love Emily more than you. Oh my god, chat. I just want to say, kids are never going to understand this because they're too full of energy. Naps are just so like heavenly. Bro. Oh my god. Naps are dumb. Honey Badger. Maybe if you took a nap, you would get out of bronze too. Playing Daredevil without any hands. Okay? Naps are a waste of time. Honey Badger, you playing Marvels is a waste of time. You still do it? Okay, anyways. Sorry. Okay, it says waiting for Marvel Rivals July. It says July at 3:15 p.m. Is it gonna start? Any? No, the matches are not over. Who won, by the way? Who won? Pulsar won. Hey, Pulsar won. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about, baby. 4 for 4. It is. How many? So far there's been 12 games, chat. So far there's been 12 games, and I've had 11 correct. 12 games, and I've gotten 11 correct, bro. Also, the sun, like, I have my window open. I look. Oh my god, I look like a ghost almost. I don't like the word naps. I prefer you call it resting eyes session. Your eyes are so blue. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see if yeah, so far NA has not started. Oh, and red, yeah, because I slept in my contacts. Ay. You look terrible. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Also, I don't know when the NA games are starting, so technically speaking, Emily could have kept on trolling, actually. So yeah, 14 minutes. No, the games are actually supposed to be on right now, because then there's supposed to be a countdown and all that stuff. But right here it says waiting for Marvel Rivals. It's supposed to start at 3:15 p.m. When did the games end? Bro, your eyes look so red. I was taking a nap, chat, and I didn't take my contacts out. I kind of just slept. Was she trying to start Marvel Rivals through the loading bay? I don't use loading bay. That's what I use for the preview streams. Emily was about to launch season 9. No, I don't think we don't have any of the season 9 information yet. We usually get it like on that day before the preview stream. Bro, can you imagine if Emily just like launched it up and it actually was season? That would have been crazy. Damn. Also, yeah, we don't know. I don't know what's going on in our chat. We are just waiting for Marvel Rivals. Technically speaking, I could probably go play a quick play game and go ruin someone's Friday with Shotgun Punisher. What are your guys' thoughts? Emily, would you like to do a quick play game with me? Oh, no, she probably left. Wait, there are no notifications. Matt Duvey with the massive prime sub. Oh, I think my notifications are busted, actually. Yeah, are you not leaving yet? Because if Marvel Rivals is a little behind, we could just, yeah, we could go play a quick play game. Nice. Okay, chat, let's get this. I need content. I don't think we have enough I don't think we have enough time to do a content though. I took a nap instead of yeah, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I took a nap. Also, I think tonight we're gonna end very late and I have to wake up tomorrow again at 6 a.m. So I don't know if we have time. Bro, I need sleep.
Bold and dangerous.
Splash with the massive gift sub. Appreciate it, my friend. Oh no, there was a notification. That was very late. I don't know why Matt Duvey didn't get a notification, but there was a notification. Yeah, we just heard Ballin' and Dangerous. What time do we predict next match? You can't predict next match until the game's, you know, started. Yo, that's fucked up, chat. When I was not here, you guys didn't help Tarn. Yo, where you at, Tarn? Hey, Jay, it's my birthday today. Not many people remembered or wished me, but I just want to say your streams always cheer me up and put a smile on my face. Thanks for all the laughs, good vibes, and building such a great community. I really appreciate what you do. Thanks for making my day a little better. Well, to be honest with you, I wouldn't say, you know, I'll take all the kind words, but you shouldn't add my community in there. They didn't wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, man. Why not a custom game with chat? Because I will have to leave as soon as the Marvel Rivals starts because I don't want to miss anything. But with that being said, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Tom. Happy birthday to you. I'm out. Yeah, you better leave. You better leave. You know why? Because no one shows up to your birthday and sings happy birthday to you. That's why it's scary. Yeah, better leave. Yeah.
Bold and dangerous.
Wait, what the hell? Yo, Kevin with the massive gifted sub. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. Appreciate the massive gifted sub. There you go. I hope your birthday was a little better. Where's Emily at? Yeah, I don't know how much time we have, but you ready to run it down in quick play?
I am so ready. I just got the white fox skin.
Did you actually? W.
Oh,
Hey, Jay, I just want to say your singing made me just a little, made me go deaf, and now my ears have fallen off because of it. Please forget and never think about my birthday. Thank you. How about you, man? What the? Fuck your birthday, bro. Yo, spooky season. Appreciate Massive Prime sub. Man, you guys are all assholes, chat. This guy wanted... fuck you guys, man. You guys make me drink, bro. Sorry, what's up?
So, you know how I don't have that sexy mantis skin?
Yeah?
Do you want to gift it to me? Because I just found out today that if I want it, I have to spend money.
I'll fight this war against crime until.
So what's that supposed to mean?
They'll be coming in
Oh, wait, baby. I'm gonna play Penny here. Oh shit, no, we have too many tanks. Fuck! I'm gonna play
Penny, play Penny, play Penny, play Penny, play Penny. It's quick play, who cares? I'll buy you the skin because you're fixing my phone.
Yeah.
2, 1.
It's almost like I'm paying $550 for a mantis skin.
Some people would. Okay, chat, watch this. Ready?
Dang, you're so far ahead. I can't see that far.
That's fine. They're down both supports.
Good shit, good shit. I saw that.
That is much better.
I landed right in front of that Luna, and I started giving her face shots. Like, not the opposite of back shot. Never mind, chat. You know what I said. I landed in front of Luna. You think I could get that? You think I could one pump that storm in the air? I'm just gonna keep flying past the other team back and forth. I'm just gonna try to keep one pumping that storm.
Back for another tour. Out of sight.
Your goddess is suffering. Good timing. Perfect synergy.
More scum scraped off. All patched up.
Nice, baby. Thank you for peeling for us.
I got you.
They ain't seen nothing yet.
I died 3 times already. No one on my team died once.
Bring on the chaos. You belong to me.
I don't know what happened. I was supposed to be,
By the eye of
I am ready to.
I was supposed to be our white box. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry.
What did you copy?
I copied Mag.
Did you at least get a fat slam dunk?
I did not.
Greetings.
I'm sorry.
Come on, you watch me play basketball. You should at least make 1 out of 50 shots.
You help.
I have watched you play basketball. That's why I didn't make the slam dunk.
That's why I said you make 1 out of 50 shots, ma'am. You know what? You pissed me off. I'm gonna go kill that. Ah! I'm not on my shotgun. I shot 2 little squirts and then I died. Did you guys see that? I went. Oh my god, bro.
I never miss.
Oh god, he's never missing.
Judge, jury, executioner. Feel the wrath of the goddess. So weak.
Punch in the hole. Oh, I'm fine. Don't mind me or anything. Only 60 seconds left. Double kill. That's 3.
Got a little run going. I'm good to go. Out of sight.
You're welcome. What do you mean you're welcome? You threw them into my room. I was trying to go behind them. We didn't have to die for that.
Down to 30 seconds.
The move.
They soloed it! I am not that much of a threat, bro!
The final 10 seconds.
Oh, we won.
Well, there is someone behind, but I got it.
Going to overtime.
Oh god, everyone's behind. Fuck! Yes, the UG3, oh my
By
god!
the eye of Agamotto.
That's 3.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why they call me the backshot bandit. Say yes?
Yes, daddy.
What?
Another epic.
No!
Well, it's 4 o'clock.
Oh, see if they're live. They are currently not live right now. Check YouTube. Nope, they are currently not live. Chat, it's 4 o'clock, bro. We were supposed to be playing, we're supposed to be, you know, doing a watch party. Okay, I guess we can do one more. Jay3, I'm homeless now, bro. Come on. Oh. 07 to that guy's house. Sorry, man.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
It does not start at 6, chat.
No, I'm so dumb. I got the white fox skin. I forgot to equip it.
You can still equip it right now. Go bottom left. Click on the skin.
It's not available for some reason. I don't.
What do you mean it's not available? If you bought it, it should be top left. It should be top left.
That's what I thought. I'm pretty sure I bought it.
Just like you, just like me, you got scammed. Oh, no.
I want to be sexy. You know what? I'm going support
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's so strange to be back. After all I've seen out there. Life alone in the cosmos can have a certain effect on one's mental state, I imagine.
I think you're right. I might have gotten the MVP and thought it was a skin. Oh my god, I'm so blind.
Let's just say I've been keeping him.
Man, I know you dyed your hair blonde by now. Hey, welcome to being blonde, just like me.
Capture the mission area. Got it? Don't worry. Everything is under control.
I've been there. I've done that. At least you have hair to dye.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
My war, my ground.
Oh shit! I don't know how to play this hero. Fuck!
Control lost.
Maximum impact. That should make a difference. This is not over. Out of sight.
Oh no.
I'm good to go.
Come on! Rivals is live again? Uh-oh.
I suppose that helps.
But not
Oh, they start in 2 minutes. Shit. I have 2 minutes on this round. I gotta go after.
Oh shit! Oh my god, I'm dying to Ultron, I think. Then do you want to just leave or?
No. Finish this round. Finish this round. I don't know why our team's drawing. They're not. I'm creating so much space and no one's like, you know, using this space.
Extended my deployment. I'm good to go.
Did we double the portal? Possibly. Sorry for double the portal thing.
Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Just blame your teammates.
captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Taking it all.
Our rogue is in a very interesting situation. Nice, Jay.
Bro, look. Luna is so small, I can't hit her, bro.
I suppose that helps.
20 seconds.
Extended
Okay.
my deploy.
20 seconds. We can win this, chat. We can win this in 20 seconds. But did you guys are you guys seeing these? God damn, a headshot and I did no damage?
This is not over.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
No, I died to the Cyclops.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, I got damage boosted choke slam. You know what? I enjoyed it with that skin. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, I think we're starting here though.
You can leave. It's okay.
So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the game. Are you sure you want to reconnect? Failure to reconnect will flag you as a deserter and you might face penalties. Throw me in jail! Wait, you have been disconnected due to poor network conditions. Rejoin the battle. Yeah, you know, my internet was lagging, chat. Poor network connections. Wait, she wanted the Mantis, right? No, wait, she wanted the what skin? No, I can't gift her that skin, chat. I can't gift you that skin. That's, yeah, I could gift you. No, I'm not gifting her this. No. I could gift you Black Widow. Oh, wait. Right here. No, I can't gift her that. Yeah, I can't gift you that because you have to pop balloons for it. Do you want anything else? No, it's... Well, now I feel bad. Are you sure you don't want anything else? Do you want the OG one? No. Yeah, I can't help her. Do you want this? Do you have this Mantis skin? She has it? I can't. I chat. It's the 616. I can't give her any of the skins. There's no Mantis here. Can't.
To a lot of these convergence maps, when it comes to some penny shenanigans, it has allowed us to see a lot more flexibility and diversity in the hero pools that these teams have brought out.
Also, Marvel Rivals doesn't even have their stream together set up. I can't give them my viewership.
Patch notes, Vicky can go on for as long as you need. I was ready. I was like, oh, I've got stuff to say. I don't need to now. Let's look at the bracket instead. Forget the patch notes. I think Vicky covered everything.
You can just buy her the tokens? I don't think you can buy her tokens, chat.
Team Liquid Citadel versus, yeah, we lost to kick us off. We've got 100 Thieves Swamp Gaming as well. And of course, we have our
I can't gift her it. Wait, let me check my phone. Why was I charged 100 bucks for Marvel Rivals coins?
In that upper bracket, the winners of these next two matches will progress.
Just joking, I don't have a phone.
Finals securing their spot at
God
mid-season
damn.
finals as a guaranteed top 3 if you get there. Then down in the lower bracket, of course, it's an entirely different conversation. You're talking about promotion.
Ball 3 is awake. Yeah, I took a little nap, chat. I feel rested,
so
bro.
A lot on the line here today for these teams. We can look at how the schedule is going to be going for these teams
I feel
as well.
I'll buy
What
you
time
some
they're gonna be playing.
coins that
We
you
start
can
with TLC versus,
use
yeah, we lost.
when
We got 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming.
No,
and
no,
then we
no, no,
move
no,
into
no, no,
those
no.
lower
I'm gonna
bracket
buy you.
games,
I'm gonna
Vicky.
buy because
Any
you
favorites
fixed
for
my phone.
Oh man, I mean, I feel like just being able to see how FlyQuest versus
What's up? You
Sentinels
filled your
is
what?
going to be interesting to watch nonetheless, with us speculating what's been going on the back end of Sentinel side. But when you look at our upper bracket matches in general, Gaskin, kind of like how we were highlighting at the very beginning, this is a guaranteed land spot, you know, positioning. And
Oh,
a top
yeah,
3
we're watching the
finish
2
on the
top
line here
NA
for these
games,
teams.
chat.
So
Bid.
it's a lot of pressure.
This
for
is
the top 4 teams that we're
Team
gonna
Liquid
first be
Citadel
seeing
versus
as we get started
we
throughout the game.
lost. This is gonna
If
be
you
a good
haven't
game.
linked
Good
your
game.
Twitch accounts yet, make
This
sure
is
you get those
if
links
you
so you
win,
can
you
grab
move on
yourself
to the
some
LAN
Twitch
event, chat.
drops for stage 1. They are active now, and they will be active all the way through to July
If you
5th.
win,
If
you
haven't
move
already
on
nabbed them,
to the
you've still got
LAN
plenty of time
event.
to do so, whether that be the chrono tokens, some sprays, or of course the costume for Wolverine as well. We have started to see a little bit more Wolverine in action thanks to the Cyclops team up. We'll have to see.
Yeah,
whether
also,
you can
yeah,
grab
we've
that
seen a
one
lot
for
of
6
crazy
hours
Wolverine
watching.
players,
And
bro.
Also remember, we have our partner team bundles in game as well. If you want to support your favorite team, org, or player, this is one of the best ways to do so. Vicky, I'm already repping. I've got Space Station, I've got FlyQuest. I might have to get another bundle after today.
I insta-cop the Swamp, rather not Swamp, this is the Liquid Citadel and the FlyQuest one because I really like the blue and green together. But then you have that together with the fact that you get some great emotes to display out on your own chat if you want to actually send that out, or even as an emote within your own gamer tag. So you know what? I'm all for it, and you could see it here when we get to interview our players that they're always pitching, being able to support these teams, because guys, you guys at home could also rep your favorite teams within the game, of course, throughout Deadpool.
Now, before we get into our games, we have a special guest that's going to be joining us as well. Yesterday, we had Aramori, and we have Kingsman, who's going to jump on us for a little bit of a chat. Kingsman, if you can hear me, welcome to the show. It is a pleasure to have you.
Kingsman,
doing,
nice photo,
Yo.
Kingsman.
Hello, I'm doing good. Nice
Hey,
to meet
long
you.
time no
Can you hear
see,
me?
man.
We can, yeah, we have you. Pleasure to have you on the show as usual. Now, I just want to know, I want to know your thoughts. We've got Marvel Rivals Ignite. We've got some very big games that are happening today. Do you have any favorite teams? Is there any players that you particularly are looking out for in today's action?
No real favorite teams, but I'm still excited to watch the games, like see how it turns out. Like, FlyQuest versus Sentinels, to see which one gets eliminated would probably be the most interesting. Out of all of them, 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming will be good too.
What? STD's playing to go home too.
Any thoughts looking at the first?
Does he not
series
want to
that
see
we
some?
have, actually, where you take a look
He
at
doesn't
Liquid
want to see
Citadel, and
STD go home or not? Which I don't think you should bring
I don't
home,
really know
chat.
who
By
won
the way,
that,
but
but-
just yeah.
We'll have to see. You know, I don't dislike any of the players, any of the teams, but it's just
So why would you say that if you don't
I don't
dislike
know.
any of the
I don't really
players?
know. I think probably based on prior experience, Liquid Citadel will take it, but
I think that's fair. I mean, Team Liquid
Yeah.
Citadel, the best team in the world right now. In my opinion, they're certainly up there with the likes of some of the EMEA teams.
Jay,
Now,
have you
we
seen
were
Kingsman's
talking
before?
about
What
patch
have I seen? What
8.5
he looks
Kingsman,
like?
we're talking
No.
About Marvel Rivals in general. Any
Some people
heroes
aren't
that you've
comfortable
been
with having their,
particularly playing a lot
face
of
online.
Recently, any changes that you've been enjoying? Any changes you want to
I'm
see
playing a lot of
on certain
Deadpool.
heroes?
Deadpool's been really fun lately. I hope Widow gets reworked too. That would be really nice. Widow getting a rework would be really cool.
He's not
this season.
yapping
And,
like he usually does. Chat, maybe
but
he's
otherwise,
nervous, bro. Who knows, man? Come
I
on,
like,
guys.
I like Deadpool. The only problem with him is you have to like lose early unless you play like strat pool and then you switch to DPS pool late. But it's really fun.
I like your input when it comes to diving into a lot of the nitty gritty here, actually, and I really want to get your thoughts. I mean, for any, OTPs, one-trick ponies, maybe score mains out here, that are just trying to be
Oh,
themselves, or maybe
Vicky!
try to climb through ladder. If they are trying to carry a team, do you have any advice for those who may solo queue and try to get through to the ranks that you've achieved for yourself?
Please. No. Actually, I got great advice. Never switch play one character, and if you only have one support, that means your team should switch around you. And if they don't, it's their fault. GG, go next.
Great advice to live by. I mean, I'll swear by that. That's how I'm going to approach my ranked games from now on. Kingsman, lastly,
of course,
we have a wealth of heroes we could be adding to Marvel Rivals, and I mean, I'm a nerd for Marvel as well. There's a lot of heroes I want to see added. Is there anyone in particular that you would love to see added to the game from any films or any comic books that you've had?
Thanos, give me Thanos, please. Thanos would be so cool.
Vanguard?
Oh my god. Yes. Tank. Thanos as a tank would be so cool. I want that so badly.
Absolutely. I'm behind that as well. Maybe we can
Oh, imagine if Thanos, Kingsman said, was came out, and imagine his ultimate ability is the slowest ultimate ability.
Anyway, Kingsman, thank you so much for joining us.
And then
We
he
really appreciate it.
snaps,
Enjoy the games
and then
today.
half
We'll
the
be
players,
watching as well.
half the players. It doesn't matter if it's there's 12 people in the lobby, 6 just instantly die. Doesn't matter. Three could be on your team, 3 could be on the enemy team. It could be you. It could be. It could be.
Do you think we could see a Thanos
random.
Vanguard coming one day? Surely, right? It's a
Dude, that'd
tactic.
be so cool. That'd be so cool. I mean, hopefully, it doesn't end up being like a Scarlet Witch ult, right? And it's actually 10 times cooler or something. Imagine you just snaps his fingers and everybody in the map just
Damn, they're
turns into
throwing
pixels.
shade on Scarlet Witch.
But you know what? I'm all here for the vibes and the way that we're get to see how a lot of these ideas have been bouncing back and forth. But you know what? I'm also excited, Gaskin, to dive into the action that already Kingsman highlighted for us regarding our first series of the day.
Yes, we have Team Liquid Citadel on our screens yet again, and they're going to be going up against Yeah We Lost. So let's talk about
where's
TLC,
Vespa
and it's not
mom?
Tender Love
Where's
and
Vespa's
Care.
mom
It is
at?
Team Liquid
She was here
Citadel, but
yesterday.
boy,
She was
do
so
they put
chill.
some Tender Love and Care into their games, Vicky, because they are still unbeaten at the moment, 13-0 across stage 1. They just seem unbeatable. Talk to me about these guys.
Dude, it's just so crazy to see Titans like Team Liquid Citadel. We were able to cast the action just yesterday. FlyQuest, by the way, despite it being a 3-0, we keep highlighting, they did a really good job in trying to work around how flexible Team Liquid Citadel is. It just feels like
Jay,
this
are you
team
hitting
in
on
general
Vespa's mom?
doesn't
Chat.
lack anything. You could try to
Out of
target
all
ban
of
these
that,
individual
that's what you
players. They
picked up? Are
finally
you
banned-
serious?
It's a game 3, by the way. It's a ban out Cyclops, and then here comes Energy, making
Really?
sure that you cannot
I
ever
like
ignore
supportive
him. You give him
parents.
The Bucky, he'll still be able to shine.
My dad is
You
very
are
supportive
forced to try
in
to
my
ban out
career
the
choice,
gap
and I like
sometimes,
it when
and
because
Polly's still
older
able to adjust.
generation don't
Des
know
had
about the
probably
gaming,
the
and
best
I could
day
understand
of his
why they're
career
very
just
skeptical about it, and
yesterday,
it's
and
really
he's
cool to see
only
parents
ever
support their
gotten better and
kids.
better, which I
What's wrong
felt
with
like
you
was
guys?
impossible, Gaskin, but it keeps being shown on display.
Well, at the moment, they look like the best team in the region, and they'll want to get to international competitions so that they can try and show they might be one of the best teams in the world.
I am not the
To do
older
that, they have to
generation,
beat
chat.
Yeah, we lost.
How about
right
you
here,
guys
right now? Now,
eat
yeah, we
my
lost. They
ass?
looked pretty good yesterday. They were able to win 3-1 in the end in their series. There were some interesting decisions being made around their locks and their bans. It definitely was the Yeah We Lost vibe that
That's cool, though. I'm glad that Kingsman had an interview. That was cool.
Different. But then they
That'd
did
be
knuckle down in the final game when they realized, yeah, okay, we do have to start banning the likes of Rogue. We can't allow that to get through for free. And I do think today, Vicky, they have to be very particular about their locks and bans against the
Where's
team like
Vespa's
TLC.
mom?
100%, right? Because then you also consider you can't let the road go through.
I am
either,
here
but
now.
This is also a team that we keep also highlighting is very unorthodox in the way that they bring out
W. W. I hope you're having a great day.
Having a great time just yesterday.
You know who's else parents is very supportive, and I love it, chat. Do you guys know Infected?
And being able to
from Overwatch, bro, I remember that kid when he was 13. I did a rank 1 video on him, and then he was old enough to be a pro, and I met his parents because his mom was very supportive of my stream because I was very supportive of him. His mom is so adorable, bro. She goes to all his games. She's cheering him on. It's so cute, bro. I love it.
They took that one map, and we did talk to Xanthos at the very end of our previous series just yesterday, and they knew it's going to be very difficult, but not impossible.
Oh, TTK's mom comes into my chat. TTK's dad's in my chat, and also TTK's sister's in my chat as well. TTK has a cool family.
To try to change things up and review what went down yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're right. You've got the fullback of that lower bracket, although no one
TTK's
ever
dad cried
wants
last year. Did
you
he
have to
actually?
force your way through lower bracket to try and get there. But yeah, we lost. No, they're going up against a very impressive
My
team.
dad cries too. I remember
Done
that.
their VOD research. They studied yesterday. They saw
When he
FlyQuest
tells
were
me
able
that
to
I'm
actually go
useless and I
toe-to-toe
didn't
with
do
TLC.
anything.
Even though the scoreline read
He
3-0,
cries.
there was a lot of 99%
No,
rounds.
my dad's
for
very
example.
supportive.
It was
I love
very
it.
close on how far they were able to get on convoy and convergence. So I do think that, yeah, we lost, have a genuine chance of shaking things up today against TLC, but it is going to come down to those clutch factors yet again, which TLC are just full of. It seems like any member on that team can step up to the plate when they need to, and it is going to be a very tall order for Yeah, we lost today. But I would love to be pleasantly surprised. I'm sure everyone in the community would love a closely contested game here, and judging by what we saw yesterday from Yeah, we lost, they have lots up their sleeve. They've done lots of experimentation when it comes to their hero selection as well. So I do think
throwing games in Rivals isn't a normal career path, but Jay made it work.
And they're going to need to. I mean, they did it when it came to finding the weaknesses behind Sentinels, right? And they were able to take that series just yesterday in a 3-1
How about I pick you up and I throw you? How about that? Like a frisbee, bro. But I don't want you to come back.
But with FlyQuest,
no, that's a boomerang.
That's some information that, yeah, we lost could go back on and try to take advantage of the fact that they play those unorthodox compositions, the fact that each of these players are so flexible in their own right. We heard that in our interview again yesterday. And now moving forward, though, when it comes to Liquid Citadel, this is a team that has so little room for error. And again, we're also going into a best of 5. We're continuing on this passion here where you have little room for error, but at least you have a
he does not look in. He does not look locked in. I don't know who that was, chat. That person, the previous guy, not Speedery, did not look locked in. He was tired. It looked like he just woke up.
Also, map pick and map selection has been important. If you lose that first map, you get to pick what maps are going to come thereafter. And we know full well that, yeah, we lost. Going to try and do something a little bit different, maybe to disrupt TLC.
Did not look locked in.
That also happened from FlyQuest, right? FlyQuest tried to take TLC to maps they hadn't played so far in the group stages. Maybe tried to surprise them.
Jay won't let us bet. The predictions already happened, chat.
It is genuinely.
You guys have 10 minutes to predict. If you guys not see that, I can't help you guys.
I mean, the fact that they did it once, right? Like it's a different version here. We got to see if they could actually continue through. Luca's a very flexible.
Also, Emily, I just want to say, I don't know if you're listening to my stream. Thank you for taking over the stream for an hour. I feel so refreshed after taking a nap, bro. Oh my god.
Because you're splitting so much attention away from the backliners here too. Then you're gonna force your frontliners to then have to turn around, help heal here. If you're split up in terms of trying to enable your duelists and creating that space, and I do think that's what
I'll get you your skin.
Best, aside from the fact that they also have no issue kiting away from some of these fights, taking their time and patiently trying to counter rotate before trying to just dive in and initiate a fight that they're already ult tracking before getting involved, so that way they could have the advantage.
Now, speaking of maps, we can see where we start today. It is going to be Celestial Husk for you, Vicky. I know you were asking for that yesterday. So that's where we're going to kick things off. We do know that TLC have played it twice so far in the group stages. They are 2-0 on Celestial Husk, whereas, yeah, we lost are 0-1. So already stats in favor of TLC. And one thing I was going to state really on map selection in general, TLC don't seem to have much of a weakness. Whereas we heard during the interviews yesterday with Yeah, we lost out when we spoke to them, they definitely have maps they are
B Smokes, appreciate massive prime sub. Astro, with the massive new tier 1 sub, appreciate it. I don't know why my subs are not working.
More well-rounded. You know, they seem to have a little bit of everything, sprinkling
Coco
in
with a massive 100 bits,
every direction. And no one has really found a weakness of Team Liquid just
Jay,
yet.
are we staying up all night? Yeah, chat, we streamed 18 hours yesterday, and we'll do it again today. And we'll do it again tomorrow.
Well, it's time
apparently
to
tomorrow
dive
we start
into
at 7
the
a.m.
action. Can it be one of those series that you were mentioning, asking where can it go the distance? Can we see,
Alert
yeah, we
box,
lost, take out something completely different against the Titans of the Americas region between Team Liquid Citadel? First map, of course, as Celestial Husk follows me everywhere I go, but it was bound to happen eventually, Gaskin, as we get locked and loaded for our pick and ban phase.
And it's going to be an important one for both teams, obviously, it always is, but like I mentioned earlier, it was very interesting and intriguing when we looked at the bans that came out from Yeah, we lost. They were going for some weird things, like Thing got banned, quite literally, at one point, where it was more methodical and it was more normal as to what you were expecting coming out from the likes of TLC. I mean, TLC, I think they were able to, they banned Gambit every time they could, but otherwise they were locking Gambit in every possibility. They were banning Mantis, they were banning Rogue.
Okay, let's get this.
Rid of Captain America, they got rid of
Did they?
Cyclops,
I wasn't
Rocket,
looking. Did they
Luna,
show?
Yeah, we lost. We're kind of all over.
Did they?
The place.
Did they show
Mantis,
Vespa yet?
Rocket, Luna, Rogue, Cyclops, Hulk, Ultron, Thing, and Adam Warlock. Now I know a lot of those were targeted towards the Sentinel's backline, but I do hope there's a little bit more structure today to the bans from Yeah, we lost. And I'm intrigued to see where you try and target on this TLC team, right? Do you go for something that is a little bit more normal and meta, or do you say, okay, actually, we are still very scared of the backline of TLC or the vanguards of TLC?
Especially with the pacing of like the pick and ban phase, kind of almost like that snake draft where you kind of go back and forth until you go back around, right? And then you consider the fact that I mentioned the front line of DLC. It's just everybody on this team is just so good. You mentioned
I like how they added names though. I said that yesterday.
Problem,
I said
right?
yesterday they should add the names to all the players.
Before they get to their protect. Do you let the Cyclops go through? We saw what mistake that was for a lot of our teams just yesterday. Do you let the Gambit get through? But you want to prio ban the Mantis, because imagine not banning the Mantis who gets the damage boost of Cyclops. It's just a nightmare. Then you add that together with the influx of rockets. When we were talking about season 8.5,
where's Vespa's mom at?
Spam all day verbally,
W.
but Rocket has also been my #1 favorite in seeing how things have really progressed when you have that BRB and Sia, and there you go. The Gambit is the first one out, as yeah, we lost one of prio ban that, and I think that's great too, because even if you let the Gambit get through, regardless target ban.
Yo, I gotta ask what kind of gaming headphones he has over here, bro. He looks like an airline pilot.
Yeah, I was curious.
Ah,
actually, when we
damn.
get further into this tournament,
You could hear footsteps across the game with that.
rather than going for the Mantis and allowing Gambit to get through, because Gambit just seems to be a problem. And you know, if it's match 1, why not see what you
both
can
of the
do
coaches?
with a Mantis lineup, if that's what
I think you have legit RC and Gator right behind
him.
him.
We get rid of Gambit, we also get rid of Ultron, because then we're targeting that trip strat as well. Let's force them to do something a little bit different.
I also really like the respect too to Mask, because we saw Mask before on the Rogue previously, and we saw him popping off on the Pride and True Thor. By the way, only
that's
Thor
cool.
that we ever really get to see.
Kendrick is my little brother. Is that? Are you actually serious? That's cool, bro.
Off the table, which means that yeah, we lost. Also wondering here.
An older brother supporting his little brother. That's fucking. That's cool. I like that. I love family support, chat.
Over what this next protect is going to be, because yeah, we lost again. This is a very left field team with the way that they run very unorthodox compositions, and it's gonna be the Daredevil possible be Daredevil matchup. I would be here for it.
Appreciate it, Prime. Wait, why did Emily say to my editor for 1 million subs on YouTube, we gotta shave J3's head?
Zaytax on the
and then you agreed to it.
I mean,
I didn't
some of the
agree to
individual
that.
battles, some of the individual fights we're going to see are going to be insane as the Rocket Band comes through, and it is the White Fox protect in the end from Liquid Citadel. So they're not opting to protect Cyclops or anything. They're saying, no, we want to make sure our strategists are okay here.
Oh,
This
there's
was a clear game plan as soon
the
as
younger
we saw
brother.
them protect Luna Snow
That's
right
cool,
at the
bro. That's
start.
cool. That's cool.
Oh, yeah, we lost, though. I mean, I'm not entirely surprised they've gone for the protect onto Daredevil. They did it twice yesterday in their 4 games.
That is so
they
cool,
do like
bro.
to keep Daredevil. And, well, okay, there you go. There's a one-sided Daredevil as well. This is
Dang.
definitely going to be an interesting first match on Celestial Husk.
They didn't give me the matchup. It's fine. I understand. But I mean, also,
Okay, let's see
Liquid
this. Wait,
Citadel
Gambit is
fully
saved.
acknowledging,
Oh, we have a
especially on
one-sided
Masked
Gambit and we have a
Celestial Husk,
one-sided
where you still have
Daredevil.
verticality. It's so great when it comes to trying to finding these diving opportunities.
Wait.
We saw that
Yeah, we
yesterday
lost.
when it came
Ban
to
phase
Luka
looks
diving
so
in with
much
the
better.
Venom. We even saw him on the ground. At one point we had to flex over when we changed maps, but it was specifically the Venom. We
But
saw
they
Mask
don't have
coming
Rocket
out,
Raccoon
being
and
able
they
to
don't have
also find opportunities
Cyclops.
With the Angela, a lot of stall potential here. But here we go, everybody. Pick and ban phase are done and dusted, and we are getting started with our first series of the day.
Yeah, let's
leading
get
into
it.
Day 2 of America playoffs.
We already had a very exciting day in EMEA.
Let's get
being
it,
able to
let's
watch
get it.
all those games, or EMEA for Jay, because I did hear yesterday he was very confused by us calling it EMEA, Vicky, but I do think that that is because historically we were told to say it back once at a time from a different game. But anyway, here we are. This is the game that we
It's
care about
true! Who
right
calls
now.
it
Yeah, we lost
EMEA?
versus
It's called
TLC, as now we get the
EMEA.
hovers and the expectations of what we're going
I
to
mean,
see. I'm certainly looking at that.
am I
Daredevil
wrong?
being a
No one says
huge
EMEA.
difference maker going into this one.
When he says EMEA, I think it's a person.
Especially with the way that Jay3 has been able to roll out on that before here. Let's get this started. Remember, by the way,
Oh, I did take a
just
nap. Let's get
yesterday,
it, chat.
lot of
First
that
game of
target ban
NA,
over onto
Team
Luka's hook,
Liquid
and the fact that
Citadel.
he gets to play it here, especially on Celestial Husk. It's going to be fun to watch. Jay3 also going to be able to help him out. Mask too. By the way, Mask on the White Fox, while Zaytex is going to be on the Ultron with this triple.
Where's the
threat
other
as
E?
Kendrick
Mia.
trying to
I'm
find
pretty
energy as
sure
a
it says
first
E
victim.
and then
Here we
Mia.
go. 1, 2, 3.
The
Jump
MEA
him.
is Mia.
And they try to find him, and he's like, wait, where did he go? But it's Cyclops, so he can immediately zoom away outside of the action. But at least with we lost, their game plan is to remain on the high ground.
I was also going to say, very excited to see Kendrick on the Doctor Strange, even if it was just for the initial play here. We know what Kendrick can do. A scary player to be on the Strange. It's going to be Zaytex who opens up. Xantho also goes down. So we're going to get a trade for trade here in the opening fight.
Remember, leaving Polycap is scary, but it's even better when you try to find some of these picks, but the number advantage is still in favor for TLC until right now. Between Luka and Kendrick,
YWL taking the first point.
Yeah, we lost. Are looking to clear this point. Jitward, the blind lifeguard now, finding the portal on the other side before backing away.
Oh, what a great, wow, what a great teleporter.
Healing him up while Kendrick finds energy.
What a great teleporter. The teleporter was right on him. He went right through the teleporter. Jay, you saw that?
And remember, both teams have already used up the portal so early on within this first round.
Yeah, really smart instant portal from TLC, because if they do win this fight, they are guaranteed to put a good amount of points on the board and get that percentage. But there are going to be KOs being traded back and forth.
Ooh! Team Liquid Citadel ported back, and they're still getting... Ooh, chat! We might have a game, bro. We might have a game.
And he's making it count.
And they are shining. Mass getting the double real quick, by the way, in our first White Fox Protect, too, that we get to see in the Americas region. And being able to flip the point first, setting it up for success to at least get that advantage before you see Luka getting so aggressive alongside Kendrick here.
So TLC, they use the portal, they try and stop the early time going in favor of Yeah We Lost, but now they have to just try and rebuild normally. But Yeah We Lost are right down and dirty, getting in their face yet again. Four go down for TLC,
bro.
And they have to run all the way back to spawn if they want to
Team Liquid Citadel. Wait, look at Luka.
Line, baby. Let's get
Wait, what's wrong with Luka? Did he freeze his camera?
Changed their name to Yeah We Won.
Did he freeze his camera?
They took down Nero. No Kumiho Unleash instead. It's Unleash inside the spawner room gates because no one's there to really help him out. But with Polly having the freedom charge, trying to get something started, I have nothing.
Oh, what a freeze.
You get shish kebab, and now you follow up with Yeah We Lost trying to sustain Kendrick. Satex is right there after the Kumiho Unleash from their own team is done. But the extermination as Matt still stays alive for quite some time. Jitward following up. Energy has not been able to play the game. This forces out the invisible boundary now from the other side of Santos, just so that way they maintain this aggression on this choke.
This is the kind of energy we wanted going into this game as
There's
well.
no
Remember,
way,
TLC
bro.
Very good at adjusting
Look at his face
and
cam.
adapting to what they're going up against, but at the moment, they cannot find an answer. Even though Cooper was able to get the freeze, get the fate of both worlds down, Yeah We Lost still able to sustain and still able to win out, getting that first pick. And now they are constantly holding this high line here, keeping TLC by sport.
It's no longer the Hulk, it's gonna be the Look instead because Luka is on this hook and he is putting on a performance. No back cap allowed. I love the attention that Yeah We Lost has been able to split this focus.
Bro, Team Liquid Citadel is the best in NA in my opinion. To see them struggling like this is very rare.
Another Ayavagomoto after he was frozen in between it. It's gonna go crazy here and Luka has all the stop potential coming up on this World Breaker.
Damn, the jumps, the target, switching.
Damn. I'm feeling as we go into overtime. TLC down to just 4 players, and Yeah We Lost are bullying them off the point. Someone's got to jump in quickly to try and contest, otherwise we are going to be going round 1 in favor of Yeah We Lost. There finally is the jump in from Speedery.
Oh my God, Ayavagomoto fights.
Oh my God, he got 2 supports with that bust.
The next round, no portal, and again, you go down energy
100-0.
Yeah We Lost with an opening statement on this first round.
100-0, bro. Oh my.
Luka's camera still froze. It's the perfect reaction, though. That's how everyone is feeling right now. What have we just seen from Yeah We Lost? They take the first round off TLC. And TLC didn't even get a touch onto the point in the end. Not even an inkling of a percentage going their way.
That's
and
crazy.
Look at those stats. TLC, the team who has not lost a map leading up to this point, and now finding themselves 1 round down.
Dude,
and they just got absolutely dominated by Yeah We Lost.
Listen. They were able to push
is their support player with 8 kills?
A little bit to the distance. I say a little bit with a grain of salt.
Their support player has more finals.
Yeah We Lost just played yesterday.
They have as much finals as the other team has
to the forehead, man, is my exact reaction after seeing those first back-to-back 2 fights, and then that was it. Now you have to go into this next round, though, seeing as they wanted to look to have that portal ready from Kendrick, if that's how they want to.
Why do casters call ults by their government name?
I love this. The fact that you have the portal
it
just
shows
in time
professionalism.
it from the very beginning means that TLC should also have theirs. Nero opens up with the Kumiho Unleash, and Speedery follows up with the Galactic
Also,
Legend.
it's their
Lucas
job.
Says enough is enough. You have the extermination, but still the number advantage is now in favor for TLC. The way they were able to rotate now with Nero having that Kumiho Unleash didn't last for very long, but Dantos had gone down a little earlier, so they would not have the invisible boundary, while Jitward now finding Cooper. Cooper trying to even out the stakes. No strategist left now for TLC.
Like,
And
imagine
nobody
you
rather
going
than
to
TLC
work every
have
day.
been able to claim the
Your
point,
work doesn't
but
call you
not
by
for
your
very
name.
long
Instead, they
with
call
the
you
extra
like
credit
bald
here in
man or
10%.
something. I don't think you're
It is
gonna want to
just
work
Joe's
there.
world, and we are all
They're gonna be like, yo, show me respect.
TLC are able to stabilize and take a little bit of control here off of the spawn. Holly doing very well to keep a lot of those players back from being able to do any real damage. The Hulk versus Hulk is excellent to watch, especially when played at a high level.
It was crazy there. The fact that they were not able to get off the point right here, too. Santos at least stays alive after trying to get juggled. Looking like he was at the circus right now. The invisible boundary keeping them alive, but it's going to be matched that with Cooper and the dance off with the fate of both worlds. Currently, TLC finding 3 back-to-back. No strategist left for Yeah, We Lost as the priority picks do come through, and they maintain their advantage, nearing now 40%.
And I was going to say, let's not get ahead of ourselves after the first round because we know how good TLC are at coming back, reacting and adapting to their opposition, and they finally have found a way to be able to break through initially, and they're already up to 50% here. Now they can do exactly what Yeah, We Lost did to them in the previous, hold a high line here, kind of bully them
Chat,
a
I wasn't
little
talking
bit,
about myself
utilize
when I
these
said
ults they
bald.
have available.
I'm not
You're
bald.
going to see Feast of Abyss is going to be available for Vespa first.
I don't know why you guys are saying I'm sorry, Jay.
All the swaps
That's
that
not
we're
me.
currently seeing from TLC, right? We did see Paulie at the very end of that first round also roll out on the Hulk energy now, making changes too. I have Okamoto though. It finds 3, and it finds 2 KOs while he was at it. Luca with a beautiful follow-up off of that stun from Kendrick. While Zatex just gets stunned temporarily though. TLC are down in numbers, and Yeah, We Lost are looking to flip the point back in their favor.
But did I see some like ranked tier lists that had Doctor Strange down in like D, C?
Huh?
If it's Kendrick, it's up there in S. Kendrick always makes it look so easy.
We all know
Every
whose tier list they're
Ayagamotto
talking about,
always
chat.
slaps unless he gets frozen. But that is going to be a great break here from Yeah, We Lost, and now let the devil out again for Jitwood, but he gets shut down immediately.
Oh my goodness, and a huge Feast of the Abyss, and then you add the freeze on top as a cherry to take away from Yeah, We Lost. The Galactic Legend too, putting in all the extra pressure. They put 1 toe on the point, only got 22%, and a big stagger onto Luca, unfortunately, to even freeze him at the very end. But this is great for TLC because now dwindling away the time that Yeah, We Lost had, I don't believe they even had that portal because they opened it up from the very beginning. There really hasn't been enough time for them.
No, they're going to have to try and just force this one in naturally. Someone has to be brave and jump onto the point just to keep this one ticking into overtime, which they do manage to get there. Thankfully, the Hulk is there going to be on both sides now to have a little bit of a brawl as Zatex starts to get aggressive into the middle as well.
Oh
At least you have the
no.
World Breaker activated here.
Oh,
and
he
keep
got
the
two.
stall
He
going,
got
but the
two.
Clark
Wow,
from
yeah, he did get
Zatex
2. 2
is
supports by
feasting
mind
like
you.
Thanksgiving came early. Energy said, I want none
Oh,
of that
keep him
business
off,
with the
keep
World
him off.
Breaker with
No,
overtime
you should have
taken
kept sending
away. They
him.
want to make sure that this stall cannot
Okay, he's
come
still
out
C9
as
anyways.
TLC
I was about to say, you
pushes
should have
to
kept him
round
running
number 3.
away, bro. Force the
Insane.
C9. But
difference
hey, they
from
ended up
round
still
1
doing it.
to round 2. How
He brought him back to the
one-sided it
point for
was
some reason, but hey,
for
we have
Yeah,
ourselves a
Lost in
game,
the
chat.
first,
We
and
have
then
ourselves a
TLC
game.
completely flipped the script. And also, that's what I kind of love about domination, Vicky, because
We
it's
have
a different part of the
ourselves
map each
a
time,
game.
right? It's a different chance to demonstrate what you can do with what you have available for you as well, in terms of elevation, in terms of the objects that are around that you can use, and some of those choke points that you can
Unscented.
hold and dominate your opponent at the same time.
Unscented Sanctuary.
I mean,
Bridget Madison, 2 months.
TLC,
How
they
you
show
doing?
again why they are such an impressive team with how they answer back against Yeah, We Lost here. We have to see whether some changes are being considered, because it does look like on the side of Yeah, We Lost, there is some hovers at the moment just to see if they want to switch things up. Kendrick going back over to that Doctor Strange after the initial switch.
And I do like the adjustments from TLC just alone. Looking at the composition that Yeah, We Lost rolled out with, you have the Elsa. Why don't we see the Cyclops? Because when you have that Glartrox, you get Luca off the point there like we saw at the very end of round 2, especially when he's trying to stall for as long as possible with World Breaker. You want to have the ult advantage in a lot of these starting fights going into that next round. And currently, with the fact that Luca had used the World Breaker at the very
Australia,
end, Paulie
Egypt
still
going
has
into
the
penalties.
opportunity
We
to
don't
keep
care
this
about
stall
sports ball
going
here, bro.
just to allow Cooper and Nero to boost up those strategist ults.
We care about the real sports,
Vespa looking to
esports.
see if he can just create a little bit of space for the rest of the squad at the moment, but it's Polly in the end who takes down Zatex, and now with Ultron being removed, Yeah, We Lost. They're going to be a little bit lost indeed.
Oh my
but you will
god,
see Fate of both
when
worlds
he's ulting and he
drop
gets
just to
stunned,
stabilize.
it jiggles.
Keep him fight here as Yeah, We Lost had that advantage. It's going to be the dance off though from Cooper to match the opportunity from the other side. And while they dance off, Bez is frozen. at the hands of Santos, but they've lost out on Kendrick early, and Santo is the next to fall. Number advantage once again in favor for TLC. Before energy does go out, you let the devil out, you find that one pick, but again, you do not have your strategist now that Zaytex goes down
man.
to keep this fight going.
Listen,
TLC
YWL is still doing really well, but Team Liquid Citadel, after winning, losing that first round, they just
forgot what it was like playing without Gambit temporarily.
I don't know, something awakened in them.
Plus White Fox, and boy, is it working.
No, Hulk gets CC'd still in his ult.
Third rounds. Vest was close to a freedom charge at the moment. Speedery has Galactic Legend to utilize as well in this next engagement, so there is a lot of options here for TLC.
If the Eye of Agamotto here that, yeah, we lost at least half, and with Speedery now going in with a Galactic Legend, he goes all the way up, skyrocketing. He's literally so low. 61, they nail him down at the hands of Zaytex, and assembling the troops to keep this fight in is going to be Bez with a freedom charge. Cooper has been going crazy here as Zaytex takes a different off angle, finding the markings here. We were just talking about the buffs to Elsa alone, and with Polly and Bez fighting
Team
the
Liquid,
back-to-back here.
yeah, Team Liquid Citadel's like synergy is showing here, man.
They keep their feet planted as they near 50%.
I was just going to praise the Kendrick play as well on the Strange to make sure you try and deny that Galactic Legend as much as possible. But there was so much distraction going towards Star-Lord that the rest of TLC were able to pick off some of that back line.
No, Guru
yeah,
and Gale TSN is the last match of the day, chat.
Running out of time, 62% in favor of TLC, and we will see Fate of both worlds get popped by Cooper here to protect after Glatrox came out.
And probably to follow up the fight, Santos is even bigger because you would have had the fate of both worlds for this fight at the very least to try to flip this, as a back cap was slightly attempted before they wipe out. Everybody was just trying to go in one by one from we lost. So now they're just have to GG go next with TLC. Now
that's a late pick, bro. That's a late pick. He's not gonna respawn until 90%. Uh-oh. They need a
the
TP.
Entire community probably looks like Lucas frozen cam, by the way.
Did he get it? Did he get it?
Now going into round 2
Did he get
and 3,
it?
looks
Can we
like
see
TLC,
the strange POV? No, you didn't. Okay.
So one last chance here now for we lost to try and break through.
I saw the players of we lost also just trying to hover over Kendrick. Get down, Mr. President. Now the dance off here. Eye of Agamotto is online, but they've lost out on 2, which is even bigger at the mouth of the portal that was placed up on the high ground here. You have Worldbreaker now activated from Polly. What can't Polly play? As Speedery finds
I didn't know Polly had the Hulk in the bag.
Even though Santos does find energy, they're down in numbers.
Dude, watching good Hulk players is always so fun, dude.
Invincible as he bashes your face in. TLC with a statement to answer back against we lost. With Jitward, you know it's over when he tries to roll out on the Spider-Man with desperate attempts as TLC take map number 1.
TLC were like, JK, you thought you were about to see us lose our first map.
Damn, I thought this was going in a different direction, man.
Kind of trying to allude to, even despite them getting a little bit dominated in that first, TLC always find a way to come back into things.
They
always have that plan B.
Production.
And they are so good at adjusting. And
Production, show us the stats.
That they take our first map here to take the lead against we lost. We're gonna go for a short break. But when we come back,
no short break, stats. Crazy. Crazy. And I wish we saw the stats. Sup, J. Jonah Jameson. What's up? What's up? What's up, friends? What's up? What's up? What's up? You can see the stats on the replay in the game. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, though. They're going to show the stats, I think, when they come back. There's no way they don't show the stats. No, I came late. I thought they were starting at 6. NA starts at 4, guys. NA starts at 4. Tomorrow, same thing. NA's going to start at 4. EMEA is going to start at 7 a.m., so I'll see you guys there for EMEA, too. Nice. 4 like Pacific, 4 EST, chat. 4 E. When I say time zones, it's usually EST, my time zone. West Coast doesn't exist. Only East Coast. East Coast, best coast. Everyone knows that. Jay, do you live in EU or nah? Yeah, I'm you can't hear my accent. I'm British. Yeah. I love beans on toast. And tea and biscuits. And fish and chips. You know, when I went to London, actually, they did have good food. London is actually pretty fun. Pretty lit. Emily went to go get my phone. See, this is exactly what I mean. Emily says I don't need a phone because I only text my dad. Bro, first of all, I need my phone. My editor can't make TikToks because he can't sign into my TikTok because I don't have my phone because he's sending codes to my phone. Wait, I don't know what that means. Hey, J3 question. What do you think about a rescue support? How would that work? You tell me, bro. I don't know. You just came up with that term. What's a rescue support? Yeah, the only thing I can think of as a rescue support is like the priest in World of Warcraft, be it with that pole ability or Life Weaver. I don't know if I don't think Marvel Rivals should come out with a character like Life Weaver, bro. First of all, when Life Weaver got dropped, that was one of the most, I don't want to say it was an anticipated character. I mean, when Life Weaver dropped, it was like Blade in Marvel. Like no one cared. Rescue is a character. Rescue is a character? I've never heard of Rescue. That's a Marvel Rivals character. Also, I don't know if I actually want a character that has a pull ability. I feel like Marvel Rivals would like troll with that so much. Who is Rescue in Marvel? Let's see. Rescue is a superhero alias for Virginia Pepper Potts. Originally starting as Tony Stark's executive assistant. Pepper eventually becomes the CEO of Stark Industries and then Stark's wife. She's a key ally who uses a specialized defensive and flight capable suit of Iron Man armor. Okay, so she's another.
Outnumber you. Your powers are mine.
She has a suit which focuses on defensive, advanced scanning, and non-lethal intervention, rather than heavy offensive weaponry. Advanced force fields, electromagnetic manipulation, flight and superhuman stats. Oh god, we have another support character that flies. Energy protection and emergency scanning. See, the only problem with this...
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite America's
If I was Marvel Rivals, my only concern would be, how do we make a swimsuit skin of this? Can't do it? We don't want it. Can't make money off of it.
You can coast undefeated as Captain America's Seaside Sentinel, Loki's Seaside Siren, and White Fox's Coastal Kumiho costumes. They are fantastic. We've already seen Vicky go to her final balloon to grab hers yesterday. But Vicky, it's great to see more skins added. And what I saw on social media was this was wave 1. Just
Someone on YouTube said make the
maybe
skin
that means there's more
transparent.
coming.
Give
the
me
suit of
more,
armor
please. It'd be
transparent.
more than I think, because I think we had a total of like 10 last year. Give me more, please, because now we have 10. So it'd be great if we get more than what we have already. Yeah, it did take me, by the way, all my balloons, but I don't want to talk about that. At least I got it, but it drained me dry, literally, when it came to trying to get the different color variations of that beautiful White Fox skin. But you know what else was beautiful? That banger of a first map that we just had between TLC and Yeah, We Lost. And if you dive down into all the micro plays that Team Liquid Citadel brought out when it came to the counter picks immediately from the end of round 1. Pauly that we saw at the very end on Hulk with 15 finals, like if that wasn't a statement after getting slapped around at the first half of round number 1 on Celestial Husk, I don't know what is, because like you even saw him trying to get the exile from a mile away. If he could snipe Kendrick in the middle of that portal, he may have missed, but it's the fact that the rest of the team was so ready to still have the number advantage and take out both of the duelists before they could even put one toe on the point.
And you pointed out a really important factor as well. At the end of round 1, when they were losing, they switched up, knowing that pretty much the round was over, but they started to build up that ult economy going into round 2 with their new heroes as well. A very intelligent play from TLC, and it's just another one of those minor details that sets them apart from everyone else in the region at the moment. But when we look at MVP, you were already talking about Pauly, 29 KOs in their favor, 14k damage, but the damage block was also there. It was just the amount of space he was able to make for the rest of the team. Both holes, by the way, were incredible in that first map.
Yeah, and the fact that you were able to make those adjustments and then lead it into having the ult economy advantage leading into round number 2, once again, it's those small plays here that bring TLC above the rest. As we take a look at the stats overall, and what we saw here between Energy, he did swap over to the Strange just so that way they could try to recontest, but the fact that you were also able to swap over to the Elsa, which Zatex did the same thing because it was to deal with the Hulk, especially the stall potential from what the World Breaker brings. You don't want to see that stall happen when you have Cooper and Nero having a much better time by the end of that match and staying alive, even just looking at the stats across,
Emily's
right?
messaging
Even
me.
when you
Let's
have
see if I got my...
and you're getting dove, you still were able to keep Cooper up. Cooper was getting very aggressive. Vez too making the adjustments necessary, but I feel like this was just a statement where you see, yeah, we lost. They opened up great. Jitward had Luca had 12 finals, Jitward with 9, and even with the onslaught of damage that Jitward put in, which was like 22,000, the most in the entire lobby, Energy was right behind them, making those adjustments and then getting the follow-ups together with his Vanguards.
I mean, yeah, we lost. Have to be careful. If they play that well against TLC again, TLC will probably try and sign up for next stage. So you have to always be aware of that. They'll have a team of about 20 by the next stage, I'm sure. But TLC, they do take the first one, and boy, did they look incredible once they were able to make those adjustments and those changes. And it's no discredit to Yeah, We Lost. They put up a fantastic performance. In particular, that start, Vicky, was incredible. But again, TLC are just one of those teams that know when they need to change
Slightly
things.
off topic, any changes you would like to see in Season 9? Custom games.
They couldn't really work their way back into the game. If they can show that kind of
custom games,
kind of same passion from the start of a game, maybe in a quick convoy or a quick convergence, perhaps that could be a very different matter. If they can surprise TLC in a game, they can take full advantage of that and get more time on the board.
Yeah, we have to find out what our next map is looking like too, right? Because when we get into this, you highlighted something perfect, is that Yeah, We Lost is a type of team that starts off really strong, but for some reason ends up snowballing down. And I'm wondering here, we were in the break here, Gaskin, is this going to be, we go from Celestial Husk, it's like I'm getting deja vu. Are we going to be moving on to America Stream sponsored by MOC? And you guys know what that means. Museum of Contemplation, and I'm hearing from production that that is exactly where we'll be moving on to. And it's a little scary, Gaskin. You were talking to me a little bit why in our break, and why don't you highlight that?
Team Liquid Citadel have not lost on Museum Contemplation throughout group stages. They are 3-0. But that being said, I will caveat it with the fact, going into yesterday's matches, we hadn't seen Yeah, We Lost win on Museum of Contemplation. They were 0-3, but then they did win out in that last game when we watched it happen, when they chose Museum of Contemplation, and they looked like a completely different side. And when we actually spoke to them in the interview, they were like, Museum of Contemplation just fits our style. We just know how to play it. We know what we're doing. Sure, we might have had some bad games previously, but we've made some changes. And also with this patch, with this meta, it really does suit our play style. So I'm excited to see how they approach this one, but it is not going to be easy. Again, it's TLC. They're undefeated still, and they always find a way to break through, even if they struggle to start.
And Lucas Cam is no longer frozen, by the way. No longer on the facepalm, which may have given them the power for that first round. So, you know what? We'll see what happens as we go over to Museum. And what this pick and ban phase is looking like, I do feel like Rocket is really strong here, especially if you're trying to hold a defensive side when you have that BRB to bring everybody back into the action. Combine that together with having the fastest strategist ult and having a seal on the amount of damage that you're putting in. So, I do like the way that we had the back and forth in the pick and ban draft.
I admire your dedication to sleep-free lifestyle. No, I took a nap. I had Emily take over. She's a champ.
Again, I really like that.
Took like an hour nap. I feel so much better.
The Rogue and Magneto from Vez, even if you ban out the Rogue, at least you take out that team up away from him if he gets to opt for that mag. And that's the Mantis that also gets banned. So very similar already to what we were looking at before.
An instant Daredevil lock as well from Yeah We Lost. I think they have established how important it is to have Jitwood on something that he's comfortable with. That's something he could dominate with. There were times where Jitwood was just going off on the Daredevil, so I'm not entirely surprised they've gone down that route. Team Liquid Citadel sticking to their guns, though, with the Mantis ban, but it does mean they get rid of Mantis and they get rid of Gambit here. So that is a win overall. If you look at the meta, you'd be pretty happy to get those two bans on board. So Team Liquid Citadel are actually going to go, yes, give it to me. That's what I wanted.
Oh, yeah.
If it gets offered up to you, take Mantis. Show me what you can do with Mantis here, TLC. Show everyone watching why Mantis has been the #1 ban all playoffs.
Oh, heck no. Gotta ban out the Ultron. Don't let Speedery get away with this. Like, can you imagine? Oh, man. And they ban out the Luna Snow as a prio. I mean, I'm a little scared here. You talk about the Mantis, and we also were mentioning the summer skins before. Imagine what Ultron could look like if he gets his own summer skin out here. But as we hover over this next ban here for Yeah We Lost, I do think that's definitely a threat, especially with the verticality that when it comes to playing around those walls, especially the roof side, and it is going to be that next ban as Team Liquid Citadel do ban out the Luna Snow, probably also expecting a dive first. So you want to take away the team up that Luna gets if you do want to still opt to have the White Fox, and they end up protecting the White Fox themselves.
Yeah, which makes sense, especially when we saw how impressive White Fox was in the previous game for both teams, actually. To be honest, I know I had mentioned that Liquid Citadel had locked it for the first time, and now we get our second White Fox protect.
Ultron needs a summer skin. How do you have... How do you make Ultron have a summer skin, chat?
Elsa is going to be the target. That is also a little bit of a surprise, but also, I guess, with what we've seen so far, how good Elsa can be in the right hands. I guess not too much of a surprise if you look at who they're going up against.
Does this proc a Hulk ban then? Because then you won't have the Glarchox to really deal with having a stalling Hulk on the point like we were mentioning before, which is why that counter pick came out as they protect the Cyclops. They may not have the Mantis damage.
The ban system does not work like a normal custom game. You have bans and saves. The bans are for the other team, but the saves are for your team. So for Team Liquid, for an example, they banned Mantis. That means Yeah We Lost cannot play Mantis, and they also saved Mantis, so that means they cannot ban Mantis.
Portal to contest on a map like Museum.
I love it. I think that Strange bans, I'm surprised they
also,
don't
I don't think the Doctor Strange ban is actually a ban on Kendrick. Banning Doctor Strange is actually low-key really smart because it takes away that overtime situation where you put down a portal and come back to the point. So now it's a one-sided portal, chat, which is huge.
And also it targeting Kendrick, as you said.
That's
huge.
There
were so many times in that previous game where Kendrick was running the lobby on that Doctor Strange. So I think this is intelligent from TLC. That being said, we know that the ban didn't come through from Yeah We Lost onto Cyclops.
No, it was a ban on
so
Kendrick.
TLC do have that option to run
Sure,
Cyclops
chat.
if they would like
I mean,
to alongside
possibly
the
is, but I'm just saying the more logical thing
the Bucky, which
is
I think actually could be quite an interesting one to
banning for a one-sided
Bucky's
portal.
very good at displacing enemy teams. So if you're able to find a position where you can grab someone, pull them away from their strats, then suddenly you're going to be in a spot where you take a 6v5, basically.
And you're also allowing the fact that you have the Mantis, Groot, and Loki team up to get away. This is going to be scary.
Jesus.
Damage boost energy with Polly, by the way, on Penny is going to be a masterclass as we get to see Yeah We Lost rolling out Mask on the Pride and True Thor with Zaytex getting away with having the Cyclops already trying to take a flanking angle to call out Cooper.
Great protection from Nero, though, just to deny the free angle onto his teammate, making sure that Cooper wasn't going to get taken down. That being said, Cooper did actually get forced heavily by Mask, who we see back on the Thor, but it's going to be KOs going in favor of TLC. Even though the opening ones went in favor of Yeah We Lost, they are not able to stabilize and hold on.
You can have the Daredevil for Jitward, but when you allow the White Fox to get through, Nero is going to shine together hand in hand with Energy and Bez. Once again, having that team up combined together with the Loki and Mantis goes absolutely crazy here. And also trying to sustain more of this damage and also being able to block the heals away from Yeah We Lost as Jitward is the next victim.
This could be a painful watch for Yeah We Lost fans with how TLC are setting up with this one at the moment. It's one of those games that kind of screams unbreakable setup. It's going to have to be worked very hard by Yeah We Lost if they're going to try and break through. And sadly, they're losing in the neutral right now, which gives ult economy advantage to TLC. They're going to be the first ones to get there. Polly's just got another KO onto Mask as well. Things are going from bad to worse.
Oh no, you can't keep getting away with this on Nero. It's the White Fox v White Fox fight here. Over to the side while Polly finds another victim. Oh my gosh, off the sleeve.
God, Jitward just got
Well, you can pop off
deleted.
here, which Speedery is allowing to enable Nero while Polly's just having a field day in the front line.
Bracket Impact's going to be there and available as well. Alongside Entangling Roots, so it's just going to be such a difficult break from Yeah We Lost. That being said, they're able to get 2, make it 3.
Oh, nice
the
shot.
switch over to Bucky has been very important here.
He was unarmed and safe, actually, because they tried to use the bread and butter and unfortunately couldn't follow up. And now instead, TLC come right back around. Sure, Santos gets the itch jet, but he has nowhere to go. He moves over to the left side. He actually managed to get the health back over to the other side. Bez staying alive as you get the God of Mischief, the Kumio.
Oh my God, that
now.
survivability, chat. That's crazy.
Nero, but the Feast of the Abyss puts down the ante. He's still staying alive for as long as he can and gets the charm while he's at it. Now they go hand in hand with having to deal with Zaytix and Kendrick, and with the arm engagement, he gets a reset on Bez. And again, as he goes, Yeah We Lost finally are up in numbers and they clear up the space beyond the point.
I mean, the switch over to Bucky was massive for Yeah We Lost as well. Just being able to grapple some of those strats.
And now they have the one-sided portal, chat, which is going to be really huge.
Them with the rest of the team, as well as the switch over to Venom too. Yeah We Lost. They do find their breakthrough. It looked like maybe it was going to be impenetrable from TLC. There is always a way if you are Yeah We Lost. That being said, they have the portal to TLC and they're back into this fight.
Speeder, he's putting the attention too. You miss out on the stun, but now you let the devil out, and there's no exorcist to stop him because Speeder already burned out getting that sleep. Jitward gets to shine. He finds Cooper once the lamps are down. The Kumio Unleashed now from Nero, but there's only 4 left for TLC. Bez very close to having that strangling prison. They want to use the wombo combo together with Energy, who will have that Kraken impact. He doesn't have it just yet. He's so close to having it, but brings them all together. It's fine. Save it for the next time because Polly and Bez get to follow up and take out the rest of Yeah We Lost. It's so difficult to break this choke, but amazing changes that we get to see from TLC once Polly was off of that penny and was able to portal contest right back onto the point.
It's also the quick hero changes as well to heroes that have a quicker entry speed.
You see how strong the portal is, chat?
Zaytex, he moved
They ported back. They won the team fight. They're still defending them first. Now, if YWL loses this fight, that's their last fight. They don't have a TP back.
Well, TLC have been able to find 2 KOs in their favor, and unless Yeah We Lost can utilize these ultimates to their favor, maybe they can't even get first point.
Now trying to get away, though, trying to avoid by playing around the wall was actually so smart from Santos, and now you have the Heartbreaker from Maz.
That was a big swallow.
Unfortunately for the Kraken impact, it didn't get that reset. Once It's Jeff went to counter the Eye of Agamotto. Zaytex next finds Paulie. TLC down in numbers, only leaving Bez. He stayed alive for so long originally, but all for naught, as with overtime ticking away at the very last minute, Yeah We Lost get that first checkpoint.
Wow. Checkpoint, no portal available, of course. It was already used, so Yeah We Lost. They get a little bit of a reset on that time. 2 minutes.
To be honest with you, you can't ban Bucky, chat, because Energy could play so many things.
Good job from Yeah We Lost to clutch up and utilize their ultimates in their favor. And
if you ban Bucky, he'll just probably play Cyclops. Cyclops is wide open.
How many times, Vicky, have we seen?
Which, by the way, no team is playing. No one banned Cyclops. Everyone.
Now people are getting better at dodging, at dipping, and diving.
Yeah, it's even better when you have Museum of Contemplation and you have those, breakable barriers that haven't been broken.
Or Energy, if you ban,
literally avoid the action. Well, Kendrick, Kumio Unleashed has now been put back into the spawn room gates as Vez does find that Zaytex gets a little bit of retaliation, but Vez, no matter what you put him on, looks so scary with Energy, getting away with finding Luca too. Zaytex coming back will have a Kraken impact, but you're down to less than 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it has just been kind of a situation where both teams have been trading off fights now thanks to ult economy, and in the end that should favor TLC now as they have far more to win this engagement. And Yeah We Lost are going to be a little bit behind as well. You can see there's
nice ult by Vess.
Picked up here for TLC.
That was a good hook by Zaytex, but they couldn't finish him off.
They do,
man.
but it was also a double ult. I mean, unfortunate here because Cooper with the God of Mischief did copy Speedery. They did kind of move up, and Nero also
and now Team Liquid Citadel. They still got another supportal. They use 2 supportals.
We do know that this map is so good when it comes to Jeff. Xantho does have the edge up again, and Energy's looking behind to help heal for the backline.
Strangler Prison now gone, but now here is that Kraken impact, and you do land it on the first. And now you start to try and go again and again with it as well. As Jitwood gets removed here, TLC now starting to
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Makes it 4 and he looks for 5.
I just want to let you guys know I taught Energy how to do that.
We have to study Energy. Not only did he delay to prevent getting hit with the charm, by the way, before initially starting off the Kraken impact, he avoids the itch chef going into the air. 1 by 1 as you hear again in your nightmares. Now you're down to less than 30 seconds of the clock for Yawi Lost to get that second checkpoint.
I would pay to watch these two teams play every single week, by the way. This has been so entertaining to start our day off. But yeah, we lost 20 seconds left to try and push this one to the second point. Speedery is going to pop the ult to begin with here just to keep them up and sustain. But yeah, we lost camera play with one of their own.
Now with Mask using the Heartbreaker, she'll take all the things that you own, your house and the kids, with Nero finding himself dropping down. Kendrick to find Speedery, but no one's looking at Energy. Energy's getting away from that side room, and as I say that, Jitward is upset, making the swap over to the Black Cat 2 on top of it all. But the stall is happening, and overtime taking away as Yawi Lost are looking for that second checkpoint.
Well, because they still have quite a way to go to get to this second checkpoint, TLC are going to be able to walk up onto this one and then should have the Strange Portal back for the next engagement if they need it. So this is good news for TLC. They certainly have the advantage going into point number 2 here. That being said, you look at the ult economy, Zaytek starting to build up that Kraken impact. Vesper and Cooper have got their ults back after that double ult you were talking about. Speaking of, Cooper has the chance to pop and will pop it as well.
Oh, armed and dangerous. Zaytek is going to be... Oh, he is absolutely taken away back to the spawn room gates because the bread and butter of the Strangling Prison...
And they don't have TP. They don't have TP to come back, chat.
As they fall like a roll of dominoes. Jitward clinging up for dear life before Energy makes his own highlight reel. And look at the fact that he is just sitting there. Another day at work. No reaction as TLC stop Yawi Lost before that second checkpoint.
And in that final fight, TLC is going to have so much confidence because they know if they take down 1 or 2 players, yeah, we lost, don't have the Strange after the ban. No one's going to be re-engaging in that fight. You have the extra players, you can commit.
Energy is 25-4 with 13 finals, but Vest is 26-3 as well with 10 finals. Ooh, Pauly as well with the 8 finals.
Essentially, they didn't quite get
not
to the
too
second.
bad, chat.
That's
not too bad. Speedery.
It was a great first hold.
Speedery has 8,000 damage done, 3 finals, but also 5,000 healing.
And they switched once we lost were able to break through. Curious, though, how now Yawi Lost try and set up here against TLC and what they have up their sleeves.
Can you, like, the fact that Energy is the raid boss is so crazy. Like, it's not crazy.
Team Liquid Citadel would be losing without the 3 supports.
It's the consistency that is crazy.
That doesn't make any sense as well because YWL ran 3 supports and they won the first King of the Hill map and then they switched off. Both teams were running 2-2-2 and then Team Liquid Citadel won.
Look at the damage output that Energy's putting in. Look at the adaptation. Sure,
it's just that YWL didn't ban Mantis. Chat, if you don't ban Mantis, that's your fault. Why would you not ban Mantis?
That together with Vez because Vez
There's a reason why Mantis is banned 24/7.
Mantis that got away in the pick and ban phase together with that of Cooper having those bigger lamps.
These pros definitely make sure that these team-ups are used to their full effect as well. Even if sometimes a hero is going to be very strong individually, the team-ups just provide so much extra little bit of oomph. Now, can TLC use that oomph to try and break through the setup here from We Lost? They go for somewhat of an aggressive comp with both Captain America and Venom. You've also got Rocket Raccoon on the side of We Lost here, so they've got the BRB.
Nero's out for blood and already being used up here. I was looking to see if they were going to swap over to either Strat Pool or Van Pool, but it doesn't even matter because Energy is clicking on their heads, collecting them like trading cards right now. And even with that one victim just trying to get away, trying to survive, We Lost are looking to regroup because TLC are making so much space.
Speaking of, the new Marvel cards in the Magic the Gathering set have been absolutely fantastic, and I'm very excited to play against Cozy because I understand he's collecting them too. Anyway, TLC are able
wait. Are they talking about Magic the Gathering and playing?
And they're going to be ahead on ult economy as well. Though Jitwood is going to be the first to technically get that ultimate on the ban pool here.
Is Magic the Gathering actually that fun, bro? I've never played Magic the Gathering.
By the way, here protecting 5 of the members of TLC. Pauly zooming around, going to be able to wall run here over on the top of Zaytek. Vex's head, trying to get the follow-up as Zatex takes out the threat that is Energy. You combine that together with the Sia, even with that group wall right behind them, they're going to be able to try to extend on this, but Pauly not letting Jitward get away before the rest of We Lost now.
I mean, apparently Magic. What a ult, but no kills. Wow.
Zatex though cannot get a follow-up, unfortunately, and bringing everybody together is going to be the God of Mission who did copy.
They added a Marvel pack to Magic the Gathering, really.
The same thing, but this time, oh my goodness, with the anti from the Feast of the Abyss,
bro, Vest killed everyone there.
Again, as 3 of those members from We Lost stood no chance against the other side of the Kraken Impact as well as the Strangling Prison.
That's always the worst. God of Mischief was popped to bring out the...
No TP, by the way, from YWL, so they just cap it.
Absolutely.
Look how easy that is, chat. No TP in the game.
And the Strangling Prison combined with the Kraken Impact, and now TLC have been able to get the first point pretty comfortably. They've got an entire extra 2 minutes over.
Vest is rage hacking on Groot. Nobody sees it. Right, hey.
Welcome to the Rock.
Vest has that mom buff.
Down here. It's a great start, but look at this wall.
I don't know
if
she's still here, but
you see Jitward try to jump around the other side.
He got the parent buff.
It's the honing as well, rallying the troops though. It's gonna be mass.
See?
Freedom charge. Zatex now getting enabled here and pushing TLC.
Vest has that mom buff, bro.
With how these fights have been going so
the buff
far,
is too strong.
Back and forth in terms of trading with ult economy, the amount of time that TLC have available to them is just going to put them at a distinct advantage going into this now second push. Jitward does have Let the Devil Out available to him if he'd like to use it, but perhaps just going to be a bit hesitant at the moment because teammates have gone down. 2 went down on both sides, and it looks like TLC have stabilized.
Well, the way that Nero, too, followed up with Cooper being able to find Luca right afterwards. We lost down in numbers, but Jitward will be able to come back with letting the devil out, and they need to do so quickly, especially with Zatex having that Glartrox next. It'd be crazy if they were able to isolate Cooper, but I'm also expecting Pauly, together with Vez, to go in for another follow-up on that Feast of the Abyss, too.
Apex Predator going to be there for Zatex, so this is going to be an important ult to use, but when you get caught out by a bucky,
Energy read him like a book.
Just to try and keep them in this one.
Unfortunately, the Apex Predator doesn't even get to see the light of day. Pauly now finding Jitward next, not letting the devil out, and instead putting him right back where it belongs here. Cooper then finding Luca, but time and time again, TLC, they're in the driver's seat for each and every one of these fights.
And again, We Lost do not
and
have
Vest has ult again, bro. If Vest gets a fat ult here,
so even if they get here on time, which
I think it's GG's.
They are going to struggle if they lose one more engagement. It all comes down to this final fight, really, for We Lost. They have to win this one and then hold.
At least they are able to find 3.
Maybe they were just baiting out ults.
They had no other choice. When Energy's just getting free resets off the Kraken Impact, now Jitward finds Cooper following up. And TLC, back to the drawing board. They still have a good amount of time here. You got 2 minutes, less than 15 seconds, and I love how you pointed it out, Gaskin. The big difference is they at least have a portal play to go in for those last-minute fights.
You guys say Magic the Gathering is expensive. How expensive is a pack of cards, chat?
And then look at the ults that are going to be there. Strangling Prison does come out, and you will see Pauly also popping.
Energy. Well, there you go, chat. Energy just got 4 kills with Vest and Pauly.
Disgusting! Again!
And now they have to... No TP, chat. No TP.
They did it on the first point. They do it on the second. And victory is in sight. But the stall comes in as a Kraken Impact could easily go for another reset here. Feast of the Abyss as Matt stays alive with a Freedom Charge just so that way he doesn't get resetted on. And Energy gets the kidnap. 911.
$8 a pack, $150 for a box.
Coming through to keep the dream alive for We Lost.
Wow, We Lost do so well to stay alive, and again, Jitward with the
and
quick
We Lost came back and held that. Wow, and we see a Spider-Man.
1 minute and 15.
Chat, we got a Spider-Man.
TLC used a lot in that previous fight. We go into the neutral, but as I say that, Cooper's just got God of Mischief. Speedery also gets up as well, so TLC will have the advantage going into this next fight.
Will they be able to stagger through this unless Jitward can get a little cheeky kidnap here? Ayúdame, the Groot putting down the walls and in the teleport being procced. Energy has had enough. After they see that swap up off of the Loki, you won't get those easy resets even if you're forced out to use 3 ults to do so. Vez brings Zatex together, and with the Cyclops out, trying to max out together with Jitward trying to
get away. 2 kills.
Now you rally everybody together with the God of Mischief, being able to get the copy of the Soul Resurgence of the Mantis, and Energy finds the head off of Luca's shoulders.
Finds it off the shoulders, and it should be as easy as 1, 2, 3 from this point, but yeah, we lost ascending everything. Sadly, I don't think it is going to be enough at this
I think that's
point,
GG's.
because TLC are already there. They're already hammering this one home. Luca's going to give a last-ditch effort on Venom. Does get the armor on. It's a small delay, and they are just throwing themselves at this one, Vicky, but sadly could not get it through, as TLC will take map number 2.
And yeah,
how long did they have? They only had 15 seconds. Why did we well had a really good defense, bro?
TLC
with no portal, no Doctor Strange. They did really well. Hold up, I gotta go pee, bro.
Yes,
that was a really good hold,
ultimate
bro.
to enable Energy, who is the raid boss in this lobby. But that's what happens when you get the team up of Groot, Mantis, and Loki.
I think you also have to give credit to TLC and their coaching staff behind the scenes of these players, because in those lock-in bans, TLC always seem to be on top. Can they do it again going into map 3? We'll find out, of course. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, perhaps we'll have the conclusion of this series, or will Yeah We Lost be able to get back into it? We'll find out after this.
쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 내 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the words is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 한도 믿어 내 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 나도 믿어 내 때까지.
Oh. Chat, I have some good news and I got some bad news. I got my not new phone. I got my phone back, but I don't have any of my stuff on it. Damn, dude. Also, I can't sign into my Apple account. Sign into your Apple account. I can't sign into my Apple account. Wait, does it work with my... No, it doesn't work with my Apple Watch. Oh, man. No, I don't... I can't... I have to wait till tomorrow till my Apple account gets unlocked. Ay, 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 ay. No, I restarted my Apple stuff. That's your, let's see, iCloud. Well, this sucks. God damn it. Ay, 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 ay. I can't even. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Health, it's 103 outside. Good luck, man. Thanks for these watch parties. Wouldn't have watched this otherwise, but it's so much fun with you in chat. Hey, WWW. Appreciate it, my friend. Locked again. Let's see what time I think comes out. You will be able to receive a text or a phone call at this number when your account is ready to recover on July 4th at 4 p.m.
Playoffs here in America, and it is currently 2-0 to Team Liquid Citadel. Even though, yeah, we lost, have been putting up quite a fight. Again, it just shows the dominance and how impressive Team Liquid Citadel have been so far, Vicky. It doesn't matter where you take them. They seem to always have a strategy in place.
Yeah, and then the flexibility. Remember when we're talking about what do you ban out against this team, Gaskin? Well, guess what? You let the Mantis go through. Now you get the team up of Groot, Mantis, and Loki. What does that also mean? Well, guess what? Now you get Paulie to roll out, have Feast of the Abyss, gets an ante, a free Kraken Impact reset. You try to match that, and it's nearly impossible, but it's Vez who helps set up all these plays. Fact of the matter is that he also lived for so long in a lot of these engagements where we did
CTA Dashi, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
Comes back around.
How you doing? How you doing? Hey, MVP!
He is your MVP
for Vess's mom. WWW.
And 5. He blocked
52 and 5.
50k damage with 20 final hits.
A group performance that even Shib would be proud of. I am sure of it. But the amount of strangling prisons that came out at the perfect time, followed by the right click as well for the incredible damage output. Yeah, very impressive.
That is crazy. Hey, appreciate it, my friend.
The ults, which are typically
been a YouTube watcher for a while. Love what you do with for the community. Hey, you have made me a better player. That's what it's all about, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
The opposition, making their sightlines so difficult.
Wait, hey Jay, check. I posted a Cloak and Dagger cheater VOD in the Discord. Please check it out. Wait, a Cloak and Dagger cheater?
You wall them off, and what can they do? They just get obliterated by the team. Very well played from TLC. They find themselves 2-0 up now. And when we look at the entire stats of the game we just had as well, you will see just how impressive the entire roster was here from TLC, Vicky.
Yeah, you look at the protect too from we lost. For anybody tuning in late wondering, all right, well, they protected Cyclops. What happened? Don't you get the Wolverine team up? Can't you just kidnap the Groot? That happens to me all the time in my games. Well, guess what?
Nice. And Heartstuck Platish with the massive resub on YouTube, my friend. Appreciate it. Massive W.
22.8k damage. Still keeping up with Cooper when he puts down his lamps in terms of the healing output.
I don't know how you notice a Cloak and Dagger cheater, but if they're actually cheating, chat, we'll definitely check it out.
Who swapped to Cyclops
that is impossible.
By the way, still damage boosted. and was able to get constant reset with the Kraken impact when he was originally on
26
the
final hits on Energy, but what's even crazier is Vess had 20 final hits on Groot. Pauly with 14 final hits too, damn.
Yeah, we lost. We're even trying to make some adjustments by the end. We saw Jitward flexing over, what was it? It was like over Vanpool first when they
Wait, Cozy shouted you out at the end of the stream last night. Did he actually? Oh, bro, I went straight to bed, man.
Swapping off, and then Zaytex
I went
now going back
straight
over
to
the
bed.
Elsa, just trying to get anything going.
But
whether it be
I
with the
appreciate
Glartrox. He had
Cozy.
some life, but it was the way that Team Liquid Citadel were able to capitalize even better with their combos.
Now, the worrying thing is, it's where do you take Team Liquid Citadel here? Yeah, we lost half the choice of map going into the next one. But again, they are 15-0 in stage 1.
I told Alex, our YouTube editor, about the Cloak and Dagger cheater, but apparently it's on console and it's also on quick play chat. So I highly doubt it's actually a cheater. Probably someone was just
it felt like. So for we lost, I hope
console
they've got
aim.
something that they have been able to practice.
Hardstuck Bladish gifted 10 subs as well. Absolutely insane on YouTube. Appreciate it, my friend.
Doctor Strange ban was a
massive W, massive W.
There was a lot behind that, not just targeting Kendrick, but also eliminating that portal that was available for them. But we also got to see what happens when Mantis does get through. There is a reason why Mantis has been the #1 ban so far through both regions, and we are going to Shin Shibuya is going to be the choice here.
Yeah, I don't think a console. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to cheat on console unless you have one of those like. I think if you plug in a mouse and keyboard, you probably get auto banned, but
I'm in danger.
The Cronus or the Zonus or whatever the thing's called.
I mean, Gasket, from the very beginning when we were starting off our MRI season,
Zimming, I think Zimming is bannable.
When it came to Shin Shibuya and how
or
difficult
Zen,
it is
there
to
you
get
go,
through the
Zen
chokes.
thing.
And we know Pauly having no issue playing the Penny if they roll out on the defensive side first. It's going to be difficult. I mean, yeah, we lost right now, are at risk of getting sent down to the lower bracket. We also have to note, guys, that TLC are considered the Titans of the Americas region for a reason, and these two teams have been in the same group for some time too, so it has been more of that download knowledge that TLC are bringing into the mix, even with the readjustments around the patch notes with the balance changes that 8.5 brings.
And as a reminder, if you were not here at the top of the show, if TLC do win this map and win this series, they will book their place at mid-season finals, because it will guarantee them a top 3 finish here in playoffs. And of course, the top 3 teams go to mid-season finals. So they are so close. Their foot is in the door, their elbow is in the door, down their face is pretty much in the door at this point, because they are so close they can taste it as we move into the lock-in bans here. Mantis does get removed this time from we lost. They said, okay, we wanted to see what they could do on it, and they showed us that we have to get rid of it.
That was frame 1, by the way. Like, that, you put a timer on that. They said, absolutely not. Absolutely get that Mantis out of here, man. But that's a double Gambit save. Now, as we lost Linger, with the fact that now Gambit's on the table for Team Liquid Citadel, that means you have to take care of the Rogue. But again, Vess had no issue, who's, by the way, been farming MVP and has had so many amazing performances, even from the very start as yesterday, whether it be on the Rogue, which didn't even get to see the light of day, as well as on the Magneto. And Ultron, I really do like that ban, as well as them banning
cheating
out
sounds so boring. I don't know how people
get really good
people
map
be
for
using
dive,
it
but also
because they're
when you get to
losers.
that first choke part. But Ultron also having that verticality to play by the roofs.
Jitward's like, oh no, I'll have to play Spider-Man, guys. They banned my Daredevil. What a shame that I play my
now they
favorite
banned
hero.
Mantis
Oh,
again.
no,
That's
God,
so funny.
That sounds like my rank teammate.
That's actually
anyway,
so funny.
We need one more ban from both, and we'll have to see whether we lost try and target. Oh yeah, it's going to be Elsa again. I don't hate this because we've certainly seen that the Elsa has been very strong on the side of TLC, but again, you now leave open Cyclops, you're still leaving open Winter
Would you do a
Soldier.
power ranking of the teams in like Ignite, like NBA Major
So
League?
we'll have to see where their luck
Wouldn't that
comes
be the
through.
predictions that you do in game anyways?
Yes, you
Look at the smiles, by the way. They called that. Can you imagine not having a portal to recontest on a map like this?
They
like,
saved Doctor Strange, bro. They're scared of the Doctor Strange ban. That is actually so funny.
Like the mind games are starting already in the
But they banned the Hulk. They banned Luca's Hulk.
See the ban on the Elsa. You won't have the Glartrox to prevent the stall.
But he could just play Venom.
Remove Luca's Hulk, but that's fine. We have seen Luca pop off on a plethora of heroes. But it was also like kind of leading into this map number 3. You saw that they banned out the Strange, and what that did here for we lost. So it auto procs them having to protect that Doctor Strange, protect Kendrick, and also having availability to having that portal.
Yeah, Team Liquid Citadel just have one up when it comes to the lock and bans here. They've got this team sussed. They know what they need to remove from we lost, and they also are forcing we lost to give locks on things they typically wouldn't have to lock as well because they're worried about the bans that are going to come through. Fantastic lock-in ban phase from TLC. I tip my hat to the coach as always. As for we lost, this is their last chance then. Otherwise, they will
Quick question. What happens if they lose connection mid-game? Does the whole round get replayed? No, they pause the game, chat.
Getting to top 3, but it is, of course, a
Do you know how broken it would be? People would fake
it's a long way to
disconnecting
go,
if they're
even
losing a
just in
game
this
and they
series
just
if
pull
it's-
their internet and, oh, I disconnected, reset.
Keep bringing up TLC and Coach Gator, man.
You know
has
how
an
many people would
experience
abuse
he has,
that?
Always on the ball with the way that TLC has been able to adapt. And with a LAN tournament spot and a top 3 finish on the line, TLC sitting at match point and what could possibly be our final
Okay,
map
let's see this,
in our
let's see
first
this.
series. Mask will also rolling out on the Thor immediately, and TLC Speedery does get away with that daredevil with we lost not being able to match that.
They try and take us to somewhere a little bit different. They try and take TLC to something a little bit more unfamiliar. That perhaps they won't have the same kind of structure. That being said, it's
A
opened up
Thor.
yet another penny chance
Are
for
we
Ollie
actually
here, as
witnessing
TLC
a
look to
Thor
try and
right
just
now?
hold off this
Okay.
first point and maybe deny them even getting a touch on it.
Oh my god, look at Santos. He has to back away. Look how far he is from his team. He really has no other choice. He gets the freeze. He already used up the charm. It's both on cooldown while energy finds Luca. Vez gonna be able to reposition himself, call out what is the action happening way behind the point here as they try to mark down where Mask is. But after finding Kendrick, they know it's gonna be a forced reset for we lost.
This looks so
I need all these
messy.
pros to stop being so good with Angela, by the way, because now we know we're going to see and be plagued by it in ranked. But boy, do they make her look incredible, and especially with the changes that have happened, I don't blame them as Polly gets the opener onto Xantho, and the rest of the team comes steaming on in, but Mask does get a reply.
He doesn't have to give him whiplash like this, man. Vez on the Angela, it doesn't even matter. He doesn't
Dude,
even
I think
need the bad
Angela,
team up at this point. It's the
when she
repositioning
swings her
opportunity that
axes,
this map brings.
and she's on the ground,
rounding
they
Vez,
don't do
though.
any
Some
damage.
backup is needed here as energy does find Kendrick at the very least, but Mask putting down the focus onto
I
the
think
Angela. Vez
I think
being able to get
Angela
down
is
to
like
the
better
action
when
very
she's flying,
quickly.
obviously, and
But look at the way that
smacking
TLC
people.
are
But when
playing
she's on the floor
outside
smacking
of the
people,
point
it doesn't
before
look
they
like she does any
re-engage.
damage.
I do love watching Mask on Thor as well. He's
It's
just
so
different
good.
gravy when he comes to how he manipulates the map in his favor, but does get frozen a little bit. Just able to get away and back to his strategist. Very important for the reposition here, as we lost have to try and break through again.
Gravy with a side of biscuits, too. It's a chef's kiss here. Santos so calling out. Daredevil dive here from Speedery. And it's scary. You come in with the teleport slightly too late as Kendrick is the last strategist alive. Speedery does find Datex next. And TLC won't really have to utilize these ultimates. Cooper
Oh,
does have
2%, 2%. There you go.
He uses it all the way at the very end, trying to save Nero here. He's very needed as we lost at least get that first checkpoint. But TLC are going to be able to re-engage as the rivets sing through, forcing Mats to back away.
You know, it's funny, we actually were talking about different gravies as well. That's what makes that comment even better.
Wow, what a
By the
hold,
way,
bro.
TLC's
They only got
whole
one
economy,
tick from
they
all
got
of that,
5
bro.
6. They've got all they could possibly want. Yeah, we lost the
Jesus.
force back. Yeah, we lost tried to even push ahead of the point to try and take out some of those strategists, but great cover from TLC to make sure that everyone stayed up as best as they could. Nero's going to be the first to pop the Raging Royal Flush.
Oh,
by
that's
the
a
way,
pretty
as they
cool
re-engage
teleport.
again.
Wow.
Yeah, we lost trying
That's
to
a
go
really cool
behind
teleport,
TLC
chat.
here.
Took the whole back,
Like the little
flank.
rollout here, thanks to Jitward putting down the TP through the wall to allow the rest of his team to reposition. Calling card though, a huge anti onto 2 of the members, causing Kendrick to drop down. Mask may equally face him though in the spawn room gates. He actually managed to stay alive. He gets a health pack while he's at it. And Jitward putting in the pressure as the calling card is over. Heaven's Retribution follows up, and Speedery finds Santos, and Jitward is the next as TLC still up in numbers. And Vest, once again, our previous game MVP, continues to shine on another Vanguard.
50 seconds left for we lost as well. They will have the potential for they won't have a potential for a portal, excuse me, because they just used it. So this is probably going to be their last
we have the
real
Spider-Man again. We
genuine
have the Spider-Man
push.
again.
And Jitwood now does move over to the familiar, tried and tested Spider-Man. Can he make the difference here and potentially catch one of these strategists off guard? But
Oh
again,
my,
Ollie's
no
able
way.
to find 2 with some mines. So it does mean we lost
2
have to fall
kills
back
with the
and replan
mines?
with now only 25 seconds left.
You know they're tilted, chat. You know they're tilted, bro.
Pauly's having a grand time. Vez being the next thorn on the side of we lost, down to less than 15 seconds on the clock, and they've only gotten that 1 checkpoint here on that first point. And now you have Speedery letting the devil out.
Oh,
you have no
no,
holy
bro.
water
This
to
is
send
disrespectful,
them back because
man.
energy is here to
They're
find
spawn
the next
camping
2,
them,
and
chat.
we
They're
lost
spawn
all desperate
camping them,
measures,
bro.
just so that way they can force us into overtime. But at least with a little back cap here, Luca keeps the dream alive temporarily. temporarily. He does pop the armor, but he doesn't get the piece of the abyss as he got at the very end as Jitward 1 pixel away before he was inevitably going to fall too.
TLC said Shin Shibuya, huh? Well, we'll show you what we've got cooking for Shin Shibuya as they put the first round on the board. Well, sorry, they deny any points from the side of we lost, and now all we need to see from TLC is getting 2 ticks on this first point, and they will be the winners. Before this one, by the way, the fastest win we'd seen from TLC was 6
Damn,
minutes
bro,
and
that's
42
crazy,
seconds.
man.
Perhaps we
I
can
don't
break
understand
that
the
record
strange
here
ban.
if they
I mean,
are
the
able to win
save.
this first engagement.
But yeah, that is crazy,
Treating
man.
them like the Shibuya Crossing with the way that they're going to
I mean,
be able to have
I
Vez open
understand
up
that
the
like
gates
Kendrick
and
is
then
a
just
really
lets
good
everybody
strange
shine.
player,
I mean,
and like
actually, this is such a good example for
but
everybody
still,
at
bro,
home
that
trying to
fucking
make sure that
sucks.
you are studying not only the positioning of your team, but how you could create this space and opportunities for the rest of your team, especially your duelists. Look at the way that Vez is playing on this Angela. He does it with every other Vanguard, but specifically the way that Pauly is set up grounded. He's got those mines. We saw a double KO, by the way, from Pauly by the very end. Then you see the desperate attempts on rolling out on the Spider-Man and even different rollouts from We Lost, and it was constantly shut down because TLC have no issue backing away Gaskin before re-engaging when everybody's grouped up together and they have the enemy advantage.
Not looking good for We Lost. I think we all know that at this point, but perhaps they've got something up their sleeves on their defensive side, but this has to be genuinely perfect.
Are both
We can't
teams
do
NA?
more than a
Yes,
point
chat.
on the
This is
side
we're
of
watching
TLC.
NA right now.
But I love what you said about Veswa. You said he was a thorn in the side. He is literally a spear through their guts at this point. Veswa dominating this game, and he's just looking for his next victim.
It's like, get me off this ride, please, especially when you get kidnapped. The Schmiedery, nice little cheek roller off the top of the roof before sliding down like he's at the water park. Backing away, though, needs some help. But the split attention, the walls of the building stopping him from being able to get safely to the rest of his team. Jitward not letting him get away, but it was all for
This whole
naught
tournament's
when
$3
you have
million
three
split
of your
into
teammates
a
gone
few
from the
stages,
table,
chat.
and Gaz now harassing your Gambit.
This stage is 200,000, and if you qualify for the top 3, then you like play for 500,000.
Before it ticks over, and there you
And then the
see
grand
it.
finals
They
is
do
100
manage to
is
get
1
there and
million.
Get the stop, but now can you actually win this engagement, especially now with Kendrick going down?
Dude, Amber Alert, Vez is the perpetrator
Stage
here.
1 was
as he
what,
keeps taking out
200,000.
No BRB, great call
Playoffs
from
are going to be
Energy.
500,000.
And TLC
Another
are in the
stage for
driver's seat. They're
200,000,
looking
and then
to
the
take
grand
entire
finals for
series
$1 million.
in a
I don't know. All of it's like $3
clean
million.
3-0 fashion after taking the final map.
Damn, that was a pretty quick game, chat. Pretty
That
quick
might be the
game.
fastest map we have seen from TLC so far this stage. They dominate in, well, just excellent fashion, really. There was no chance for, We Lost in that matchup. It didn't matter if it was the defensive side or the offensive. It was domination from the Angela as well. TLC will win.
I mean, to be honest with you,
take the series, and of course, they will
I'm glad
qualify
Team Liquid
for the
Citadel won.
mid-season
We have
finals here,
Vess's
Vicky, as
mom
they
in
are
the
now
chat, bro.
guaranteed top 3
I
as they
respect
move
that.
on
That's a
into
W.
the upper bracket finals
W
here in the
to
playoffs.
Vess's mom. Oh,
Gaskin,
wait.
and
I have
that
to
is
tell
with
my
an
editor something.
attacking penny too, by the way. Like, forcing that dive, man, it's so difficult, but we keep talking about TLC for a reason. We keep highlighting just how talented each of these players are.
Yo,
what they are
that's
doing
his
individually.
mom
I mean, that's what happens, when you're not as flexible into playing different compositions. And you're still
Massive
dealing
W to
with
Vess's
Pauly and
mom.
Penny.
Listen,
Then you have to
we're
deal
Team
with
Liquid
Vez being able to
Citadel
get away with everything. You have indies
fan.
available. You could try to get these pulls, but then at the same time, you're getting dove by a Daredevil who can see you when you are invisible. It's like, the rock, paper, scissors TLC come out on top, and you mentioned and highlighted Coach Gator from this team.
Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. Massive W to Vess's mom. W to Team Liquid
And now as they
Citadel.
move on through the
And also,
bracket,
Cage is on
a
175 stream streak. That's
It was a
crazy.
great try, but after that first strong opening in map number 1, it just snowballed from there.
I think the entire Marvel Rivals competitive community clenched their butts a little bit in that first round of the first game when, We Lost were able to win so emphatically, but then we saw TLC completely spin this series back in their favor, and then they never.
I just want to say, as a little TLDR, someone came into my stream and reported a cloak and dagger cheater. After a little bit of research that my editor has done, you guys reported it. That was not a cheater. That was a bot. You literally just reported a bot. One of the, you go on a lost streak, you play quick play, and then you get a that's known. If you go on a lost streak and you play quick play, sometimes they give you enemy team bots. You just reported a bot.
as we take a look at some of the highlights.
You literally just reported a team of all bots. The Cloak and Dagger was a...
Don't get me wrong. Again, it is a 3-0 scoreline. It's a shame that it ended there because I would have loved to have seen more between the
Chat.
two teams, even though it was particularly one-sided in that third map here, Vicky. But yeah, We Lost really put up a good fight, and they are so fun to
Chat.
watch. You watch the creativity of Yeah, We Lost and how they are so versatile with the different heroes they can play against just...
There is no way you guys are going to report a bot for cheating. You guys got rolled so hard. You guys, you want to report a bot?
Everything is thought out. Every single aspect, from the setup to the execution to switching, they are just on the ball every single time. People will be saying, oh, he's a TLC Glazer. Well, yeah, I am, for good reason, because they are still unbeaten. They still look like the best team in this region, and I'm waiting for someone to be able to match them. Perhaps it could be the likes of Swamp Gaming, who still have to get through 100 Thieves, bear in mind, in that upper bracket as well. But someone needs to try and test this Liquid roster as well, because they just look like an unstoppable force.
They can't keep getting away with this, but that's what happens when you are the Titans of the region here. As we take a look at the series results, Polly coming through and helping Speedery open up the gates.
It's known. It's been known since the game has come out. If you are on a massive loss streak, the game wants you to feel better, so they'll put you against bots, so you can beat the bots, so you can feel good about yourself, get that win, and then you'll go back to normal games.
If you are out of position for a single second, look at what happened there. Vez getting the Heaven's Retribution in that side room where the health pack is. Them being able, even if energy went down that one single time, that first time there, they were able to completely shut down the Vanguards from trying to take a flanking position.
Because this next game is going to be insane.
We saw the attempts there originally between Mika and Mask, as well as Kendrick, who was on that Doctor Strange but didn't even get to play the game very much. Didn't even have the opportunity to utilize that portal until they got out of the mouth of it, and gets immediately deleted after getting kidnapped by the Angelo Vez.
So yeah, We Lost will fall to the lower bracket, and I'm very excited to see their journey, Vicky, and see how they progress. Perhaps they'll get another stab at Team Liquid Citadel. You never know with how double elimination works. They might be able to get another chance if they would progress through. We'll have to see who they face and how they do move on. But sadly, that is going to be the end of their journey in the upper bracket. Now, speaking of upper bracket, we have a team in our upper bracket finals, and also they have qualified for mid-season finals as well. We've got Speedery on the line. Very excited to have a chat with Speedery as well, because this team, every single player is one of the best in the world. Speedery, thank you for joining us. How are you feeling about A, winning, and B, qualifying for mid-season finals?
I mean, yeah, it feels great to beat another LAN, of course. Excited.
As you should be. I mean, you guys have been unstoppable so far. I can't stop singing your praises. Is there a situation where this no longer feels fun for you because you guys are just kind of wiping the floor with everyone? How do you stay so focused with such little mistakes?
I mean, we work hard. We try to work hard in scrims, make sure we're reviewing, make sure we're playing ranked. It just all comes together really well, I think, with this team.
Man, I mean, looking ahead at the mid-season finals, I know a conversation on everybody's mind when the regions start clashing against each other. Is there a specific team from the EMEA region that you guys have discussed where you guys are excited to play against now that officially you guys have qualified?
Oh, it's definitely got to be Na'Vi. We got to take down Terra.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited to see you guys on international competition for sure. As a player, how relieving is it to have one of the best coaches in the world behind you as well when you're in like the lock and ban phase? Surely that just that must take so much pressure off your shoulders, being able to have that support.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because like the bans in Ignite matter so much, and having a coach like legit Gator, it really is so much like off my back, especially because I am the banner on our team.
Speedery!
You guys are so good when it comes to not only readjusting around some of the bans that are thrown at you, but also just the flexibility. Like, we always have this discussion when we look at your pick and ban fates. It's like, what do you target ban? And the way that you answer back so quickly is even more impressive, especially the way that you guys are adjusted by the end of round 1 of that first map of that previous series. But looking ahead, you know, everybody's talking about you guys and Swamp Gaming being the heads of the heads.
Chat,
of
I'm
the
ready for the
American
next
region.
game.
I mean, what are your thoughts now, you know, looking on to seeing what that next series and how that's going to progress?
I got only one bag of popcorn left.
When it comes to dealing with Swamp Gaming again, if you guys have to do face off against them?
I think we have a general idea, but obviously I can't spoil it here. But we'll show it in the match against them, I guess.
We'll get those spoilers out of you eventually, I believe, Speedery. Thank you so much for joining us, but congratulations again on your win and your qualification for mid-season finals. We'll see you at LAN, and of course, we'll see you in the upper bracket final.
Thank you.
Cool, calm, and collected, just like their gameplay, Vicky. A man of few words sometimes, but honestly, what is there to say when you are just wiping the floor with every single team that is put in front of you? No one really has been able to stand up to TLC so far here in Stage 1. But remember, cast your mind back to preseason playoffs. We did see Swamp Gaming actually pushing them to the limit. So maybe Swamp Gaming could be the team. Will Swamp Gaming get there, though, is going to be the real question. There's only one way to find out.
Gaming against 100 Thieves.
Series. That's what's coming up next. We have Swamp Gaming and 100 Thieves that are going to be playing up against each other. I'm very excited for this one, Vicky. We'll get into it after this break.
Oh yeah, I love this. Oh, here. That's my favorite song. Okay, guys, you ready? I'm sorry, I love 100 Thieves, chat, but this is going to be one of the hardest games that they ever played, and I don't think it. I think it's going to be a 3-0. Okay, get your predictions in. If you guys want to go on the cheat sheet, this is the cheat sheet. Just want to let you guys know, I am currently 5 for 5. I don't have a, what's it? I don't have a curse. I don't scam chat. Currently 5 for 5. Yesterday, I was 7 for 8. So, I'm just doing the math right now. What am I? I'm 12 for 13 right now, chat. I am literally 12 for 13. I have a... If you don't just trust my math real quick, I have a 100% win rate. I have a 100% prediction right. I am thinking Swamp Gaming beats 100 Thieves. I do not think 100 Thieves is going to win today. If they struggled yesterday against STD, I don't think they're going to win today. I don't think they're going to win today. Do you think Sentinels is winning today? I'm never voting Sentinels again. I don't care if Sentinels is playing against, like, a charity match against, like, elementary school kids. I think the elementary school kids will win. I'm sorry, they broke my trust. Trust is something that's very valuable. Once you break trust, chat, there's no us. Right now, me and Sentinels, there's no us. Sentinels is like that player that's playing for fun and not trying to play to win.
You could climb into it and make a summer home out of it. Our short king streamer is why products have the size blown up for detail exist.
Wait, why is there almost $3 million on 100 Thieves, chat? Why do you guys want to lose your money?
One series done and dusted. It was a 3-0.
A Ryan guy with around 300 bits. Appreciate it, my friend.
Liquid Citadel. But now we go to their biggest rivals, I guess, Vicky, at this point. We've got Swamp Gaming. They're going to be going up against 100 Thieves. Now, I know where I'm leaning. I know where my favorite.
Why are so many of you voting your chat? You guys are losing your money. Why are you guys throwing your money away by voting on 100 Thieves?
Leave way, create that eviction notice for Shrek because Swamp Gaming is here to stay. I'm here coming from the swamp myself, actually, with the humidity levels where I'm from is skyrocketing. But if anything, I know that Swamp Gaming are not sweating a bucket because they feel very locked and loaded. And I'm excited to see how this plays out against 100 Thieves who played fantastic yesterday. I mean, in a very close close match versus Stick Drift.
Well, speaking of 100 Thieves, we can take a closer look at them as well. They definitely tried a few different things. We saw a lot of the 3 Vanguards from them yesterday in their games, and they did make it work. It was looking a little bit concerning at times. Maybe Stick Drift were going to be able to take them out and into that lower bracket, but they were able to prevail. A fantastic roster.
He doesn't have to worry about me or beat me. He has to beat fucking Swamp Gaming. I don't know what that has to do with me, but okay.
Here, I mean, just off of that series alone, there's a lot to digest, right? In that Game 5 situation, we got
I'm not the person he needs to worry about, I guess, okay?
And go punish her children.
But I mean, I live in your head rent-free.
Back on the Pride and True Emma is chef's kiss, you know? And when it comes to being able to get away with the pick and ban phase and enabling what TTK could bring to the table, I mean, the fact that we're even seeing more Angela in the mix when it comes to a lot
Mama
more of these
Smalls
MRI
with the
matches,
massive prime sub. Welcome.
Depending on which maps are going on to. But I think 100 Thieves does a really good job at also kind of bringing these different compositions when it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves, they demonstrated they had some flexibility as well, and I think they're going to need it against a team like Swamp Gaming,
Run 3,
who
baby.
has even more versatility when it comes to their hero pool. And actually, I'm very excited to see what Swamp Gaming do against a team like 100 Thieves, because it's going to be a very different approach to what they had to do in their first matchup against TSM. This is going to be slightly harder to crack down and break through, because 100 Thieves do set up very well defensively when they are able to be in a position where they can actually
oak
set up,
tree
you know what I
fell
mean?
on our power line.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know what? If you're talking about the battle between Swamp Gaming and 100
Watch out
Thieves,
for those cables, bro. Those cables are still probably hot.
My Valentina fans in the chat will have a good time with this one. I also, you know, actually ran into Mello.
That's dangerous, bro.
And Mello said, yes, if Vicky's casting, we have a 100% win rate when that happens. Hopefully, though, for 100 Thieves, that curse doesn't act as a double-edged sword against their team, but it's the way that Swamp Gaming also have such a strong backline. We've heard Fox, the coach, even talk about how he believes that every single player on his team is so strong, the strongest, honestly.
I didn't get a new phone, chat. They just fixed my motherboard. And I can't log into my phone because I don't know my Apple password.
An unbeaten record when it comes to casting Swamp Gaming, and they're winning, unless you did the finals of preseason playoffs where they lost out initially. But when we look at these two teams, we know that Swamp Gaming are favorites just because of how they've been
100 Thieves has not won a single map against Swamp Gaming.
We cannot count out 100 Thieves. We know what an impressive team they are, full of some legends in their own right, and they will be looking to try and make a statement here. And not only that, but of course, qualify for LAN. That is what is on the line.
So everyone that voted on 100 Thieves, how does it feel to lose all your money?
Will Swamp Gaming be able to solidify their place?
This is why you never go against the J3 prediction.
TLC in that upper bracket final.
Right here.
And 100 Thieves shock the world here.
You never vote against J3.
Would expect. It's certainly not going to be an easy ride for either of these teams, and I think again we are in store for quite the game.
Yeah,
how many people are going to lose their
question,
money?
Right, because not only is that land spot
200 people for $4 million just lost all their money.
On the line here for our players.
Why did it go from 199 to 202 now? Chat, did you guys not see the statistics? They haven't won a single map.
As well as what map will be.
How are you guys voting for 100 Thieves? They haven't won a single map. Do you guys not care about money?
It is in Ignite. If you mess up the lock and bound phase.
If I told you guys, hey, I'll slap you for $5, and you guys gave me $5, and I slapped the shit out of you, and you asked me why did I do that, you guys would probably give me $5 again. Like, what?
Two meta heroes getting through as well. I am intrigued how you target Swamp Gaming. You already mentioned it. Their backline is incredible. Do you let them have Gambit? If you don't, are you happy with them switching over to Mantis instead? We already saw what happened when they allowed TLC to do that in the previous.
Who cares about money?
So
Chat, can I get 100 gifted?
To try and work out how to approach this one.
Who cares about money?
Because you could try to target ban anyway. I mean, Day's also like just being a crazy Wolverine. Like, you can't let the Cyclops go through because then you'll also get the team up. Good luck for the Vanguards who are going to have to deal with that one, because that goes hand in hand with the strengths of these teams that we keep mentioning, Gaskin. If you look at the top of the top, when you talk about TLC and then Swamp Gaming being in that conversation, it's that flexibility. Now, 100 Thieves having a good amount of time now going through 8.5, playing that series just yesterday in a very crazy nail biter. They've had time to make those adjustments and also try to match up with that consistency on their flexibility.
The Burning T'Challa is where we are heading for map 1, and I know full well Swamp Gaming are 3-0 throughout stage 1, and Burning T'Challa has been very kind to them, but they, similarly to TLC, are still undefeated in stage 1 as well. On the other side for 100 Thieves, we saw them lose Burning T'Challa during group stages, so statistically, we have to favor Swamp Gaming just from what we've seen. That being said, new patch, new meta heroes, different approach
I love
here.
popcorn,
We'll
Jack.
have to see out of the gates, really, who is going to have a better method of approach.
Oh my God.
I'm rubbing my eyes. I'm seeing. Believe we got 500
people voted for Swamp Gaming for $16 million. I've never seen it almost that high before.
Match. We get to take a look at how far this is going to go between Swamp Gaming and 100 Thieves. Our second series, by the way, of the day to kick off day number 2 of our America playoffs.
Finalism, pre-season of 8 months, and
well, you said it. When you cast him, he seems to win.
2 months, my
as
friend.
everyone now locking in for the locks and bans. It's a good time to focus. Whether it be you as the banner, as Speedery said, he's the one who clicks the button. I've never really thought about that. Who is the one who actually clicks the button and having that pressure taken away by the coaches of just being like, hey, tell me what to do, please. Certainly, I've seen you in ranked games, Vicky. You make me click the button, and I don't appreciate it. You're like, oh, BRB, I'm just going to get a drink. You can do the bans. I'm like, what? Why are you leaving me?
I said, always, make sure no matter what, Gambit doesn't go through it. If we don't have a crazy Cyclops, and even though the Lord Cyclopses are still prowling about, you do not want to get div. Sometimes I even take that risk, right? You get Cyclops out of here, you get Gambit out of here. And in this case,
who's that?
Don't give Valentina Gambit. You'll find out what happens
Nova.
if you do.
Appreciate
But this is also a queen who is so good at flexing to any of the strategists. It all comes down here, though, as 100 Thieves have a mountain to climb, and after the performance just yesterday, we have to put an emphasis once again onto TTK's performance because it's been very enjoyable to watch. You know, even against the controller strategist from the other end as on stick drift, and then being a controller legend himself, TTK. But there you go, no Mantis, and from both ends. Well, 100 Thieves do manage to protect that Gambit.
Something made him giggle as well for Scato, so we'll have to see what is coming in the lock-in bans. Perhaps there's something that surprised us.
Appreciate.
Yeah, I was thinking coming into this one, it was going to be fairly default for both teams in terms of how the meta's been going for lock-in bans, and that is evident just from the
like
first
20,
call. Swamp Gaming removing 2 of the best heroes that you could possibly have, and they will lock down said Gambit.
Hold up, I accidentally ate all my popcorn before the game started, chat. Give me a second.
But Valentina also being like what, the number 1, like Luna too, that we've actually been able to see climb through ladder and being able to have that team up goes crazy here. But the Gambit is going to be the priority, which is why you proc the double Rogue ban here too. You not want to be able to give Rogue that buff, but then you also have to consider Magneto in the mix, with the Daredevil being the next ban for 100 Thieves. Swamp Gaming recognize the situation. They see that Gambit, they want to take that off, and the Wolverine Protect. We just highlighted Days in this, Gaskin.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's very different.
I saw trillions of possibilities 100 Thieves is going to win. Yeah, I don't know what drugs you're on, but you probably should get new ones, because those are not telling you the right possibilities.
Differing to the dive approach that we sometimes see from
Yo,
Swamp Gaming
what's up,
as well.
Dad? Dad, I'll have my
America
phone
after
fixed
seeing the
tomorrow
Wolverine
evening,
protect.
or like
So
tomorrow
this is gonna be
night.
2 entirely different
Love you, Dad.
strategies, and actually 100 Thieves protecting.
Hope you're having a great
Daredevil.
day. Hope
I'm
you didn't get
excited.
rained on.
Yeah, I like the fact that Swamp Gaming were able to quickly retaliate, because as you already mentioned, like, you get the protect on the Wolverine because you see the target band there on today's having a crazy Daredevil, but having the Wolverine comes in clutch, and the fact that you're able to ban out the Cyclops while still having Cyclops available means that you will have that team up, because that wasn't a priority for 100 Thieves since they wanted to ban out the Captain America, as the
Just woke
Angela
up.
is the next to go.
6
And I do
o'clock,
like
Dad.
this decision when you go on to burn in T'Challa, because very similarly to what we just witnessed on Sparta Islands in our previous series, you still have that verticality to displace and be a thorn on the side of the opposition.
Giving Swamp Gaming, Cyclops, and Wolverine.
I need Valentina's hair routine. Why
Let's
don't you
see
guys
how it
ask me
pans
that?
out. And
You
let's
guys
see
never
whether
ask
they
me
actually
that
go for
question.
it. At the moment, the hover is going to be on both of those. So this could be a difficult task for 100 Thieves, but also they clearly came in with a game plan here. And with the ban on Captain America, perhaps they feel like they can utilize their own vanguards to bully a little bit. At the moment, hovering Captain America and Thing. And you were already singing the praises of TTK. And what's funny is I remember in preseason, Reddit threads were kind of like, you know, TTK, he doesn't have enough of a deep hero pool in terms of vanguards. He can only play a couple. He's actually shown that now moving over to Emma, or regardless what he's forced onto, he always finds a way. So it has been
always
impressive
plays
to see
Emma,
the bounce
though.
back from TTK.
I'm not going to take the bait, because when we're talking about, like, buffs going into 8.5, the fact that, like, Blade just continues to be
Ooh,
a
hold on, give me a
Titan
second.
is also scary. But I'm thinking the
Love you,
change is
Dad.
going to happen, absolutely. Don't get me excited. But you get the fastball special, which they get to yeet out the Wolverines here from both ends. And Valentina Eve, they give Valentina the Loki. So actually swapping off the Gambit, letting Forky Dog take that helm, while Daze being able to stick onto that Wolverine. TTK already getting into position here with 100 Thieves just trying to set up.
Show me what you can do on Thing, but going up against Wolverine plus Cyclops might not be too fun for you as Daze already gets involved straight away. Now Thieves have already lost one. It's going to be advantage Swamp Gaming already here on this first point.
Daze, the helicopter before trying to find a victim in the backline, but that's why you see the Thing, right? Just fully expecting the Wolverine after seeing that protect. You do not want to get kidnapped if you are trying to defend the front line from the vanguards here.
Swamp Gaming is just too good, chat.
Are just going to quickly jump down before getting a nice yeet on the Luna and getting the quick freeze, but talk about that bubble, and he gets the health pack to add. He is surviving by the glimpse of his health before going back to his strategy.
That wolf movement is insane.
The fact that Daze has survived that long it just shouldn't happen. So I'm thankful that eventually someone was able to shut him down. As now Swamp Gaming are on the back foot. 100 Thieves able to stabilize a little bit and get that first pick, but still scoring RSG at the moment. 100 Thieves need to find a way to break. They're almost at Raging Royal Flush.
This is great for 100 Thieves. The fact that they were able to get that first pick too before Swamp Gaming were really able to boost up into these Ultimate Splatter Scatter, who had put down the Banhammer originally, but 100 Thieves break away and open the door for themselves to retake this point. And you talked about the Raging Royal Flush that is ready for them together with Delena and the Kraken Impact for the next fight.
This is often when 100 Thieves are at their very best, though, when they can set up like this and now put their structure into place and deny SG. But the Ruby Rage comes out. Can you get the damage? Can you get the first
There's
pick?
a lot of there's a lot of folding, chat. There's a lot of folding.
In the microwave here. Armed and dangerous as Delena gets a reset off the Kraken Impact onto Valentina, and that was when Valentina was still in the gambit, but it was the very end of the Rager Royal Flush. As you see the Rager Royal Flush coming in, and a huge anti.
Oh my God!
Is looking at Mello from the
what
back
a flank!
It's gonna be able to clean up another 3 real quick, making 4 to follow from Forky Dog as they reclaim the point.
The movement from Mello as well. That is a man who is well versed at playing on Cyclops, knew exactly how he was going to get from point A to point B to shut down the back line. And SG now regain the point up to 50% as 100 Thieves will have to break again. They do have Freedom Charge. They've got Fate of Both Worlds to work with, so that is 2 essential support ults in a way. So we'll have to see whether they can just use them off the back of maybe a response from SG.
I'm scared. Daze is looking to be on the prowl. Kraz is going to yeet him over from the back end while Mello once again isolates and finds self, shutting down, even letting the devil out as an opportunity and wasting away of the Freedom Charge that Vinny initiates with.
Daze again looking to try and be a terror here on the Wolverine as well, just waiting, biding his time, but the rest of the team are doing the job for him, forcing everyone back, and now he can get involved, and it forces out.
Oh no, I think he's gonna die.
He's like, get me out of here, but Kraz
he
is gonna
lived?
give up his space against 100 Thieves, even if they forced out Millennia, and the Fate of Both Worlds is able to reposition, get away with his life.
Oh, and
before getting back to the
Krasbang
point.
lived,
Scatter
wow.
then finds Vinny, who is not having the best of times. Time is of the essence for 100 Thieves to contest on this point, and Daze is back in the lovely hands of Kraz.
Throws him in like a bowling ball, rolls him, can he knock him down? Well, Kraz will do it himself. We go into overtime, but 100 Thieves are gonna have to try and resort to a portal here at this point. They've already lost 2. Overtime ticks away.
Dude,
Krasbang
is insanely
so
no one touched.
To Swamp Gaming in the end. And you have to look at the Hulk play, by the way. The amount of attention that he drew away from 100
So
Thieves
everyone that
plan,
voted 100
and it
Thieves, you
stalled out.
guys,
It gave them
you guys
so much
good?
time and still escaped.
He built a house right outside that choke and said this is the eviction notice before you could even get through here, because Daze was helping him serve up that letter. And unfortunate for Self, he couldn't even get to play the game. Like the fact that he has 2.5k damage, right, when they were going a little back and forth from the very start. Self just holding on to letting the devil out for so long, but every single time you said it's like a bowling ball will hit the strike over him time and time again. If it wasn't with the fastball special, it was just with the Wolverine grab itself. And it's
relax.
difficult.
It was
now,
only
as you take a look
first
at the
round.
economy
Okay, after
going
this
into
round, I'm gonna
next
ask you guys again if
and
you're good.
what Swamp Gaming are about to have with Valentina Eve having the Raging Royal
What's up,
Flush
Geonix?
first.
Mello just has too much freedom at the moment as well, with the space that's being created by Daze and the Vanguards as well. It's so difficult for 100 Thieves to kind of break that down at the moment because they are just being constantly forced back. And then with Daze having the option of kidnapping as well, they are constantly living in fear at the same time. But all the meanwhile, Mello is just shooting from a distance and applying more and more damage as he goes.
sharpening those adamantium claws here. Ruby Rage now coming in, but TTK is literally one shot. At least you get the BRB from Millennia, and after you let the devil out, you try to control more of this space, but not finding the marks as Forky Dog does fall incredibly low. Manages to stay alive, by the way, thanks to Valentina Eve. Forky Dog holding onto this Rage and Royal Flush as well. This means that he's forced to use it first before Valentina in this moment, but it's fine. They'll have a second one here. You have clobbering time, finding 3, goes big, but no follow-up. Unfortunate, as the Rage and Royal Flush is still that threat. Just trying to put a stall to it, and the fact that you still have Kraz, who is dominating the lobby against 100 Thieves and controlling so much space being the threat.
They didn't really have the presence to capitalize off of clobbering time there. Like, sure, you get the stuns, but there wasn't enough damage to actually
I'll ask
get
you guys
any
again.
hits in the end.
You guys good over
there?
there?
Really in a response to stop anything from Swamp Gaming either. So that one's not really going to feel too great for 100 Thieves, as now they already fall behind by 20%. SG have a far better ult economy that they've built up. On the side of 100 Thieves, they are going to have Galactic Legend and shortly Seer as well. So that's the wombo combo they want to try and break here.
The win con, as you mentioned, but with the Rage and Royal Flush, it's got to be get ready, set, go to try to deal with.
Nice stun.
Wasting time away from the Galactic Legend. Everybody from Swamp tries to cut away, plays behind the pillar, but it still calls out Kraz.
No one died, bro. No one died.
As Valentina Eve is done with the Rage and Royal Flush copy, goes back over to the form of the Loki, and Vinny could keep this dog going with the Freedom Charge. But currently, with the way that 100 Thieves are now trying to retake the point, Swamp Gaming are not letting loose. They finally flip it over 50%. After Daze goes all the way up and comes crashing down in the lovely hands of his strategist to get away.
Just so much time gathered already by Swamp Gaming, though, and it means if they can now build up this ult economy, they wait, they're patient, they get the break. They might just be able to build up another 50 to win this entire map right here after the next attack. So 100 Thieves have to set up successfully. Self on the Daredevil, very close.
Is Swamp Gaming also an undefeated team? Yes. I think the only team that beat Swamp Gaming, though, was Team Liquid Citadel, if I'm not mistaken.
How well they play around their vanguards.
It's a bird,
right?
It's a plane. No, it's Days now, and you're.
I think Team Liquid Citadel beat Swamp Gaming in the
Now you get
the
nice
preseason.
Anti. Valentina now coming up out of the gates with the rest of her team. Another kidnap now from Days. What Freedom Charge as he puts holes through the cave, and Scatter now finds Vinny. Now you have the Rage and Royal Flush. You let the devil out. Forky Dog is ready, but unfortunate for Valentina Eve, cannot stay alive. The number advantage in favor for 100 Thieves. I love this swap up after the thing from TTK over to the Emma. You get the boost over to the 100% beam on each Loki. You enable Self, and you have the
swear Daredevil players don't know what they're doing when they play Daredevil. They somehow get a lot of kills.
Yeah, the thing wasn't working for 100 Thieves, and also TTK on Emma. We've already seen how impressive he can be. So I like the switch at the same time. And now in terms of ults, they do have Galactic Legend and very shortly Sia again for 100 Thieves. So they have turned this one around. SG on the back foot a little bit here. They need to try and find a way to puncture through these vanguards and try and find some of these backliners that are getting away with murder right now.
That was big though. They just forced out the diamond form. So Daze knows he's got the green light. Does the team up together with Cyclops, gets the kid up on TTK because he has no protection.
How do you do
here.
that? Is that it's just not a
the
glitch?
Right here too. But you have the Galactic Legend.
Like, I just don't understand.
Like on Delena, and at least with the Sia, he gets to stay alive, and it forces Swamp Gaming to give more time away to 100 Thieves.
That being said, Galactic Legend and Sia
just
were
a bug?
used,
Are they
but
gonna
you
fix...
need to get there on the touch. 2% left. Someone has to jump onto it. Mello does just about get there. Literally puts his body on the line. But now you are going to be down a player, and you're going to have to try and utilize this portal, which they do get out here. So Swamp Gaming still giving this a chance.
Scatter playing a different game too, bouncing on their foreheads real quick while utilizing the portal
that's
as
a
some
different
extra
game
protection.
indeed.
Kraz
I think we're playing the wrong game, Chad. If you're bouncing on their foreheads.
Gets the copy here from Valentina, and with the Rage and Royal Flush, they delete the BRB. Big cooldown at that, and they won't be able to come back with TTK forcibly swapping over to the thing. They give the point back over to Swamp Gaming, but it's this back and forth. When you get baited out to use your diamond form, you go back over to the thing so you do not get kidnapped the way that we just saw.
Of course, that does change the setup slightly. It means there's going to be 3 vanguards for Swamp Gaming as it stands, but Daze has been very close to building up the Eye of Agamotto going into this next fight. So I imagine
I can tell you who I predicted to win, which is Swamp Gaming. Who do I actually want to win? I just want a good game, bro.
Maybe switch if he does go down.
3-0s are very boring, bro. Match 5s are where the content's at, bro.
That win con that we were talking about before.
I want to see close games, chat. Close games.
He's been focused as Mello gets that follow-up. They forces 100 Thieves to back away for now, and you have to imagine, with time being of the essence, do they manage to try to recontest here? Because you're now nearing 90% in favor for Swamp Gaming.
Someone has a
got
TP.
Bakamoto into Ruby Rage here for SG.
Someone has a
This might be
TP, bro.
curtains
Yep,
for
DDK is
100
gonna
Thieves
TP.
If they are too clustered, as now the eye does come out. Is there a stun to deny it? You will see. Now you're going to have the chance to get that Ruby Rage, and you do get a lot of damage off the back of it.
And a huge first pick onto Millennium means that you will not have a BRB, but Delena not going down without a fight. Finding one, it's going to be a slight trade-off now with Valentina going into, but they lost out on the point. All eyes on the point as 100 threes actually flipped this back in their favor. They had the portal play, something that Swamp Gaming do not have after they just used it. And 100 Thieves, they steal it right underneath Swamp Gaming's
I told you
feet to
guys
take this to
100
round
Thieves
number
can
3.
do it.
Unbelievable from 100 Thieves as well. It felt like they had no right with the ult economy that we saw
I told
from
you
SG.
guys.
But also, when you do get that switch over onto Strange, it does change the dynamic of your composition quite a lot, having the 3 Vanguards as well.
Told you
lose out
guys
on
that
some of
100 Thieves
extra
was gonna
damage
win.
From your duelist after the switch from Daze. 100 Thieves take advantage of it. They are able to puncture and take down some of those strategists. Great play from the Daredevil as well, being able to do so. So Self, hats off to you. It takes us to
You know what? Right now, if 100 Thieves wins this,
they weren't
chat,
able to
I
get
believe in
any
100
follow-ups. We were
Thieves so
mentioning it
much
just
that
leading
if
up
they
to
win
that
this
fight,
round
the
and
eye
win
of
the first
Agamotto
game,
into a
100 gifted
possible
subs.
combo and just getting shut down
I
was
will
even
give Twitch
bigger
chat
when
100
the way
gifted
that
subs.
100 Thieves played that final fight was so split up. And now you're looking at this next round, Gaskin. You have Delena, that's a Galactic Legend, and Millennia is right around the corner with the Sia.
Somju's gonna give 200 subs.
Well,
He
this one
said
just
it's
got
Swamp
interesting.
Gaming wins.
I mean, we had
You guys
a
heard that?
2-1 in the first matchup with TLC
Oh
against
my
Yeah We
God.
Lost. And now we're going all the way to the third round here in this first map between these two giants as well. 100 Thieves not rolling over and showing their belly to Swamp Gaming instead. They are definitely showing they are up to the task here. Delena is going to have the Galactic Legend to kick us off here as well. The first ult that is going to be available in this fight.
See how the Delena now works around this middle console here. Just trying to delete these Loki clones as Valentina's looking to get set up. You have the Sia, you have the Galactic Legend, but they're waiting to pull the button here as Mission Area unlocks now. They break that middle console, they open up the side rooms too, just to help also to enable Millennia who could put that BRB over to the side, an anti out to TTK who goes right back over to the Emma, and Delena noting where the threats are. You have the Sia and this get ready with the Galactic Legend as Scatter puts the Banhammer, not this time onto Delena, of course, and get the backup, but a crazy exile, just trying to delay the inevitable. Thankfully, though, for Swamp Gaming, they have the walls right there just to kite away from the oppression of the Galactic Legend. And Daze committing crimes in the backline, getting the kidnap onto Delena.
God of Mischief does get the copy onto the Raging Royal Flush as well for SG, so they slightly had an advantage going into that one, but they were able to escape 100 Thieves
nice play by Forky
temporarily,
Dog.
but
Almost a
now
great
they'll get
play by
caught out
Self,
on the
though, with that
retreat Self and Delena
survivability,
going
though.
down. SG will win this engagement. SG will get the first point, and 100 Thieves are just scattering away here, trying to regroup and regain.
Scatter's been putting in the work, man. It's so crazy here.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not
I hate
surprised with
when I'm
Scatter
playing
here, especially when
Star-Lord
he's
and a
on that
Loki
vamp
puts his
pool.
lamps down. You can't do
Getting
anything against the
these level
lambs.
ups little by little over the dead bodies of 100 Thieves. CTK does have that Psionic Seduction, though, as Swamp Gaming are going to be banking on Forky Dog having that Raging Royal Flush.
Hello doing some damage as well. A lot of damage on this Cyclops. He's certainly been difficult to deal with, but that being said, if you can remove his support from him, suddenly it becomes a little bit more difficult to stay alive. As now TTK will use that Psionic Seduction to get away in the face
both supports, both supports!
The strategist just got jumped, and that was beautiful awareness.
Huge
and focus
play!
Fire from 100 Thieves. Now you get Dove, unfortunately, because he already used her diamond form. Winnie is just trying to back away to stay alive.
That seemed targeted,
Daze,
chat. That seemed
he's
targeted.
the assassin here before they finally take him out, and Swamp Gaming at least got to 45%, but 100 Thieves flipped it right back over like the second round.
That is the perfect plan, though, with the Psionic Seduction, right? Just
A
remove
cooldown
the ability
countering
to
an
heal
ult is
and just
terrible.
make them,
Yeah, but the
unable to
cooldown's
do
like, what,
anything
45
really and
seconds,
jump
50
them,
seconds?
As you said. And now 100 Thieves will regain at this point up to 15%. SG did put a good amount on the board, and SG do have a good ult economy, and they're going to be the first ones to pop the Raging Royal Flush, but Let the Devil Out is there in response.
Loki lamps are
Trying to get
30
him
seconds?
together with the exile,
shit, yeah, we
focus
gotta
down
change that.
on Millennia being on the rocket. Huge anti, by the
Oh,
way.
I was thinking
Hits
of,
itself
I was
onto
thinking
four,
about
but with the Sia out now, the Freedom Card, the Star Wars
other
there,
ability
Galactic
from,
Legend. You activate World Breaker here from
Adam
Crash.
Warlock.
They put the Banhammer over onto the forehead and the Focus Fire onto Delena. They're not letting him get away this time around, but the BRB does bring him back into the action, but they lose out on Self, so he won't be able to get resurrected. And now with the Cyclops just getting away with things, you have the team up of the Rocket, as well as the recall from the Star-Lord.
There was fights happening on either side of the map, but in the end, 100 Thieves look like they are coming out on top here, unless Mello can just find this
look at this movement! And he's full health from it! Wait, what the heck? There was a scratch on his screen.
Such a significant advantage here. Rocket Raccoon proving his weighted gold here at this point.
Oh, the pull-in, hold on real quick. Oh, they punish him. That was beautiful from Self. Shutting down Days. He's had enough. Not gonna be able to just dive down here for free.
Yo, 100 thieves.
Seduction now comes afterwards. You see
Ooh,
Scatter
turn that corner, turn that corner. Hit it, hit it.
Laying around the wall of the corner, trying to move up because they're nearing 80%. Valentina gets a Raging Royal Flush in the form of the God of Mischief.
There's no way 100 thieves beats Swamp Gaming, chat. I'm sorry.
But Valentina
got 2.
Sets Swamp Gaming in the driver's seat with having the number advantage.
Insane response from Swamp Gaming after the Psionic seduction. You thought 100 Thieves were going to be able to bully them back, get a couple of picks. Although meanwhile,
Did you guys see all
still
that?
scoring.
Man,
SG should win this engagement and should get the flip. Unless 100 Thieves are going to be able to dash on and stop this one, but they've got time to sit and wait here. They've already got to 99%. They will give up the point as SG now cross 50%. So we just need one break here from 100 Thieves to not just win this round, but win this map.
Oh wait, someone's making an exclamation mark scorecard? Yo, whoever's doing that, W.
Oh my gosh, Mello
is that you, Bree?
Gets the follow-up right afterwards. Kraz has just been so on point too, as well as Days, and getting these kidnaps on top of the Exile. Jumps right to the side of Days to get those bubbles out, and Self is on the prowl. Here you go, just jumping down.
Hey,
a nice
that's
little
awesome.
stall, but not finding a single person. The bubble does save his life, while Self is waiting to let the devil out.
CEO is available for 100 Thieves, which is going to be a key factor for this next push, but SG do have things to deal with it. Freedom Charge is going to open us up, though. Rage and Royal Flush comes in as a response, and Self trying to pop off on the Daredevil at the moment, but it's Valentina who gets the opener. There's the CEO that comes in alongside Galactic Legend.
Oh no, Delena! Delena!
Talk about the placement, by the way, of the Sia originally. Sure, they shut down Millennia, but you won't have that BRB.
Delena sees the vision! Delena has the vision!
Over to the Doctor Strange to get the
Delena!
overtime taken away.
Delena!
99, and Delena and
Delena!
Scatter, they even out the match. But with Mello having the portal play, Winnie's going to try to match that Self. Find Scatter, big pick off to prevent the stall that Kraz is doing.
We will see the portal on both sides as well. Is it going to get a neutral brawl? No ultimates available for either team.
Oh my god, chat, this is insane. This is such an insane game, bro.
Being able to get the ult, by the way. God of Mischief could turn into a Raging Royal Flush, which may just turn the tides here for Swamp Gaming.
And with the portals already used, there you go.
Go!
Valentina, go! This is the win con that Swamp Gaming need to capitalize off of. But 100 Thieves are playing so split up. Days at least finds winning in the process. But where is the rest of 100 Thieves? They let Swamp Gaming out before trying to go in for a re-engage. But they're looking to play around the other side of the wall. Same thing here.
TTK! Wait, TTK's on Rocket! TTK's on Rocket! He almost has his ult!
A huge anti, though, finding 2, but it doesn't cost Self life just yet.
Sia's about to come up. Sia gets put
TTK
down.
uses Rocket ult!
Swamp Gaming get the first 2. There's a lot of responsibility for Delena off the back of that damage boost, but I don't think it's going to be enough here now for SG as they find their 4th.
Oh my god, Swamp Gaming! Oh my god, I was so scared. I was so scared that I had to gift 100 subs. Oh my god, but Samju said he's gifting 200!
Very end.
Oh my god, that was such a great game, bro. That was such a great game.
Final round to open up our first map, Gaskin, of our second series.
Just incredible work from Swamp Gaming. 100 Thieves, I'm sure they're going to be kicking themselves with that last fight as well. But it was the build up on the Loki to be able to get that Raging Royal Flush.
They should have.
Really
if I was Delena, I am flipping my desk and I am literally drop kicking the computer, bro. There is no way he did all that work
but when we come back, map 2
to lose to TTK. I mean, no, to lose to get Swamp Gaming after he did all that, bro. Oh my god, and TTK was on the rocket, bro. Who's the best team in this for NA? Probably Team Liquid Citadel and Swamp Gaming. I think third place in NA goes to probably anyone. I would probably say that maybe 100 Thieves. Maybe 100 Thieves would probably be 3rd place. Damn, that is crazy, chat. What do you mean pay up, chat? That was the first round. It's a best of 5, chat. 3rd place is YWL. I could see that. YWL or 100 Thieves. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who comes in 3rd after, I think, tomorrow. Let me see something, chat. Tomorrow. tomorrow we have which game starts first? Actually, let me go to the EMEA because EMEA has the right times. Okay, chat. So tomorrow we watch. Yep, tomorrow we watch the first upper bracket game. So tomorrow, our first game of the day at 7 a.m. is going to be Na'Vi against Virtus Pro. And then you're going to have... Let's pause that real quick. I don't want to listen to that song for 490th time. Tomorrow we start off with Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. Then we go to Team Heretics, or like chat likes to say, Team Harry Dicks against we got Shikigami at 9 o'clock. They didn't finish this, but apparently this is Rad against Pulsar. And then also for the last game, we're gonna have the winners of the 2 lower bracket finals. So yeah, chat, and then that's gonna be awesome. So tomorrow we're gonna see who moves on to the grand finals. We're gonna watch who gets eliminated here. We're gonna see who gets eliminated here. Then we're gonna see who gets eliminated here, and who's going to be our 3rd place winner. Yeah, and then we're gonna see whoever plays against Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. So yeah, and then tomorrow, I mean on Sunday, we start at 11 a.m. instead of 7 a.m. Thank God, so we could actually go to sleep and have actual sleep. We start at 11 a.m. and then we also do the grand finals for EMEA, and also on the same side we do the same thing on NA. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Nice. I wish they took a break tomorrow. Yeah, but they don't. 4th of July. The LAN games. So chat. What happens? I'm gonna draw you guys something real quick. Where's my paint? Okay, chat. So this is how it's gonna go. There's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? This is stage 1. That's what we're in right now. Stage 1 is gonna have the regular games, and then they're gonna have the playoffs, which we're in right now. Then there's gonna be what they call it is a mid-season LAN. So that's going to be the mid-season LAN. Then you're going to get stage 2. And then you're going to get the stage 2 regular games, and then you're going to get the stage 2 playoffs, and then you're going to get the grand finals LAN. So there's going to be 2 LANs. There's 2 LANs. There's the mid-season finals and the grand finals. Those are their LANs. These right here in stage 1 and stage 2 are online. So the mid-season LAN is going to be... What? The mid-season LAN is going to be like next month or maybe? I don't know. They haven't announced it yet. We don't know where it's going to be at and everything. Woo! Thank you. Ooh, you're too kind. Ooh, you're too kind. That's my popcorn bowl. That's my popcorn bowl. Babe, that's my popcorn bowl. So, basically the stage 1 and stage 2, EMEA plays with other EMEA teams. NA plays against NA. Asia plays against Asia. And then the top 3 teams from NA, the top 3 teams from EMEA, so that's a total of 6. The top 2 teams, I think, from China and the top 2 teams from Asia, APAC, are all going to the LAN for a total of 10 teams. So that's where you get the international games, Chad. That's where you get EMEA playing against NA, NA playing against Asia, and all that stuff. That's the only time, though. the grand finals is not in December. I think the grand finals are going to be in November, like it was last year.
Tides will rise and fall. Be the unwavering force that refuses to wash away. Remember, guys, the Captain America Seaside
Thank you.
Central,
Also,
the
look what
Loki
Emily made, by the way.
Siren and
Oh,
White Fox's coastal Kumiho costumes are in game now, July 2nd, all the way through to July 1st. Maybe you can get July 31st, excuse me. Maybe you can get better luck popping your balloons than Vicky did. I'm going to try later, and I think I'm going to get it done in 2.
Even
Make
Vicky
sure I
Kitty
go
said
all the way
wow.
down to the last one like you did, Vic, but yeah, these are your chances to get some more swimsuit skins, and I think there might be even more coming, because it did say this was just wave
And
1.
she made
now, as we move
French fries.
back into our matchup, of course, we are amidst quite the game between 100 Thieves and Swamp Gaming. Now, it may say the Swamp Gaming won that one, but it was bloomin' close. 100 Thieves were just, what, one
She served it on a
Vicky,
cutting
or
board?
actually
Yeah,
taking
bro,
that game
that's
themselves?
fancy shit.
Dude, that is literally what happens when you allow Loki Gambit to get through. Like, the fact that you have 2 Raging Royal Flushes, the fact that
You've never
Valentina
gone to a
stayed
restaurant where they
alive
serve
to
you a
get
fat
at the
steak on
end,
a cutting board?
It didn't matter, because by the time that TK, who had to swap over the Rocket because they had to Doctor Strange portal to get back onto the point, had Sia, the rest of his team was already blown up, because that combo is just so powerful for all the right reasons. But we got to talk about the MVP, because we highlighted Scatter before, not only with those bubble placements, but the damage output on the Vanpool, man.
Just so much as well.
30,000 damage almost.
Play, because that
No,
is your job, right? You've got the pistols, you are expected to put out a lot of damage. It's about what you do with that damage. You're not just like hopelessly emptying mags into vanguards, right? You're trying to actually separate and segregate the backline, maybe try and pick one of them off, maybe take a duelist out of the equation as well. And Scatter was doing that so successfully throughout that game. And yeah, Swamp Gaming, it was certainly close, but they do get the job done in the end. I'm sure they'll be relieved, because going into the next, they probably would have been a little bit frustrated had they not taken advantage of the Loki plus Gambit combo. As we look at the stats throughout the entire game, and boy, was it a close one. Very impressed with what 100 Thieves were able to do in that one, Vicky.
Yeah, and it was very stressful. Like, even looking at the player cams for Swamp Gaming, like Valentina, she's taking a huge deep breath, just laying flattened on her seat, and then you take a look at the stats across, because it was literally that one instance that could have determined everything on how the start
Get this
of the series
Overwatch caster
was gonna
out of
progress.
here.
Swamp Gaming, though, coming out
If
on
anything,
top,
both of these
Scatter,
casters are
popping
Apex
off. They
Legends
had
casters.
Gaze
What?
there, having TTK play hero roulette, basically, and wanting to switch over to the Emma. You know you really wanted it, but then having to go back over to the thing once that diamond form was baited out. But the way that they were also able to shut down self for the majority part of that game was difficult. I mean, the fact that you still have the threat of Delena, who is hailing from above your foreheads with the Galactic Legend together with that of the Sia, was a big threat. But when you go to that final round on Burn and T'Challa, you at least have those side walls to play off of once they are up and try to kite away, which we did see a few times, and other times a cheeky little position shot from the Sia could have determined everything on how 100 Thieves could have actually swayed that game in their favor.
No, we have 2 more games under this cap. We have the lower bracket. This is the upper
Swamp
bracket.
Gaming being able to take 100 Thieves down and put a serious amount of percentage on the board as well in their favor. 100 Thieves can like kind of negate that. It looks a very different game with not having to play catch up for half the round. That being said, 100 Thieves still did get 1 round on the board, and they have shown us that this isn't going to be an easy game for Swamp Gaming whatsoever. I think when a lot of people looked at this upper bracket and looked at these 2 matchups, we were like, okay, yeah, so we're going to see a 3-0 from TLC, a 3-0 from Swamp Gaming. And by all means, we may still end up there, but at least we are seeing 100 Thieves taking this all the way, and I really hope they put some maps on the board.
I agree, and it depends on what's the second map looking like, because the last time these 2 teams face off against each other, this is the big difference between best of 5 and best of 3s, where, you know, there's very little room for error in general, right? But in a best of 3, even shorter, and Valentina getting locked in with her little gator right behind her. But it ended up being a 2-0, right? Where that second map was a lot closer than the Dom map, where it was Burn.
Oh my god.
Swamp Gaming,
bro, it's that TTK. Is he sunbathing right now? Bro, pay attention. You got a tournament to win.
Map. Now,
god damn, bro, he's looking straight at the sun.
Symbiotic surface is a testament to how these have been able to adapt, because we are going onto America's stream sponsored by Museum of Contemplation. Surprise, surprise. We get the back-to-back Gaskin after our previous series.
Museum of Contemplation. Who would have thought? Well, bad news, I guess, for fans of 100 Thieves. Swamp Gaming are 3-0 on Museum of Contemplation. Good news for 100 Thieves
Swamp
fans
Gaming
100
is
Thieves are
3-0 on Contemplation. Why would you take...
So this is a good
Who's
match
there?
for both.
What's
They are both very
iRemix
comfortable.
doing?
Not really
Is
surprised
he
that we have ended up
sleeping?
here. 100 Thieves
Wake!
feel
Oh no,
like
he
with the
blinked. I was about to
strategy
say,
they are
yo, bro,
employing
what's
at the moment,
going
they
on?
can actually take Swamp Gaming all
Why
the way
are we
here,
taking
and this could
a
be an
team
interesting one in terms
to
of
their
how
best
100 Thieves
man?
line up. If you look at their convoy, their convergence yesterday, a lot of the triple Vanguard they were running out as well. Will they go for something similar? If they do, how does Swamp Gaming counter that? The lock-in ban phase probably is going to be pretty similar to what we saw previously. Mantises get taken away to start with, and then the Gambit's probably coming out to be protected.
Yeah, no surprise there when it comes to making sure that Mantis is the prio ban. Immediately getting a little hot in the room here, as you can see the fans on as well. But it's going to be Cyclops that does get banned following right after that.
Oh yeah, what is that, chat? What is that? Oh, it's a
A lot of
Celsius.
these teams just trying to shake things
Bro,
up. I believe
this
what
is
was it, like,
America.
the last time that we saw
You don't do
the reason why
Celsius.
they did drop Museum once was against Sentinels, and that was because Dogman rolled out on the Penny with some Penny shenanigans that really
I've
started
never had a
kicking off
Celsius,
more
though. Is it
attention
good?
to that Vanguard, as the Rogue is going to be the next ban, because you do not want to get that team up. But this also opens the floor. Does this proc a Loki ban too?
Yeah, there was a lot of surprises there, and I think that's what's been interesting with it being group stages into now, with the time we've had as well in 8.5 for people to practice leading up. There's not as many surprises for these teams when they get into these games. Unlike before, when we were having games like instantly after a patch, for example, where they were caught off guard a little bit. As you will see, 100 Thieves take Wolverine away from Swamp Gaming this time. They do not want to allow there to be the Cyclops plus the Wolverine. That makes sense. But that does now open up Swamp Gaming on the Daredevil, and they're going to have the single Daredevil instead, and we know how this one could play out.
Especially on this map, right? Enabling a dive opposition to and getting the information that the Daredevil brings out, which they banned out, so 100 Thieves won't be able to match that too from self. But then you have the protection because they need to at least have one protect when it comes to enabling days. As they hover over what this final protect is going to be, I do like being able to ban out the rocket. You won't have that BRB since Swamp is
100
starting
Thieves
things off on
saved
the defensive side
Angela.
of things, and the Angela getting protected. I haven't seen this one before.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that there was play yesterday where I think they were a little bit worried about TTK on Angela, and perhaps there
They
is a
banned
similar thought
TTK's
here that
Rocket
maybe we can
Raccoon.
protect her because the ban had come through previously from Swamp Gaming.
Oh, you don't want...
Swamp Gaming will now
They're
remove
scared of
the
TTK's
So
Rocket
no
Raccoon,
BRBs,
bro.
no Seers going into this map too, so it's all going to be about that first life. You're going to have to respawn like normal, like the rest of us.
I was being sarcastic too. The fact that we've been seeing TTK also just have that flexibility, like you've highlighted, like just being able to also have that on the table for TTK if he does so happen to make that swap up, if he gets off of Mother herself. But I like what I'm seeing with the adjustments on this pick and ban phase and the answer back that we have for both these teams, because currently Swamp Gaming, it wasn't easy, but they took that first map, setting them up here to see how MOC is going to play out with 100 Thieves. Again, no surprise here if TTK does roll out with that Angela. You have a lot more of that verticality to play with too, as well as harassing that backline, just so that way you could try to bait out those lamps very early.
They have still allowed Gambit and Loki to get through, so SG are still going to be very difficult to deal with. Valentina on Loki yet again. You've got Mello still being able to play the Cyclops as well, but considering how close 100 Thieves were
I actually
to
really
taking them
do
down
like
in
the
that first
Swamp
game,
Gaming
perhaps they are
bans that they
not as
did
scared
for 100
as
Thieves.
maybe something they should be. But I'm excited for this one. Museum of Contemplation always provides us with some entertainment, especially this first point as well, because it is very hectic trying to get out of this first initial route.
Difficult when it comes to this show. Oh my goodness, the damage output you're already seeing from Mello, by the way, on the Cyclops before Self gets into position here. But remember, they have the Daredevil, so they will be able to call out Self's positioning thanks to Daze. It'll stun onto Mello, but it's just going to be the slow climb as 100 Thieves try to claw their way into repositioning and split the focus of Swamp Gaming.
Another man looking to see if he can maybe catch anyone off guard as well, just trying to create a little bit of space for the rest of the squad. But now here comes TTK to try and see if he can find anyone to just remove from their position.
Already backing away and taking a good chunk of that damage Self as well before Daze finds an opportunity to get the jump before getting shish kebab and followed up by Delena.
They got the first pick.
Gonna shut that down onto Daze. That's a great awareness too between TTK and Delena. Gonna be able to go hand in hand and finding Kraz following up right afterwards. So now Scatter just trying to create some space. It does have that banhammer activated, ready to go. But it's gonna be 100 Thieves that control the majority of the space, waiting for Swamp Gaming to regroup here because they're not trying to overcommit.
Yeah, it's a great breakout of that initial point that I said sometimes can be quite difficult, but SG will have the chance to recontest this one before they get to the first point, to 100 Thieves. And it is going to be eyes on TTK and how you try and plan this one, to be honest. At the moment, SG are very much aware, but see you later, maybe. No,
That is
sir.
ridiculous, bro. I feel like TTK should have had that kill.
Donk,
That's ridiculous, man.
Days is going to be able to find, but Millennia answers right
That's
back
ridiculous.
from Luna, and with Scatter still holding on to that banhammer, the fact that Swamp Gaming were able to stop for as long as possible to bring Kraz right back. Being on the group himself, you have to imagine how scary having the wombo combo of a Strangling Prison and a Ruby Rage is going to look.
Now, the Ruby Rage is there, but now you're going to see Raging Royal Flush is going to come out in response here. But now cracking impact from Delena also to try and impact some damage, and he does so. Scatter with full, and again and
keep
again
it going, keep it going, keep it going.
And you're forced to use a Raging Royal Flush in the form of the God of Mischief instead because of Kraken Impact. It does get the reset.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
Millennia was ready.
Uh-huh.
Prison though
Uh-huh.
doesn't land Delena before he
That's
goes crashing down
That's
again
the shit I
and
like.
again on repeat. One last victim before he gets to the next reset, and Winnie just taking that away from him real quick here too. But it's all about a statement for 100 Thieves to clear this first checkpoint.
So what we've learned today is Winter Soldier and Museum of Contemplation seem to go hand in hand. Very important. The ball does come out.
Nice ult by Self, though.
Gaming here, and Dace does have Let the Devil Out, but he's not going to be able to even release it because TTK bullies him.
That was really smart, though, for Valentin to come out on the invis because you will be able to pull back the Angela, especially if you're going in for a last-minute contest. Which, by the way, they have yet to get that first checkpoint just yet, but they are up in numbers. The stall is still happening while TTK is side-questing, doing a 1v2 real quick against Mello while Millennia cleans up the rest.
Nice. Hey, they cap, chat, they cap.
Whilst they were able to force them away from it as well. Mello says, see you later off the map. But I think it was just a valiant effort to try and stop them in the end. So 100 Thieves make short work of that first point. And now they have 3 minutes 25 to try and get towards this second. Will we see a little bit of consideration from SG? Scatter is going to move over to the Angela himself just to try and compete with the ship presence that we've seen from TTK.
Taking to the skies as it looks a little congested
I don't
here.
think he cares about the
and
reset
here the
as long as
wings
they win
flying
the fight.
about, looking for the next prey. You could talk about it like it's a nature documentary, honestly, with the way that TTK and Scatter are now going to try to match each other. Heaven's Retribution is online here, at least for TTK, with the way that Scatter's just trying to split that attention. Daze finally does let the devil out. Now tries to go in for the dive.
Oh my God.
Gets a 3K. Heaven's Retribution.
They said dive was dead, by the way.
To hold back Daze, but it doesn't even matter as the rest of 100 Thieves falter.
Yeah, that's good work from SG, and they do it without having to utilize Ruby Rage or the God of Mischief as well. So they're going to have Raging Royal Flush, Ruby Rage, and the God of Mischief very shortly are Swamp Gaming. But on the other side, 100 Thieves are also going to have their own Raging Royal Flush to work with. Not to mention Kraken Impact, and we already saw what Delena can do on that Bucky if presented with that opportunity. So SG just need to be careful not to clump together, and also don't allow yourself to get too weak so that Kraken Impact can have said impact.
Exactly, and that's going to be the win con right now, with Daze going to be able to have the match with the Raging Royal Flush, this time from Delena, looking to get the reset, Strangling Prison. That's what I wanted to see from Kraz. Unfortunately, he had missed the first time right before the first checkpoint, but he brings them back together. He regroups the rest of Swamp Gaming, and now they're holding forward against 100 Thieves who are stuck by the spawn room gates.
Valentin is still going to have God of Mischief available for the next engagement as well. Very well planned out by Swamp Gaming, whereas 100 Thieves, they used what they could. At least they're going to have Fate of Both Worlds when they come up off of spawn as a response, but is it even going to be enough will be the real question here. 1 minute 43 left on the clock as now Delena again trying to force back on this Bucky. Can you get a grab on anyone to really swing the fight in your favor?
Just about building up into that next Kraken Impact, and it's scary when you do have that Loki, right? So you get the free resets off the clones alone, and Delena finding Scatter, so no Heaven's Retribution, you have the Raging Royal Flush, and you have the answer, but the anti actually putting a halt to it, putting in extra pressure onto 3. No follow-up afterwards because they're just waiting out on Millennia to finish the Fate of Both Worlds, and Delena being the threat over to the side while Self now swapped over to the Wolverine. Heaven's Retribution after Scatter comes right back, needs a follow-up though, and a beautiful Purify too. As you can see, the double anti. Great work here from the other side of Winnie, who will have the Raging Royal Flush, and it's hasta la vista de Daze as he falls down to his death.
Okay, TTK.
Last stand's going to be available, but Self goes down, as now we're going to see Raging Royal Flush got to be popped as the last resort here from 100 Thieves to try and break through on this fight. It's very back and forth at the moment. No one really able to take control. Maybe finally through Delena yet again, and there's Kraken Impact as he does absolutely abolish them. And now we'll see 100 Thieves will be able to take this one and push towards the point.
Kill.
And look at the reset.
Nice.
That's why. That's what we keep talking about. We mention it time and time again. It's important to note because he gets a free one off Valentina's clone. Again, who's going to be the next victim? They're just waiting it out. Now they're going to be able to now engage.
He learned that
and
from me, by the way,
starts it
chat.
off with the Rager Royal Flush. They try to go in here. You let them devil out, and you have the Heaven Retribution from TTK just to stop himself. Also, just diving down with that Wolverine ultimate, and Dave's getting information before trying to dive in. A huge anti after the Lena, but they lose out on the Psylocke. TTK, though, doesn't go down without a fight, but they have no sustain in less than 5 seconds. Nobody's left from 100 Thieves unless Self can portal in.
No,
You do
TTK!
get the touch, so that is going to give them a little bit of a chance. Self is now creating said portal. Can you get there in time? Great work from the observers to give us a little picture-in-picture, and it is just about going to be there, but Mello will take that one. Forky denies the second.
Oh, no, bro.
And SG will hold 100 Thieves to just the 1 point.
It's really hard to see, usually, Museum of Contemplation go the distance. It's been like the back-to-back where we see these teams being held right before that second checkpoint, and it gets difficult, too, when you are forced back into your spawn room gates before that payload gets around that middle console corner. And now we get to see the back and forth and how you're going to be able to actually extend on this. Swamp Gaming making the adjustments that they needed, especially trying to take that fight to TTK, who got a little cheeky finding days off the map, even at some points here, but it's going to be the retaliation on how Kraz was able to also punish that Kraken impact from resetting.
So we are going to see the 3-3 setup for 100 Thieves by the looks of it. This is what we witnessed yesterday as well. Going for the triple Vanguard, the triple strategist to try and defend here against Swamp Gaming. How are you feeling, Vicky? Do you think that 100 Thieves can hold this one? I mean, they got relatively far. Sometimes in Museum of Contemplation, it does come down to who can get closer to the second point at times.
3 tanks, 3 supports, chat. Do you think it's going to work?
To the way that Scatter is playing around TTK, too, because if it's not the Strangling Prison, just grounding the threat of having that Kraken impact, which obviously we won't have that because you do have the 3-3, like you mentioned. It's about also having that Heaven's Retribution, the Invis from Millennia to try to pull back together Scatter. I mean, I like what we're seeing here from 100 Thieves to answer back, but Forky Dog making swap up to the back over to the Gambit, having that so strong. You just want to get those bubbles so that way you can get that speed burst. But it's going to be hard here for 100 Thieves, Gaskin.
And remember, Swamp Gaming don't have the access to the Wolf as well, right? It was banned, so they don't have that ability to just nap a Vanguard and be able to steal away and do that excess damage that we know Wolverine can do against said Vanguard. So a lot of responsibility to Daze and Mello now on this Bucky and this Cyclops. There's going to be a lot of damage output here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to play around this with Daze now answering back. Oh my, the kidnap! Somebody called 911 and help out Finny, and Valentina did not let them go because it's the Cloak and Dagger. You have the purple window to come in for the extra damage boost too. Try to be able to stop for as long as possible is going to be Self, but it's just a matter of time before Swamp Gaming clean up the rest.
Damn, their 3 tanks, 3 supports died instantly,
really. If you're
bro.
going with a 3-3 setup, 100 Thieves, they just weren't really able to get that structure, but they will have the instant portal to
also,
try and
we don't see a lot of Cloak and Dagger, chat. Yeah, you guys are right about that. We don't see a lot of Cloak and Dagger, but I think they're Cloak and Dagger for the blanket.
And SG were very much ready for this portal.
You put the blanket
very
down
close to
in
having
front
that
of them
Ruby
and you
Rage
get
as well as
blinded
that
and damage
Strangling
boosted and all
Prison,
that
but even
stuff.
closer to me, Forky Dog having that Rage and Royal Flush. The survivability with the Eternal Bond is even going to be bigger here. But look at Winnie and Delena with the fact that you will have that Karmic Revival, the Born Again. If you didn't get enough of the Kraken Impact reset, you will be able to hear the Born Again echo through your ears.
Yeah, if you get there, can they actually take down 100 Thieves before Delena even gets it up? Looks like Delena is going to be able to build it. Meteor M also going to come out. Can you slam that onto anyone's head is going to be the real question. You can, but it's not going to be enough because it's a Captain America
just ate that shit, bro.
Does come out, but also the invisible boundary now down to protect.
That was such a crazy copy from Winnie. The timing on the Invisible Boundary actually helped out 100 Thieves majorly. Sure, you lose out on the Atom, but he's got the passive. He brings himself back, and he still has a Karmic Revival from Delena. He uses it frame 1 after coming out of that passive and brings everybody up to health here for 100 Thieves.
And that will allow 100 Thieves to win this engagement. SG back to spawn. They're gonna have to
but the bad thing here, actually, it's not really bad. Scatter Genji does have his Captain America ult, but 100 Thieves can match it with their invis.
Here for Swamp Gaming, but 100 Thieves also have defensive ultimates.
Also,
to
that
work
double
with as
res
well
comp,
here.
that's
This isn't going to
kinda
be easy
disgusting.
by any means. 100 Thieves in a pretty good position at the moment. SG gonna have to do something special here, and I guess a lot of responsibility does come down to Daze on this Bucky.
That's what happens when you see 100 Thieves playing one of their favorite. Oh my goodness, that anti is ginormous. I keep seeing Forky Dog hit those. Very close as Daze does have that Kraken impact, looking for the reset opportunity, and another kidnap, but it is on the Magneto. Great punish as he tries to get the reset. He at least marks him, but he gets out of his line of sight.
He was hungry.
Reset on the Kraken impact
He
does
was
not come through,
hungry.
which is exactly what they needed when you have less than now a minute on the clock, basically.
Yeah, Loki has ult again, though. Oh, shit, bro. Yo, Loki is insane. Loki gets ult so fast.
Had previously. Swamp Gaming now running out of time. 60 seconds remaining. Mello starting to build up towards that Ruby Rage alongside, of course, the Raging Royal Flush, which will be the wombo combo they want to try to output here. Do they sacrifice one more neutral fight here to try and get on top? But 100 Thieves, because they have responsive ultimates here, they can kind of wait and see what SG do.
Man, bringing everybody here with the Ruby Rage. Evan's Retribution as Millennia's ready.
Wait,
with
what
the
the
invisible
hell?
boundary has another big
Oh, that's a fat ult.
Vinny, he hits those, and the follow-up is there. This time onto Forky, who goes down. You have
That's
now less
bad,
than 30
though.
seconds on the clock.
I
but
think they
they're holding on to
over-ulted.
those ultimates
They
for
definitely
this final
over-ulted, bro.
contest.
Such a
They're
good
gonna
ult
lose the
from
next
100
fight.
Thieves now. 20 seconds for Swamp Gaming.
I
to
think
try
they
and walk
over-ulted,
up.
chat.
They do have plenty of ults to work with here. They have almost everything they could ask for, but time is not on their side, so they have to be quick here. 100 Thieves gonna hold a high line.
No,
try
they
and pull them
definitely,
back.
I think they definitely did too many
Winnie
ults, man.
waiting. God of Mischief, as you mentioned, Forky Dog, Raging Royal Flush. Less than 3 seconds now. As Swamp Gaming, they pave the path from Scattered Genji, who has that Freedom Charge. Mello opening up with the Punisher swap of
TTK.
lift
Oh,
TTK's wings.
okay.
But with the God of Mischief from Winnie, you hear the Born Again.
Delena
The
needs to
rest
get
of
his
Swamp
ult.
Gaming now
Delena
get
needs to
ready,
get his
set,
ult
go with the
fast.
Raging Royal Flush. Meteor M trying to mark down Forky Dog. Where did he go?
Oh, what the? Why are we ulting the Captain America? Delena's dead. He needs 15%. He's gonna self-res.
Delena does have that passage.
Delena,
Can he be the
not
hero
10%.
that they need?
Five.
He doesn't have it
No
just
way.
yet, but the Eternal Bond
No way.
from Swamp
Delena,
Gaming now
get
comes
your
from
ult.
Valentina, but they still lost out on 2 in the process, and the Born Again will keep this fight going.
Yeah, the build-up yet again. The Comic Revival is going to be there, and it looks like 100 Thieves are holding strong.
He can't die, though. Delena can't die. Delena cannot die, Chad. If he dies, this is really bad. Oh, they have invis. They have invis ult again. Uh-oh. Nah, they won. They won. They won.
But it's 100 Thieves who are finding the KOs.
The self-show on the Magneto is more than enough, as Delena doesn't even need to use the Karmic Revival. Overtime,
Dude, watching
wasting
TTK
away.
play this game on
Valentina
controller is
cannot even
insane,
contest
too.
as the rest of Swamp
They
Gaming
actually-
fall, as well as their second map.
They fought. Wow, bro. I am so impressed. They beat Swamp Gaming on a map they have never lost on.
Gaming take their first map loss of stage 1. And that means we are
I don't know about
actually gonna
you
see
guys,
a
but this is a
full
good
guarantee
series.
between these
Okay,
two
so
teams.
okay,
Very well
100
thought
Thieves.
out from 100 Thieves. This is
I
exactly
wasn't
what we were talking
familiar
about
with your
earlier, Vicky.
game.
When there is structure to it, when 100 Thieves are able to impact with their game plan, boy, do they look good.
Mm-hmm. 100 subs, chat. That was last game,
so
bro.
100 Thieves, they will get the win.
Jay-ism. Appreciate the massive 6 months, my friend. How you doing?
Don't worry, she'll be back, as will we. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will get into map 3 then. 100 Thieves get their first win on the board.
That was such a good game, bro. That was such a good game. Wow. Wow, that was such a good game. Oh! TTK said he stayed up all night doing the homework. Well, I mean, I know. I saw him in my chat at 7 a.m. Actually, no. He was in my chat at his 6 a.m. So 9 a.m. Also, Heartstuck Platish with 10 gifted subs. And King Dan with 10 gifted subs on Twitch. 10 gifted on YouTube, 10 gifted on Twitch. Absolutely insane, King Dan and Heartstuck Platish. Absolutely insane. Wow, TTK, bro. Hold on, let me text TTK real quick. Oh, wait, I forgot my phone doesn't fucking work. God damn it! Bro, I don't know how people can live without a phone, man. This sucks. Someone text my dad. I love him, chat. Thank you. You guys have his number, right? Emily got my phone today, but guess what? Apparently, I didn't know my motherboard could fry, but my motherboard fried. They repaired my motherboard, but guess what? I have to sign into the phone with my Apple account. And guess what I did before my phone got fried? I mean, after my phone got fried. I locked myself out of my Apple account because I didn't know my password. Who repairs a phone? I do. I would rather pay for a repair on my phone than double the price or maybe even triple the price of buying a new phone when they're going to announce another, probably Apple phone in about 2 months. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Use a laptop and reset the password. Chat, I don't have an Apple laptop to reset the password. Even if I got an Apple laptop to reset the password, I would need to sign into my account on that laptop that I don't know my password on. My Apple, I can reset my password tomorrow, chat. It's no problem. You could go to iCloud.com. Okay, that's cool. If I go to iCloud.com, I would probably have to sign into my Apple password, which I do not have because I locked myself out. Chat, just go to apple.com and reset the password. Are you guys not understanding me? I can't sign in! No, you send a reset password to her email associated with your account. Chat, I can have access to my email. It doesn't matter. My account is still locked. Oh my god, watch. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Watch. Sign in. Sign in. Enter your email. Okay, here's my email. Bang. Continue. What's your password? I don't know! Sign into an Apple account! How am I supposed to sign in? – 21 hours. It says the same shit that I just told you. Sometimes I wish I could jump through my monitor and just grab you guys. Like, I just want to grab your head with my thighs and just start giving you a nice high five because I don't want to get banned in Minecraft. I want to jump through the monitor and, like, meet you guys in Minecraft.